Chapter 1. The Demon Emperor's Apprenticeship. Do you yearn for omnipotence, to traverse heaven and earth? I yearn. Do you long for eternal life and longevity? I yearn. Yearning is indeed the first step. I am Chun Li, the master of the mysterious peak of the Tian Yan Sect. All you need to do to become my disciple is to copy a scripture by hand. Does that not seem exceedingly simple? Tian Yan Sect, reception square. Clad in a white Taoist robe, Chun Li stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his hair tied up, his sleeves billowing gently in the breeze, exuding an ethereal and transcendent aura. Before him stood a youth with a dark complexion, dressed in coarse hemp garments, a flicker of confusion passing through his clear eyes. Copy scriptures? I am here to cultivate immortality, not to take an imperial examination. I shall not copy anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the youth turned to leave, but was abruptly halted by Chun Li's grasp. If you do not wish to copy scriptures, we can reach a compromise. How about experiencing life as a disciple first, and then copying the scriptures? I will not copy anything. You are clearly a fraud. The youth shook his head and, without looking back, shook off Chun Li's hand and departed. Only Chun Li remained, gazing skyward with a heavy sigh. Alas, is it truly so difficult to recruit a disciple and complete the system task? Having traversed this world for 7 years, he awakened a strict master-apprentice system. Yet the novice task required his disciple to manually transcribe the Tao Te Ching to be deemed complete. Despite his esteemed position as the master of the mysterious peak, he had not taken a single disciple in 7 years, as Chun Li himself was a cultivation failure, possessing mediocre talent, and had barely reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement after 7 years of arduous training. It is worth noting that in this realm of immortals and demons, cultivators are classified into 10 realms. Qi refinement, Spirit Master, Great Spirit Master, Spirit King, Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sect, Spirit Sovereign, Spirit Saint, Spirit Monarch, and Spirit God. Qi refinement is the most basic level of existence. Chun Li's 7-year tenure as Peak Master was solely due to the former sect master's elevation before his ascension. Master Uncle, the disciple recruitment conference has yet to commence given the presence of so many disciples. Might you consider stepping aside? Before Chun Li could finish his lament, a Tian Yan Sect disciple approached with an odd expression, advising him. Very well. Chun Li surveyed the surroundings and discovered that countless disciples were snickering at him, while the sect leader and other peak masters in the center bore grim expressions. With a resigned shrug, Chun Li felt no embarrassment and swiftly climbed back to the center of the square. Do not inquire why he climbed. The center of the square was restricted, and his cultivation was insufficient to contend with it. Chun Li, as the master of the mysterious peak, how can you bring such disgrace upon yourself? The sect leader, Mu Nantian, exclaimed in anger. You should ask the senior brother. Chun Li retorted with annoyance. Was it not the senior brother who said that if my mysterious peak fails to recruit a disciple today, I would lose my position as peak master and be expelled from the sect? Is there any other way for me to actively recruit disciples? Mu Nantian glared. Yet you cannot deceive others into becoming your apprentices. What face would our Tian Yan Sect have left in Yinzhou? Chun Li remained unfazed. The rise and fall of the sect does not rely on such hollow titles. The sect leader is being overly dramatic. As the two remained at an impasse, the elder in charge of reception approached Mu Nantian and inquired, Sect leader, the time has come. Shall we commence the disciple recruitment conference? Mu Nantian snorted coldly at Chun Li, then instructed the elder begin. The elder addressed the crowd below. You have all passed the initial selection. Your talents are acceptable, and you may choose to join one of the 7 peaks of the Tian Yan Sect, with the final decision resting with the peak master. As the words fell, the reception square erupted in excited cheers. Chun Li scanned the crowd, searching for a suitable disciple, when he overheard a flurry of discussions. The Tian Yan Sect truly deserves its reputation as the sole sacred ground for cultivation in Yinzhou. If I could join one of its peaks, it would be a stroke of incredible fortune. That is not unfounded, but among the 7 celestial peaks, there is one that is utterly forbidden to join. One must tread carefully. Surely you speak of the mysterious peak? It is said that its master possesses feeble strength, relying solely on connections with a former sect master to ascend to join the mysterious peak is to court disaster. This is no idle warning. The murmurs about the mysterious peak rippled through the crowd, and in an instant, everyone resolved silently. They would rather die than join the mysterious peak. Upon hearing this, Chun Li could not help but twitch his lips. Wait, what is that glowing thing? Suddenly, Chun Li caught a glimpse of a radiant glow atop the head of a stunning woman in the crowd, shimmering incessantly like a task prompt. She wore a long blue robe, her hair elegantly tied up, revealing a porcelain neck. Her features were coldly beautiful, her figure graceful and alluring, cradling a blue longsword, standing proudly amidst the throng. A gentle breeze caressed her sleeves, giving her the appearance of a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm's sight to behold. The surrounding crowd, whether due to her aloof demeanor or breathtaking beauty, instinctively parted, forming a circular space around her. Chun Li focused intently on the glowing light above the enchanting woman, unable to suppress a gasp of astonishment. Within the glow, a line of small words flickered. Qin Yaoshuang, reincarnated demon emperor, peak late stage of spirit king, possessing a cold and aloof personality, desires to conceal her identity and join the Tian Yan Sect. Reincarnated demon emperor? Surely you do not wish for your identity to be exposed? Chun Li chuckled sinisterly and leapt down from the square, striding directly towards Qin Yaoshuang. The talented prodigies below, upon seeing Chun Li descend, were initially taken aback, but as they witnessed him approach Qin Yaoshuang, expressions of mockery danced in their eyes. Look at this. Master Chun intends to take Qin Yaoshuang as his disciple. I heard that if Master Chun fails to recruit a disciple this time, he would lose his position as peak master. Yet he dares to set his sights on the Fairy Qin? Truly self-deprecating. I would bet that with Fairy Qin's temperament, she would likely respond with nothing more than a curt dismissal. Mu Nan Tian and the 6 peak masters exchanged knowing smiles, their meaning unspoken. Qin Yaoshuang is the most qualified among the talents at this disciple recruitment conference, having already reached the Spirit King realm at such a young age. She has the potential for greatness. How could Chun Li, in his ignorance, seek her as a disciple? Let us sit back and enjoy the show. Chun Li heard their derision, but remained unfazed. If she wished to conceal her identity, the mysterious peak was undoubtedly her best option. Qin Yaoshuang, I am Chun Li, master of the mysterious peak. Do you wish to become my disciple? Chun Li approached Qin Yaoshuang, meeting her frosty gaze with swagger. The crowd's expressions morphed into one of anticipation, eagerly awaiting how Qin Yaoshuang would respond to Chun Li's audacious invitation. To everyone's astonishment, however, facing Chun Li's offer, Qin Yaoshuang simply fell silent for a few moments before responding indifferently. Very well, I shall join the mysterious peak. With her declaration, silence enveloped the crowd, the mocking smiles on every face frozen, expressions of shock taking their place. How could this be? How could Fairy Qin agree to join under this worthless peak master? Could it be that I miscalculated my training, and my ears have deceived me? This must be an illusion. It must be a trial illusion from the Tian Yan Sect. I refuse to believe that Chun Li could take Fairy Qin as a disciple. Indeed, Chun Li's heart swelled with a subtle smile as he inquired, Do you truly wish to join my mysterious peak? Qin Yaoshuang raised her cold eyes slightly and replied coolly, What? Am I not qualified? She was the reincarnated demon emperor, having once cultivated demonic arts to ascend to the Imperial realm, only to be besieged by the righteous alliance in her final moments. She activated a secret technique to reincarnate. To restore her foundation and seek revenge against the righteous path, Qin Yaoshuang decided to join the Tian Yan Sect to learn its unparalleled foundational techniques, the Tian Yan Xianjing, in pursuit of the divine realm. To remain inconspicuous, the desolate, mysterious peak was the most suitable place for her to hide her identity. Chapter 2. My disciple, I will teach. In the Tian Yan Sect's reception square, Qin Yaoshuang stood before Chun Li, having agreed to join the mysterious peak, while the surrounding talented prodigies wore expressions of utter astonishment. The expressions of Mu Nan Tian and the 6 peak masters standing in the center of the square were equally grim. They had never anticipated that Qin Yaoshuang would accept such an absurd invitation from Chun Li. In their minds, they had long regarded Qin Yaoshuang as the hope for the future rise of the Tian Yan Sect, someone they would spare no effort to cultivate. However, Chun Li's mysterious peak would undoubtedly hinder, if not ruin, this prodigious talent. This was something they could not accept. Enough, enough, enough! Faced with Qin Yaoshuang's retort, Chun Li nodded fervently, as if fearing her change of heart, and grandly declared, "From this day forth, you shall be my foremost disciple of the mysterious peak." Wait! At that moment, Mu Nan Tian and the six peak masters appeared before Chun Li and Qin Yaoshuang in an instant. Qin Yaoshuang, the mysterious peak has long been in decline. Becoming Chun Li's disciple will only squander your talent. I urge you to reconsider. Aside from the mysterious peak, should you join any other peak, our Tian Yan Sect will immediately designate you as a saintess, granting you a status equal to that of the six peak masters, and the sect will fulfill all your cultivation needs. Moreover, we will wholeheartedly impart our knowledge to you. What does that sound? The crowd gasped at these words. Designated saintess, guidance from a spirit saint, all cultivation resources at your disposal. Each of these conditions, on their own, would be enough to send shockwaves throughout Yunzhou, driving countless individuals into a frenzy, let alone the combination of all three. No need. My mind is made up. I shall go nowhere but the mysterious peak. Yet Qin Yaoshuang's eyes remained icy as she rejected the proposal. What she despised most were these so-called righteous sects, who spoke of great ideals while harboring ulterior motives and interests. Furthermore, she had no regard for the empty title of saintess and had no need for guidance from a mere spirit saint like Mu Nanshan here. Here Mu Nan Tian exchanged glances with the six peak masters, puzzled as to why Qin Yaoshuang would forsake an opportunity coveted by many, insisting instead on joining the seemingly worthless Piao Miao Peak. Chun Li, we cannot consent to this. Seeing that Qin Yaoshuang remained unmoved, Mu Nan Tian turned to Chun Li and stated in a solemn tone, Qin Yaoshuang possesses the potential of a great emperor. She will undoubtedly elevate our Tian Yan Sect to new heights in the future. We absolutely cannot allow her to join your Piao Miao Peak. Chun Li frowned slightly and, with righteous indignation, replied, Brothers, Qin Yaoshuang's decision to join my Piao Miao Peak is her own as one of the peak masters of Tian Yan Sect. I vow to defend her will with my life. Mu Nan Tian, filled with ire, retorted, If you truly care for our Tian Yan Sect, you should willingly step aside. Otherwise, you will only lead her astray, leaving us a laughingstock. He paused, his anger still simmering, and continued, Even now, we are all at the Spirit Sovereign and Spirit Saint realms. A mere gesture from us could guide Qin Yaoshuang to grasp the essence of the great Tao, allowing her to break through to the Spirit Emperor stage within a month. What can you possibly teach her? Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Chun Li turning increasingly contemptuous. The sect leader and six peak masters were already rare powerhouses. They were more than capable of guiding Qin Yaoshuang, while Chun Li, a mere Qi practitioner, could only teach her how to meditate. Chun Li furrowed his brow, about to speak, when he once again heard the notification sound from a system. Detection of host facing doubts regarding teaching ability, upgrading the 7th tier treasure, Star Observation Map, to the 9th tier treasure, Star Soul Moon Observation Map, which can impart the essence of the great Tao to disciples and reshape their foundation. At once, Chun Li's eyes brightened. The 7th tier Star Observation Map was an artifact he had discovered among the belongings of the former Peak Master. He had intended to use it to recruit disciples at the upcoming recruitment conference. To his surprise, the system had detected the issue he was facing and directly upgraded it to a 9th tier treasure. Disciple, take this, contemplate, and perceive its essence. Chun Li pulled out a roll of ethereal scroll from his voluminous sleeve and casually handed it to Qin Yaoshuang, speaking nonchalantly. Qin Yaoshuang furrowed her delicate brows, assuming he had merely produced some insignificant artifact for show, and reluctantly accepted it to smooth things over. A 9th tier treasure. Unexpectedly, as soon as she received the scroll, her expression shifted, and she hastily unfurled it. Swish! In an instant, a multitude of stars and moons surged forth from the scroll, each star radiating an ancient, ethereal aura, shimmering with an otherworldly beauty. The onlookers were irresistibly drawn into the resplendent starry scene, and the myriad questions that had plagued their training suddenly became crystal clear. Is that truly the ninth-tier star, Soul Moon observation map? Mu Nantian and the six-peak masters were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment as they gasped in disbelief. It was no wonder they reacted so. A ninth-tier treasure was indeed exceedingly rare, and the Star Soul Moon observation map could reshape the viewer's foundational understanding of the Tao, making it an ideal artifact for cultivation. Leader, this treasure, while slightly inferior to our Tian Yan Sect's Imperial artifacts, where did Chen Li acquire it? Mu Nantian pondered for a long moment, his expression filled with confusion. I recall the former master of Piao Miao Peak possessing a 7th-tier star observation map. Could it actually have been the 9th-tier star Soul Moon observation map? The six-peak masters exchanged glances, their hearts swirling with mixed emotions. How could Chun Li be so generous as to gift such a treasure to Qin Yaoshuang? What shall we do now? Just as they had questioned Chun Li's ability to win over Qin Yaoshuang, he had countered by presenting her with a 9th-tier treasure, a clear slap in their faces. Are you truly giving me this Star Soul Moon observation map? Qin Yaoshuang gazed at Chun Li, her frosty demeanor softening for the first time. Even if Chun Li's artifact was acquired through others, how many could casually bestow a 9th-tier treasure like him? Chun Li waved his hand dismissively, speaking with an air of indifference. This treasure serves no purpose in my hands, simply contemplate it well. Given his own aptitude, it would likely be difficult for him to grasp the intricacies of the Star Soul Moon observation map. It was better to gift it to his disciple to garner some favor. Qin Yaoshuang raised an eyebrow and, without further ado, closed the Star Soul Moon observation map and tucked it away. As the radiant starlight dispersed, the talented prodigies in the gathering slowly regained their senses, erupting in astonishment. What has transpired? Why was I in a state of enlightenment? Many of my usual doubts have suddenly cleared up. If only that state could last a while longer, I would surely break through at once. Don't you know? That was the phenomenon of the 9th-tier star Soul Moon observation map. A parting gift from Chun Li, the master of Piao Miao Peak, to his disciple. What? A 9th-tier treasure? Everyone cast envious glances at Qin Yaoshuang, their hearts filled with regret. Had I known that joining the Misty Peak would grant one a 9th-tier magical artifact, they would have clamored to enter, even willingly acknowledging Chen Li, a mere Qi refinement period cultivator, as their master. Master Chun, are there still magical artifacts and elixirs available at Misty Peak? I, as your disciple, am eager to join Misty Peak and serve under your guidance. Indeed, we too wish to pledge ourselves to Misty Peak. A chorus of greedy individuals expressed their desires, their eyes glinting with envy. Chapter 3. Cultivation soars. Punishing the demon emperor's disciple for copying the Tao Te Ching, Chun Li snorted disdainfully, declaring, "You opportunists who forsake righteousness for profit are unworthy to join Misty Peak, let alone the heavenly Transformation Sect." Finally, Chen Li turned to Mu Nantian and spoke slowly. "Brother, what do you think?" Mu Nantian paused for a moment, then nodded coldly. "Indeed, our heavenly Transformation Sect is not a refuge for the corrupt. You are all disqualified from selecting a peak." As his words settled, Mu Nantian flicked his sleeve, and the opportunists were instantly swept away by a gust of wind. "Cast out of the sect, brother. If there is nothing else, I shall take my disciple and return now." Mu Nantian's face was etched with hesitation, still wishing to persuade Chun Li to refuse Qin Yaoshuang's admission to Misty Peak. Yet he found no suitable justification at the moment. After all, Chen Li had already presented his disciple with a 9th-tier artifact capable of altering destiny, making the other 6 peak masters appear somewhat inadequate in comparison. "Disciple, let us return to Misty Peak." Chen Li, unwilling to grant them a chance to speak, turned and led Qin Yaoshuang away amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. "Master, will you truly allow Chun Li to squander Qin Yaoshuang's potential?" The 6 peak masters frowned in unison. "Not so fast." Mu Nantian inhaled deeply, watching Chen Li's retreating figure as he slowly remarked, "In a little over a month, the sect will hold its grand competition. At that time, we can seize the opportunity to strike back, allowing him to submit willingly. This will also serve to temper Qin Yaoshuang's character. Once she sees Chen Li's true nature, she will naturally wish to depart from Misty Peak." The 6 peak masters exchanged knowing smiles. The master is indeed astute. Upon returning to the Tao Academy at Misty Peak with Chen Yaoshuang, Chen Li was greeted by the system's notification sound. Congratulations to the host Chen Li for accepting the demon Emperor Chen Yaoshuang as a disciple, permanently binding her with double cultivation. Chen Li felt an overwhelming surge of power flood into his body. Coalescing in his dantian, the dense, almost tangible spiritual energy accumulated there, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. Peak Chi Refinement, Peak Spirit Master, Peak Great Spirit Master, Peak Spirit King, Early Spirit Emperor. After leaping through 5 realms, Chen Li's cultivation stabilized at the Early Spirit Emperor level. Surpassing Chen Yaoshuang's Spirit King level by a significant margin, To received such rewards from merely accepting a reincarnated Spirit King as a disciple. Does this mean I can effortlessly ascend to godhood in the future? Chen Li's heart raced with excitement. Beside him, Chen Yaoshuang sensed a sudden eruption of Spirit Emperor-level aura from Chen Li, and as she was filled with uncertainty, that aura abruptly vanished, with a furrowed brow. She extended her spiritual sense to probe Chun Li, but found nothing unusual. How strange. Could it be an illusion? At that moment, Chun Li was engrossed in the system panel, unaware of her confusion. Host, Chen Li Realm, Early Spirit Emperor, protected by the aura of the Heavenly Tao. Outsiders cannot discern the true realm. Disciple, Chen Yaoshuang, Reincarnated Empress, Late Spirit King Strict Master Task 1. Instruct the disciple to copy the Tao Te Ching 10 times. The disciple may gain insights into the Tao, while the strict master receives double the insights. A faint smile crept onto Chun Li's face. New tasks awaited. Insights into the Tao sounded immensely powerful. And not only could he facilitate his disciple's comprehension, but he too would reap double the rewards. Thus, his cultivation would surely soar with ease. Upon returning to Misty Peak, Chun Li stood there, grinning foolishly and speechless. Chen Yaoshuang, coldly, declared, I wish to cultivate in solitude. Do not disturb me on ordinary days. Now that Chen Yaoshuang's foundation was damaged, and her heart was set on revenge against the righteous alliance, she must cultivate more diligently than in her past life to have even a glimmer of hope for breaking through to the divine realm. At that moment, Chen Li exited the system panel and, upon hearing her words, revealed a hint of displeasure. Disciple, now that you have pledged yourself to Misty Peak, why do you not address me as master, regardless of your status as the Demon Emperor? Once you enter my fold, you must adhere to the sect's rules. Moreover, Chun Li's cultivation was still beneath Chen Yaoshuang's, thus he felt no fear. Chen Yaoshuang paused, momentarily taken aback, before her icy demeanor flickered with a hint of anger. Master? Are you implying that I must call you master from now on? In her past life, she was a dignified demon emperor, one of the strongest in this realm, a being who commanded the winds and reigned supreme. How could a mere chi refinement cultivator like Chun Li demand such respect? Or else what? Chun Li queried in astonishment. Did you not willingly join Misty Peak? I did not coerce you. Since you have become my disciple, you must address me as master. I dare to call you, but do you dare to accept? Chen Yaoshuang's cold gaze sharpened as she unleashed her Spirit King aura. This strike would not injure Chen Li, merely leaving him in a disheveled heap on the ground. At that moment, would he still have the audacity to mention the title of master? Yet, Chen Li stood with his hands behind his back, wearing an expression of serene indifference. The overwhelming pressure surrounding him felt as though it had sunk into the depths of the ocean, stirring not a ripple. How could this be possible? Chen Yaoshuang stared in disbelief at the scene before her. Chun Li was merely a chi refinement cultivator. He could not possibly withstand her aura. Could he actually be a formidable being masquerading as a fool? I understand your pride. I can comprehend why you find it difficult to utter the word master. Chun Li sighed lightly, then shifted his tone. However, your disregard for your elders warrants a slight reprimand. Thus, you are to copy the text 10 times today. Without utilizing spiritual energy, you are only permitted to write by hand. With that, Chen Li produced the Tao Te Ching provided by the system from his sleeve and handed it to Chen Yaoshuang before departing gracefully. A gentle breeze swept by. Only then did Chen Yaoshuang come to her senses. Gazing down at the book inscribed with the characters Tao Te Ching, her teeth clenched in fury. Chun Li, how dare you play me for a fool? With a sweep of her spiritual sense, she comprehended all the contents of the Tao Te Ching. This was not a cultivation method. Though it possessed some esoteric meaning, it was of no assistance in enhancing her cultivation. Chen Yaoshuang dismissed it as a feigned profundity concocted by Chun Li. An unequivocal humiliation for her as an empress. You want me to copy this? You think you're worthy? With a cold snort, Chen Yaoshuang tossed the Tao Te Ching into the corner of her storage ring. harboring no intention of copying it at all. What if I refuse to copy it? What can you do? As Chen Li settled back into his cave dwelling, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Detection of disciple Qin Yaoshuang questioning the identity of her strict master. Limited time Imperial grade treasure, the tightening spell, obtained. Chapter 4. Imperial grade treasure, the Demon Emperor copies books Imperial grade treasure, the tightening spell. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chun Li's interest peaked. Imperial grade treasures are the most powerful artifacts in this realm, far surpassing 9th tier treasures. The name of the tightening spell alone implied its efficacy. System. Activate the tightening spell. The tightening spell has been activated. The host must recite the incantation to induce excruciating pain in disciple Qin Yaoshuang, rendering her life unbearable. Such cruelty. Chen Li raised an eyebrow, then began to recite the incantation at the back mountain of Misty Peak. Qin Yaoshuang, having carelessly discarded the Tao Te Ching into her storage ring, prepared to commence her cultivation. Just then, she was suddenly beset by a splitting headache, as though countless steel needles were relentlessly stabbing into her mind. Ah! Qin Yaoshuang crouched down, clutching her head in agony, attempting to channel her spiritual energy to resist the excruciating pain, yet found it utterly futile. What in the world is happening? Enduring the torment. Qin Yaoshuang's spiritual sense swept through her body repeatedly. Yet she could find no abnormalities. Unbeknownst to her, the tightening spell was an imperial-grade treasure produced by the system, far beyond the capacity of a mere spirit king cultivator to withstand. Meanwhile, in his dwelling, Chun Li observed the status of Qin Yaoshuang displayed clearly on the jade slip in his hand. The system's creations are indeed remarkable. The effects of this tightening spell exceed my expectations. A slight smile crept across Chun Li's face as he focused his thoughts, ceasing the incantation. Disciple, do you now comprehend the extent of your master's power? Chun Li's voice echoed like a specter in Qin Yaoshuang's ears. Qin Yaoshuang abruptly looked up, only to find Chun Li standing before her, a mocking grin upon his face. That agonizing pain just now was undoubtedly his doing. What have you done to me? Qin Yaoshuang gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with anger and fear. That I merely administered a slight reprimand to impart the lesson of respecting one's master. Chun Li replied nonchalantly. Now, you shall go and copy the text. Obediently and without delay, Qin Yaoshuang's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe her ears. You dare to make me copy books? You. How is it that a newly appointed master must be defied? Chen Li feigned seriousness, his expression stern as he declared, once a master, forever a father. You must copy this text. Whether you wish to or not, you shall do it. Qin Yaoshuang gritted her silver teeth, wishing she could rend Chen Li into 1,000 pieces. Yet, she was acutely aware that in her current state, she stood no chance against Chen Li. Moreover, she had distinctly felt the formidable aura emanating from him last time, which was far from superficial. Fine, I shall copy it. Ultimately, Qin Yaoshuang capitulated. The once mighty demon emperor found herself compelled to transcribe texts like an ordinary mortal child. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly become the source of ridicule throughout the cultivation world. However, in order to restore her powers and exact revenge, she had no choice but to endure this humiliation. If that's more like it. Chun Li nodded with satisfaction, turning to return to his cave, patiently awaiting Qin Yaoshuang to complete her transcription of the Tao Te Ching. Meanwhile, Qin Yaoshuang, her face darkened, retreated to her own chamber to begin her writing. Time swiftly passed, and 7 days had elapsed. During this period, aside from her cultivation, Qin Yaoshuang devoted all her time to copying the Tao Te Ching. Nevertheless, as a proud demon emperor who had perused countless scriptures in her past life, transcribing a single volume of the Tao Te Ching was hardly a challenge. Master, I have transcribed the Tao Te Ching 10 times. Please review it. Qin Yaoshuang presented the 10 thick volumes before Chun Li, her tone icy. Chun Li received the texts and casually flipped through a few pages, nodding with approval. Very good. The handwriting is neat. And there are no errors. It seems you have indeed put in the effort these past few days. Qin Yaoshuang huffed disdainfully, choosing to remain silent. The demon emperor was forced to comply like a mere mortal child, a notion she could hardly swallow. Chen Li, perceptive to her dissatisfaction, paid it no mind. System, submit the task. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of being a strict master. Rewards are being distributed. Disciple Qin Yaoshuang receives the reward, insight into the Tao One. Cultivation level elevated to the initial stage of the spiritual sovereign realm. Host Chen Li receives the reward, insight into the Tao 2, cultivation level elevated to the later stage of the spiritual sovereign realm. Boom! As the system notification resonated, An ethereal energy began to circulate between Chun Li and Qin Yaoshuang. Qin Yaoshuang felt an explosion of spiritual light in her mind, her comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth soaring several levels in an instant. Have I broken through? She mused, sensing the abundant spiritual energy within her, a tempest of astonishment stirring in her heart. How could this be? Is it related to copying that peculiar scripture? Who exactly is Chen Li? How does he possess such unfathomable abilities? This Tao Te Ching is indeed a remarkable treasure. It has allowed me to directly ascend to the later stage of the spiritual sovereign realm. Chun Li reveled in joy that he had initially thought it would take a long time to reach this level. But unexpectedly, a single transcription of the Tao Te Ching had propelled him forward. It seemed he would need to assign more transcription tasks in the future. Master, what is the origin of this Tao Te Ching? Why did my cultivation advance after transcribing it? Qin Yaoshuang suppressed her astonishment, striving for a calm tone as she inquired. Curious, are we? Chun Li smiled faintly, then feigned profundity as he replied. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. When you reach my level, you will naturally understand. Qin Yaoshuang furrowed her brow, a cold scoff escaping her lips. As a proud demon emperor, when had she ever needed to curry favor with others? I take my leave. She cast a lingering glance at Chen Li before turning away, leaving only a frigid silhouette in her wake. Watching her depart, a subtle smile played at the corners of Chun Li's mouth, revealing a hint of amusement. He could certainly sense Qin Yaoshuang's pride and defiance. Yet he remained unfazed. The image of a demon emperor willingly seeking him as a master was intriguing indeed. Moreover, his primary objective now was to enhance his own strength, striving to complete the system tasks and reap more substantial rewards. Chun Li closed his eyes, his spirit sinking into the sea of consciousness, beginning to digest the 2 points of Tao insight he had just obtained. Insight into the Tao is ineffable and profound. It is invisible, intangible, yet it exists authentically within the cosmos. Even for those celestial emperors of transcendent cultivation, it is often a lifelong endeavor to grasp even a hint of it. Yet now, Chun Li possessed 2 entire points of Tao insight. As his mind immersed, Chen Li felt as if he were enveloped in chaos. Around him was an expanse of void, no time, no space, only intricate and arcane symbols flowing gently. These symbols contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, the mysteries of the universe, and even with Chen Li's current level of comprehension, it was a challenge to grasp even a fraction of their meaning. Nevertheless, he could still sense the immense power embedded within those symbols. The Tao is vast, yet all paths lead to the same end. We cultivators should aspire to attain the Tao for eternal life. A voice, ancient and profound, suddenly resonated in Chun Li's mind. This voice was as vast as the ocean and as deep as the abyss. Seeming to originate from beyond the heavens, yet it felt as if it were whispering directly into his ear. Chen Li's heart trembled. He understood this to be the sound of the Tao. The Tao was guiding him. He dared not delay, quickly focusing his mind to listen intently. As the sound of the Tao echoed, the previously obscure symbols began to clarify. Chen Li felt as though he had opened a brand new door, revealing an entirely new world. He witnessed the relentless flow of the river of time, the twisting and folding of spatial laws, and the endless mysteries of the origins of life. He perceived the cycles of birth and death of all things in the universe, the trajectories of the laws of heaven and earth, and the relentless yet just nature of the cycle of fate. Chapter 5, The Formless Tao. The Demon Emperor's shocked 2 points of Tao insight descended upon him like a divine revelation, propelling Chen Li's understanding of the principles of heaven and earth to new heights, while simultaneously deepening his awareness of his own insignificance. I am but a mere spiritual sovereign. The path to the legendary Tao of eternal life is still a long way ahead of me. Chun Li mused inwardly. At that moment, a commotion outside the cave interrupted his meditation. Master Chun, our peak master requests your presence. Please accompany us to Songhai Peak for a discussion. One disciple, with a forced smile, spoke with an air of arrogance, lacking any semblance of sincerity. Indeed, Master Chun, please do not keep us waiting. Another disciple chimed in, urging him with a condescending tone. Hearing the raucous voices, Chen Li frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. The visitors were 2 young disciples clad in azure robes, representatives of Songhai Peak, one of the 6 peaks of the Tian Yan Sect. Chen Li pondered, for the Piao Miao Peak had long fallen into obscurity, seldom attracting attention. Why would the disciples of Songhai Peak suddenly come to visit? Might I inquire what brings you 2 esteemed disciples to Piao Miao Peak? Chun Li asked nonchalantly. Master Chun, we are merely here on orders to request your presence at Songhai Peak. One disciple replied, his tone dripping with disdain. Request my presence at Songhai Peak, Chun Li thought to himself. Suppressing a cold laugh, this was no request, but rather an accusation. It was likely that Mu Nantian had orchestrated this, seeking to leverage the opportunity to coerce him into surrendering Qin Yaoshuang or the Star Soul Observation Moon Map. Please return, esteemed disciples, and inform them that I, Chen Li, am unwell and unable to receive guests. Chen Li replied coolly. Master Chun, I advise you not to mislead yourself. The other disciple sneered. Do you truly believe that hiding away in Piao Miao Peak will grant you peace of mind? We are here on orders, and should you refuse to comply, do not blame us for being ungracious. Exchanging glances, the two disciples of Songhai Peak unleashed their powerful aura, pressing down upon Chun Li with the force of their late-stage spiritual master realm. Two mere juniors of the spiritual master realm dare to act so brazenly before me, Chun Li thought, a cold smile forming on his lips as he prepared to teach them a lesson. But just as he was about to channel his spiritual energy, the 2 points of Tao insight in his sea of consciousness seemed to resonate, unleashing an uncontrollable wave of formless pressure. Thud! The faces of the two Songhai Peak disciples paled dramatically. Their legs weakened, and they fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably, as if faced with a ferocious beast. This, the aura of the Tao. The two disciples thought, their hearts filled with dread. The Tao is formless yet undeniably exists within the universe, embodying the highest realm that all cultivators yearn for. Even Mu Nantian, the sect leader of Tian Yan, had only touched the fringes of the Tao, a chasm away from truly comprehending it. Yet, at this moment, they felt the presence of the Tao in this humble Piao Miao Peak. How could this be possible? Chun Li, equally astonished, was bewildered. He had merely expressed mild annoyance and had yet to make a move. Yet these two disciples of Songhai Peak had suddenly knelt before him. Moreover, he distinctly sensed that the terrifying pressure he had just experienced did not emanate from himself, but rather from the profound insights of the Tao within his consciousness. Could this be the might of the Tao? Chen Li's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Merely a trace of this aura's leakage rendered the two late-stage spirit masters utterly defenseless. If he could fully harness this power, then what would that mean? What are you doing? Qin Yaoshuang furrowed her delicate brows and stepped out of the cave abode, although she looked down upon Chen Li. Piao Miao Peak was nonetheless the place where she currently cultivated, and the audacity of these two disciples from Songhai Peak displeased her greatly. Upon seeing Qin Yaoshuang emerge, the previously arrogant demeanor of the two Songhai Peak disciples immediately diminished. They had witnessed Qin Yaoshuang display extraordinary strength, far surpassing her peers at the sect's recruitment conference, earning her the admiration of several peak masters. She was clearly not someone to be trifled with. So it is junior sister Qin. One of the disciples forced a smile and said, We, the brothers, have been sent by the peak master to invite peak master Chun to a discussion. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Junior sister, discussion? Qin Yaoshuang let out a cold laugh. With the two of you, do you truly believe you have the right to summon my master? Be gone at once. The faces of the two disciples turned crimson. Though they were furious, they did not dare to confront Qin Yaoshuang directly. Qin Yaoshuang, do not push your luck. One of the disciples shouted, his tone fierce yet trembling. We are merely carrying out orders. And if you refuse to cooperate, do not blame us for being ungracious. With that, he attempted to summon his magical artifact to teach Qin Yaoshuang a lesson. Ignorant fool. Qin Yaoshuang snorted coldly, although she had just broken through to the early stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. She had yet to fully familiarize herself with this newfound power. At this moment, she did not exert her full strength. With a mere flick of her hand, a surge of spiritual energy surged toward the two. The two disciples from Songhai Peak exchanged knowing glances, concealing their disdain. They acknowledged that Qin Yaoshuang's talent was indeed commendable, even if her strength in the Spirit King realm should not be underestimated. They were a combined force. Did she truly think she could take on two opponents alone? Both disciples activated their magical artifacts, a shimmering green sword and a brilliant golden spear, which transformed into two streaks of light. Colliding head-on with her spiritual energy, boom, a resounding explosion echoed as the energies clashed, creating a shockwave that sent their garments fluttering. The two Songhai Peak disciples felt an overwhelming force strike them, causing them to involuntarily stumble back several paces, their faces paling slightly. How could this be? They were utterly astonished, having never anticipated that a single move would completely suppress them. Could this truly be the power possessed by a Spirit King realm cultivator? Just 7 days prior, She had only been at the Spirit King level. Had her strength truly surged so dramatically in such a short span? Qin Yaoshuang's heart stirred. It seemed that after transcribing the Tao Te Ching, her mastery over spiritual energy had indeed advanced significantly. With this thought, her curiosity was piqued, and she yearned to test the limits of her current strength. Come again, Qin Yaoshuang commanded, her voice ringing with authority as she dashed toward the Wuazong High Peak disciples. This time, she held nothing back, channeling her spiritual energy to its utmost, her strikes imbued with a fierce intensity. The Wuazong High Peak disciples, sensing the gravity of the situation, dared not underestimate her and hastily prepared to defend themselves. In an instant, the three were engulfed in battle, spiritual energies clashing, sword auras slicing through the air, and spear shadows darting about. The skies above Piao Miao Peak reverberating with deafening roars. Initially, Qin Yaoshuang managed to suppress the two with her spirit emperor cultivation. However, as time passed, she gradually found herself at a disadvantage. The Wuazong High Peak disciples were seasoned warriors, battle-hardened and well-coordinated. Though their cultivation was inferior to Qin Yaoshuang's, one wielded a sword radiating a chilling azure light with lethal precision, while the other wielded a golden spear that struck like a dragon, each blow vicious and unforgiving. They coordinated their attacks seamlessly, with several formidable magical artifacts enhancing their prowess, gradually overwhelming Qin Yaoshuang's offensive. Chapter 6. The Stern Master's Task, Demanding Elixirs. Damn it, Qin Yaoshuang thought anxiously, never imagining that these two would prove so troublesome, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Qin Yaoshuang, is that all you've got? Surrender quietly, lest we brothers be forced to destroy your flower-like beauty. The Wuazong High Peak disciples, emboldened by their position, taunted her. You seek death. Qin Yaoshuang seethed with indignation, the spirit of defiance ignited within her. She swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations as an arcane aura emanated from her being. The Tao Te Ching? Chen Li, sensing this aura, recognized it as a secret technique recorded in the Tao Te Ching. It appeared that in the past few days, Qin Yaoshuang had not merely been going through the motions, she had genuinely immersed herself in understanding the Tao Te Ching. Go, Qin Yaoshuang cried out, her hands thrusting forward, sending forth golden runes that flew from her palms, coalescing into a radiant golden barrier that enveloped the Wuazong High Peak disciples. What is this? The two disciples were struck with alarm, attempting to evade, only to find themselves ensnared by the golden barrier, utterly immobilized. Boom! In the next moment, the golden barrier erupted violently, unleashing a tempest of terrifying energy that surged outward. The two disciples screamed, their forms akin to kites with severed strings, flying backward and crashing heavily several dozen feet away, blood gushing from their mouths. Their energies utterly depleted as tranquility returned. Qin Yaoshuang gazed down at her hands, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features before she regained her composure. She sensed that the power of her previous strike had far exceeded her understanding of the early Spirit Emperor realm. Even hinting at a higher level of strength, the Tao Te Ching is truly remarkable, she mused, recalling the swallowing heaven demon technique she had practiced in her past life. Though formidable, it was fraught with drawbacks, and each ascension demanded tremendous suffering. The Tao Te Ching, on the surface unassuming, contained subtleties more profound and exquisite than most techniques she had encountered. Disciple, are you unharmed? Chen Li's voice resonated, laced with concern. Qin Yaoshuang turned her gaze toward him, her expression calm, yet carrying a warmth she herself had not recognized. The disciple is unscathed. Chen Li, perceiving her change, nodded inwardly that it seemed that the Tao Te Ching was indeed a treasure, capable not only of enhancing cultivation but also of nurturing the bond between master and disciple. As long as you are well, he replied with a smile, let us be on our way. At that moment, the two injured Song High Peak disciples struggled to rise from the ground, their eyes filled with resentment as they glared at Chen Li and Qin Yaoshuang. Chen Li, how dare you allow your disciple to harm members of Song High Peak? This matter will not be easily resolved. One of the disciples spat, pointing a trembling finger at Chun Li. Oh, is that so? Chun Li retorted, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips, exuding a hint of disdain. Then go back and inform your peak master that I, Chun Li, shall await his revenge. The Wuazong High Peak disciples seethed with rage, yet upon meeting Chun Li's inscrutable gaze, they dared not utter another word, begrudgingly retreating with threats as they left Piao Miao Peak. Observing their departing figures, Chen Li's eyes glimmered with amusement. He knew this matter would not conclude so easily. However, it did not weigh heavily on his mind. For suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Stern Master Task 2. Please elevate your disciple Qin Yaoshuang's cultivation to the mid-spirit emperor realm within 1 month. Task reward. A random celestial tier technique and an elevation of 1 minor realm for the host. Task failure. The host's cultivation will regress by 1 minor realm, elevating her to the mid-spirit emperor realm within a month. Chun Li raised an eyebrow. Qin Yaoshuang had just broken through to the early spirit emperor realm, and achieving another breakthrough in such a short time would be no small feat. That it seemed he would need to procure suitable elixirs to assist her. After a moment of contemplation, a thought struck him, and a playful smile appeared on his lips. That I recall that Songhai Peak possesses a herb known as Tianqing grass, which greatly aids in stabilizing one's cultivation at the spirit emperor level. It would indeed be quite beneficial for Yaoshuang at this juncture. With this in mind, Chen Li turned to Qin Yaoshuang and inquired, "Disciple, would you accompany your master to Songhai Peak?" Qin Yaoshuang paused, momentarily perplexed at Songhai Peak. For what purpose? Chen Li replied nonchalantly, "Do you not wish to grow stronger quickly to protect your master? I shall seek out precious herbs for you to protect him." Qin Yaoshuang's lips twitched slightly at his words, inwardly reflecting, "As expected, this master of mine continues to elude any sense of awe. Let us go," she responded lightly, following Chun Li as they soared into the air with their swords. Yet a flicker of intrigue stirred within her heart regarding the impending quest for accountability. "Well then, let's be on our way," Chen Li said with a subtle smile, leading Qin Yaoshuang as they ascended directly towards Kanghafeng. Since Kanghafeng had audaciously provoked him atop the ethereal peak, he saw no reason to extend them any courtesy. It was the perfect opportunity to demand some medicinal pills and expedite the completion of his system task. At Kanghafeng's main hall, as Chun Li and Qin Yaoshuang approached on their swords, they were abruptly halted by an invisible barrier. "Who dares intrude upon the sacred grounds of Kanghafeng?" 2 figures burst forth from the hall. The very disciples who had previously been reprimanded by Qin Yaoshuang. "Well, aren't these our 2 familiar faces?" Chun Li remarked with a grin, his tone laced with mockery. The 2 disciples of Kanghafeng paled at the sight of Chun Li and Qin Yaoshuang, their expressions betraying a flicker of fear. They had first-hand experience of these two's formidable prowess, especially Qin Yaoshuang, whose single strike had left them severely injured, a memory that still haunted them. "What brings you here?" one disciple asked, attempting to sound imposing, yet failing to mask the trepidation in his eyes. Were you 2 not the ones who kindly invited me here just moments ago?" Chun Li replied, feigning confusion. "Have you forgotten so soon?" The disciple was momentarily at a loss for words, while the other, clutching his chest and stained with blood at the corners of his mouth, bellowed, "We genuinely invited you over. Yet, not only did you refuse our courtesy, but you also harmed us, and now you dare storm onto our mountain. What do you intend? Do you truly believe our sect is easy prey?" Silence. Qin Yaoshuang's beautiful eyes glinted with frost, her spiritual energy surging as she prepared to teach these 2 miscreants a lesson. "Disciple, stand down," Chen Li interjected, calmly gazing at the 2 disciples. "Return and inform your sect leader that Chen Li has arrived, and he should come out to meet me." The 2 disciples of Kanghafeng seethed with anger at his words. Yet the overwhelming pressure emanating from Chun Li silenced their protests. They could only leave with menacing remarks, retreating back into the hall. Chapter 7. Has Chen Li arrived? "Master, trouble is at hand. Chun Li has come knocking." The master of Kanghafeng, Li Wenxuan, inquired sharply, his expression shifting from surprise to a moment of disbelief. "Chun Li, are you referring to the so-called waste sect leader of Piao Miao Peak?" "Indeed, master, it is he," the disciple reported. "Is he out of his mind? I have yet to seek him out, yet he dares to come to Kanghafeng." Li Wenxuan mused, his thoughts turning. "However, since he has come to provoke us, I have detained Qin Yaoshuang and the Star Soul Moon map. Even if the sect master himself were to arrive, he would have no grounds to object." That a smile crept across Li Wenxuan's face, for the Star Soul Moon map was a 9th-grade treasure, a rarity within the entire Tian Yan Sect, almost exclusively held by the reclusive ancestors. Naturally, Li Wenxuan coveted it. Furthermore, a woman of Qin Yaoshuang's caliber, bearing the potential of an emperor, was worth far more than a mere 9th-grade treasure. An emperor, such figures were few within the Tian Yan Sect. Should Kanghafeng be graced with one, the sect's resources would undoubtedly tilt in their favor, elevating his status within the sect. With these thoughts, Li Wenxuan could hardly contain his excitement. Envisioning the Star Soul Moon map and Qin Yaoshuang as already belonging to Kanghafeng. "Come, I can hardly wait to see Chun Li kneel before me," with a flourish of his long sleeves. Li Wenxuan swiftly made his way to the main hall of Kanghafeng. Meanwhile, Within the main hall, Chen Li was observing a female disciple of Kang Haifeng. She possessed a delicate beauty, with an icy demeanor reminiscent of Qin Yaoshuang. Though not as chillingly exquisite, clutching a pristine white sword, she stood alert like her fellow disciples, wary of Chen Li and his pupil. At that moment, a notification box flickered above her head. Shinqingha. An alchemical prodigy, early-stage spirit king, ice spirit sacred body, in an unawakened state. Ding. Task to accept a disciple triggered. Upon successful acceptance, the host may awaken Shen Qingha's ice spirit sacred body. After awakening, she can unlock the accompanying exotic fire, South Brightly Fire. A flame capable of consuming the causality of all things Do. Chen Li felt a surge of surprise and excitement. His second disciple had arrived. With the system at his disposal, he could double his gains whenever his disciples advanced in cultivation. By bringing Shen Qingha, this hidden genius, under his wing, it would equate to a fourfold increase in his own cultivation. A splendid opportunity. Chun Li was overjoyed. The more disciples he had, the better. Ideally, he would gather 1,000 disciples, allowing him to slumber at Piao Miao Peak while becoming unrivaled and dominant throughout the ages. As he reveled in these thoughts, suddenly, a divine rainbow streaked across the sky, its momentum akin to a galloping army. An unstoppable force, the might of a spirit saint, terrifying indeed. With a thunderous boom, a man in a black robe landed within the hall, his demeanor exuding arrogance, hands clasped behind his back as he towered amidst the dazzling light. His dark, piercing eyes disdainfully fixed upon Chen Li. Was none other than the master of Kang Haifeng, Li Wenxuan. Li Wenxuan strode forward, his imposing figure emanating a palpable aura of dominance. The disciples within the hall, save for Qin Yaoshuang, the reincarnation of a demon emperor, felt as if a mountain were pressing down upon them under the overwhelming pressure. Old Li, is such a commotion truly necessary on your own turf? Chun Li remarked nonchalantly, his tone dismissive. Old Li. Upon hearing Chun Li refer to him so casually, the disciples of Kang Haifeng erupted in fury. Presumptuous Chun Li, you are merely a waste of a sect leader from Tian Yan Sect. How dare you address our esteemed master in such a manner? Arrogant fool, truly arrogant. Do not think that just because you have Qin Yaoshuang, you can act with impunity in the sect. Our sect values lineage and power. Aside from Qin Yaoshuang, who else does Piao Miao Peak possess? Having endured such taunts countless times, Chun Li remained unfazed. However, Qin Yaoshuang could not tolerate the affront. Her master's good-natured demeanor was his own affair. But as the chief disciple of Piao Miao Peak, she could not bear the humiliation directed at her master. With a roar, a brilliant light erupted from Qin Yaoshuang, her spiritual energy swirling as the terrifying pressure of the Spirit King realm surged forth. Akin to a tidal wave crashing upon the disciples of Tsang Haifeng, in an instant, the disciples felt a gale sweeping from all directions, a terrifying killing intent soaring towards the heavens. Each disciple attempted to channel their techniques to defend against it. Yet in the face of Qin Yaoshuang's overwhelming aura, their efforts crumbled like a fragile dam, leaving them powerless and pinned to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Li Wenxuan felt no anger, only delight. Indeed, she possesses the potential of an emperor. In merely 3 to 5 days of joining, she has already broken through to the Spirit King realm. What remarkable talent! She must remain at Kang Haifeng. She must become my disciple, Li Wenxuan thought, his heart racing with excitement. It felt as though the star soul moon map and Qin Yaoshuang were already his. Enough, enough, Li Wenxuan said, revealing a warm smile as he lifted his hand to alleviate the pressure on the disciples. Yaoshuang, with your talent, you are destined to achieve the status of an emperor. It would be a pity to remain at Piao Miao Peak. Why not join Kang Haifeng and utilize all our resources? The invitation from a spirit saint was indeed a significant honor. However, Qin Yaoshuang merely lifted her chin, not even glancing at Li Wenxuan, and replied coolly, Masterly, my master is quite capable. There is no need for your futile scheming. This was an outright slap in the face. Even Li Wenxuan, with a spirit saint's mindset, could not help but feel a flush of humiliation at being publicly rejected by a junior. It was a profound disgrace. Chen Li, on the other hand, was thoroughly amused. Li Wenxuan had always been at odds with him, constantly trying to undermine him. Qin Yaoshuang's actions were a welcome vindication. If you think you can poach my disciples from Piao Miao Peak, you might as well give up on that dream. Kang Haifeng has nothing worth offering. Having Yaoshuang follow you would only lead to her ruin. Chun Li's taunts were blunt and unrestrained. Li Wenxuan's temper flared at the mockery, his anger boiling over. You think you can do better? You, Chun Li, are merely a waste at the qi refinement stage. You have concealed your cultivation. As Li Wenxuan spoke, he suddenly realized that, at this moment, even he, a dignified spirit saint, could not discern Chun Li's realm. Could it be that he had learned some secret technique from Qin Yaoshuang? Li Wenxuan's eyes narrowed as he swept a scrutinizing glance over Qin Yaoshuang. Increasingly convinced that this young woman was far from ordinary, perhaps her joining Piao Miao Peak was merely a guise to conceal her secrets. With this thought, Li Wenxuan's gaze darkened. Chun Li, since you dare to come to Kanghafeng, I will not hesitate to tell you the truth. Today, unless you leave the Star Soul Moon map, you shall not leave. Chun Li offered a faint smile and remarked, if you wish to possess the Star Soul Moon viewing chart, it is not a difficult task. Simply engage me in combat. Should you emerge victorious, it shall be yours at as for Qin Yaoshuang. Her choice to join any sect is her prerogative. I cannot decide for her. Chapter 8. The Might of the Great Path Fight You? Li Wenxuan, upon hearing this, could not help but burst into laughter, tilting his head back. The renowned waste of Tian Yan Sect, Chen Li, dared to challenge him. A formidable spirit saint Tao utters such words. He must either be insane or foolish. In the realm of cultivation, each realm presents its own challenges, with disparities between strength and weakness being vast, if not for the protection of the former sect master. This incompetent cultivator in the qi refinement stage would have long been expelled from Tian Yan Sect. Yet here he stood, brazenly challenging Li Wenxuan, a being of the saint level, with his mere qi refinement. This was no longer a jest, it was a quest for death. Upon hearing this, the grand hall of Songhai Peak buzzed with excitement. Disciples began pointing and whispering about Chun Li. This is hilarious. The waste Chun Li dares to challenge the peak master. If he seeks death, he could simply dig a pit and bury himself. Why must he make such a spectacle? Indeed, he was notorious in the cultivation world as an unparalleled waste, consistently engaging in unexpectedly outrageous acts. Who could deny it? Not to mention the peak master. Even I could crush him into pulp with a single finger. Witnessing this scene, Chun Li's expression darkened. He had anticipated the skepticism of the crowd. Yet he was taken aback by the extent of his infamy within Tian Yan Sect. What a label to bear as a supreme waste in the cultivation realm. These individuals were far too harsh. However, he found a modicum of solace in the fact that his apprentice, Qin Yaoshuang, seemed to hold a great deal of faith in him. What are your terms for this battle? Li Wenxuan inquired. A playful glint in his eyes to him. Chun Li was scarcely more than an insect. After all, to crush an insect, one must first lift their foot. With a gap in the ground, one might not even succeed in squashing it. But to eliminate Chun Li was far simpler. A mere glance could reduce him to ashes. Old Li, do not rush into battle just yet. I propose a wager. I shall offer the star-souled Sunyue chart as a prize. But you must present something of equal worth. Chun Li stated calmly. Li Wenxuan chuckled. Naturally, since you are so generous, I cannot be stingy. What do you desire? Songhai Peak can fulfill any request, seeing that he had been ensnared. Chun Li quickly replied, I shall concede a bit. I want a 5th-grade Tao Foundation pill and that 3rd-grade alchemy furnace of yours. Such audacity. The disciples of Songhai Peak collectively gasped. The 5th-grade Tao Foundation pill, worth a fortune, could significantly enhance a cultivator's affinity with the Tao for a brief period, allowing them to engage with the profound essence of Xianwang. The 3rd-grade alchemy furnace was equally invaluable, a coveted treasure that various factions would vie for. Chun Li truly dared to ask for such things. Nevertheless, considering he was challenging peak master Li Wenxuan, they felt indifferent, for this was a battle fated to end in defeat. Such a wager is acceptable. Li Wenxuan thought similarly. Without a hint of hesitation, he waved his hand and summoned the Tao Foundation pill and the 3rd-grade alchemy furnace. Peak Master Chun, may we now discuss the terms of the battle? Chun Li grinned mischievously to Li Wenxuan. Today I wish to engage in a discussion of the Tao with you. Do you dare accept? What a jest. Engaging in combat with a spirit saint was not something Chun Li would be foolish enough to do. He intended to leverage his strengths against Li Wenxuan's weaknesses. When it came to the Tao, aside from those long-secluded ancestors, he held little regard for the sect master, let alone the mere Li Wenxuan. On the other hand, Li Wenxuan was equally confident. Cultivation was about enhancing one's understanding of the Tao. As one's cultivation rose, so too did their comprehension. He found this contest somewhat tedious, for if he could not defeat Chen Li with a single strike, Qin Yaoshuang would never join Songhai Peak. As he contemplated this, a sudden thought struck him. Since they were to discuss the Tao, it would not suffice to merely speak of it. He decided to demonstrate his understanding personally. Should Chun Li dare to cast even a glance, the weight of Li Wenxuan's Tao would surely render him senseless. At that time, he would devise a method to retain Qin Yaoshuang at Songhai Peak, and the grand scheme would unfold seamlessly. With this in mind, Li Wenxuan stepped forward and spoke slowly. Chun Li, the Tao I cultivate can be encapsulated in a single word. I am willing to inscribe its essence. Do you dare to gaze upon it? Chun Li replied. Of course I will look. How can we discuss the Tao without looking? Humph, indeed a foolish child. Li Wenxuan scoffed inwardly. In the next instant, a brilliant light emanated from his hand as he drew a character in the air, an imposing dominance. From a distance, Qin Yaoshuang observed the character hovering in the air, radiating with a majestic aura, exuding an air of supremacy that rendered one unable to look up at it. She felt a shiver. The that Li Wenxuan cultivated, while not as profound as the Tao Te Ching, was nonetheless formidable. Even from afar, she could not help but feel a thrill of fear. Could her understanding of the Tao surpass that of her master? Curiously, she glanced at Chun Li only to find him staring intently at the character with an unusual expression. Li Wenxuan, watching Chun Li, wore a smug smile. His prediction was unfolding perfectly. To others, the character would appear vague, evoking some pressure, yet it would not harm their souls. However, what Chun Li perceived was the unreserved resonance of a spirit saint's Tao. With a single glance, he would become entranced, and before long, he would be lost in the reverberations of the Tao, rendering him a mindless waste. Yet, just as Li Wenxuan relished the thought of Chun Li's impending folly, he suddenly heard Chun Li's unconcerned voice. Old Li, your dominance is rather ordinary. It possesses form but lacks essence. Merely a facade. Li Wenxuan was taken aback, stunned that Chun Li had managed to awaken from his grasp of the Dao. In the next moment, his astonishment intensified. Chun Li's fingertips twirled slightly, and mirroring Li Wenxuan's actions, he inscribed the character I into the air. Li Wenxuan's gaze fixated on the character, and he found himself momentarily entranced. Chun Li's depiction of was executed with casual abandon, skewed and imperfect. Without careful scrutiny, it would be nearly impossible to discern its meaning. This grotesque representation drew laughter from the onlookers. This waste Chun Li is truly laughable. Not only is his cultivation low, but his writing is equally atrocious that I genuinely wonder what he has learned over the years in Tian Yan Sect. Consistently embarrassing himself. With a master like this, I would rather meet my end. What could Qin Yaoshuang possibly see in him? Is it his looks? We cultivators do not survive by appearances. This is what is meant by the saying, amateurs watch the excitement. Experts observe the intricacies. This moment, in the eyes of Li Wenxuan and Qin Yaoshuang, the unsightly character manifested an entirely different spectacle. Each stroke contained an ineffable myriad of transformations. Chapter 9. Second Disciple Shen Qinghe. My master is truly formidable. Qin Yaoshuang's heart fluttered, her eyes wide with astonishment. Gazing upon her master's Tao, she felt a striking sense of familiarity, reminiscent of her own insights derived from the Tao Te Ching. Yet the celestial wisdom embedded within far surpassed her own understanding. The fierce momentum entwined within it surged like a tempest, drawing forth a monumental flow of energy in the void, akin to the rising sun or the setting moon. Observing her master's Tao, her own understanding became markedly clearer. Qin Yaoshuang's eyes sparkled. At this moment, she was merely a thin veil away from a significant breakthrough in her comprehension of the Tao. Unbeknownst to her, the Tao insights Chen Li possessed were, in essence, akin to her own, merely advanced to a different version. Thus, Qin Yaoshuang was not overwhelmed by the resonance of the Tao. Meanwhile, Li Wenxuan was far less fortunate. His understanding of the Tao was in stark opposition to Chen Li's. He perceived the character as a tumultuous ocean, within which he floated aimlessly, losing his cultivation, struggling in vain, forever unable to reach the shore. After a while, Li Wenxuan's face flushed crimson, and white vapor began to emanate from his body. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Feeling as though his insides were ablaze, it felt as if fireballs were swelling and boiling within his meridians, threatening to burst them apart. This signified damage to his Tao foundation. And if he were not cautious, he risked to fall in his cultivation level. Peak Master, Why did you vomit blood? A disciple from Songhai Peak swiftly flew over, supporting the swaying Li Wenxuan. The other disciples looked on in stunned silence, murmuring among themselves. Has the Peak Master actually lost to that waste Chun Li? No, this is absolutely impossible. The Peak Master is a spirit saint. What is Chun Li in comparison? By what means can his Tao harm the Peak Master? Indeed, it must be that Peak Master Li has encountered a mishap during his cultivation, causing the spiritual energy to fluctuate and his Tao heart to waver, resulting in his spitting blood that in their minds. The Peak Master stands as a figure who can rival the current sect leader. Thus, it is utterly inconceivable that he could be bested by a notorious waste at this moment. However, Li Wenxuan's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions, and he no longer dared to gaze upon the grotesque character at that time. The shock within him was no less than that of Qin Yaoshuang. Li Wenxuan could not fathom why someone as infamous as Chun Li possessed such profound insights into the great Tao. As the illustrious master of Songhai Peak and a revered spirit saint, he had nearly succumbed to this predicament, teetering on the brink of a fall from grace. Li Wenxuan felt disheartened. Meanwhile, Chun Li wore a cheerful smile. Old Li, I must thank you for the treasures of Songhai Peak. As fellow disciples, we share a close bond, so I will graciously accept them. With that, Chun Li reached out and seized the 5th grade Tao Foundation pill and the 3rd grade alchemy furnace. Return my Peak's treasures. Chun Li, my Peak Master has merely encountered a misstep in cultivation. Your victory is unearned. Indeed, you have some prowess. Come again to Songhai Peak for a discussion on the Tao. But for today, kindly return my 2 treasured items. The disciples of Songhai Peak turned red with rage. These were their treasures, their cherished possessions. They would never allow them to fall into another's hands. Seeing them rush forward, intent on reclaiming the Tao Foundation pill and alchemy furnace, Qin Yaoshuang showed no leniency. Her delicate hands extended, powerful spiritual energy surged at her fingertips, gently directed towards the crowd of Songhai Peak disciples. A purple light burst forth from her fingertips like a raging tide, creating astonishing waves that bore down upon them. Boom! A large number of Songhai Peak disciples were immediately forced to the ground. Immobilized by the overwhelming spiritual energy, it was a complete rout. Chun Li was very pleased with Qin Yaoshuang's performance. His satisfaction with this disciple grew by the moment that moment. Li Wenxuan regained a measure of composure. At his level, he could hardly resort to petty tricks. A loss was a loss. Yaoshuang, enough. Withdraw your spiritual energy. You and your master may leave Songhai Peak. The master of a peak. Li Wenxuan's words carried weight. And Qin Yaoshuang could not afford to disregard him. She immediately retracted her hand and dispelled the spell point. One more thing. Chun Li spoke slowly. Old Li, your Songhai Peak has numerous disciples, but limited resources. May I select one to be my disciple? Consider it a means to alleviate some pressure on your peak. Li Wenxuan furrowed his brow slightly. How brazen. Not only did he take advantage of the situation, but he also sought to poach disciples right before his eyes. Yet, upon further reflection, he noted that most of Songhai Peak's disciples specialized in alchemy, while Chun Li was utterly ignorant of the craft. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to seek him as a master. Wishing to humiliate Chen Li, he addressed the disciples. Is there anyone among you who wishes to join Peak Master Chen's tutelage? Feel free to speak. I shall not impede you. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Songhai Peak erupted in laughter. They could not match Qin Yaoshuang, but she was not taught by Chen Li. Her exceptional talent had earned her praise even from the sect leader. Losing to her was not a disgrace. Yet what was Chen Li? Only a fool would choose to follow him as a master. Peak Master, surely you jest. Only a lunatic would choose Chen Li as a teacher. Indeed, what could one learn from him? Sleep, perhaps. That is something I was born knowing without needing to learn. Do you think that just because you stumbled upon good fortune and defeated our Peak Master, you are invincible? Now you wish to gather disciples? As the disciples mercilessly mocked him, Li Wenxuan felt his gloom lifting. This was precisely the effect he desired. However, Chun Li remained unfazed, his gaze solely fixed on the inconspicuous female disciple in the far corner, Shen Qinghe. The peculiarities of Songhai Peak held no allure for him. His singular goal was to recruit this unassuming girl. Thus, amidst the jeers of the crowd, he slowly approached Shen Qinghe. Do you wish to take me as your master? I know you are not particularly remarkable among the disciples of Songhai Peak. By becoming my disciple, I shall help you shine as brightly as Qin Yaoshuang. Follow me, and I can make you a grandmaster of alchemy. Chun Li's voice was soft and low. He did not wish for others to overhear. Yet, even the faintest whisper struck Xinxingha like thunderclaps that moment. Her heart surged with tumultuous waves. To shine as brilliantly as Qin Yaoshuang. To become a grandmaster of alchemy? Qin Yaoshuang was a paragon praised even by the sect leader, while a grandmaster of alchemy was a figure of legend. Chun Li's words seemed like a fairy tale. Xinxingha felt dazed, unable to comprehend why someone like her would attract Chen Li's attention. However, regardless of what the future held, she did not want to miss this opportunity. Realizing this, Xinxingha knelt before him without hesitation. Respectfully bowing in a gesture of apprenticeship, disciple Xinxingha pays respects to master. Chun Li nodded with delight. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my second disciple at Piao Miao Peak. Chapter 10. Distribution of Rewards. What? Xinxingha has actually taken Chen Li as her master. Upon witnessing this scene, the hall of Songhai Peak erupted in an uproar. The disciples were baffled. Why would Xinxingha, an alchemist, choose to serve Chen Li as her master? Could it be because he was handsome? This remark sparked a degree of consensus among the crowd. Women, often deemed to possess ample bosoms yet lacking in intellect, are swayed by appearances. This principle holds true in the world of cultivation as well. Not long ago, on the Xinyan continent, a male cultivator named Chai Shuquan had captivated countless female cultivators with his every move, despite his mediocre abilities and limited talents in song and dance. His only shining trait was his exceptional looks. As a result, many female cultivators from various sects, including some spirit saints, were drawn to him, referring to him as brother. They lavished him with pills, techniques, secret arts, and treasures as if they were worthless trinkets, merely hoping for him to glance their way amidst the crowd. Consequently, major sects, including Tian Yan Sect, united to issue the Limit Shuquan order to curb the outflow of sect resources. Yet even this could not halt the frenzy of female cultivators, who banded together to protest the issuance of the Limit Shuquan order throughout Xinyan continent. In light of this, the male disciples of Songhai Peak seethed with resentment. Their hatred for brother surpassed even that directed at Chun Li, including Li Wenshuan, who harbored resentment for brother because the spirit saint woman he admired had also fallen for brother. Hatred festered and compounded. So much so that the disciples of Songhai Peak remained oblivious to the fact that Chun Li had already departed with his two female disciples. Upon arriving at Piao Miao Peak, Chun Li's ears were met with the sound of the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment task. It has been detected that Xinxingha holds faith in the host, thereby upgrading the 3rd grade Purple Qi Alchemy Furnace to a 9th grade Immortal Phoenix Pattern Furnace and the 5th grade Dao Foundation Pill to a 9th grade Xianhuang Pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Celestial Formation Diagram, which can aid the disciple in awakening the Ice Spirit Sacred Body. Chun Li sat down, excitement coursing through him as he began to examine the rewards granted by the system. The two female disciples flanked him, remaining silent, as they sensed their master's emotional fluctuations and dared not interrupt. What effects does the 9th grade Xianhuang Pill possess? Chun Li tapped on the system panel and immediately saw the prompt. The Xianhuang Pill, forged from primordial chaotic energy, upon consumption by a cultivator of the Xianhuang realm, not only enhances their cultivation level but also allows them to grasp the creative power of yin and yang. Wielding immense might. To be honest, Chun Li had no understanding of what yin and yang entailed, nor had he ever encountered the creative power. However, upon hearing the term Xianhuang realm, he instantly realized that this pill was tailor-made for Qin Yaoshuang. After all, Xinxingha was merely at the Spirit King realm, and he himself had no need for pills. If his disciple consumed it, he would receive double the benefits without any effort on his part. Thus, with a thought, Chun Li conjured a golden pill into his palm, its surface shimmering with a mysterious black and white light. A 9th grade pill. Qin Yaoshuang and Xinxingha are both connoisseurs, and they immediately discerned the extraordinary nature of this elixir. Although Xinxingha has studied the art of alchemy, her exposure is limited. She can recognize that this pill is of an extremely high grade, but cannot identify its name. In contrast, Qin Yaoshuang boasts a significant background and extensive knowledge. She instantly recognizes that the 9th grade elixir in Chun Li's hand is the legendary Xuanquang Qi pill. However, recognizing it does not imply prior experience with it. In her previous life, she had once paid an exorbitant price to acquire a remnant of the Xuanquang Qi pill. Hoping to comprehend the yin-yang forces that open up the heavens and foster the growth of all things. Unfortunately, the residual potency was feeble and could not aid her in mastering the yin-yang forces. Reflecting on those years, Qin Yaoshuang feels a lingering regret. Had she been able to grasp even a fragment of the yin-yang power back then, she would not have fallen victim to the machinations of others, resulting in her reincarnation and the need to start anew. Now, Chun Li possesses an entire Xuanquang Qi pill, and its quality is of the highest caliber. The brilliance in Qin Yaoshuang's eyes swells, and a rebellious thought surges within her, to seize it. If she acquires the Xuanquang Qi pill, she is confident she will become 100 times stronger than in her previous life. Just as her thoughts were racing, Chun Li casually tossed the elixir, which could incite bloodshed among the major sects, directly into her hands. Yaoshuang, this candy bean seems quite remarkable. Take it and consume it. He said that at his words, Qin Yaoshuang stood frozen in place. Candy bean? Her master dares to refer to such a heavenly elixir as a candy bean. With a quivering body and a gulp, she confirmed. Master, is this truly for me? Chun Li smiled faintly. Indeed, this candy bean is of little use to me. You may make do with it for now, and once your cultivation improves, I shall provide you with better elixirs. Qin Yaoshuang's delicate features were momentarily flustered. Such a precious Xuanquang Qi pill, and he suggests she make do with it. She took a deep breath and stored the elixir away. Thank you, Master. I shall retreat to cultivate. The power of creation, a force coveted even by emperors. If she were to reach the Xuanguang realm, she could master it, rendering her invincible among her peers. As Qin Yaoshuang departed, Chun Li rose and led Shen Qinghe to his cave dwelling. Qinghe, as my second disciple, before I present you with your initiation gift, I need to activate the potential within your body. Please sit down while I release the shackles within you. Shen Qinghe hesitated momentarily before settling cross-legged on the mat. Her potential, when at Songhai Peak, the peak master Li Wenxuan had personally examined her spiritual roots, which were merely ordinary water and wind dual roots. Dual roots are quite common in the realm of cultivation, with nearly every disciple of the Tian Yan Sect possessing them. Of course, this excludes Chun Li, who possesses the most inferior 5-element root. Master, can I truly become a prodigy like senior sister? Shen Qinghe's heart was tumultuous. Qin Yaoshuang shone so brightly, akin to the sun and moon in the sky, while she felt like a mere firefly, unable to compete with their brilliance. Chun Li chuckled softly, placing a reassuring hand on her head. Disciple, have a little more confidence. Believe that you are a miracle. He then activated the celestial array diagrammed. An ancient and resplendent formation appeared in his hands, radiating brilliant divine light. With a thought, Chun Li's intention surged, and the octagonal array rapidly expanded outward. In an instant, the winds surged and clouds roiled as countless spiritual energies from all directions were drawn into the formation and continuously channeled into Shen Qinghe's body through Chun Li's hands. The spiritual energies of heaven and earth gathered violently, forming a vortex of over 100 feet in size above Piao Miao Peak. This terrifying phenomenon was astonishing enough to rouse the entire Tian Yan Sect. Chapter 11. Ice Spirit Sacred Body. What is happening on Piao Miao Peak? Could it be that Qin Yaoshuang has broken through again? However, such a terrifying phenomenon could only be triggered by a saint's breakthrough. How could Qin Yaoshuang, having only cultivated for such a short time, possibly stir up such a massive vortex of spiritual energy? The elders and disciples of the Tian Yan Sect were all wide-eyed in shock, gazing up at the enormous whirlpool above Piao Miao Peak. Who could be responsible for such a commotion? Soon, the sect master Mu Nantian, who was in seclusion, was also startled. Could it be that Qin Yaoshuang is practicing some sort of heaven-defying technique? Mu Nantian extended his divine sense, seeking to uncover the truth. However, as soon as his divine sense approached Piao Miao Peak, it was swallowed by an invisible force as if it were a sponge absorbing water. Nevertheless, with Mu Nantian's cultivation, he could easily attempt to break through the barrier of that invisible force, but recalling the possibility that Qin Yaoshuang was cultivating there, he chose not to proceed. The reason was simple. Qin Yaoshuang's foundation was extraordinary, and even the sect master did not wish to uncover her secrets. Such a prodigy, as long as she remains in the Tian Yan Sect, would enhance the sect's strength if it were not absolutely necessary. Mu Nantian would not covet the secrets she possessed. Yet, the celestial phenomenon above Piao Miao Peak was too astonishing. The tidal wave of emotions within him could not be quelled. Reflecting on when Qin Yaoshuang first entered the Tian Yan Sect, she was merely at the Spirit King realm. Therefore, no matter how extraordinary her talent, It was impossible for her to advance to the Spirit Saint realm in such a short period, without reaching the Spirit Saint realm. She should not be able to trigger the celestial phenomena that occur only after entering that realm. What kind of monstrosity is this? Mu Nantian looked at the saints seated around him and said, "It seems we have underestimated Qin Yaoshuang. No wonder she was so intent on joining Piao Miao Peak. It appears she was unwilling to let us see her hidden secrets." An elderly man in gray robes shook his head slightly. "This child is overly cautious. Our sect has existed for multiple epochs and is a top-tier power in the Xinyan continent. How could we covet the secrets of a single disciple?" Mu Nantian continued. "Regardless, Qin Yaoshuang has joined our Tian Yan Sect, and we have an obligation to keep her secrets safe, preventing her from being targeted by other forces." The saints all nodded in agreement. "That is only right." At that moment, Li Wenshuan from Songhai Peak spoke. "Sect Master, there is a saying, one is influenced by those they are close to. A prodigy like Qin Yaoshuang must not remain in Chun Li's Piao Miao Peak any longer." Mu Nantian nodded. "Indeed, that Chun Li fellow is quite infuriating. Before the old sect master ascended, he was already lazy and indulgent. Now that the old sect master is no longer around, he has become even more complacent, teaching disciples like it's a game. Truly a careless endeavor." The saints nodded in agreement once more. Chun Li's reputation for being a waste was well known far and wide in the Xinyan continent. Hardly anyone was unaware of it. Even many reclusive ancestors of sects could converse about him for hours. It could be said that Chun Li's notoriety rivaled that of his brother Chai Shuquan. The distinction was merely that one was detested, while the other was merely irritating. Meanwhile, Chun Li remained blissfully unaware that his actions in awakening Shun Qinghe's ice spirit sacred body had drawn further ire. To make matters worse, those who resented him were none other than the upper echelons of the Tian Yan Sect. The formation diagram in Chun Li's hands had now reached its maximum activation. With countless exquisite and vibrant runes flashing within, intricately swirling around Shin Qinghe, like a key, it slowly began to unlock Shin Qinghe's ice spirit sacred body. Shin Qinghe sat cross-legged. She appeared as if enchanted. An enigmatic aura continuously emanating from her being. The air shimmered with glistening ice crystals, floating within the cave dwelling like stars adorning the night sky. Beautiful and mysterious, the ice heart divine gift. It is said that the ice spirit sacred body's innate skill, when cultivated to its zenith, can even freeze time. Shun Qinghe's delicate frame trembled violently. In that moment, she was utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around her. As countless streams of pure spiritual energy washed through her meridians, like spring rain nourishing the earth, it quietly dissolved the blockages within her channels, flowing downwards to gather in her dantian, ruthlessly devouring her original spiritual power. Time passed unmeasured. She gently exhaled that a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed as the aura that passed through left everything in its wake rapidly encased in a thick layer of pure ice. In the blink of an eye, that aura had frozen over a significant portion of the cave. How could this be? Shun Qinghe awoke from her stupor, astonished at the scene before her, her mouth agape in a rather adorable manner. At that moment, Chun Li observed all of this, his heart filled with awe. Truly, it is indeed the sacred body. Awakening just moments ago, she unleashed a formidable power. Shin Qinghe stood in a daze, taking a considerable time to regain her senses. To her astonishment, she discovered an almost imperceptible icy barrier surrounding her body. This barrier resembled soft water, intricately connected to her consciousness, exuding an extraordinary mystique. This was the gift of the Ice Heart divine endowment. Once an enemy made contact with this barrier, they would be instantaneously frozen. In a single phrase. Within this barrier, she was invincible. This realm belonged solely to her. Even if the sect leader himself were to step within, he could not stand unscathed. However, the changes were far from limited to this. In order to awaken her ice spirit sacred body, Chen Li had almost entirely infused a vast amount of spiritual energy capable of achieving sanctity into Shun Qinghe. At this moment, her cultivation soared, ascending to the early stages of the Spirit Emperor realm. This was a level Shun Qinghe had once scarcely dared to dream of. Yet, within mere moments of arriving at the mysterious peak, her cultivation had remarkably elevated to the Spirit Emperor realm. Not only that, but as she spread her palm, spiritual energy swiftly converged, forming a blazing pure white flame in her hand. This was the causal fire. The South Mingli fire, capable of incinerating all. just a fleeting glance at that flame sent ripples through her soul, as if something intangible was being consumed. Upon probing with her thoughts, she instantly felt that the South Mingli fire had just obliterated the causal connection between her and the Zhonghai Peak. Shen Qinghe was astounded. The path of cultivating the arcane arts is heavily reliant on causality. If one cannot sever the ties of causation, it may coalesce into a heart demon, which upon eruption could lead to a fall in cultivation or, at worst, death. This flame was truly miraculous. To her knowledge, throughout history, no force had ever been able to interfere with the power of causation. Even the great emperors were subject to causality, yet she, Shen Qinghe, had grasped a power beyond their reach, and all of this was bestowed by her master. At this thought, Shen Qinghe momentarily paused, her eyes flickering as she cast a furtive glance at Chun Li. Could it be that her master was a figure of ancestral caliber within the Tian Yan Sect? Shen Qinghe was not foolish. Someone capable of endowing her with such formidable strength could not possibly be the superfluous waste of talent among her peers. Yes, her master must be a hidden, unparalleled master. It was precisely because he remained unfazed by material joys or personal sorrows, transcending all realms, that he could disregard the mockery of others. Her master was truly magnificent. Chapter 12. Is the nine-tiered alchemy furnace a trifle? At this moment, as Shen Qinghe's mind wandered, the system notification chimed in Chun Li's mind as expected. Ding! Host's second disciple Shen Qinghe's cultivation has risen. Host receives a double boost in cultivation. Ding! Shen Qinghe awakens the ice spirit's sacred body, activating the ice heart divine endowment, currently acquiring divine endowment power at double the rate. Ding! Shen Qinghe awakens the causal fire, currently acquiring divine fire power at double the rate. That's right, brother. Chun Li's heart soared with joy. Having Shen Qinghe as his disciple was incredibly rewarding, granting him 2 divine skills in one go. The system exclaimed, "Don't call me brother, call me father." Huh? Chun Li was speechless. Exhaling a breath of frustration, Chun Li composed himself and helped the still stunned Shen Qinghe to her feet. "Qinghe, you can refine elixirs. I have a little trinket for you," he said, casually retrieving the phoenix pattern alchemy furnace and tossing it into Shen Qinghe's delicate hands. Shen Qinghe gazed at the exquisite furnace. Adorned with the ethereal image of a phoenix, her mind momentarily blank. "Master, this seems to be a 9-tiered alchemy furnace. Did you perhaps mistake it?" she stammered, cradling the trinket with trepidation. "Indeed," Chun Li replied nonchalantly. "This flashy item is clearly meant for young female cultivators. Just take it and enjoy." Enjoy? Shen Qinghe's face, like ice, was etched with disbelief. The 9-tiered alchemy furnace, a mere toy. She truly wanted to curse at her master, placing a hand over her heart to suppress her overwhelming impulse. She hesitantly declined. "Master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Just keep it. Your diligent cultivation is all the repayment I require," Chun Li said with a smile. Seeing no way to refuse, Shen Qinghe accepted the phoenix pattern alchemy furnace. Truth be told, its design was entirely different from ordinary alchemy furnaces. It resembled a translucent, multicolored tassel. Were it not for her intentional probing with divine sense, one might mistake it for a beautiful ornament for female cultivators. Moreover, the phoenix pattern alchemy furnace accompanied the image of a phoenix, perfectly enhancing her South Mingli firepower. This treasure seemed tailor-made for her. She cherished it dearly. Her master was truly kind to her. Shen Qinghe felt a surge of gratitude. She was thoroughly convinced of Chun Li's greatness. He had effortlessly awakened her sacred body, unlocked her South Mingli fire, and casually gifted her a 9-tiered alchemy furnace. His foundation was simply profound. Furthermore, he asked for nothing in return, only urging her to cultivate diligently. Such greatness required no further elaboration. At this moment, Chun Li smiled and said, "All right, Qinghe, go choose a cave residence to reflect on the gains of today." "Yes, master." Shen Qinghe reverently bowed and turned to leave. Just as she was about to exit the cave, she suddenly looked back, her cheeks slightly flushed, and gazed at Chun Li. "Master, may I reside beside you?" Chun Li nodded. "Of course, stay wherever you wish." "Thank you, master." Shen Qinghe beamed in this moment. She felt even happier than when she received the phoenix pattern alchemy furnace. After Shen Qinghe departed, Chun Li felt somewhat fatigued. He grabbed a rocking chair nearby and stepped out of the cave, intending to take a sunlit nap. Cultivation, That was utterly impossible. That it would never be possible in this lifetime. That was the disciple's responsibility. All Chun Li needed to do was relax. This moment on the mysterious peak, the whirlpool had dissipated, revealing a serene scene of clear skies and gentle clouds. Chun Li donned the sunglasses he had meticulously crafted from black jade and took out a cup of spiritual wine. Tossing in several ice cubes condensed from spiritual energy, placing them on the stone table beside the rocking chair. Then, he lay back comfortably in the rocking chair, humming a little tune, sliced through a segment of time. Flowing gently into the moonlight's soft ripples, play a delicate melody of the lotus. The beautiful notes fall beside me. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Tian Yan Sect, sect leader Mu Nantian was convening a meeting with numerous elders and peak masters. The topic of discussion was how to extricate Qin Yaoshuang from the mysterious peak. Such a meeting naturally prompted Li Wenxuan to speak first, still seething with anger after being intimidated by Chun Li's simple proclamation of I. He was still simmering with resentment, not for any other reason, but because his defeat had been exceedingly humiliating. Chun Li had once been a favored disciple of the old sect leader, enjoying considerable esteem. The old sect leader had perhaps personally guided Chun Li in understanding the Tao, leading Li Wenxuan to believe he had not lost to Chen Li, but rather to the old sect leader himself. Hey, sect leader, we have no reason to be polite with that scoundrel Chun Li. Let us go directly to the mysterious peak and seize him. Peak Master Li, how can you be so disrespectful before the sect leader? In response, a graceful man, leisurely savoring spiritual tea, set down his cup. Peak Master Li, how can you be so crude in front of the sect leader? He appeared to be in his 30s, dressed in pristine white. Accentuating his cold and proud demeanor, he seemed scholarly, yet an unmistakable sharpness emanated from him. He was Bai Wanjian of the 10,000 Swords Peak. Li Wenxuan glared at Bai Wanjian, retorting, Bai Wanjian, do you not wish for Qin Yaoshuang to join your 10,000 Swords Peak? Not at all. My sword cultivator path is solely devoted to the sword in hand. That if Qin Yaoshuang's heart lacks the sword, even if she joins the 10,000 Swords Peak, I cannot teach her. Bai Wanjian replied indifferently. From your words, it seems you lean towards Chun Li. Perhaps your ears are deceiving you. You Bai Wanjian. Enough? Mu Nantian frowned deeply, interrupting their quarrel. Who teaches Qin Yaoshuang is not the issue. What matters is preventing Chun Li from misleading more disciples. The celestial phenomenon triggered by Qin Yaoshuang has alarmed a slumbering ancestor. Initially, the ancestor thought another saint had emerged from the Tian Yan Sect and praised me profusely. Mu Nantian. You've done well. In just a few years of leading our sect, you've nurtured a saint. Mu Nantian felt a rush of embarrassment and explained Qin Yaoshuang's situation. The ancestor immediately erupted in fury. Chen Li? How is that scoundrel still in the Tian Yan Sect? How can such a talent as Qin Yaoshuang take him as her master? What kind of sect leader are you? Mu Nantian was on the verge of tears. Feeling utterly aggrieved, he had no inkling of what Qin Yaoshuang was up to. Insisting on joining Chun Li's mysterious peak, with no other recourse, he could only repeatedly assure the ancestor that he would ensure Qin Yaoshuang's departure from mysterious peak, which finally quelled the ancestor's wrath. At that moment, the elder with gray robes and a white beard spoke. Sectmaster, the sect's grand competition is in 7 days. Why not seize this opportunity to make an agreement with Chun Li? If Qin Yaoshuang fails to emerge victorious, she must leave mysterious peak and come under your personal tutelage. Mu Nanshan's eyes brightened. What a splendid plan. Let us proceed with it. Chapter 13. An increase in stakes. What a clever move, old Mu. Li Wenxuan chuckled. Truly, experience is invaluable. Having consumed more salt than others, one gains wisdom. It was settled. I shall personally inform that Chun Li, and I doubt he will dare to utter a word of dissent. The others nodded in agreement. With the sect master taking the lead, this matter is assured. Mu Nantian was known for his decisive actions. With a resolution made, he wasted no time and flew directly to Mysterious Peak. In mere moments, he arrived. It had been many years since Mu Nantian last visited Mysterious Peak. Had it not been for Qin Yaoshuang, he might have never set foot on this dilapidated mountain. Upon landing, he was immediately taken aback. Before him lay a vast pool, approximately 5 zhang long and 2 zhang wide, filled with the crystalline waters of melting snow. 4 ethereal lines floated within the rectangular pool, dividing it into 5 channels of water. At the edge stood a massive sign. Mysterious Peak Swimming Pool. Surrounding this so-called swimming pool was a large expanse of sandy ground adorned with an array of bizarre sand sculptures. Each sculpture bore a name atop its head. What an absurdity, one read. Bet you have no bullets in your gun, Yin Shuangying. Another proclaimed, he will definitely return, Gray Wolf. Yet another declared, a bag of rice must carry 5 floors. Pain. And the last, do you believe in light? Ultraman Digga. Truly, they were having a grand time. Mu Nantian scoffed disdainfully. How outrageous. A cultivator, neglecting his practice to indulge in such ridiculous antics. It is no wonder his cultivation lags behind. Such a person, to reach the Qi refinement stage, is already a stroke of divine luck. With a darkened expression, Mu Nantian slowly approached Chen Li that moment. The Grandmaster was reclining in a rocking chair. Donned in sunglasses, swinging his legs, and rhythmically patting his thigh to a tune unfamiliar to Mu Nantian. Curiosity piqued, Mu Nantian leaned in to listen. I eat hot pot. You eat hot pot base, smiling at you. For I am polite. Goodness, it even had a rhyme. However, despite the rhyme, his demeanor was utterly unbecoming of a teacher. What if such a vice were to infect Qin Yaoshuang? The thought sent a chill down his spine. For he could vividly imagine Qin Yaoshuang, wearing sunglasses, dancing about while indulging in hot pot base. The horror. The corners of Mu Nanshan's mouth twitched, and upon regaining his composure, an overwhelming fury surged within him. Chun Li, what on earth are you doing? Mu Nanshan's rage erupted, his eyes bloodshot, and his usually calm and dignified face twisted in fury. Chun Li, startled by the sudden outburst, jumped from his rocking chair. Who dares to frighten me? Adjusting his sunglasses down his nose, Chun Li's bright eyes finally recognized the visitor. Oh, it's the sect master. Mu Nantian pointed an accusatory finger at him, almost hysterical. How has Mysterious Peak become such a chaotic mess under your watch? Sect master, let us speak with integrity. When I first arrived at Mysterious Peak, it was nothing but a desolate mountain if not for my diligent efforts. Would you be gazing upon this picturesque landscape and these artistic creations? Chun Li replied innocently, his expression earnest. Diligent efforts. Mu Nantian paused, not out of anger but incredulity. He could not fathom associating those words with Chun Li. Indeed, Mysterious Peak was a barren mountain, but even in its desolation, it was still a normal, barren mountain. Now it was no longer barren. Yet how could he shamelessly claim these absurd creations? Ultraman, Pain, Gray Wolf were works of art. Mu Nantian genuinely felt the urge to slap Chun Li. However, he ultimately suppressed the thought. He was here to discuss matters, not to engage in a brawl. If a fight were to occur, it could wait until after business was concluded. Chun Li, I have come to inform you that the sect's grand competition is set for 1 month from now. Should Qin Yaoshuang fail to secure the top position in the disciples contest, she must leave Mysterious Peak and come under my tutelage. First place. Chun Li immediately thought to refuse. It was obviously a trap, and he had no intention of falling for it. From what he knew, many among the younger generation of Tian Yan Sect had already reached the Spirit Lord realm, whilst Qin Yaoshuang was merely at the early phase of the profound Emperor realm. What folly it would be to pit her against them. Just as he was about to decline, however, the system's voice rang in his ears. The time-limited mission. The disciple under your tutelage, Qin Yaoshuang, and Xin Qinghe must secure the top 2 positions in the sect's grand competition. Successful completion will reward you with a mysterious prize. Failure will result in the loss of 2 disciples and the system. With that, Chun Li froze in place. He hadn't even completed the task of helping Qin Yaoshuang break through to the mid-phase of the profound Emperor realm. And now another mission had appeared. Moreover, this time, the reward was unknown, but the punishment was severe. He would even lose the system. System bro, and sect master, you are both forcing me. Chun Li lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Was this not sheer bullying? Mu Nantian, observing his dazed expression, scoffed, crying, it won't help. Let me make it clear. This is a notification, not a negotiation. The system echoed. Brother, calling you father wouldn't help either. I too must emphasize. This is a notification, not a negotiation. Chun Li sighed resignedly. Very well, I accept your challenge, sect master. However, if I win, you must never interfere with my teaching of disciples again. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Mu Nantian burst into hearty laughter. Agreed, you teaching disciples. It is your disciples who will end up teaching you. How shameless could Chun Li be? His audacity was simply unparalleled. Yet, while one might underestimate Chun Li, One should never underestimate Qin Yaoshuang. Given her exceptional talent, even those at the Spirit Lord realm might not guarantee victory over her. Thus, Mu Nantian resolved to elevate the stakes of the upcoming sect competition. Inviting all the disciples from various peaks who were currently in secluded training within the Great Tao secret realm to participate, including his own direct disciple, the late-stage Spirit Lord, Gio. By the way, Sect Master, I have taken on another female disciple, and I plan to register her for the sect competition as well, aiming for the top 2 spots. Should we not increase the stakes? Chen Li added. Increase the stakes. Aim for the top 2? Just how hungry are you? Chen Li. If the disciples you have trained can secure the top 2 positions, I would be willing to swallow 2 pounds of spirit beast dung on the spot. Mu Nantian could not help but roll his eyes at Chun Li. This man always managed to present him with new surprises. Mu Nantian chuckled. Of course, but I am quite curious, with such high stakes. What do you seek in return? Chun Li replied nonchalantly. Oh, nothing much. Just let me borrow the Tian Yan Sect for a couple of days. Chapter 14. How did this prodigy spring from? Borrow the Tian Yan Sect for a couple of days. Mu Nantian burst into laughter. The Tian Yan Sect was the foundational scripture of the Tian Yan Sect, a revered technique of the sect. How could someone at the Qi refinement stage simply demand to read it? Chun Li, have you concealed your cultivation level? Mu Nantian suddenly paused, realizing that when his spiritual sense brushed against Chun Li, it felt as if it had encountered a void. Nothing could be discerned. Chun Li shrugged. Indeed, I have hidden it. What is there to hide at the Qi refinement stage? It would be superfluous. Mu Nantian chuckled lightly, suspecting that Chen Li felt embarrassed about his low cultivation level and had learned some technique from Qin Yaoshuang to conceal it. The Tian Yan Sect is not something I can permit you to view. Moreover, even if I did, you would not comprehend it. Why waste your effort? It would be far better to ask for something practical, like spirit stones or a flying boat. That way, you could embarrass yourself across the continent. Mu Nantian spoke without a shred of politeness. However, Chun Li was accustomed to it and paid no mind. Sect Master, you should take a look at my second disciple before making such remarks. With that, Chun Li sent a wave of spiritual sense towards Shen Qinghe. Before long, a figure clad in purple clothing, moving gracefully like a dancing butterfly, approached. Master, did you call for me? Shen Qinghe inquired with a gentle smile. Chun Li nodded with a grin. Qinghe, come forth and show the sect master your skills. Upon hearing her masteress' words, Shen Qinghe finally noticed the presence of another person beside her master. Realization struck, and her face flushed with embarrassment. What was wrong with her? Why could she see no one but her master? Having met the esteemed master, Mu Nantian gazed at Shen Qinghe, a tumultuous wave of emotions surging within him. Yet another extraordinarily beautiful young woman. What was with this Chun Li? Why were all these exquisite ladies flocking to his misty peak? A glance at Chun Li, adorned with dark glasses, instantly revealed the truth to Mu Nantian. So this is their own elder brother from the Tian Yan Sect. With this thought, Mu Nantian raised his hand, flicked his fingers, and shot forth a strand of golden red light, which silently penetrated Shen Qinghe's body. Under the influence of Mu Nantian's magic, a breath of frozen energy erupted from within Shen Qinghe. Chun Li had anticipated this and had already distanced himself. Unfortunately, Mu Nantian was not so fortunate. The Ice Heart Divine Gift activated, and an invisible barrier enveloped him instantaneously. What? Inside the barrier, everything Mu Nantian sensed had come to a standstill. Time seemed to halt, and the air was stagnant, leaving only an endless silence and chill. Encased within this frozen barrier, even as a spirit saint, he felt a hint of death's approach, for at that moment, not only his skin, clothing, and spiritual energy, but even his magical artifacts were rapidly encased in a thick layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of his spiritual energy had been sealed away. Moreover, Mu Nantian sensed that the longer he remained within the barrier, the faster the freezing process would accelerate. At this rate, within half an hour, his entire body would be completely encased in ice. If that happened, even as a spirit saint, he would shatter into countless ice crystals, meeting a tragic end. Could this be the legendary Ice Heart Divine Gift? Mu Nantian was taken aback. He felt the icy layer thickening upon him. He dared not be reckless any longer. Unleashing his spirit saint aura, he pushed back the barrier of the Ice Heart Divine Gift into Shen Qinghe's body. Master, you have a discerning eye, Chun Li exclaimed, giving Mu Nantian a thumbs up as he approached. Needless to say, Mu Nantian sighed in resignation, gazing at Chun Li's handsome yet infuriatingly smug face. Where had this extraordinary talent, Shen Qinghe, come from, and why had she chosen Chun Li as her master? Mu Nantian pondered, but there was no time for such musings. The possessor of the Ice Heart divine gift was undoubtedly the legendary Ice Spirit sacred body. Those who possessed this sacred body, upon achieving the status of an emperor, would become among the most elite of emperors, especially since they were inherently endowed with such extraordinary powers. Imagining if Shen Qinghe were to become a spirit saint like himself, he would not survive 3 breaths within that barrier. How terrifying! How defiant! Faced with this unparalleled genius, comparable to Qin Yaoshuang, Mu Nantian could no longer remain calm and immediately notified a hidden elder. What? The Ice Spirit's sacred body? Quickly, Nantian, bring this girl here. I must see this legendary Ice Spirit sacred body with my own eyes. Mu Nantian did not dare to hesitate. Qinghe, the elder wishes to see you personally. Come with me. Did the elder call for me? Chun Li interjected. You, get lost, Chun Li. I fear you would infuriate the elder. Mu Nantian flatly refused. Subsequently, Mu Nantian took to the skies with Shen Qinghe, radiating divine light as they soared towards the elder's domain. Along the way, Mu Nantian informed the other peak lords and elders, summoning them to the elder's secluded location. After all, with the emergence of the legendary Ice Spirit sacred body as the sect leader, he had to mobilize all resources to nurture her. The first step in this nurturing process would naturally be to find her a capable master, as the saying goes. Anyone would be a better master than Chun Li. As long as she did not squander her talents on Misty Peak, the many saints of Tian Yan Sect would be eager to assist Shen Qinghe in her selection, that a disciple choosing a master. How extraordinary! But it mattered little. Prodigies were entitled to such privileges. Upon hearing the news of the Ice Spirit's sacred body's emergence, the many saints and peak masters of Tian Yan Sect erupted in tumult, each gritting their teeth in bitter complaint. Was heaven blind? How could such a defiant disciple appear at Misty Peak, and moreover, choose Chun Li as her master? I may concede to Qin Yaoshuang, but this Ice Spirit sacred body must join my Wanjian Peak. Peak Master Li, why are you spitting blood in midair? Li Wenshuan lamented, nearly in tears. Shen Qinghe had originally been a disciple of his Songhai Peak. How could she awaken as soon as she arrived at Chun Li's Misty Peak? It was utterly unfair. In a matter of moments, a dozen divine rainbows flew into the Elder's domain, illuminating the skies of Tian Yan Sect with dazzling brilliance. Boom! Mu Nantian descended with Shen Qinghe at the Elder's domain, where an ancient elder who had secluded himself for hundreds of years opened his eyes. At the moment the elder's eyes opened, Shen Qinghe suddenly felt a surge of piercing, overwhelming spiritual power descend upon her, as if her very soul was being claimed in an instant. In that moment, all her consciousness and thoughts laid bare before this formidable spiritual force, leaving nothing concealed. After what felt like an eternity, the power finally receded like a retreating tide. The legendary Ice Spirit sacred body indeed elicited remarkable responses. Chapter 15. I only want Master Chun Li. An ancient, weathered voice echoed as a stooped elder slowly emerged. With each step he took, the world in Mu Nantian and Shen Qinghe's eyes transformed into lush greens, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Such was the power of an emperor. Even the mere aura emanating from him could alter the visage of the world. Mu Nantian was the first to bow. I pay my respects to Elder Qinghe. Elder Qinghe? Shen Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, hastily kneeling and bowing her head. I pay my respects to the elder. Elder Qinghe nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone. There is no need for formalities at this moment. The assembly of saints also descended, their colorful auras resembling falling meteors from the heavens. As the light dissipated, a dozen peak masters and elders were orderly kneeling on the ground. We pay our respects to the elder. Rise, all of you. Rise. The presence of so many high-ranking individuals made Shen Qinghe's heart race. Were all these saints here to see her? Shen Qinghe felt dazed. In the past, she had been an inconspicuous figure in Tian Yan Sect, struggling to even catch a glimpse of a saint, let alone a hidden elder. Think that she had only just joined Misty Peak and had already drawn the attention of so many saints, even prompting the elder to emerge from seclusion. Li Wenshuan was the most excited, rushing to Shen Qinghe's side. Qinghe, you've suffered at Misty Peak. Don't say anything now. Come back with me to Songhai Peak. And I will honor you as the sacred maiden of Songhai Peak, second only to the Peak Master. Shen Qinghe remained silent, standing still in place. She had no intention of returning to Songhai Peak. Had it not been for Master Chun Li, she would still be doing menial tasks there. Why would Li Wenxuan speak to her in such a condescending manner? Bai Wanjian stepped forward, arguing. Qinghe, Songhai Peak is not suitable for you. Your extraordinary talent and divine techniques, combined with my swordsmanship, will allow you to dominate the world. Join Wanjian Peak. Helian Ba from the Body Refinement Peak added, as the Ice Spirit's sacred body. Naturally, you must focus on cultivating body techniques. One punch can shatter myriad laws. Apart from Elder Qingye, all the saints clamored to recruit Shen Qinghe, their faces flushed with fervor, reminiscent of when they first encountered Qin Yaoshuang. Shen Qinghe's gaze sparkled like stars as she bowed to the gathered saints, then resolutely declared, "Thank you, esteemed Peak Masters, but I only wish to have Master Chun Li. I absolutely refuse to take a second master." The words hung in the air, leaving the saints in stunned silence. The power of brotherhood was fearsome indeed. Li Wenxuan was the first to break the silence. "Qinghe, you must not misjudge. Chun Li is merely at the Qi refining stage. Apart from idling, he can teach you nothing. Indeed, how can you waste your youthful years in Chun Li's hands?" Another saint chimed in that if you prefer handsome men, I can fetch Chai Shuquan to serve you. Do not squander your talents. Shen Qinghe's expression darkened at their words. What nonsense was this? She was well aware of Master Chun Li's immense strength. He was far from the so-called waste they described. As for handsome men, she had no interest. Not even 10 Chai Zukins or 100 could sway her from Master Chun Li's side. Elder, sect leader, and esteemed Peak Masters, I will not leave Master. Please allow me to depart. Seeing this, Mu Nantian was at a loss, his head throbbing. This Shen Qinghe had fallen too deep under Chun Li's spell, among the elite cultivators of the immortal realm. The predominance of male practitioners can be attributed to the irrationality often displayed by women, who frequently fail to assess situations judiciously, leading them to make impulsive and thoughtless decisions, such is the case with Shen Qinghe. A distinguished ice spirit saint body, who insists on becoming a disciple of Chun Li, solely due to his striking handsomeness, is this not a clear display of insanity? Even the venerable Qingye Laozu is taken aback. With his profound cultivation and mental state, worldly matters seldom sway his emotions, yet Chun Li manages to do just that. Let us proceed to Piao Miao Peak. I shall personally ascertain what merits Chun Li possesses to instruct our two prodigious disciples. Declared Qingye Laozu at that moment. A resounding hum echoed, and beneath their feet, a magnificent silver-white array glimmered into existence. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves atop Piao Miao Peak, awash in a cascade of starlight as the intricate array radiated dazzling divine light. Such is the power of the Emperor's divine abilities. Where thought leads, one arrives in an instant. The assembly of sages was momentarily stunned, but their astonishment quickly escalated into a greater shock as they beheld Chun Li clad in a large apron, standing before a grand grill laden with charcoal, deftly skewering pieces of spirit beast meat. Occasionally, he would sprinkle a handful of dried chili peppers, proclaiming, "This is the authentic Piao Miao Peak lamb skewers." The onlookers were rendered speechless, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Was this Chun Li mad? A cultivator forsaking meditation and cultivation to play chef in this sacred domain? Mu Nantian stood in disbelief, furiously exclaiming, "Chun Li, what on earth are you doing?" Chun Li responded, astonished, "Oh, sect master, when did you return? I didn't even notice." Mu Nantian's fiery gaze bore into Chun Li as he enunciated each word with palpable ire. "I ask you what you are doing." With a grin, Chun Li replied, "Sect master, I am barbecuing." Mu Nantian felt a surge of blood rise to his head, as if struck by a heavy blow. Staggering back several steps, Li Wenxuan leaped forth in indignation. "You insufferable fool, do you truly believe the sect master is inquiring about your activities?" Chun Li chuckled. Of course. Li Wenxuan was nearly apoplectic with rage, his vision blurring as he felt faint. The ire of the other peak masters was ignited as well. What qualifications does this buffoon possess to teach two prodigies? Does he exhibit any semblance of a master? They collectively wished for divine retribution to strike him down. Qingye Laozu's expression tightened as he interjected. "Chun Li, I have come to inform you that Qinghe cannot remain at Piao Miao Peak." Chun Li paused, lowering the skewers. "Why not?" Taking a deep breath, Qingya Laozu surveyed the surroundings of Piao Miao Peak, swimming pools, Ultraman, and the likes of Grey Wolf and Happy Sheep. From an artistic perspective, you are indeed a genius, he remarked. However, the Ice Spirit Saint body is a rarity, and I fear you are ill-equipped to teach her. Chun Li smiled. Elder, let the sect master and I wager. In 1 month, if my 2 disciples claim the top 2 spots in the grand competition, it will serve as proof of my teaching prowess. Chapter 16. Ode to the Chicken. The proposition elicited laughter from the assembly, for Chun Li's audacity was akin to that of a toad yawning. Quite the lofty claim. While indeed, Qin Yaoshuang and Xin Qinghe were extraordinary talents, they had yet to fully mature. The upcoming sect competition would be a gathering of elite disciples. Could these 2 prodigies truly contend against those of higher realms? It was a rather amusing notion. Qingya Laozu, feeling confident, declared, "Very well. I shall take it upon myself to decide this wager on behalf of the sect master." Immunantion immediately stepped forward, stating, "Since the elder has given his consent, I have nothing further to say. Should Qin Yaoshuang and Xin Qinghe fail to secure the top 2 positions in a month, they must leave Piao Miao Peak." Chun Li clapped his hands in agreement. Deal. The system had already issued a task. Even without betting against Munantian, he was determined to ensure his 2 disciples emerged victorious in the grand competition. Betting with him was merely an ancillary matter, a win-win for Chun Li. As plans were concluded, Qingya Laozu prepared to depart with the others. Chun Li waved. "Elder, would you care for a skewer before you leave? They are quite delectable." Qingya Laozu dismissed him with indifference, and with a flash of the emperor's array, he and the peak masters departed. "Enjoy your skewers. Perhaps they will lead to your demise," thus ridding the sect of a significant nuisance. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their swift exit, Chun Li lamented the lack of an audience for his culinary skills. Turning to Xin Qinghe, he asked, "Disciple, would you care for a couple of skewers?" Xin Qinghe, blushing, nodded shyly. Generally, cultivators no longer required sustenance after mastering the art of breathing in spiritual energy. However, she was eager to savor her master's culinary creations. Seeing her enthusiasm, Chun Li promptly presented the skewers. Xin Qinghe inhaled the fragrant aroma of the skewers. She inquired, "Master, should we invite senior sister to join us?" "There's no need. Yaoshuang is in seclusion. It would be best not to disturb her," Chun Li replied, offering her a cup of specially brewed iced tea while relishing the skewers himself. That moment, a notification from the system echoed in Chun Li's ears. "Ding! Your eldest disciple, Qin Yaoshuang, is comprehending the power of yin and yang. Synchronization has commenced at double speed." With the sound of the notification, a mysterious force began to coalesce within Chun Li's body, a formidable energy swirling within his dantian, gradually forming a vortex of black and white, seemingly capable of devouring all. The dual energies represented the yin and yang force that creates and nurtures all life in the world. Chun Li marveled at this newfound power. He could not help but feel astonished at Qin Yaoshuang's prodigious talent. With merely a single Xianhuang Qi Dan, she had grasped the essence of creation. Truly, she was a genius among geniuses. Were Chun Li in her place, even 1,000 Xianhuang Qi Dan might not suffice to master such power. The presence of the system was indeed advantageous, allowing him to indulge in skewers while simultaneously acquiring various extraordinary powers. "Disciple, keep up the good work." Qin Yaoshuang's seclusion extended for a considerable duration, spanning over half a month. During this time, not only did her realm ascend to the mid-stage of the spiritual emperor, but her physical form also underwent remarkable enhancement due to the effects of the Xianhuang Qi Dan. Her skin became flawless, exuding a faint radiance, and she appeared exceedingly pure. Moreover, her figure became increasingly alluring, evolving from a petite rabbit into a strikingly voluptuous one. Most importantly, Qin Yaoshuang had also harnessed a fragment of the power of creation, resulting in a qualitative leap in her strength. Now, brimming with confidence, Qin Yaoshuang felt assured in her ability to defeat a late-stage spiritual emperor with a single strike. Even if she were to unleash the power of creation, she held no fear for early-stage spiritual lords. Such monumental changes only heightened her perception of Chun Li's enigmatic nature. Humble, mysterious, and unassuming, seemingly indifferent to all. Could it be that her master had approached the state of highest virtue, is like water? As described in the Tao Te Ching, water benefits all things yet contends with none, willingly dwelling in the lowly places that others disdain, thus aligning closely with the Tao. Was Chun Li not a living embodiment of this principle? He selflessly devoted himself to his disciples without expecting anything in return, enduring the scorn of his peers without retaliation. His cultivation was boundless, yet he presented himself merely at the level of qi cultivation. Qin Yaoshuang speculated that her master, Chun Li, had likely drawn perilously close to the Tao. Meanwhile, Chun Li reclined leisurely in a rocking chair, donned in sunglasses, reflecting upon a whimsical poem he had just composed. The scenery atop Piao Miao Peak is exquisite, drawing forth the delightful clucking of little chickens that I inquired of its name, and it claimed to be learning to sing and dance. Upon hearing this, enlightenment struck me. Thus, I commanded it to apologize, lest it face the fate of the green corpse. What a splendid poem! Chun Li was thoroughly pleased, believing his composition bore the hallmarks of a literary master, rivaling even those immortal poets of legend. Ding, your eldest disciple has ascended to the mid-stage of the Xian Emperor realm. Your cultivation level has doubled. Reward: one-tiered celestial technique. Congratulations, you have acquired the celestial technique, De Pin Tian Xianju. Additional reward: the Zhu Xian sword, currently sealed, presently at the 9th tier. As the notification concluded, a surge of spiritual energy flooded into Chun Li's body, akin to rivers converging into the sea, flowing into his dantian. His cultivation level surged once more, reaching the initial stage of the spiritual lord realm. What a thrill! Chun Li leapt 3 feet into the air, exclaiming that this was indeed the realm of the spiritual sovereign, and that cultivation had become far too effortless. Yet, the thought of the impending sect competition in merely half a month caused him to feel despondent that in order to secure victory, it was imperative to elevate the cultivation levels of Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Qinghe to at least the late stage of the spiritual emperor realm within this limited time. One of them was the reincarnation of a demon emperor, possessing the power of creation, while the other was an ice spirit sacred body, endowed with the innate divine skill of ice heart divine affinity and the south brightly fire. If they could reach the late stage of the spiritual emperor realm, they would possess the strength to contend against those in the late stage of the spiritual sovereign realm. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Shen Qinghe was only at the initial stage of the spiritual emperor realm, while Qin Yaoshuang was merely at the mid-stage. Achieving rapid advancement within half a month seemed rather daunting. Contemplating this, Chun Li summoned his 2 disciples. Master, did you call for me? Soon, both young women appeared beside Chun Li's rocking chair. They immediately noticed the stone table where Chun Li had passionately splashed ink, creating an impromptu masterpiece titled Ode to the Rooster. Ahem, this poem is truly astonishing, they exclaimed. Look at the vocabulary. What are singing and dancing, green corpses and cold? These are terms we have never even heard of before. Truly, our master is unparalleled, with a creativity that defies common understanding. Yaoshuang, Qinghe, the sect competition is fast approaching that I have made an agreement with the sect leader that our Piao Miao Peak must secure the top 2 spots. Otherwise, we shall face disbandment. With only half a month remaining before the competition, the time is short, and the task is arduous. Do you understand my intent? Chapter 17. Cultivation, still cultivation. Master, I understand. Qin Yaoshuang grasped the situation immediately. Recognizing that her master was urging her to enhance her cultivation further to ensure victory in the sect competition. Confident in her ability to advance within the next half-month, she felt assured of claiming first place. Such was the composure of a demon emperor that in contrast, Shen Qinghe lacked such confidence. Currently at the initial stage of the spiritual emperor realm, while she believed she could achieve a commendable ranking in the competition, securing a top 2 position felt uncertain. After all, the sect leader would dispatch the finest talents from various peaks, all of whom were already at the spiritual sovereign realm, and no matter how hard she worked, it was impossible to catch up to them in such a brief period. Chun Li was well aware of this reality. Thus, with a thought, he retrieved the inheritance jade tube of the great grade celestial technique from the system space and flicked it with his finger, sending it into Shen Qinghe's divine sea. Shen Qinghe was momentarily stunned as a dazzling golden mantra unfolded within her divine sea. The heavenly grade technique, great grade celestial technique, she thought in astonishment. Recognizing it to be on par with the Tian Yan Sect, she stood there, her consciousness coalesced, reaching out towards the golden characters. Unbeknownst to her, a resounding boom echoed through her mind, akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. Amidst the chaos of her thoughts, a majestic figure radiating immense light emerged, clad in resplendent golden armor and wielding a colossal divine staff. This figure stood atop colorful clouds, its eyes gleaming with golden light. Towering like a mountain, it exuded an aura of awe and intimidation. Who is he? Chun Li stared, entranced, at the colossal silhouette in the chaotic firmament. The moment of its appearance, even the heavens and the earth trembled in fear. I demand that this sky no longer obscure my sight, that this earth no longer bury my heart, that all beings comprehend my intent, and that all Buddhas vanish into thin AI. The powerful voice resonated. Countless golden characters danced in the void, transforming into strands of peculiar divine consciousness that flowed into Chun Li's soul. This is an extraordinary path, seizing the transformations of heaven and earth, invading the mysteries of the sun and moon, comprehending the nature of law, grasping the source, instilling divine essence, soaring beyond the three realms, transcending the five elements, coalescing into form when gathered and dispersing into energy when scattered, achieving immortality and eternal life. Boom! Chun Li's mind trembled as an influx of mystical characters surged into her consciousness. The height of one's heart determines the height of the sky. She shuddered as she realized that these 8 principles encapsulated the essence of the great grade celestial technique. This technique was exceptionally suitable for her, almost as if it had been tailor-made. Being an ice spirit sacred body, she was impervious to myriad laws, and this celestial technique would further assist her in attaining an indestructible body. Harmonizing with her south brightly fire, once mastered, she would achieve true immortality. It is terrifying, truly terrifying. Chun Li gazed at Chun Li with immense excitement. Master, this technique possesses boundless power and is perfectly suited for me. I am confident I can secure a top 2 position in the upcoming sect competition. Chun Li nodded in approval. That is acceptable. Chun Li was unaware of the origins of the great grade celestial technique. Yet Chun Li was fully cognizant. Once mastered, it could not only ensure victory in the minor sect competition, but could even overturn the entire Xianyun continent. After entrusting the great grade celestial technique to Chun Li, Chun Li produced a red celestial sword that appeared to be both jade and gold. The moment the sword materialized, even the air began to tremble, as if it could not withstand the overwhelming sharpness. Emitting a mournful wail, the slender blade radiated an aura of ferocity that soared into the heavens. Yaoshuang, this sword is named Yu Xian and resonates with your aura. I bestow it upon you. Qin Yaoshuang gazed at the sword, filled with an icy killing intent, her heart racing with excitement. Not for any other reason, but she was utterly enamored with this sword. Particularly, its beauty was extraordinary, and its hue complemented her temperament splendidly. Gently caressing the blade, she found no fault in it whatsoever. The celestial sword, possessing sentience, vibrated twice, acknowledging Qin Yaoshuang as its master. Zhu Xian's sword. Upon recognizing its master, Qin Yaoshuang immediately received information about the sword. Master. This sword's rank exceeds the 9th level. Chun Li nodded. Of course, otherwise, how could it be called Zhu Xian? Qin Yaoshuang's emotions were complex. She couldn't quite articulate whether she felt touched or astonished. This master of hers was incredibly kind. It was a warmth she had never experienced in her previous life, and having always been solitary, she unexpectedly found a sense of belonging at Piao Miao Peak. Quickly, swiftly advance in our cultivation. In 15 days, we must uphold our honor and elevate the esteemed reputation of Piao Miao Peak. Yes, master. The 2 young women bowed respectfully before returning to their respective abodes, one eager to refine the Zhu Xian sword, the other keen to cultivate the great grade celestial technique. Meanwhile, Chun Li, having arranged the treasures and techniques for his disciples, turned in his rocking chair, preparing to take a short nap, utterly exhausted from the day's endeavors. Chun Li, are you there? Just as Chun Li closed his eyes, he heard Mu Nanshan's voice. The sudden, elevated tone of the mental communication startled him. What is it, sect leader? Awake now. Once you're up, go to the mountain gate to welcome the representatives from the Wuazong. Chun Li, puzzled, inquired, isn't there an ambassador from our Tian Yan Sect responsible for receiving external sect delegations? Why summon me? Mu Nantian snorted. Do you think I want to send you to embarrass our Tian Yan Sect? Ambassador Mu is on the verge of a breakthrough and cannot attend. The Wuazong is an important ally of our sect. How can we not send a peak master to show them respect? Chun Li replied, Surely someone else could go? Huh. Aside from you, which peak master has the time to entertain such a sightseeing group? Chun Li fell silent. Indeed, the sightseeing group was essentially there for leisure and indulgence. And aside from him, no one else could shoulder this responsibility. Since the task had fallen upon him, he accepted it without hesitation. The Tian Yan Sect's mountain gate, over 20 spirited disciples, clad in uniform attire, stood in formation awaiting the arrival of the Wuazong delegation. According to reports from the messenger disciples, the Wuazong representatives would arrive in a short while. The Tian Yan Sect and Wuazong maintained a close strategic partnership, necessitating their readiness to display respect. At that moment, Chun Li descended gracefully to the mountain gate. Chun Li? Why did the sect leader send him to receive them? What sort of nonsense is this? Is he intentionally trying to embarrass our Tian Yan Sect? Come on, young one, you don't understand. The delegation is here for leisure, and who better than Chun Li, a master of enjoyment and revelry, to handle their entertainment? Well, when you put it that way, it does seem somewhat reasonable. The murmurs of the disciples reached Chun Li's ears, but he paid them no mind as he donned his sunglasses and swaggered to the front of the line. Chapter 18. Fate brings old friends together. The representatives from Wuazong arrived. Quickly, everyone, perk up. We must not disgrace our Tian Yan Sect. Indeed, General Yu from Wuazong has quite a temper. Last time, Ambassador Mu barely neglected him, and he delivered quite the kicking, leaving him bedridden for 3 months. We must be on our toes and avoid giving him any cause for complaint. On the distant horizon, a magnificent flying vessel adorned with resplendent hues emerged, capturing the attention of all. Where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. The realm of cultivation is no exception. When the time calls for ostentation, one must not shy away from it. It serves both as a display of prowess and as an assertion of one's status. Speaking of the Wuji sect, it is unlike any ordinary sect. Wuji sect employs a militarized management system for its disciples, with titles mirroring those of earthly armies. Elders and peak masters are referred to as school lieutenants, generals, and commanders. Chun Li had just overheard the disciples mention that the leader of this Wuji sect delegation was a general by the surname of Yu, whose official standing equaled that of his own peak master. General Yu, you say? Upon recalling this name, Chun Li involuntarily thought of a certain individual, one who often demanded authenticity from others. Could it possibly be him? Chun Li felt a surge of anticipation, silently inquiring of the system. System, is it him? The system replied. Guess. Chun Li was left speechless. He had no intention of speculating, for the truth would soon reveal itself. Just then, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! A cheerful task was triggered. Bestow a pair of diamond-studded loafers upon General Yu. Task success. Reward of 100 crates of beer, 100 packets of betel nut, and 100 bundles of cigarettes. Task failure. A kick from the general. Chun Li, why does your system differ from others? How can it be so mischievous? At that moment, the flying vessel of the Wuji sect had already descended onto the clearing before the mountain gate. Boom! The fierce gusts of wind rushed towards them, and powerful air currents nearly sent the disciples of the Tian Yan sect soaring into the sky. On the vessel, 3 or 4 dozen disciples of the Wuji sect stood resolutely like white poplars, with General Yu at the helm. Contrary to expectations, General Yu was quite slender, which not only rendered his military attire baggy, but also affected the imposing demeanor of the Wuji sect. Chun Li understood all too well. This was all due to the general's lack of a pair of loafers. Had he been wearing them, he would have appeared remarkably spirited. Disciples of Wuji sect, disembark, with a commanding shout from General Yu. The disciplined disciples of Wuji sect jumped down from the vessel, stirring up a cloud of dust. Thankfully, Chun Li wore sunglasses. Otherwise, he would have been squinting against the onslaught. It seemed the Wuji sect placed great emphasis on ceremonial decorum. As soon as the disciples alighted from the vessel, they promptly arranged themselves in formation. Then, one by one, they raised their heads and shouted, "Please, General, disembark." Subsequently, General Yu executed a graceful descent, landing heavily on the ground, once again kicking up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. The disciples of the Tian Yan sect found themselves choking, and it must be said that General Yu truly knew how to make an impression. Being at the spirit saint level, the swirling smoke was something they could hardly withstand. At that moment, they began to envy Chun Li for his sunglasses, although they didn't know their true purpose. They certainly seemed effective in warding off the dust. After observing the spectacle, Chun Li took the initiative and rushed forward. I have long admired the esteemed name of General Yu. Today, upon meeting you, it is evident that the reputation is well-deserved. That I see the general, in the prime of life, not yet a century old, has already reached the spirit saint realm. Truly, you are like a gem among men, unmatched in this world. My admiration for the general is as boundless as the flowing rivers, akin to the yellow river's relentless surge. These words were not from the heart, yet Chun Li spoke with a composed demeanor. General Yu appeared quite pleased with Chun Li's flattery, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Ah, Peak Master Chun, you flatter me. It is clear you are quite genuine." "Naturally, I must be authentic," Chun Li replied, while discreetly examining the delicate red thread around General Yu's neck. "Aha! So this is the fabled Tao thread of the general." The sight of it truly astonished Chun Li. Without hesitation, he extracted the diamond-studded loafers from his system space. "General, it is a pleasure to meet you. As a token of respect, I present these shoes on behalf of the Tian Yan Sect. Please, do not decline." Upon seeing the loafers in Chun Li's hands, General Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. They were indeed an 8th-grade treasure. With such a unique, exquisite design, could they truly be a gift for him? Though a spirit saint, General Yu had yet to possess an 8th-grade treasure. What was more, he had a particular fondness for these shoes. They truly appealed to his taste. In that moment, he was nearly drooling with desire. "Please accept them, General." Chun Li pressed the loafers into General Yu's hands. "Excellent, excellent. Thank you, fellow Taoist Chun." General Yu was overjoyed, immediately discarding his spirit alligator leather boots to don the radiant loafers that sparkled in the sunlight. After a few jubilant leaps, he found them to fit perfectly, and his movements became notably lighter. He brushed off the dust from the loafers, quite satisfied. These shoes are splendid." Chun Li was elated. Indeed, General Yu appeared tenfold more spirited in the loafers, his legs appearing longer and more slender. Alas, his hair color remained mismatched, and he lacked the heavenly eye on his forehead, leaving a slight imperfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the cheerful task. Rewards have been duly distributed. Remember to make use of them. General, let us proceed to the Tian Yan Sect's dining hall. I shall host you for a welcoming feast. Very well, I appreciate it. General Yu nodded in agreement, following Chun Li into the Tian Yan Sect's mountain gate, with the disciples behind them marching in perfect unison. Only a few Tian Yan Sect disciples remained, exchanging bewildered glances. Goodness, Chun Li truly possesses remarkable skills. General Yu is completely taken in by him. And those shoes, I'm in stitches. They readorned with colorful diamonds, making General Yu look utterly ridiculous. However, being an 8th-grade treasure, I fear General Yu's kicks will pack an even greater punch from now on. Oh, by the way, fellow Taoist Chun, what are those spectacles you are wearing? General Yu, who had always enjoyed making a statement, immediately fixated on Chun Li's self-designed sunglasses, yearning for a pair of his own. These are sunglasses crafted from Tianshan ink jade, typically worn in sunlight. That if you like, I can gift you a pair, General. General Yu nodded eagerly. I would love that. Seeing his enthusiasm, Chun Li was generous, promptly retrieving a brand new pair of sunglasses from his storage ring and tossing them to General Yu. As General Yu donned them, his military aura intensified. Chapter 19. General, your power is indeed boundless. Beneath Piao Miao Peak lies the Bride's Tower. Originally, the Tian Yan Sect had no such structure. The Bride's Tower is situated along a river at the foot of Piao Miao Peak. Ever since Chun Li constructed the so-called swimming pool atop the mountain, the stream had gradually dried up. Consequently, the original riverbed was left exposed. As the most playful peak master of the Tian Yan Sect, Chun Li did not remain idle. He did not squander his time. Leveraging the favor of the old sect master, he relocated several mortal villages and, within a few months, established a commercial street along the riverbed. It was aptly named Street of Bright Lights and Wine. At Chun Li's invitation, the old sect master even personally attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony for this street, with many high-ranking officials daring not to voice their discontent, thus tacitly accepting the existence of the Street of Bright Lights and Wine. Since the street was populated by mortals and shielded by a barrier set by the old sect master, under normal circumstances, disciples of the Tian Yan Sect could neither see nor enter it. However, humans possess a keen eye for beauty. Before long, some disciples inadvertently discovered the peculiarities at the foot of Piao Miao Peak. Word spread quickly, and resourceful disciples attempted to craft a token to breach the barrier, easily gaining entry to the street of bright lights and wine. Upon entering, they felt as if they had stumbled upon a new world. Here, they could enjoy skewers, spas, massages, and karaoke. The entire 5 to 6 kilometer street was filled with novelties they had never heard of or seen before. Consequently, some disciples, resigned to stagnation in their cultivation, became enamored with the myriad delights available. Indulging in foot massages, wellness establishments, and even gambling houses. In short, it was an absolute thrill. Gradually, some elders also took notice of this place, unable to resist the allure of indulgence. However, since revelry was not the norm, the elders secretly utilized the breach tokens to enter, quietly departing before dawn, engaging in a night of merriment without anyone the wiser. But Chun Li had no such reservations. He boldly led General Yu and the other disciples of the Wuji sect into the street of bright lights and wine. The accompanying disciples of the Tian Yan Sect were left utterly dumbfounded. Chun Li was truly defying convention, brazenly bringing the Wuji sect's delegation into this den of vice. If word of this spread, the various sects across the Xianyun continent would surely shatter the backbone of the Tian Yan Sect. Quickly, informed the sect master, Chun Li has truly lost his mind. At this moment, Chun Li had already arrived at the bridal house on the street with General Yu and his companions. The attentive waiter in the establishment, upon noticing the remarkable demeanor of the guests, immediately discerned the presence of an esteemed immortal master. Without delay, he cleared the entire restaurant and eagerly welcomed Chun Li and his company inside. The members of the Wuji sect's delegation, having already undergone fasting, were nonetheless astounded by the vibrant atmosphere of the place. With General Yu present, they were more than pleased to indulge in the revelry. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Chun Li retrieved some beer, betel nuts, and Huazi cigarettes from his system space, distributing them among the guests. The members of Wuji sect greatly appreciated these 3 items. Particularly General Yu, who was happily chewing on several betel nuts while puffing on a Huazi, occasionally spinning a bottle of beer, thoroughly enjoying himself. Friend Chen, you are indeed genuine. To be honest, I have been dispatched to your esteemed sect over 20 times. But this is the most delightful occasion yet. The food, drinks, and entertainment are all things I have never encountered in my life. General Yu exclaimed, especially these betel nuts and cigarettes. As I consume and smoke them, I can distinctly sense my cultivation increasing and my combat prowess enhancing. It is truly remarkable. With a hearty laugh, Chun Li poured him another drink, saying, it seems these 2 items have a profound connection with the general. Since they benefit your cultivation, I shall gift you some more. With a grand gesture, Chun Li summoned 50 Huazi and 50 packets of betel nuts before General Yu. The general, not one to be polite, promptly stored the betel nuts and cigarettes in his storage ring. Having enjoyed their meal and drinks to this extent, it was time to discuss serious matters. Chun Li immediately inquired, might I ask, General, what brings you to our Tian Yan sect this time? General Yu dismissed those around them and, in a hushed tone, confided in Chun Li, to be frank, I come bearing an immense opportunity to share with your esteemed sect. Oh, an immense opportunity? Chun Li responded, intrigued. Indeed, approximately 6 months ago, our sect's grand elder was passing through the East Sea when he noticed a shimmering aura of 5 colors in the water, accompanied by strange phenomena in the sky. As if something extraordinary was manifesting, the grand elder immediately extended his divine sense, and to his astonishment, he discovered a hidden dragon clan's secret realm beneath the sea. General Yu revealed. Chun Li was taken aback. What? General Yu continued. According to the Grand Elder, this secret realm is likely the ancestral land of the ancient dragon clan, filled with countless rare treasures, and may even harbor the legendary dragon pearl. Chun Li's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Oh, the dragon pearl is the essence of the divine dragon's cultivation. That if we, as sages, can refine a dragon pearl and harness the water spirit energy of the dragon clan, we could instantly achieve the status of a great emperor. Isn't that extraordinary? General Yu proclaimed that of course, it's astonishing. Chun Li agreed. However, General Yu shook his head, expressing regret. Alas, the ancestral land of the ancient dragon clan is not easily accessible. It is guarded by restrictions. Should a cultivator above the spirit master level enter, they would immediately vanish into thin air, and one could not know when it would next appear. Chun Li nodded. I see. General Yu elaborated. Furthermore, Opening this secret realm requires the combined strength of two great emperors. Since our sect and yours are strategic allies, how could Wuji sect forget your sect in such a matter? I am here to invite your sect to explore the Dragon Clan's secret realm together. Understanding dawned on Chun Li. Given the value of the Dragon Pearl, he was keen to acquire one. However, it was evident from General Yu's words that there were no free lunches in this world. Tian Yan Sect would likely need to send an elder alongside Wuji Sect's elder to the East Sea to unlock the secret realm. This was beyond Chun Li's authority and required reporting to the sect master. With a smile, Chun Li inquired, "By the way, General, how many individuals can enter the secret realm?" General Yu replied, "Those at the Xian master level cannot exceed 5. While those at the Xian emperor level cannot exceed Tn.as for those below the Xian emperor level, entering would be akin to feeding fish. If any disciple insists on seeking death by entering, we won't stop them." Chun Li understood that a total of 15 individuals could enter the ancient Dragon Clan's secret realm. Since it was their discovery, Wuji sect would undoubtedly take the majority share. Thus, Tian Yan sect could send at most 5 or 6 disciples. Thinking along these lines, Chun Li retrieved the remaining 20 boxes of beer from his system space. "General, I recently took on 2 disciples, both at the Xian emperor level. What do you think?" Chapter 20, Master Mu. "Would you like to try a piece?" General Yu nonchalantly accepted the 20 boxes of beer. "Although our sect and yours are strategic allies, this secret realm was discovered by our Grand Elder. So we can only allow you to send 1 Xian master and 3 Xian emperor cultivators." Chen Feng, "This isn't unreasonable, is it?" Chun Li clapped his hands in agreement. "Isn't that only fair?" He then discreetly slipped the last 10 packets of beetle nuts to General Yu. "It would be best if my 2 disciples utilized your connections. Otherwise, if the sect master finds out, I will have difficulty explaining myself." General Yu nodded. "That's a minor issue. The secret realm will likely take another 2 months to fully manifest. Before that, you can secretly send your 2 disciples to Wuji sect, and I will handle the rest for you." After this clandestine arrangement, Chun Li summoned the waiter from the bridal house. "Prepare the technicians on the 3rd floor. They must be attentive. These are esteemed guests from afar, and serving them well will surely result in generous tips. Understood? Rest assured, Immortal Master, I will ensure everything is arranged perfectly." As the founder of this vibrant street, Chun Li was well acquainted with the service facilities here. While there were many establishments in the cultivation world offering similar services, the variety here was unparalleled, ensuring that General Yu would wish to return. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed above the bustling street. Like a swift war chariot tearing through the dark night, it crashed down upon the waning moon pavilion. What on earth is making such a ruckus? Is someone trying to ruin General Yu's enjoyment? Chun Li gazed at the sky, cursing under his breath. "It is I." The voice of the sect master resonated in his ear. The next moment, Mu Nantian, clad in a black robe, appeared within the restaurant. "Sect master, what are you doing?" "I am currently entertaining the esteemed guests of Wuji sect. Are you not deliberately putting me in a difficult position?" Chun Li expressed his displeasure. "What? You still can't manage?" Mu Nantian retorted angrily. His gaze swept across the room, and he was instantly taken aback. All the Wuji sect disciples were flushed, gathered in small groups at tables, chewing on something while exhaling clouds of smoke. Some were even standing on tables, dancing bare-chested. Even General Yu, the esteemed spirit saint, had a smoldering object in his mouth, rudely spitting out remnants of chewed fruit. "Have you all lost your minds?" Mu Nantian bellowed. General Yu chuckled, nonchalantly placing his feet on the table, revealing his diamond-studded slippers. "Why do you say that, sect master? We are not only sane, but exceedingly merry. This is all thanks to Master Chen's hospitality. Without him, we would never have had the chance to enjoy such marvelous delights." As he spoke, he opened a bag of beetle nuts and cheerfully offered it to Mu Nantian. "Sect master, would you care for a piece? It's a fine treat. Consuming one can substitute for a month of cultivation." "Is that so?" Mu Nantian replied skeptically that a spirit saint's daily intake of spiritual energy was no small matter. Could such a seemingly trivial fruit truly equate to a month of arduous training? Indeed, but merely consuming beetle nuts is insufficient. Tea must be paired with the Huazi cigarettes Master Chen gifted me. General Yu added, offering another cigarette. Poised to light it for him, Mu Nanshan's face darkened as he slapped the cigarette into a pile of a sect master. How could he possibly behave as recklessly as General Yu? Puffing away like that, Mu Nanshan's gaze shifted to Chun Li. Chun Li, provide me with an explanation. Chun Li feigned innocence. Sect Master, I am merely executing your orders, entertaining the esteemed members of Wuji sect. What explanation do you require? Yes, Sect Master Mu. What explanation do you seek? I am thoroughly satisfied with Master Chen's hospitality and am truly enjoying myself. General Yu wore a naive smile, while Mu Nantian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Provoked by the antics of these two individuals, that he was nearly driven to unleash a fist upon them, yet his poised hand could not muster the strength to strike. After all, Chun Li was indeed executing his orders. Moreover, General Yu had declared his happiness. Their harmonious banter was impeccable, leaving Mu with no outlet for his frustration. Suddenly, Mu Nantian felt an overwhelming weariness settle in his heart, clutching his chest, as if the vital energy within his heart had ceased to flow. Rendering him speechless at that moment, Chun Li stepped forward once more. Master, after my amicable discussions with General Yu, it has been agreed that our Tian Yan Sect may send 1 Xianzun disciple and 3 Xianhuang disciples to an ancient dragon clan's secret realm discovered by the Wuji sect. Mu Nantian was taken aback and immediately inquired, "Is this true?" "Indeed, it is true. If it weren't for the warm hospitality of sect leader Chun, our sect wouldn't have considered granting the Wuji sect such generous slots." General Yu replied with a hint of arrogance. Mu Nanshan's anger subsided upon hearing this. The ancient dragon clan was a legendary existence, a formidable lineage that could potentially produce emperors as long as they survived. The fact that the Wuji sect had discovered their secret realm was nothing short of astonishing. More crucially, his personal disciple was already in the late stage of Xianzun and had a significant chance of advancing to Xiansheng upon entering the secret realm. A dual saint disciple would bolster his authority over the Tian Yan Sect. However, there was a pressing concern. With numerous peak masters in the Tian Yan Sect, their personal disciples were all at the Xianzun level. Even as the sect master, securing this slot was not a foregone conclusion. He needed to maneuver discreetly. With this thought in mind, he quickly donned a congenial expression. In that case, I must acknowledge my rashness. Chun Li, do share any other arrangements you have for General Yu? Hold on. General Yu's expression grew stern. Sect Master Mu, I believe that is no longer necessary. The matter of the secret realm has been fully discussed with sect leader Chun. Once he reports to your sect's elder, you may bring your disciples along. We shall not impose further. With that, he rose to leave. Mu Nanshan's countenance stiffened, realizing that General Yu was subtly annoyed with him for not accepting the offered cigarettes. A man capable of managing a sect, Mu Nantian was adept at both yielding and asserting himself. That he waved his hand lightly, and a bottle of beer landed in his grasp. Then, with a flick of his finger, the metal cap flew off. He then imitated the Wuji sect's manner, lifted the green bottle high, shook it vigorously a few times, and downed it in one go, executing the entire process flawlessly. Chapter 21. Who stole my cigarettes? Wow. Chun Li watched in astonishment. Impressive, truly impressive. You are indeed the sect master. At this sight, General Yu laughed again. He was not one to take offense easily. As the leader of the Tian Yan Sect, Mu Nantian held a much higher position than him. His act of consuming the beer was a gesture of respect. In return, General Yu tossed a couple of betel nuts into his mouth and grabbed another bottle of beer, chugging it down with astonishing speed. Chun Li, quick-witted, understood that with Mu Nanshan's sudden boldness, he was likely to indulge in something less refined. He feigned dissatisfaction. General, the Wuji sect seems rather ungenerous. As strategic allies, to only offer 3 slots to our sect upon discovering the secret realm is quite disappointing. And frankly, infuriating. General Yu, discerning the underlying intent, promptly handed over a piece of paper. I sincerely apologize, Sect Master Mu. The allocation of slots is a decision made by our elder, and I am powerless to alter it. This was the ruse concocted by Mu Nantian, so he readily accepted the paper from General Yu. Since it is the elder's decision, Chen Li, do not be disheartened or enraged. Continue to entertain the members of the Wuji sect with music and dance. I must attend to pressing matters and cannot linger further. General Yu smiled. In that case, I appreciate your understanding, Sect Master Mu. As Mu Nantian was about to take his leave, a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back. General Yu, my less than capable disciple, should preferably rely on your connections. Otherwise, if the elder discovers this, it will be difficult for me to explain. General Yu nodded once more. That is a minor issue. The secret realm will not fully manifest for another 2 months. Before that, You can discreetly send your disciple to the Wuji sect, and I will take care of the rest, with the covert operation established. Mu Nantian felt a wave of relief. He discreetly cast a glance at the table and, unable to resist his curiosity, discreetly slipped 2 items into his sleeves. No1, including Chun Li, noticed this action. Soon after, Mu Nantian returned to the Elder's retreat to report the details regarding the secret realm. Only 3 slots for our sect. The voice of Elder Qingya echoed through the void. Mu Nantian felt a pang of guilt, but pressed on. Yes, according to Chun Li's report, they initially intended to grant us only 2 slots, and the additional one was insisted upon by Chun Li. Elder Qingya sighed upon hearing this. That Chun Purin remains as miserly as ever. However, the treasures within the Dragon Clan's secret realm are boundless. Acquiring even a couple of items would enhance our sect's strength. 3 slots it is then. The ways of heaven are unpredictable. Who can say that a spirit venerable's opportunities outweigh those of a spirit emperor? Not to mention, the 2 youngsters from Piao Miao Peak possess fortunes that even your spirit saints cannot match. Mu Nantian nodded in agreement. While that is true, I must ask the Elder whether we should reserve one of those 3 slots for Qin Yaoshuang and Xinqing'a. Elder Qingya shook his head. That is unnecessary. The secret realm is fraught with danger. After all, it pertains to the ancient Dragon Clan, and we cannot ensure their safety. Additionally, managing the sect is akin to cooking a delicate dish. Maintaining balance is crucial. It cannot be that only those 2 younger ones stand out in our vast Tian Yan Sect. Mu Nantian found this reasoning sound. I have learned much from your teachings. Go now, and confer with the peak leaders regarding which disciples to send. Yes, I shall take my leave. With that, Mu Nantian respectfully exited the Elder's domain. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the main hall and began assigning disciples to various peaks. Unable to resist pulling out the 2 items he had concealed in his sleeves. One was a pack of cigarettes, and the other a bag of flavored betel nuts. Meanwhile, at Wangyue Tower, General Yu, who was preparing to ascend the 3rd floor for some leisure with Chun Li, let out a howl towards the heavens. Who is it? Who stole my cigarettes? On the other side, Mu Nantian, seeing no one around, secretly lit a cigarette. Just as he took a puff, he succumbed to a fit of violent coughing. Cough, cough. Surprisingly, it was quite enjoyable. No wonder General Yu looked ecstatic while smoking. He focused his energy and found no increase in his cultivation. Thus, Mu Nantian took out a betel nut and popped it into his mouth, chewing and smoking simultaneously. This time, he distinctly felt the surge of vital energy and a slight refinement of his spirit. Overjoyed, Mu Nantian continued to smoke, as the energy flowed through him like a refreshing rain, nourishing his meridians. In just a few puffs, he felt as if he had reaped a month's worth of arduous training. How could cultivation be this simple? At that moment, Mu Nantian was overwhelmed, as if the very heavens were collapsing around him. He stood frozen for a moment, his gaze fixated on the betel nuts and cigarettes in his hand. He could hardly believe that the disciples of the Wuji sect were reveling, carefree in their indulgences. It turned out that these betel nuts and cigarettes could indeed grant them boundless power. If he were given a pack of cigarettes and betel nuts each day, he would gladly indulge in this hedonistic lifestyle. Another puff. The items in his hand were utterly addictive, especially the cigarettes. Each inhale and exhale granted him a sense of euphoria. As if all his troubles had vanished, he was truly impressed by Chun Li, wondering where he had acquired such peculiar items. And that beer was quite delightful too. Had he known, he would have taken a whole case. All these marvelous items were squandered on the Wuji sect's disciples. While Chun Li seemed oblivious to moderation, Mu Nantian felt a deep sense of regret. The cigarettes and betel nuts in his possession were limited, and they would soon be consumed. What would he do then? He could not bring himself to shamelessly ask for more. That would be too humiliating. With a cigarette in hand, Mu Nantian found himself unconsciously lighting another, his hesitant demeanor already exuding the aura of a seasoned smoker. In the Wangyue Tower, after arranging the numerous disciples of the Wuji sect, Chun Li stepped out alone. That he did not join them in their leisurely pursuits, not out of a desire for purity, but because he was preoccupied with the cultivation progress of his 2 beautiful female disciples on the mountain. Qin Yaoshuang was faring well. With the Zhuxian sword in her possession, battling against spirit venerables was akin to swatting stray dogs. However, the situation with Shun Qinghe was less certain, being merely at the early stage of the spirit emperor realm. Her lack of confidence made her chances against the favored disciples of various peak masters quite grim. Thus, within half a month, Chun Li was determined to elevate Shen Qinghe to the mid-stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. By then, with her ice spirit sacred body, the Xianfeng patterned furnace, and the grand celestial technique, she should have a 90% chance of securing a place among the top 2. Chapter 22. Stealthily entering the village upon returning to the Piao Miao Peak. It was indeed the case that the two female disciples were diligently in seclusion. Chen Li chose not to disturb Qin Yaoshuang, for the Zhuxian sword was a legendary artifact, and its refinement required undivided attention. As for Shen Qinghe, a brief hiatus from her training would not be detrimental. The grand celestial technique could not be perfected in just a day or two, and a few days' absence would not cause significant harm. Thus, Chun Li intended to utilize these 2.5 days to engage Shen Qinghe in some matters of import. Currently, the peak masters of the Tian Yan Sect were convening in the Grand Hall to discuss the allocation of quotas for entering the ancient Dragon Clan's secret realm, a matter that could hardly reach a conclusion without extensive deliberation. After all, such an opportunity was monumental. Who wouldn't wish to secure additional benefits for their disciples? With the peak masters absent, this presented a rare opportunity for mischief. True to his nature, Chun Li intended to seize the moment. Infiltrating the enemy's territory to pilfer some treasures. His target this time was a fire phoenix true fruit from the Yaofeng. It was said that this spiritual fruit sprouted from the ashes of a phoenix after its rebirth. Having absorbed the essence of the phoenix's flames, thus possessing a trace of the divine beast's indomitable spirit and formidable vitality, Chen Li had heard the Yaofeng's master, Yao Bufan, boast about it. Supposedly, no matter how grievously injured a cultivator might be, merely inhaling the fragrance of the fire phoenix true fruit could heal their wounds. Consuming one would not only greatly enhance their cultivation, but also grant them the chance to be reborn from the ashes after death. Chun Li was skeptical about the claims of rebirth, suspecting they were mere exaggerations, yet he believed the notion of significant cultivation enhancement to be plausible. Regardless, a rigorous attitude towards scientific inquiry was essential. Chun Li resolved to validate the efficacy and properties of the fire phoenix true fruit through objective experimentation and data, embodying a spirit of empirical truth. Qinghe, come here. Shen Qinghe, just emerging from her cave dwelling, wore a perplexed expression. Master, what did you say? There's no time for explanations. Quickly get in. Chun Li lifted Shen Qinghe into the air, swiftly making their way to Yaofeng. When it came to covert operations, none understood the art better than Chen Li. In truth, he could have gone alone, but the peculiar nature of the fire phoenix true fruit necessitated Shen Qinghe's presence. Once severed from its spiritual root, it would instantly turn to ash. Thus, she had to consume it on sight. Master, you're stealing. Realizing the true purpose behind Chun Li's summons, Shen Qinghe's fair face flushed slightly. What stealing? Can the affairs of scholars be deemed as such? Master, when did you become a scholar? Shen Qinghe inquired. Donning sunglasses, Chen Li replied earnestly. I was a scholar before I began cultivating. Otherwise, how could I have penned such masterpieces as the Ode to the Rooster? Shen Qinghe paused, recalling the Ode to the Rooster fluttering atop Piao Miao Peak. Her face reddening further as Chen Li and Shen Qinghe exchanged thoughts on cultural trends. They soon arrived at Yaofeng. The place truly lived up to its reputation as a sanctuary for flora. The spiritual energy here was markedly more abundant than that of Piao Miao Peak. Gazing at the towering mountain, Chun Li couldn't help but exclaim. The scenery atop Yaofeng is enchanting, with azure waves stretching to the horizon, reminiscent of a celestial paradise hidden among the clouds and mists. Qinghe, your experience in the martial world is lacking, and your confidence is insufficient. Standing beside me may easily reveal your presence. Hide for now, and reveal yourself when the time is right. Yes, once Shen Qinghe concealed her aura and form, Chun Li swaggered up the mountain. Chun Peak Master, what brings you to our Yaofeng? After walking a short distance, a dark-skinned cultivator wearing a farmer's hat blocked Chun Li's path. His cultivation was at the late stage of the Spirit Emperor realm, speaking with a thick accent, his skin glistening under the sun. Hey, bro. Chun Li shrugged, displaying a hefty gold chain, and approached him for a fist bump. The dark-skinned cultivator appeared bewildered. Though he had no prior acquaintance with Chun Li, the contact somehow exhilarated him. Instinctively, he revealed a broad smile, engaging in a series of casual, yet skillful fist bumps and shoulder clashes. As if they were long-lost friends, hidden in the shadows, Shen Qinghe watched in astonishment. How could Master Chen interact so casually with these lower-status Kunlun servants? It was truly admirable. Chun Li turned to the Kunlun servant. Brother, what is your name? I'm called Aoba. The Yaofeng master gave me the Chinese name Ma Aoba. With an innocent grin, Ma Aoba's gaze fell upon Chun Li's gold chain, his interest piquing. Ah, it's Brother Aoba? I've heard tales of a dark-skinned cultivator at Yaofeng renowned for his dexterity in harvesting spiritual cotton. Meeting you in person is indeed a pleasure, Chun Li complimented. Chun Peak Master flatters me. I'm merely a bit more agile than the average person, Ma Aoba replied, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes, quickly shifting to a dazed expression as he fixated on Chun Li's gold chain. By the way, Chun Peak Master, what brings you to Yaofeng? Chun Li flicked his gold chain nonchalantly. Oh, nothing much, just heard that the environment here is pleasant and thought I'd take a stroll. Is that so? Ma Aoba chuckled. Chun Li's name was well known. Despite rarely leaving Yaofeng, he had heard of his legendary status. This man at the Tian Yan Sect seemed to do little else but eat and sleep, often wandering aimlessly when boredom struck. However, he had recently taken on a disciple, which seemed amusing for someone at the Qi refining stage to attempt such a feat, though Ma Aoba was a Kunlun servant. He secretly held disdain for Chun Li, believing he was beneath him since at least he could harvest spiritual cotton, while Chun Li was entirely inept. Him Aoba cautioned. Chun Peak Master, feel free to wander about. But be cautious not to stray too far. Many areas of Yaofeng are restricted by the Peak Master's prohibitions. With your cultivation level, entering recklessly could endanger your life. With that, he turned to leave. Brother Aoba, are you busy? Chun Li called after him. Aoba nodded vigorously. I still have to harvest spiritual cotton. The Peak Master said if I don't finish before his return, I'll be severely punished with a whip. What? Brother Aoba, you're already a spirit emperor cultivator, and Yao Bufan still dares to whip you. Chun Li feigned indignation. Isn't that normal? We Kunlun servants get whipped 7 or 8 times a day. Ma Aoba replied, appearing surprisingly calm. Their fate was such: harvesting spiritual cotton, mining spiritual stones, repairing teleportation arrays. If they didn't exhaust themselves, they risked being treated like dogs. Suddenly, Chun Li began to sing to him, and Aoba looked utterly perplexed. Chun Peak Master, why are you singing? Chapter 23. The strategy of Yaofeng. This isn't just singing. It's the sound of a bell ringing, a signal for returning home. Chun Li replied earnestly. I see. That's why it has such rhythm, Ma Aoba exclaimed. Yet he still didn't quite grasp Chun Li's meaning. Anticipating his lack of understanding, Chun Li continued to sing. Today, only the remnants of a shell await the glorious years. Holding tight to freedom through the storm, a cry born from struggles and doubts. Confidence can change the future. Who among us can achieve that? Can we transcend the boundaries of color? For in this land, there are no distinctions of high or low. The splendid beauty that emerges from the myriad colors is due to the absence of separation. Aoba looked at Chun Li with excitement, a surge of inexplicable strength welling up within him. Chun Peak Master, I don't understand the meaning of your song, but why do I feel a flame igniting in my heart? Chun Li, satisfied, responded, do you yearn for freedom? Ma Aoba, with a serious expression, replied, I do. Chun Li smiled. Do you wish to return home? Ma Aoba, still serious, replied, I do. Chun Li grasped his hand firmly and urged, rise up, for the countless black-skinned brethren behind you. Ma Aoba, frowning, replied, but I am already standing, Master Chun. Chun Li shook his head and continued, let your soul also rise, to rebel against the ruthless exploitation of the Tian Yan Sect, and indeed against the merciless oppression faced by your entire race on this continent. Master Chun, can I truly achieve this? Ma Aoba questioned. Chun Li spoke earnestly. As long as you believe in yourself, there is nothing in this world that you cannot accomplish. Ma Aoba felt tears welling in his eyes as his thoughts soared. And he found himself lost in reverie, seemingly transported back to his homeland. A vast expanse of grassland unfolded before him, where herds of cattle and sheep roamed, lush trees flourished, and vibrant flowers bloomed. It was the season of ripe coconuts and cassavas, and he, along with the youthful members of his tribe, joyfully danced around a bonfire. His father distributed food among them, while his mother lovingly crafted a skin skirt for him, and his little brother practiced with a spear, striving to become a great warrior. Yet suddenly, this serene scene was shattered. A group of golden-haired, blue-eyed individuals appeared on the grassland. employing brutal methods to capture all the young warriors of the tribe. Binding them aboard a massive ship, they traversed endless oceans and crossed countless mountains, ultimately selling them here. It was then that Ma Aoba learned the price of a warrior in his tribe, 100 spirit stones. However, due to his so-called spiritual roots on the Xianyun continent, he was sold for an exorbitant price of 100,000 spirit stones. Ma Aoba still vividly recalls his first master, Ma Huoding, who presided over a large cultivation family and treated him relatively well, providing him with some cultivation resources. However, later on, Ma Huoding's family was destroyed, and he was left to wander the Xianyun continent. It was only when Yao Bufan discovered his talent for gathering spiritual cotton and tending to spiritual herbs that he brought him to the Tian Yan Sect as a servant. Over the course of a century, he has not had a single day without yearning for his homeland, dreaming of returning to that vast grassland. Yet as a slave, he knew that unless he perished, the Tian Yan Sect would never allow him to leave. And he dared not entertain thoughts of escaping. Now, having heard Chun Li's song, he could no longer suppress the fervor within. Master Chen is right. I must rise up and resist. Furthermore, I shall rally all the Kunlun slaves across the Xianyun continent to join in the struggle against the three great mountains pressing down upon us. Master Chen, can you assist me? Ma Aoba clutched Chun Li's hand tightly, tears cascading down like pearls. Chun Li patted his hand and responded, "You are so endearing. If I do not help you, who will?" After a moment, he added, "However, to achieve great deeds, one must possess wealth. Do you have any?" Ma Aoba shook his head earnestly. "No, the spirit stones given to me by Master Yao were all used for cultivation." "In that case, there is only one path before you," Chun Li pondered, whispering in his ear, "Brother Aoba, since you have decided on revolution, why not take decisive action and plunder the treasures of the Yao Peak to lay the foundation for your grand endeavor?" Ma Aoba was taken aback. "Master Chen, how can this be? The Tian Yan Sect is filled with experts. If I were to raid the Yao Peak, countless pursuers would come after me. At that point, what would be left of my life to talk about great accomplishments?" Chun Li shook his head and explained, "Brother Aoba, you misunderstand. While the Tian Yan Sect is powerful, there are countless aristocratic families across the Xianyun continent. Even the Tian Yan Sect cannot capture you instantly. Seize this opportunity to return to your homeland and build your own power. When the world changes, you can lead many black brothers back to the Xianyun continent and declare the liberation of the Kunlun slaves. If this comes to pass, your ambition will surely be realized." Ma Aoba reflected deeply on Chun Li's words. They were logical and meticulously crafted. He could find no flaw in them. Master Chen's guidance has truly opened my eyes. Without further ado, let us commence our actions immediately. Ma Aoba's eagerness made Chun Li seriously suspect that he had long contemplated such a course of action. After all, how could a Kunlun slave cultivate to the spirit emperor realm without being a force to reckon with? Nevertheless, it mattered not. Regardless of his intentions, he bore the responsibility for his actions. With Ma Aoba leading the way, they soon arrived at the entrance of a medicinal garden. The garden was unguarded, yet it was protected by a defensive array. It seemed that Yao Bufan believed no one within the Tian Yan Sect would dare to boldly steal from the Yao Peak, so a mere array would suffice as a deterrent. However, this array was personally set by a spirit saint, and even Chun Li could not unlock it immediately. "Brother Aoba, do you have any way to breach this garden's defensive array?" Ma Aoba shook his head, as he was an outsider and had not been taught the knowledge of formations by Yao Bufan to prevent any possibility of him betraying them. It appeared they had no choice but to force their way in. Chun Li remarked as he surveyed the situation. Aoba nodded in agreement. Yes, a Kunlun slave. He possessed great strength and adhered to the principle of taking action rather than debating. Without a moment's hesitation, Ma Aoba seized a large black stick and swung it down upon the array with all his might. Yet, upon impact, it felt as if he had struck an impregnable wall, producing not even a ripple. "How sturdy!" Chen Li exclaimed in surprise. Ma Aoba's black stick was no joke. A full-force strike against a cultivator at the initial stage of Spirit Emperor would surely result in severe injury or death. Yet this array remained unscathed. It was clear that a brute force attack would not suffice, so they would need to rely on cunning instead. Chapter 24. Farewell, Black Brother. Chun Li was deep in thought when suddenly a terrified scream pierced the air from behind. They are rebelling. Chun Li and the Kunlun slaves are stealing the spiritual herbs. Chun Li turned to see a female disciple of the Yao Peak shouting from several dozen feet away. Brother Aoba, capture her. Without needing Chun Li's prompting, Ma Aoba had already swung his large stick toward her. Bang! The female disciple was knocked over by Ma Aoba's black stick, gasping for breath as she clutched her chest. Chun Li, you dare conspire with the Kunlun slaves to steal our spiritual herbs from the Yao Peak. Chun Li would not accept such accusations, promptly defending himself. Oh, you mustn't speak so recklessly. I was merely discussing the solidity of your garden's array with Brother Aoba. It is indeed very sturdy. I am thoroughly impressed. The female disciple was equally astonished by Chun Li's audacity. Then why did you instruct the Kunlun slave to attack me? Chun Li shrugged, saying, this was entirely an innocent reaction of mine. Please, try to understand. If someone suddenly shouted behind you, wouldn't you be startled? I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. Forgiveness is out of the question, unless you immediately kneel and lick my toes in apology. I may consider forgiving you. It was evident that the female disciple was a woman of considerable charm. However, Chen Li, lacking any sense of romantic nuance, intended to have Ma Aoba deal with her in a more permanent manner. Yet, to his surprise, Ma Aoba licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Before long, he leaned in closer. Brother Aoba, what are you doing? Chun Li quickly grasped his arm Aoba, realizing his actions, wiped the drool from his mouth, and explained. Master Chun, I was merely reminded of the cherry blossoms in my homeland. I hope you do not mind. Chun Li replied, if you use your stick to send her to the afterlife, I will not mind at all. Rest assured, leave it to me. My stick is most suitable for dealing with female cultivators. With that, Ma Aoba raised his large black stick once more and swung it down toward the female disciple's head. However, both he and Chun Li were taken aback when the female disciple, struck heavily on the head, merely bled a little and showed no signs of the dramatic collapse they had anticipated. What the hell if she doesn't die from that, Brother Aoba? Hurry and give her another hit. Ma Aoba felt equally perplexed and raised his large black stick again, striking down once more. Yet, the female disciple remained unharmed. Chun Li shot a disdainful glance at Ma Aoba. You truly are lacking in strength. Ma Aoba's face flushed. He too was baffled by the situation. The opponent was merely a Spirit King realm cultivator. And he, a late-stage Spirit Emperor, had struck her 3 times with all his might, yet she had only sustained a minor scrape. Something was amiss. Very amiss, Ma Aoba thought frantically. Chun Li also sensed the anomaly. This Spirit King female disciple was no ordinary cultivator and likely possessed some remarkable fortune. Yet, what did it matter? She was still just a Spirit King cultivator, facing a black brother of the Spirit Emperor realm. For now, she would only have to endure the beating. Master, why not try targeting her lower body? Good idea. Upon the mention of the lower realm, Ma Aoba instantly became animated. His body trembled with excitement. And eventually, he erupted into a raucous laughter directed towards the heavens. Observing his seemingly deranged state, Chun Li delivered a sharp blow to his head. What are you doing in the midst of such important matters? Meanwhile, the female disciple from Yaofeng witnessed the internal strife between Chun Li and Ma Aoba, swiftly channeling her spiritual energy, her form aglow with divine radiance, as she soared into the air in the blink of an eye. However, before she could savor her triumph, she suddenly felt as if she had entered a frigid world frozen in time. In an instant, her entire spiritual power was sealed. With a thud, she fell helplessly from the sky. What is happening? She thought in terror, realizing that her energy seemed to be encased in 1,000-year-old ice within her meridians, rendering her utterly powerless. Aoba, do not hold back any longer. Go for it. Chun Li's voice rang out once more amidst her confusion. The disciple hastily lifted her gaze to the approaching Ma Aoba, exclaiming in alarm, What are you planning to do with me? Her heart raced wildly. Akin to a frightened kitten, struggling to flee, yet her body remained immobile. That I can't hold back any longer, Ma Aoba declared, his eyes glinting ominously as he lewdly extended his hand towards the female disciple. Damn it! Chun Li leaped up and landed another blow to his head. What are you doing? Is this really the time for such antics? Ma Aoba, bewildered, replied with a pitiful expression, Master Chun, didn't you tell me to attack her lower realm? Chun Li, speechless and dark-faced, retorted, I meant for you to use that big stick. Stop, stop. I was wrong. I realize my mistake. As they spoke, the disciple from Yaofeng, observing the antics of these two, recognized that neither of them was adept at employing cunning tactics. And thus she relinquished her resistance. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yao Qingqing. and Yao Bufan is my grandfather. You may take what you wish. I shall not interfere any longer. Yao Qingqing felt a whirlwind of emotions. She truly could not manage the situation. Chun Li was quick to have the black man use a big stick, and now this black man also sought to use a big stick against her. Both were equally shameful. She still had her dignity. Chun Li's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Oh, so you are Yu Bufan's granddaughter. Surely, you must possess the means to break this formation." It was no wonder she was so tenacious. Even Ma Aoba's formidable gang could not subdue her. Oh, she was indeed a descendant of the immortal generation. Yao Qingqing, with a resigned nod, replied, "I can, but Master Chun, given your status, if you seek spiritual herbs, you need only speak to the sect leader. Why conspire with this Kunlun slave to steal?" Conspire? Chun Li suddenly adopted a righteous demeanor and declared, "Miss Yao, you have misunderstood. I am merely being coerced by this black brother." Just as he spoke, Chun Li abruptly pointed ahead, his face aglow with enthusiasm. Both Ma Aoba and Yao Qingqing instinctively turned to follow his gesture, only to find nothing there. Crack! A sound of bones snapping echoed as Ma Aoba was sent flying, crashing heavily into the formation. Cough, cough, Master Chen. Why have you turned against me? Was everything you said about grand ambitions a lie? Ma Aoba, blood spilling from his mouth, appeared utterly disheveled. Chen Li, sporting a faint smile, replied, "Brother Aoba, how could I deceive you? My actions are solely for your benefit. Now is the time to flee with the pride of a child." Ma Aoba, his mind racing, quickly grasped Chun Li's intent. He was attempting to make him the scapegoat. Chapter 25. Master Chen is a loyal man. Understanding this, rage flickered across Ma Aoba's face. "Chen Li, I have been too naive, believing your deceitful words. I, Ma Aoba, was set to gather spiritual cotton with a bright future ahead, only to be led astray by your trickery." Upon hearing this, Chun Li feigned innocence. "Brother Aoba, how can you say such things? I, Chun Li, have always been upright and never lied to you. Everything I said was from the heart. Your thoughts truly disappoint me." These words, not only did they sound harsh to Ma Aoba, but even Yao Qingqing found herself speechless. Chen Li was indeed outrageous. He had clearly burned the bridge behind him, yet now he shamelessly defecated on their relationship. Just do it. Ma Aoba, filled with despair, braced himself for death. Very well. Chen Li promptly extended his hand. Flicking his fingers, bang, a storage ring rolled to Ma Aoba's feet. "Brother Aoba, this ring contains 100,000 spiritual stones, various densely packed treasures, and a breaking boundary order. With this order, you can escape from Tian Yan Sect." Ma Aoba, incredulous, exclaimed, "You won't kill me?" Chun Li's lips curled into a sly smile. "Of course not. I, Chun Li, never betray my allies. Hurry, Brother Aoba, return to your homeland. The liberation of the Kunlun slaves is a long and arduous journey. I hope you can escape back to the vast grasslands and ignite the first shot of armed revolution." Aoba glanced at the storage ring, but said nothing. Chun Li never played by the rules, so he dared not take that storage ring. "Rest assured, Brother Aoba, if it comes to blows, you would already be dead." Chun Li chuckled, then began to sing. "Today, only the remnants of the shell remain. Welcoming the glorious years, weathering the storm, embracing freedom." Aoba was once again moved, his blood surging with fervor. A lifetime of wandering struggles. Confidence can change the future. Who can achieve such a feat? Wow! The two sang in unison. Yao Qingqing stood dumbfounded. "What are you two doing? A shallow woman cannot comprehend the blood and passion between men." Chun Li scoffed lightly, removing his golden chain and placing it around Ma Aoba's neck. "Brother Aoba, do you understand my intentions now?" Ma Aoba, tears welling in his eyes, bumped fists and shoulders with Chen Li. "I understand. I completely understand. Master Chen, you are a loyal man." He wiped away the tear streaks on his dark face. Tightly grasping the storage ring on the ground, bowed respectfully to Chun Li, and then flew away from Yao Feng without looking back. "Farewell, Brother Aoba." Chun Li gazed at his departing figure, feeling a twinge of melancholy. With Black Brother gone, Tian Yan Sect would no longer have anyone who understood the resonance of his vocal prowess. Chun Li wiped away a non-existent tear from the corner of his eye, sorrowfully stating, "Miss Yao, please open the formation now. I wish to inspect what Ma Aoba has stolen from the medicinal garden." How shameless! Yao Qingqing muttered, Aoba hadn't even touched the spiritual soil of the medicinal garden. And yet he accused him of theft. What was more, He had pretended so convincingly just moments ago. One might think he and Ma Aoba shared a bond of life and death, only to turn around and besmirch him. If given the choice, she would have loved nothing more than to slap this despicable man to death. Yet at present, her spiritual energy was entirely sealed by a terrifying force, rendering her incapable of mobilizing even a shred of power. Should she act? Yao Qingqing had no chance of victory. Asu Buffan's granddaughter. She had often heard her grandfather speak of Chen Li, each time with gritted teeth, although this man was merely at the Qi refinement stage. He had garnered the favor of the previous sect leader of Tian Yan Sect, receiving countless treasures in both overt and covert manners. Not to mention, the very technique that had severely wounded Ma Aoba was beyond her ability to anticipate. With this in mind, Yao Qingqing resolved to first open the medicinal garden for this scoundrel, and once her grandfather returned, she would report the truth. By then, Chun Li's schemes would be of no consequence. Thus, Yao Qingqing approached the entrance of the medicinal garden, retrieving a black artifact resembling a token from her storage ring. She then softly murmured an incantation, Huitua, and I Ma Da Hong Naku. As the spell was recited, the formation enveloping the medicinal garden rippled like waves, and a luminous gate swung open. Within the medicinal garden lay a world of wonders, vast and expansive, leaving Yao Qingqing in awe. Chun Li, alongside Yao Qingqing, soared through the air, traversing nearly half an hour before arriving at the entrance of a gigantic cave. The air here was thick with fiery energy, almost palpable. The fire phoenix true fruit should be located here. Chun Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Yao Qingqing was taken aback. You intend to take the fire phoenix true fruit? Chun Li glanced at her. What are you saying? It was clearly Ma Aoba who stole the fire phoenix true fruit. What does it have to do with me? Yao Qingqing snorted disdainfully. The fire phoenix true fruit can only grow atop the remains of the phoenix. Once removed, it will turn to ash. Moreover, I find it perplexing. You are merely at the Qi refinement stage. Even if you were to obtain this spiritual fruit, it would be of no use to you. Why go to such lengths? I may be of no use. But my disciple is, Chun Li replied. Qinghe, come forth. As soon as Chun Li's voice faded, a graceful figure emerged in the medicinal garden. It was a stunning face, untouched by any cosmetics, adorned in elegantly simple attire. With long, slightly curled hair cascading down like a waterfall, exuding an ethereal aura. How beautiful! Yao Qingqing, with her curvaceous figure and perfect silhouette, couldn't help but marvel at Shun Qinghe's enchanting beauty the instant she laid eyes upon her. Let us proceed inside and behold the wonders of the fire phoenix true fruit, she suggested. The trio entered the cave, which was far larger than they had anticipated. Perhaps it once served as a sanctuary for the phoenix, as it was imbued with a crimson glow that illuminated the cavern with a breathtaking radiance. Moreover, Shun Qinghe noticed that as she stepped into the cave, the immortal phoenix patterned cauldron she wore as an ornament resonated with a brilliant red light, reminiscent of a primal force's resonance. Before she could ponder further, her gaze was drawn to a fire tree at the center of the cavern, compelling her to approach. It stood atop a pool of lava, measuring just over 2 meters in height, its trunk transparent and shimmering with resplendent light, while its leaves and the magma below emitted a fiery glow. The very apex of the trunk grew a red fruit that appeared unremarkable, akin to the most ordinary of apples. Yet, its very mundanity accentuated its extraordinary nature. This truly the fire phoenix true fruit. It resembles the red Fuji apples from my hometown, Chun Li remarked dismissively, recalling that 5 kilograms could be purchased for just 10 yuan. Chapter 26. It has a soul. Qinghe, quickly consume that large apple in one bite, and our endeavor will be complete, Chun Li urged. One bite. Shun Qinghe's delicate face flushed slightly, her eyes glimmering as they turned toward Chen Li. The fire phoenix true fruit was substantial, containing astonishing celestial energy. How could she possibly consume it in one bite? Allow me to remind you, the fire phoenix true fruit cannot be removed from the fire vein. Cultivators can only refine the essence it emits in small increments. Otherwise, my grandfather would have long since plucked it. Would it be left for you? Yao Qingqing chimed in with a gleeful tone. Chen Li fell silent. Indeed, Yao Qingqing was correct. The fire phoenix true fruit possessed the spirit of the phoenix and could not be regarded as an ordinary spiritual flower or fruit. What a hassle! If it were me, I would have devoured it whole, core and all, but my precious disciple Shun Qinghe lacks the training for such a feat. It truly vexes me. Just then, Shun Qinghe sensed a sudden stirring. The immortal phoenix patterned cauldron began to levitate on its own. The red light emanating from the cauldron intensified, drawing closer to the fire tree. Suddenly, the cauldron emitted a thread of light, morphing into a phantom of a phoenix in mid-air. Its wings flapping as countless streams of light enveloped the fire phoenix true fruit, voraciously absorbing its essence. In the blink of an eye, the fruit shrank considerably, while a similar fruit began to grow within the cauldron. What on earth is happening? Yao Qingqing gasped, staring at the levitating cauldron. From the overwhelming pressure radiating from the cauldron, it was evident that it was a ninth-grade magical treasure, seemingly sealed with the phoenix's primal power. A ninth-grade alchemical furnace? How is this possible? How could Shen Qinghe possess such a high-tier magical artifact? Yao Qingqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That it was her first encounter with a ninth-grade treasure. Her grandfather had mentioned that only emperors possessed such artifacts. Shen Qinghe, merely a spirit emperor, how had she come to acquire a ninth-grade treasure, and why was it so exquisitely beautiful? While she was still in shock, the fire phoenix true fruit was completely absorbed by the immortal phoenix-patterned furnace. And without the fruit, the fire tree cracked apart, disintegrating into ash and falling into the lava below. Let us depart. With the task nearly accomplished, Chun Li urged Shen Qinghe to retrieve the cauldron and prepare to leave. At that moment, Yao Qingqing seemed to awaken from her stupor, a peculiar glint in her eyes as she blocked their path. You shall not leave. The fire phoenix true fruit is the treasure of Yaofeng. You cannot simply take it away. Oh, Yao Qingqing's words were succinct, and Chun Li understood her clearly. He turned to Shen Qinghe and instructed, please, freeze her. Shen Qinghe smiled slightly, activating her ice heart divine gift. Instantly encasing Yao Qingqing in a block of profound ice, Chen Li tapped the ice block, which was as solid as iron. Qinghe, you should return to Piao Miao Peak at once and consume the fire phoenix true fruit without delay. Lest we prolong our endeavors, I shall remain here and have some fun with this little girl to ensure she keeps her mouth tightly shut and solidify Ma Aoba's reputation as a thief. Understood. Shen Qinghe complied readily, a divine radiance emanating from her feet as she soared toward Piao Miao Peak. After casting one last glance at the ice-encased Yao Qingqing, Chen Li smirked, a mischievous idea springing to mind. Little girl, do not blame the Peak Master. After all, it was your lack of diligence and cultivation that led you to wander aimlessly in this medicinal garden. I must ensure you are thoroughly subdued. With that, Chun Li hoisted Yao Qingqing and flew toward a desolate mountain within the Tian Yan Sect, Tongxi Peak. After flying for a little over half an hour, a small peak came into view. The name revealed that it had been personally named by Chen Li, as the former sect master had intended it to serve as Chun Li's dwelling. However, the distance to the Tian Yan Sect's main peak was too great, requiring considerable time for Chun Li to attend sect meetings. Thus, the former sect master had specially arranged for him to occupy Piao Miao Peak instead. Upon landing at Tongxi Peak, Chun Li placed the ice-encased Yao Qingqing on the ground. At that moment, a complex problem presented itself. Yao Qingqing was frozen too solidly, making it difficult to melt her out. Chun Li initially considered using the South Ming fire to burn her free, but he quickly realized that such fire would reduce anything to ashes and would never extinguish until its target was completely incinerated. The first plan was clearly unfeasible. Thus, he resorted to Plan B, using ordinary fire to melt her. Although it would be tedious, it was safer. Chun Li gathered firewood from the mountain and, with a flick of his finger, summoned true fire that quickly ignited the dry wood into a roaring blaze. Compared to the South Ming fire, he was far more adept at manipulating ordinary flames, as he had also served as a barbecue master at Piao Miao Peak. After placing the large ice block beside the fire, Chun Li, unwilling to waste time, retrieved a rocking chair, opened an umbrella, donned sunglasses, and comfortably basked in the sunlight. He inadvertently dozed off, only to awaken the next day. Upon opening his eyes, his first instinct was to check the fire. The flames had extinguished, but the ice block had only melted partially, revealing the terrifying potency of Shen Qinghe's ice heart divine gift. This won't do. Chun Li flicked the large ice block. It remained rigid as ever. At this rate, it would likely take 7 or 8 days for it to completely melt. Time was of the essence for Chun Li. He could not afford to linger here. Furthermore, the meeting at the Tian Yan Sect's main hall was likely concluding soon, and Yao Bufin would soon return to Yaofeng that if he could not successfully coordinate his alibi, their efforts would be in vain. Thus, Chun Li decided to take matters into his own hands. That he reignited the campfire, setting up 2 barbecue racks on either side of the fire. Then, he retrieved a large iron rod similar to that of Ma Aoba's, skewered Yao Qingqing upon it, and placed her over the rack to begin the grilling process. With even heat, the ice encasing Yao Qingqing began to visibly melt. This is the power of science. After grilling for a while, Chun Li suddenly felt the monotony of his method and decided it lacked soul. He then retrieved cumin, chili powder, pig fat, and various other seasonings, skillfully applying them to the ice-skewered Yao Qingqing. Much better. As the sun rose higher in the sky, Chun Li began to feel drowsy and wanted to take a nap. However, with Yao Qingqing still grilling, it would be easy for her to burn if he didn't turn her frequently. What to do? Chun Li had a flash of inspiration and quickly devised a simple flipping device. Attaching it to his right leg. With this contraption, he could flip Yao Qingqing while stretching his leg. I am truly a genius. With the device in place, Chun Li donned his sunglasses once more and reclined comfortably in his rocking chair. Chapter 27. My skills are indeed top-notch. I gaze into the distance, where countless dreams soar freely upon the moon, yesterday forgotten, the sorrow dried by the wind. As he sang, Chen Li suddenly found himself shedding tears akin to those of Ma Aoba. How bitter! Hage has embarked on the journey back home, and in just 3 to 5 years, he will surely ignite a spark on that vast prairie. As for him, however, he can only languish under the sun within the confines of the bitter Tian Yan Sect. Losing sight of his dreams. To lose one's aspirations as a person is akin to being a salted fish, devoid of purpose. Chen Li refuses to succumb to such a fate. He resolves to recall the pure intentions of his youth and to promote the vibrant nightlife of the red wine and green streets to every corner of the Xianyan continent. The challenge he faces is no less daunting than Mao Ba's liberation movement for the Kunlun slaves. For individuals with the spirit of General Yu are few and far between, while many are merely antiquated souls who fail to grasp the significance of his endeavors. The road ahead is fraught with difficulty. What a delightful aroma. It seems someone is grilling on the iron plate. Oh dear. Chun Li swiftly leapt forward, arriving at the barbecue grill, where the enticing scent emanated from Yao Qingqing. How unfortunate. Chun Li observed the now-detached flipping device and smacked his forehead. Due to insufficient length, the flipping mechanism had been elongated into a slender wire without him realizing. Meanwhile, Yao Qingqing was being mercilessly scorched by the flames. Her backside facing downward under the force of gravity. He could clearly see that the fabric around her posterior had been charred, revealing a charred yellow beneath. At this moment, the ice upon her body had nearly melted. Yet the spiritual energy within her meridians remained frozen. Otherwise, she would have long since freed herself from the grill. You scoundrel! Yao Qingqing seethed with rage. If looks could kill, Chun Li would have died 1,000 times over. My sincerest apologies, truly. It seems my skills require further refinement. Chun Li wore an apologetic expression, hurriedly lifting the large iron rod to remove Yao Qingqing from the grill, considering her backside had been thoroughly cooked. He gently turned her over after placing her on the ground, then pressed on the charred flesh. Not bad. Medium well, perfect for the appetites of the Tian Yan Sect's practitioners. I will kill you. Yao Qingqing, both embarrassed and furious, struggled to throttle Chen Li. Please, don't be impulsive. I have a method to treat your backside, Chen Li called out desperately. Upon hearing this, Yao Qingqing released her grip on his neck. Compared to her seething anger, she was more concerned about preserving her dignity. After all, even cultivators have their pride, and she shuddered at the thought of others reacting to the scent of barbecue wafting from her rear. What now? Yao Qingqing glared at Chun Li, her teeth clenched. Chun Li cleared his throat and produced a white cloth, adorning it over his mouth. Miss Yao, regarding your unfortunate situation, I have 2 treatment options. Yao Qingqing, barely containing her fury, snapped. Spare me your nonsense. Chun Li promptly continued. The first option involves surgically removing the charred portion and then filling it with other flesh, after which I assure you it will be even more pert than before. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Qingqing rejected the notion, for the thought of having flesh cut away was simply intolerable. What if the delectable aroma of her own flesh enticed that gluttonous rascal to sample it? Chun Li sighed. Then we must resort to the second treatment option, which involves my hands gently caressing the cooked area repeatedly, stimulating regeneration and ensuring your skin regains its youthful softness. How can that be acceptable? Yao Qingqing's face flushed crimson. A woman's virtue is more precious than her life. If he were to touch her in such a manner, how could she ever face anyone again? Absolutely not. Then it seems we must proceed with the surgery. Just as they conversed, Chun Li donned a pair of white gloves and began meticulously cleaning a gleaming small knife, proudly declaring, "Disinfecting." Yao Qingqing's heart raced in terror, and after a moment of contemplation, she timidly suggested. Perhaps you should use the second option instead. Ochk. Thus, Chun Li removed the white gloves and prepared to undress Yao Qingqing. What are you doing? Yao Qingqing's face turned beet red, clutching her clothes tightly, her eyes wide with fear, resembling a startled little rabbit. Chun Li, unfazed, replied, undressing, of course. How else can I treat you? Caught off guard by his nonchalant words. Yao Qingqing found herself momentarily speechless, feeling bashful. If so, let's stick to the first option. Before she could finish, Chen Li donned the white cap once more and brandished the glimmering blade. Very well, but I will undress myself. Yao Qingqing steeled herself, embracing her embarrassment, knowing it was better than losing a piece of flesh from her backside. Please, Chen Li feigned indifference. Yao Qingqing took a deep breath, finally summoning her resolve, her face ablaze as she slowly removed her garments. As she did so, her long, graceful legs were the first to emerge, followed by the exquisite curves of her body, as smooth and white as jade. Yet, the unsightly charred patches on her backside were undeniably glaring. A wave of sultry allure washed over Chun Li, who cleared his throat twice. You need not remove everything. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yao Qingqing's fair, delicate face burned with embarrassment, her pristine arms crossing over her chest as she glared at Chun Li in a mix of shame and anger. Truly, this is infuriating. You never asked. Chun Li feigned innocence. Then wait for me to dress. Yao Qingqing bit her lip, her face growing ever redder. She wished for nothing more than to vanish. Had she known this would happen, she would have preferred the first option. Having seen everything, why bother with the pretense? Chun Li proclaimed with righteous indignation. I am a principled doctor and harbor no ulterior motives. Yao Qingqing huffed. Turning onto her side, Chun Li wasted no time. Channeling his energy through his hands, he gently placed them upon her scorched area to commence treatment. His hand glided over the charred flesh. It visibly began to heal, the newly regenerated skin returning to its former pristine state. Even under a magnifying glass, not a single flaw could be detected. For good measure, Chun Li circled his hand around the area before retracting it, saying, Get dressed, your backside has healed. Upon hearing this, Yao Qingqing silently donned her clothes. However, once she had finished, she sat on the ground, hugging her legs, her eyes like autumn waters glistening with unshed tears. Crying, how pathetic, Chun Li remarked derisively upon witnessing her. You are mistaken. I am not crying to Chun Li's taunt. Yao Qingqing immediately stood up, glaring at him with a defiant expression. Chapter 28. A further upgrade. Chun Li ignored the almost lethal glare from Yao Qingqing, just as he disregarded the mockery from his fellow disciples of the Tian Yan Sect. In any case, Miss Qingqing, you wouldn't want others to discover this incident, would you? Yao Qingqing gritted her teeth. Chen Li. Are you threatening me? Chun Li spread his hands. How could I dare? I am merely speaking the truth. If you dislike it, I can certainly find another way. Yao Qingqing scoffed, such as, come and see. Come and see. The naked backside of Yao Buffan's precious granddaughter is up for grabs. No need for $9.98. No need for $168. Just $88. Chun Li produced a large horn out of nowhere and began shouting with fervor. I will kill you. Yao Qingqing was infuriated, lunging at Chun Li with the intent to strangle him on the spot. Yet, Chun Li merely stood there, smiling slightly, as a radiant black rod materialized in front of Yao Qingqing. Another rod. Yao Qingqing struggled to compose herself. This is absurd. Isn't that rod the exclusive weapon of Mao Ba? Why does Chun Li possess one as well? A good question. I simply cannot resist a fine object. Yesterday, when I ambushed Mao Ba, I conveniently slipped this rod into my storage ring. Yao Qingqing shot Chun Li a glare. Did I ask you? Over the past few days, she had developed a severe psychological aversion to that black rod. Now, upon seeing Chun Li brandish it, her desire to strangle him dissipated entirely. Very well, I shall cooperate. But you must promise me one thing. As soon as Yao Qingqing finished speaking, Chun Li interjected, Sorry. I cannot comply. Yao Qingqing was utterly speechless. I haven't even stated my request yet. How do you know it is impossible? Chun Li asserted firmly. Because impossible is impossible, faced with such bullying. Yao Qingqing could no longer contain herself and sank to the ground in tears. Chen Li, you scoundrel. I will tell my grandfather about how you bullied me, as well as your theft of our Yao Feng Huifeng Zhengue. With a heart full of sorrow, Yao Qingqing burst into tears, causing Chen Li to scratch his head in helplessness, his heart softening involuntarily. All right, stop crying. What is it that you wish me to do? Upon hearing this, Yao Qingqing lifted her tear-streaked face, vigorously wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes before she sobbingly replied, I want you to give me a 9th-tier magical artifact. One as beautiful as the one Chun Qinghe possesses. Chun Li was momentarily speechless. It was for this trivial matter that she was so distressed. After all, she was a female cultivator, and it was only natural to be drawn to beautiful things. That is not too difficult, but unfortunately, I do not have one at the moment. Let us consider it a promise for now. Upon hearing Chun Li's agreement, Yao Qingqing's face lit up with a smile. You mustn't go back on your word. Ha! I, Chen Li, a man of 8 feet, standing tall and proud, am never one to utter falsehoods. That would be best. With their agreement established, Yao Qingqing immediately began to weave her narrative. After a round of Chun Li's expert embellishment, a strikingly different tale was born that it was a sun-kissed afternoon, and Yao Qingqing frolicked amidst the blossoms of Yaofeng it that moment, a pair of nefarious eyes fixated upon the innocent girl. A figure wielding a large club, clad in dark skin, and sporting a set of gleaming white teeth emerged. It was the wicked Kunlun slave, Mao Ba. He gazed greedily at Yao Qingqing, and in a fit of rage, he struck her down with a single blow, intent on committing unspeakable acts. Just then, a heroic figure clad in white descended from the heavens, with an ethereal aura, wearing black sunglasses, and his garments billowing in the wind. He appeared as if a celestial being had graced the mortal realm, radiating an air of sanctity. Yao Qingqing couldn't help but interrupt. Isn't that a bit too exaggerated? Chen Li, displeased with her interruption, retorted, what do you understand? Stories require exaggerated narrative techniques. It's all about the thrill that if you read a novel with a critical mind, wouldn't that be madness? Left speechless by his rebuttal, Yao Qingqing could only nod. All right then. Chun Li continued his tale. Next, Chun Li engaged in a fierce battle with Mao Ba for 300 rounds. Just as he was about to subdue him, Mao Ba unleashed a terrifying surge of dark power, charging into the medicinal garden with reckless abandon, heading straight for the cave where the fire phoenix true fruit grew. Chun Li, unable to stop him, could only watch helplessly as Mao Ba devoured the fire phoenix true fruit. Empowered by the fruit, Mao Ba's cultivation soared, and he plotted the annihilation of the entire medicinal garden in a bid to protect the sect's treasures. Chun Li, fully aware of his disadvantage, bravely rushed forth to combat him. Alas, Mao Ba's dark prowess was too formidable. Chun Li was no match. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to an ancient secret technique, risking his very life to inflict a grievous wound upon Mao Ba. Regrettably, at that moment, Chun Li was already on the brink of collapse, unable to prevent Mao Ba's escape. When they both regained consciousness, it was already the next day. The tale concluded. Is that acceptable? Yao Qingqing felt dizzy from the fantastical narrative. It was well known that Chun Li was regarded as a waste within the sect. How could he possibly have fought valiantly against Mao Ba? If the protagonist were swapped, the credibility might be higher. However, Chen Li remained confidently assured. You see, the more genuine the story sounds, the less believable it becomes. It's far better to let their imaginations run wild. Remember this. People are only willing to believe what they already believe. What you say has no bearing on that. Very well. Yao Qingqing was utterly bemused. After their conspiracy was settled, Chen Li bid her farewell. That I reckon the sect leader has concluded their meeting by now. You should return to Yaofeng to prepare, and I must return to Piao Miao Peak to feign death. Moments later, Chun Li arrived back at Piao Miao Peak. However, instead of going straight to pretend to be dead, he first ventured to a street filled with revelry. General Yu and others from the Wuazong were still lost in their revelries. As the host, he felt it necessary to extend his greetings. At the bride's tower, the waiter courteously led Chun Li to the 3rd floor. Chief Chun. As soon as General Yu caught sight of Chun Li, he called out warmly. Chun Li ascended the stairs slowly, his smile as warm as the spring sun. General, it's been 2 days since we last met. I thought you might have missed me. General Yu chuckled in response, retracting his feet from the foot bath. Chief Chun, you've finally returned. The past 2 days without your company were dreadfully dulled. It would be a grave offense to neglect General Yu. Chun Li's voice was filled with sincere regret. He offered no excuses, for General Yu was clearly not interested in them. He was simply pleased to see Chun Li. General Yu, with warmth, stepped forward and grasped Chen Li's hands. What are you saying? Chief Chun, we share a bond akin to brothers. There's no question of offense. After exchanging pleasantries, General Yu prepared to take his leave. He commanded his disciples to polish his diamond-studded loafers. He turned to Chen Li, saying, Chief Chen, affairs within the Wuazong are quite hectic, so I shan't linger. When you next visit, I shall personally entertain you, allowing you to experience the unique aspects of our sect. Thank you, General. I shall personally see you off. General Yu lit a cigarette, chewed on a couple of betel nuts, and took a deep puff before saying, I appreciate it, Chieftain. That is but my duty. Chun Li replied, and together they departed from the bride's tower, a contingent of Wuazong disciples falling into formation behind them, restoring their solemn military demeanor. The sun blazed overhead, and both Chun Li and General Yu instinctively donned their sunglasses. Before long, they reached the mountain gate, where the grand flying vessel of the Wuazong had already been activated, stirring up a significant cloud of dust that left the accompanying Tian Yan Sect members gasping for breath. Unanimously, they cursed General Yu in their hearts for his ostentation. Please board the vessel, General. The disciples of Wuazong half-kneeled, their voices rising in unison, reminiscent of a tidal wave that shook the heavens and earth. General Yu nodded, bending slightly, and with a powerful thrust of his feet in his loafers, he launched himself towards the flying vessel like a cannonball, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and gale. Even with his sunglasses on, Chen Li found himself momentarily choked, his vision entirely obscured by the blowing sand. Countless particles struck his sunglasses, leaving a web of cracks resembling shattered ice behind him. The disciples of the Tian Yan Sect fared far worse. Struggling to maintain their footing amidst the dust storm, their cries drowned out by an even more deafening command. Disciples of Wuazong, board the vessel swiftly. General Yu bellowed, in an instant. Dozens of orange-yellow gusts surged forth, roaring towards them. The spectacle was akin to a sandstorm that blotted out the sun. Wasn't there a designated team to clean up the dust beneath the flying vessel? How could there still be so much? Brother, it's not that we did not clean properly. It's that the Wuazong members deliberately shattered the dirt on the ground before jumping. How amusing. I've learned something new today. It seems one can truly put on a show. Chieftain, until we meet again. General Yu stood atop the flying vessel, clasping his fists in farewell to Chen Li. Safe travels, General. Chen Li returned the gesture. Before long, the Wuazong flying vessel pivoted and surged forth, releasing a powerful gust that swiftly vanished into the horizon. Chun Li shook the dust from his head, casually discarding his shattered sunglasses onto the ground, murmuring to himself, as expected of General Yu. Even parting is done with such flair. I must learn from this. Having said that, he turned and soared back towards Piao Miao Peak. Observing Chun Li take his leave, a group of Tian Yan Sect disciples quickly gathered around. Their gazes fixated on the sunglasses discarded by Chun Li. Engaging in lively discussion, one robust-looking disciple poked his nose, saying, I heard Chen Li refer to this thing as sunglasses that I never paid attention before. But upon closer inspection, it's quite exquisite and stylish. A tall cultivator beside him retorted, What did you expect? Although Chun Li is deemed a waste, he is the most indulgent cultivator in the Tian Yan Sect. The things he uses are bound to be exceptional. Another Tian Yan disciple chimed in, TSK, 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 Tian Mountain Ink Jade. Even a piece the size of a fingernail costs 1,000 spirit stones. Chen Li's sunglasses must be worth at least 10,000 spirit stones. By the way, are there any disciples from the refining peak among you? Let us have a few pairs made for us to wear. Good suggestion, brother. I'm from the refining peak, but we can't obtain Tian Mountain Ink Jade. We can easily gather ordinary black jade. Then let us use black jade as a substitute. They're similar in color and nearly indistinguishable. As a gathering of disciples deliberated on the creation of sunglasses, Chun Li had already leisurely descended upon the mysterious peak to that moment. The system's voice resonated as anticipated. Ding! The host's eldest disciple, Qin Yaoshuang, successfully refined the sword of extermination, comprehending the power of slaughter, and commenced a double synchronization for the host. Ding! The host's second disciple, Shen Xinghe, broke through to the mid-stage of the Spirit Emperor realm, resulting in a double enhancement of the host's cultivation as the sounds faded. A surge of pure energy descended, circulating through Chen Li's meridians before settling in his dantian. At this moment, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Sovereign realm, and he had also gained a double comprehension of the slaughter power derived from the Sword of Extermination through Qin Yaoshuang. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him, Chun Li sensed that, despite only being at the Spirit Sovereign level, he could easily contend with those at the Spirit Saint level. This was not mere arrogance. It was a recognition of the exceptional talents of Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Xinghe, whose combat prowess could transcend realms. Coupled with the various rewards Chun Li had bestowed upon them, they were truly formidable. rendering them nearly invincible beneath the spirit saint-leveled as their master. Chun Li naturally reaped the benefits of their extraordinary insights, elevating his own capabilities significantly. Brother Tongzi, when shall I take on a third disciple? The system inquired. Do not rush. The right one will come in due time, it replied. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Tian Yan Sect, numerous peak masters had taken their leave from Munan Tian and were preparing to return to their respective peaks. The ancient dragon clan's secret realm had left them in a tumultuous uproar for 2 consecutive days, and now they appeared somewhat listless. If Chun Li were present, he would surely lament that even cultivators could not withstand sleepless nights. However, amidst the assembly of peak masters, there were those who radiated vitality. For instance, Gulai Wengshuan, Bai Wanjian, and Yao Bufan appeared exceptionally spirited. It was evident that they had secured a spot in the dragon clan's secret realm. Particularly, Yao Bufan not only claimed a slot for himself at the Spirit Emperor level, but had also compelled the sect leader to secure a qualification for his granddaughter, Yao Qingqing, to enter the secret realm. As her grandfather, Yao Bufan spared no expense, equipping her with various life-preserving and offensive techniques, effectively arming her to the teeth. Chen Li and Ma Aoba could deeply relate to this. Additionally, with the care of late-stage Spirit Emperor disciples from the Medicine Peak, a mere visit to the secret realm would pose little challenge. Yao Bufan, brimming with pride, returned to Medicine Peak, eager to share this good news with his beloved granddaughter. However, before he could do so, a shocking piece of news erupted from her lips. You say Ma Aoba swallowed the Fire Phoenix true fruit in one gulp and attempted to act against you. It was Chun Li who saved you. Yao Bufan gasped in fury, the rushing air ruffling his beard. Yao Qingqing feigned a look of grievance and nodded. Yes, Grandpa. If it weren't for Chun Li, I would have been too ashamed to see you. Sob sob. Chapter 30. I have high hopes for you. How is this possible? Yao Bufan exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face as he listened to Yao Qingqing's tale. Bah! What is Chun Li? A mere waste at the Qi refinement stage. How could he possibly defeat Ma Aoba, a late-stage spirit emperor? Yet, knowing his granddaughter would not deceive him, he sensed that there was more to this story than as for Ma Aoba. This individual was indeed adept at hiding his true potential. A lowly Kunlun slave had managed to cultivate to the Spirit Emperor realm. It was hard to believe he lacked means. As the saying goes, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. However, with Ma Aoba, Yao Bufan knew neither his face nor his heart. This was not his fault. The Kunlun slaves were notoriously shadowy, obscuring their true appearances. Moreover, according to Yao Qingqing's description, the Fire Phoenix true fruit had been swallowed whole. A characteristic that aligned with Ma Aoba's traits. Weighing the clues at hand, Yao Bufan could almost pinpoint the suspect. The only lingering doubt was, why was Chun Li present at Medicine Peak? Could it be that he and Ma Aoba had conspired together to stage a play for Yao Qingqing? Yet, that made little sense that a Qi refinement stage cultivator would find the Fire Phoenix true fruit of no use. And he would hardly be foolish enough to collaborate with the nefarious. According to Yao Qingqing, when Chun Li appeared, he was like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, and as she recounted this, her youthful countenance blossomed with infatuation. Clearly, there was something more beneath the surface. After calming Yao Qingqing, Yao Bufan immediately set off towards the mysterious peak. That in his haste, he did not conceal his aura. Unleashing a torrent of divine light that surged towards mysterious peak, overwhelming the skies with a terrifying saintly pressure. This dreadful presence instantly alerted Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Qing'a. Yao Bufan's saintly aura was nearly impossible to suppress, leading Qin Yaoshuang to believe he had come to seek vengeance at Mysterious Peak. She sheathed the sword of extermination before approaching Chen Li.as for Shen Qing'a. She was well aware of the situation and did not reveal herself directly. Boom! Yao Bufan landed on Mysterious Peak. Upon touching down, he saw Chen Li reclining in a rocking chair, basking in the sun, his body utterly devoid of the aura associated with the Fire Phoenix true fruit. In truth, even if such an aura existed, Chen Li would have severed the causal ties with his southern brightly fire, rendering it imperceptible to Yao Bufan. Yao Bufan regarded Chen Li with a slight frown, his anger escalating. Sleeping. Always sleeping. You've nearly turned into a pig. Such a lazy person could never have stolen the Fire Phoenix spirit fruit. The reason was simple. He hadn't even woken up yet. Likewise, Yao Bufan did not believe Chen Li could have saved Yao Qingqing. There had to be another individual involved, one closely tied to Mysterious Peak. Otherwise, they would not have acted under Chun Li's auspices. leaving no name to claim credit. This led him to suspect that the person in question must be. As this thought crossed his mind, Yao Bufan chuckled, realizing he was indeed a genius, having unraveled this mystery in less than a stick of incense's time. Thus, he bypassed Chun Li and approached Qin Yaoshuang. Yaoshuang, you truly deserve the title of our sect's prodigy, to be merely at the mid-stage of the Spirit Emperor realm, yet able to triumph over Ma Aoba of the late stage. Huh? Qin Yaoshuang's expression shifted, her brow furrowing. Sect Master Yao, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Good disciple, you truly care for your waist of a master. You have worked tirelessly for him. Yao Bufan observed Qin Yaoshuang. Admiration evident in his gaze. Yaoshuang, I hold high hopes for you. Of course, I understand why you are leveraging your master's name to save my granddaughter. It is merely an attempt to ease the relations between Mysterious Peak and Medicine Peak. Rest assured, the doors of Medicine Peak will always be open to you. As for your master, Chun Li, whether the doors are open or closed makes no difference. Let him continue his slumber in peace on Mysterious Peak. Qin Yaoshuang's brow furrowed slightly. She had an inkling that her master was behind this matter. Yet, she could not fathom why Yao Bufan had come to thank her. Humph. Chun Li, look at your disciple and then at yourself. If I were you, I would find a block of tofu to end it all. How can you bear to sleep so soundly? Yao Bufan's irritation at Chun Li was palpable, and his words were unreserved. Chun Li interjected, Sect Master Yao, it was I who drove Ma Aobo away. If you don't believe me, just look at his big black club. With that, Chun Li produced a large black club. Qin Yaoshuang remained composed. In her understanding, her master's cultivation was unfathomably deep. Not to mention a mere spirit emperor. Even an emperor could easily be extinguished with a wave of his hand. As for herself, as a reincarnated demon emperor, she was already among the pinnacle of emperors. Yet her entire fortune paled in comparison to the sword of extermination casually bestowed by her master. It seemed her master intended to reveal some of his cultivation within the sect. Qin Yaoshuang mused to herself, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Yao Bufan burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, my suspicions were indeed correct. Yaoshuang, I comprehend your good intentions. I will remember your kindness in saving Qingqing. Qin Yaoshuang's face bore a look of confusion. Sect Master Yao, I truly do not know your granddaughter. This matter has nothing to do with me. Seeing Qin Yaoshuang maintaining her facade of ignorance, Yao Bufan replied, all right, Yaoshuang, I will report this matter truthfully to the sect leader. As for the incident with Ma Aoba swallowing the fire phoenix true fruit, do not blame yourself. You have done remarkably well. Qin Yaoshuang stared at Yao Bufan, who seemed to know everything, unsure of what to say. Well then, I shall take my leave. Before departing, Yao Bufan shot a disparaging glance at Chun Li, lamenting the waste of talent that was Qin Yaoshuang's exceptional disciple. However, he was grateful that after the sect competition, Qin Yaoshuang would be able to leave Mysterious Peak. That time, he would undoubtedly strive to have Qin Yaoshuang join Medicine Peak. The immediate priority, however, was to promptly inform the sect leader about the Fire Phoenix True Fruit incident and swiftly apprehend Ma Aoba. Damn Kunlun slave, how dare he steal the treasures of Mysterious Peak? Just wait until I catch you. As Qin Yaoshuang gazed at the departing figure of Yao Bufan, she helplessly turned to Chen Li. Her frosty countenance unexpectedly morphing into a particularly endearing, bewildered expression. Chun Li admonished her sternly, cease with the cuteness and focus on your cultivation. Your junior sister has already reached the mid-stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. And here you are, making me lose face. Indeed, Qin Yaoshuang did not retort. After all, when it came to losing face, it was clearly her master who was tarnishing the reputation of his disciples. Nevertheless, the time required to refine the Excalibur of eradication was indeed longer than anticipated. And thus she could not afford to squander any more time. She must swiftly advance to the late stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. Only a day remained until the sect's grand competition. Throughout these past few days, Chun Li had been dutifully resting atop the Mysterious Peak. This had been his routine, for unless summoned by the sect master, he would not have left the serene heights of the Mysterious Peak. However, it was not solely a matter of slumber. In preparation for the upcoming competition, Chun Li had meticulously devised a secret weapon for his two disciples. All awaited the arrival of the grand competition. Chapter 31. The ingenious Wu Bin, however, at this moment, Chun Li remained oblivious to the tempest that had engulfed the Tian Yan Sect in the brief days following General Yu's departure. The Crescent Moon Market served as a bustling exchange hub for disciples of various peaks within the Tian Yan Sect to barter their wares. Typically, the most vibrant shops in the market included the Pill Pavilion, the Divine Armory, and the Rejuvenation Hall, establishments closely tied to the practitioners. Yet recently, a peculiar wind had swept through. A multitude of disciples, clutching heaps of spirit stones, surged toward a particular spirit accessory shop. The owner of the Pill Pavilion, munching on sunflower seeds, could not suppress his disdainful remarks. What in the world? Usually, it's the female cultivators procuring spirit accessories. What has driven so many male cultivators to frantically crowd in there? Had Chun Li been present, he would have recognized the busy shopkeeper within that establishment. None other than the reception disciples who had attended to General Yu alongside him. That it seemed that a series of tumultuous events had imparted a painful revelation to them, prompting them to congregate after General Yu's departure to examine the sunglasses Chun Li had left behind. After all, without research, they had no authority to speak. In their exploration, they stumbled upon a lucrative avenue. Among them, a particularly astute disciple named Wu Bin from the Refining Peak discerned that Chun Li's sunglasses were not mere decorative items. When donned, these glasses not only diminished the harsh glare, but also revealed the otherwise colorless and formless spiritual energy of the world. This was a monumental discovery. Imagine if cultivator Xiao Shuai and cultivator Xiao Ming, strangers to each other, embarked on an adventure in the same secret realm. How could Xiao Ming guard against Xiao Shuai's sudden treachery? The answer was simple. He needed a pair of sunglasses. With these, he could perceive fluctuations in spiritual energy and respond proactively. Moreover, the ingenious Wu Bin employed his refining skills to inscribe formations within the sunglasses that could counteract illusions. Thus, cultivator Xiao Ming could disregard the surrounding environment within the secret realm and merrily navigate his adventures. Following the success of one formation, Wu Bin rapidly extrapolated, etching attack formations, defense formations, and barrier formations into the sunglasses. Achieving such a feat, mothers would no longer need to worry about their sons' escapades in the secret realms. Good things do not require marketing. Once Wu Bin's sunglasses hit the market, they spread like wildfire throughout the Tian Yan Sect within half a day. Countless disciples surged into the Crescent Moon Market, clamoring to purchase them. The price of the sunglasses skyrocketed from an initial 500 spirit stones to a staggering 6,000, and even then, supply could not meet demand. Wu Bin had no choice but to return to the Refining Peak, urging his fellow disciples to commence production of these sunglasses. Consequently, the Refining Peak erupted with activity, hundreds of disciples laboring day and night. A commotion so great that even Peak Master Du Haichao took notice, upon learning that a pair of these exquisite sunglasses cost less than 400 spirit stones to produce yet could be sold for 6,000. Du Haichao could no longer remain calm, but he recognized this as a significant business opportunity and hastily reported to the sect master, imposing strict limitations on the circulation of these so-called sunglasses. Soon, a meticulously crafted pair of sunglasses was presented before Mu Nantian. Rubbing his temples, Mu Nantian sighed deeply. Has Chen Li perished? When did this occur? Why is he not at the mysterious peak resting, but instead gallivanting about? If he is dead, how will I explain this to the old sect master? Notably, when Mu Nantian beheld the sunglasses, he struggled to suppress a smile, his sorrowful words seemingly forced out, just as he was desperately attempting to contain his excitement. Du Haichao promptly doused him with a bucket of cold water. Sect master, do not be overly joyful. Chun Li has not died. These sunglasses are merely a product replicated by my disciples. No wonder Chun Li wears them constantly. There is indeed more than meets the eye. Oh, upon hearing of such marvel, Mu Nantian eagerly donned the sunglasses for a trial. After a considerable time, he removed them, exclaiming, "What a remarkable item! I never imagined Chun Li could be so ingenious, merging formations with sunglasses to create a novel spirit artifact." Du Haichao chuckled coldly. Sect master, it is my Refining Peak disciple who has improved this item into a treasure. As for Chun Li's original sunglasses, they serve no purpose aside from ostentation. That makes sense. Mu Nantian immediately donned a look of enlightenment. Chun Li's cleverness was merely trivial. At best, he could deceive old cultivators like the sect master, a rather unheroic individual. Such a brilliant invention being crafted by the Refining Peak made far more sense. I comprehend now. Mu Nantian, being exceptionally astute, had his intelligence evidenced by his receding hairline. If this was indeed an unprecedented innovative spirit artifact, then our Tian Yan Sect must firmly grasp the rights to distribute these sunglasses, thereby reaping substantial benefits that Du Haichao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Sect Master, you must hasten to discuss this with the old ancestor. If we delay any longer, once these sunglasses circulate externally, the consequences will be dire. I shall attend to it at once. With a flash of brilliance, Mu Nantian vanished from the grand hall, racing toward the secluded chamber of the old ancestor. Nantian, your recent visits have become rather frequent. Mu Nantian wore a wry smile. Old ancestor, I find myself with no choice. Significant events transpire within the sect almost daily that a thunderous sigh resonated through the void. Moments later, the azure leaf ancestor emerged slowly. Mu Nantian respectfully presented the exquisite sunglasses. Old ancestor, please take a look. The azure leaf ancestor's eyes narrowed immediately as he inquired, Chen Li has perished. When did this happen? Who permitted him to leave the sect? If he has died, how will I explain this to my senior brother? After finishing, the old ancestor feigned anger, striking his chest and forcing out tears, lamenting, Senior brother, I have failed you. I did not take care of him. Old ancestor, do not be overly distressed. Chun Li is alive. The azure leaf ancestor's expression froze, and after clearing his throat, he glared at the sunglasses in Mu Nantian's hands. If he is alive, why do you bring me Chun Li's belongings? Mu Nantian wiped the sweat from his forehead, hastily recounting the series of events. Could it be true? The azure leaf ancestor gradually removed the sunglasses from his nose, incredulity evident in his voice. I can hardly believe it. Chun Li's ostentatious behavior has inadvertently birthed an unprecedented artifact for the cultivation world. Old ancestor, I propose we seize this opportunity during the sect's grand competition to announce the existence of this item to the major sects while monopolizing its distribution rights. Our Tian Yan Sect will undoubtedly reap immense rewards. The azure leaf ancestor nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, however, the sect's grand competition is primarily an internal affair. Will the other major sects attend? Mu Nantian smirked. Old ancestor, I have already dispatched someone to invite my brother. Chapter 32. I wish to learn cooking from my master atop the mysterious peak. Chun Li was engaged in grilling, a lavish assortment of ingredients laid out before him, ample and bountiful, with the sect's grand competition looming tomorrow. He felt compelled to prepare a splendid meal to nourish his two disciples. It is worth noting that since Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Qinghe had taken Chen Li as their master, the three of them had yet to dine together. This would be their opportunity. Should any mishap occur tomorrow, it would serve as their farewell meal. That moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding! The host's eldest disciple has unexpectedly reached the late stage of the Spirit Emperor realm, and cultivation will begin to double synchronize the system notification concluded. Chun Li's cultivation commenced its rapid ascent. When the spiritual energy settled, Chun Li found himself securely at the late stage of the Spirit Sovereign realm, with only a small margin remaining to break through to the Spirit Saint realm. This surge in cultivation left him feeling slightly bashful. Consider the sect master and the various peak masters, who had toiled tirelessly for a century to attain their current saintly prowess. Yet here was Chun Li, merely dozing, composing poetry, and crafting sand sculptures, and his cultivation soared as if it were without cost. What a thrill! At this moment, within the cave abode of Qin Yaoshuang, the dazzling divine radiance gradually receded. As she slowly opened her tranquil eyes, reminiscent of a serene cold pool, with the elevation of her realm, she became even more resplendent, yet beneath her beautiful exterior lay an unfathomable terror of power. Thanks to the Xinhuang Qi Dan, she had grasped a fragment of the primordial force of creation. Although this power had not transformed alongside her ascent in cultivation, it resembled a seed that slowly sprouted, beginning to grow alongside her. Additionally, the Tao seed gleaned from the Tao Te Ching had morphed into a form of regulatory power, continuously refining her spiritual energy for the Zhuxian sword. Its mere aura could slice through the void. And should she unleash a strike with it, even a spirit saint might find it difficult to withstand. Therefore, during this sect competition, she resolved against wielding the Zhuxian sword, fearing that its mysterious and formidable nature might bring trouble to her master if exposed. However, this thought quickly extinguished. Given her master's formidable strength, he would have no fear of any emperor. After all, how could he so casually bestow the Zhuxian sword? With this in mind, Qin Yaoshuang rose and walked out of her cave. The moment she stepped outside, a delightful aroma wafted toward her. Without needing to guess, it was evident that her master was barbecuing once more. Qin Yaoshuang shook her head. Since arriving at the Miao Peak, she had yet to witness Chun Li practicing that he was either barbecuing, crafting sand sculptures, or composing poetry, with the most frequent sight being him donning sunglasses and basking in the sun, embodying a carefree attitude. She was genuinely curious about her master's true realm. Upon seeing Qin Yaoshuang emerge, Chen Li greeted her with a smile. "Yaoshuang, come sit and taste the ice-cold Daha beer I specially prepared for you. This is all I have left." Speaking of which, Chun Li had given all his Daha beer to General Yu and the others. However, during his second visit to the bride's tower, the attendant had unexpectedly informed him that 2 boxes remained unopened, which he had then set aside. Now was the perfect time to utilize them, as a barbecue without beer lacked soul. Before long, Chun Li brought out plate after plate of barbecued delicacies: grilled spirit fish, skewered spirit lamb, grilled spirit cakes, salt-edged shrimp tails, and most importantly, spirit peanuts and hairy beans. Just as the dishes were laid out, Shen Qinghe emerged like a little phoenix, her entire being shimmering with a radiant crimson light, evoking a sense of holiness and inviolability in those who beheld her. "Junior sister, your Pai Tian Xianju is indeed remarkable. In just a few days, it has transformed your aura dramatically." Qin Yaoshuang felt a complex swirl of emotions within her. Neither jealousy nor envy could quite encapsulate it. "No, senior sister, please do not tease me. Any changes are truly a testament to our master's guidance." Chun Li, who was busy skewering meat, immediately nodded upon hearing this. "Now that's music to my ears. It is indeed all his merit. After all, he had personally imparted the cultivation method and had assisted Shen Qinghe in unlocking her sacred body. The plan to steal the Fire Phoenix true fruit had also originated with him. Being a master was indeed no easy task. "Eat, everyone. Let us feast together." Chun Li cheerfully beckoned to his 2 beautiful disciples. Shen Qinghe, aware of her master's exceptional culinary skills, unhesitatingly seized a skewer of grilled spirit lamb. After just one bite, she could not help but exclaim, "This is utterly delicious. Master, how did you prepare this skewer? Could you teach me someday?" Typically gentle and somewhat reserved, Shen Qinghe transformed entirely when food was involved, devouring her meal with reckless abandon, disregarding her refined image. However, as a chef, Chun Li was delighted. Was this not a testament to his culinary prowess? As for Qin Yaoshuang, her cold demeanor and concern for her image prevented her from ever indulging in greasy skewers. Yet today, witnessing Shen Qinghe's radiant smile as she complimented Chun Li, an inexplicable desire to compete arose within her. She too wished to savor her master's skewers and praise their deliciousness. Thus, for the first time, Qin Yaoshuang picked up a skewer. With a delicate bite, a thunderous explosion resonated in her mind. It was simply exquisite. This spirit lamb skewer was rich yet not greasy, crisp on the outside and tender within, boasting a delightful chewiness, a perfect harmony of color, aroma, and flavor. "Delicious, master. How did you achieve this?" Qin Yaoshuang curiously inquired. Rummaging through her memories from 2 lifetimes, she had never tasted anything like it. Chun Li chuckled. "It's a matter of passion and putting in the effort." Upon hearing Chun Li's words, Qin Yaoshuang felt a flicker of understanding, as if she had just grazed an elusive truth, but it slipped away almost instantly, leaving her bewildered. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through her body as she recalled a line from the Tao Te Ching. Thus, one should remain desireless. To observe the subtle point, one who is often desirous can only see the surface of things. Maintaining a tranquil and desireless mindset allows one to delve deeply into the nuances of all things in the universe. Conversely, harboring desires leads only to a superficial understanding of the world. "Master, I understand now." Qin Yaoshuang set down her skewer, her expression one of enlightenment. Hearing this, Chun Li, who was enjoying his Daha beer, was momentarily taken aback. "What did you grasp?" Qin Yaoshuang continued. "No wonder you never practice. It turns out your cultivation has reached a state of tranquility and desirelessness, whereby everything you do is a form of cultivation. Cooking is cultivation. Sleeping is cultivation. Even writing poetry is cultivation." Chun Li pondered for a moment. That's about right. It was indeed the truth, as he did not engage in anything else. "From now on, I too shall learn to cook from master and embody the serene, desireless Tao of nature." Qin Yaoshuang nodded earnestly. Chun Li merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. If someone could cook for him, that would be splendid. He could then dedicate more time to sleeping. Chapter 33. A new apprenticeship tasked the following day. The disciples of the Tian Yan Sect officially commenced their grand competition. It was evident that this year's sect competition far surpassed any previous scale. In a nutshell, it was a scene of drums resounding, firecrackers crackling, colorful banners fluttering, and a sea of people. Despite the unprecedented grandeur, the attention of the patrolling disciples was not on the impending competition. No, it was because the illustrious man had arrived. Indeed, the renowned first cultivator of the Xianyun continent, Brother Chai Shukuan. The moment this name was uttered, the illustrious disciples like Jizhou, the innate prodigy Qin Yaoshuang, or the ice spirit's sacred body Shen Qinghe, all dimmed in comparison. The instant their brother descended, they would lose all prominence and become mere embellishments to his presence. In fact, even before he made his entrance, the patrolling disciples were already drenched in sweat. Countless female cultivators had flocked from all corners of the continent to the Tian Yan Sect. Akin to a horde of locusts, stripping the surrounding flowers bare, they swarmed the sect's entrance, brandishing wreaths and plaques emblazoned with Chai Shukuan's name, continuously chanting slogans. But that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming fact was that their main forces were still en route. Even before dawn, some disciples had witnessed dozens of spirit saint female cultivators flying into the sect to confer with the sect leader regarding matters of opening the inner arena. It was simply madness. The patrolling disciples of the Tian Yan Sect felt an immense pressure. At least 50% of the female cultivators from across the continent had arrived, tens of thousands, to say the least. The aftermath of any incident would be unfathomable. The sect leader had truly lost his mind. Why on earth had he summoned Chai Shukuan to witness the sect competition? Unlike the panicked patrolling disciples, the ordinary disciples of the Tian Yan Sect had arrived early at the competition grounds to secure their seats. They too had noticed the throngs of female cultivators outside the mountain gate. If they arrived late, they would likely find no standing room left, and they must seize the opportunity, for this was their own sect's competition. They could not allow those frenzied female cultivators to benefit. Having arrived early, they engaged in spirited discussions. Who do you think will claim first place in this competition? Of course, it will be my Sword Peak's senior brother Chuyang. His 9 calamities sword chi is truly unstoppable. With a single strike, he cleaves through the heavens, extinguishing all forms. Nonsense. My body refining Peak's senior brother Lu In is invincible in physical combat. A single punch can shake the heavens and split the rivers. Don't forget about the sect leader's direct disciple Jizhou. Her illusions can seamlessly transition between reality and fantasy, rendering all harm dreamlike. I fear no one can harm her at this moment. The disciples instinctively overlooked Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Qinghe. It was not that they looked down upon the two. Rather, the aforementioned 3 contenders were all at the late stage of spirit venerable, while the 2 girls were merely at the spirit emperor realm. Entirely different tiers. Making comparison futile, just then, a ripple appeared in the air, and a burly figure stepped forth, exuding vitality and radiance. Every step he took resonated like a thunderous drum, instilling awe in all present. Lun. The disciples of the body refinement peak erupted into fervent cheers that he was the only disciple, aside from the peak master Zhao Wuan, who had mastered the indestructible and immortal divine skill that in the very next moment. Swish! A white celestial sword soared from the horizon. In the eyes of the onlookers, it transformed from 1 into 2, then 3, and eventually into an infinite array, its piercing sword intent morphing into a tidal wave of sword energy that enveloped the surroundings. Standing atop that wave of swords was the elegant young prodigy of the Sword Peak, Chuyang. Brother Chuyang, you are so handsome. Some female cultivators were already swooning, shouting exuberantly. After a brief lull, petals began to rain down from the sky. Each blossom formed from condensed spiritual energy. The figure of Jizhou emerged gracefully with the first petal's descent. What a terrifying illusion! The disciples were all astounded. As each participating disciple arrived at the competition venue, Munantian descended onto the assessment platform accompanied by several peak masters. Munantian scanned the surroundings. Where is Chun Li? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Li Wenxuan let out a cold snort. That scoundrel is probably still asleep. Someone, go fetch him for me. Munantian was left speechless. How could he be late for such an important event as the sect competition? A disciple pointed towards an unexpectedly unfurled red carpet. Sect master, is that Chun Li over there? Munantian looked over and was taken aback to see a red carpet stretching 500 to 600 meters, laid out between the seats of the disciples and the elders. The carpet was flanked by bewildered disciples from various peaks, seemingly unaware of its purpose, which led them to instinctively leave a path clear along the carpet. At the other end of the carpet stood Chun Li with his 2 female disciples, all 3 evidently having dressed with great care, donning Chun Li's signature sunglasses. With a friendly smile, Chun Li strolled along the carpet, greeting the disciples on either side. "Hello, disciples." The crowd was left in a state of confusion, their breaths almost suspended. "Thank you for your hard work." Despite the awkward silence, Chun Li, undeterred, continued to wave at the disciples. At that moment, a group of disciples could no longer endure his ostentatious display. They donned sunglasses purchased from the market, standing up to give Chun Li enthusiastic thumbs-ups. This scene nearly caused Chun Li's sunglasses to slip off in shock. "What the heck? When did you all?" Seeing Chun Li halt on the carpet, Mu Nantian gritted his teeth and urged, "Chun Li, hurry up. It's just a few steps. What are you posing for?" Realizing he could no longer play the part, Chun Li wisely flew to stand beside the sect master with his 2 disciples. "Sect master, where did these sunglasses come from?" Mu Nantian replied with a cold smile. "So you can show off, but not allow others to do the same. Huh? Let me tell you, this is a newly developed treasure by a disciple from the Body Refinement Peak. The ITS not merely for show. This is a theft of my intellectual property. I'll sue him." Chun Li seethed with indignation. Just as his words faded, the system's voice echoed once more. "Ding. Task triggered. Please recruit Wu Bin, the disciple from the Body Refinement Peak, who plagiarized your idea, as your 3rd disciple. Note, this is a time-limited task, and upon successful recruitment, a mysterious reward will be issued." Chun Li froze in place. "System, why is it always a mysterious reward? Can I get an explanation?" The system replied, "I won't say a word until you call me daddy." Mu Nantian, witnessing Chen Li's predicament, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. "Chen Li, the ancestor has already given his approval on this matter. Even if you appeal to the emperor, it will be of no use. You might as well pray that Qin Yaoshuang and Shun Qinghe can make it into the top 2. Don't forget our wager. If they fail to enter the top 2, they must leave the floating peak." Chapter 34. The legendary brother Chen Li was too lazy to engage further with Mu Nantian. It mattered little. The system had issued a task, and as long as he recruited Wu Bin as a disciple, they would become a family, and it wouldn't be considered plagiarism. What irked Chen Li the most was that from this point forward, sunglasses would no longer be his exclusive domain. How infuriating! At that moment, Chun Li suddenly heard a frenzied uproar of ecstatic shouts coming from beyond the mountain gate, the clamorous voices resonating like a tidal wave echoing through the heavens and earth. "Cultivate diligently, love Koan wholeheartedly. The Tao of heaven does not question the fated ones, and time does not forsake Chai Shu Koan. Today the sun feels sweet. Not loving brother is particularly precarious." This maddening roar resembled a chorus of female cultivators in a fervor, akin to a multitude of sows being slaughtered, their piercing cries reverberating throughout the sect. What is happening? Chun Li had never heard such a cacophony, akin to the wailing of slaughtered pigs, and instinctively swallowed. Mu Nantian, the instigator of this chaos, couldn't contain himself either. He had anticipated the female cultivators would be excited, but he had not expected such unrestrained fervor. The sound and the spectacle rivaled the invasion of the demon race into the Xianyun continent years ago. He began to regret inviting Chai Shukuan to witness the Tian Yan Sect's competition. However, there was no turning back. Chai Shukuan had already arrived, and he had to press on with the sect competition. No matter how frightened he felt, "Sect Master, a saint is here," Li Wenxuan quietly reminded Mu Nantian. Upon hearing this, Mu Nantian looked up and gazed outside the mountain gate. There, over 20 radiant figures of various colors glimmered, resembling a multitude of gigantic rainbows swiftly approaching the mountain gate. My heavens, there are so many saints. In sheer numbers, they surpass our Tian Yan Sect. Indeed, these saints were all fervent admirers of her brother and hailed from various major sections. Without considering their intellect, their combat prowess was not to be underestimated. I cannot fathom. Having reached such a level of cultivation, why are they still so frenzied? Go ask a ghost. Who could possibly know? When the Red Sun Ghost clan invaded the Xianyun continent, even the male cultivators on the battlefield were not as spirited as they are. Soon, over 20 female spirit saints landed gracefully, each possessing commendable appearances, displaying a veneer of pride, yet exhibiting great courtesy. They even formed a line to greet Mu Nantian, expressing their gratitude to the Tian Yan Sect for providing this rare opportunity for her brother. Li Wenxuan, Upon spotting one particular female spirit saint, turned crimson, nervously wishing to greet her, yet hesitating to approach. Chen Li observed his odd behavior and couldn't help but inquire, "Oldly, are you constipated?" "Go to hell," Li Wenxuan retorted angrily. Yet he continued to fidget, a bashful boy in a state of restraint. That moment, Bai Wanjian stepped forward with a smile. "Brother Chun, you may not know, but do you see that purple-clad spirit saint? Her name is Jiang Li, the saintess of Tianyi Pavilion, and she is old Li's dream girl." "Oh," Chun Li exclaimed in realization. As he spoke, the group of female cultivators had already approached the peak masters to greet them. Chun Li proactively extended his hand to them, but the dozens of female spirit saints seemed to have conspired, bypassing him to greet the next peak master. Yet, how could this awkward scene daunt Chun Li? He promptly clasped his left hand with his right, waving at each passing female spirit saint, unfazed by their indifference. "Hello, esteemed ladies. I hope you are well fed and well watered. Please consider this place your home." Mu Nantian and the other peak masters furrowed their brows, watching Chun Li with a sense of fatigue. "I've learned something new today. Awkwardness can indeed be resolved in such a manner. Everyone, quiet down. Brother is about to make his appearance. Thank you." With a thunderous wave of sound, the dozens of female spirit saints shouted in unison, causing all cultivators, including Mu Nantian, to instinctively close their mouths. Even the most subtle of sounds daring only to be released in hushed intervals. "Brother, brother," amidst the synchronized shouts of the female cultivators outside the mountain gate, a brilliant golden light enveloped the northern sky. Slowly approaching. As it drew nearer, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the source of the golden light was none other than a colossal rooster. The wings of that magnificent rooster stretched an astonishing length of over 10 zhang, far exceeding anyone's imagination. Particularly, Chun Li was so enamored that drool escaped his lips, wishing he could instantly wash a pot and boil water to prepare a sumptuous meal akin to a KFC family bucket. Perched upon the rooster's back stood a radiant silver-haired cultivator, clad in a black open front robe. 2 white suspenders were distinctly visible. Chen Li couldn't help but admire, remarking on how the star's clothing style was so uniquely distinctive. As for the elder brother's appearance, his skin was immaculate, akin to flawless jade. The rooster soared so high that the turbulent air caused his hair to part uncontrollably down the middle. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his elegance. His eyes were clear and bright, sparkling like the stars, glistening in the sunlight, radiating a soft, ethereal brilliance. As they approached the Tian Yan Sect, his fair, snow-like hands held a tube of lip oil meant for female cultivators, gently gliding it across his red lips, making them even more alluring, as if inviting a kiss. Though it was but a small gesture, it stirred the hearts of countless female cultivators who could no longer restrain their throats. Shouting fervently towards the heavens, "Kia!" Seeing this, Chai Shukuan smiled slightly, his eyes curving like crescent moons, casually tossing the expensive lip oil into the crowd of female cultivators. "Mine, it's from my brother. To hell with you. My brother is clearly smiling at me. Mine is mine. No one can snatch it from me." Amidst the frenzy of the female cultivators scrambling for his brother's lip oil, the rooster had already landed within the confines of the Tian Yan Sect. The female cultivators in the inner hall also began to stir, all eager to rush towards his brother. But upon seeing the stoic figure of the spirit venerable disciple standing nearby like a statue, they immediately returned to their seats in obedience. Mu Nantian hurriedly led a group of peak masters to welcome him, extending his right hand from a distance. "Haha, the name of your brother is indeed thunderous. To see him today is truly a stroke of fortune for me." Mu. Observing the ugly countenance of the sect master, the peak masters couldn't help but feel disdain. Chai Shukuan was merely at the spirit king realm. Yet the sect master, a dignified spirit saint, behaved so subserviently, which was truly embarrassing. Chai Shukuan cast a haughty glance at Mu Nantian, ignoring his outstretched hand, and simply stated, "Sect Master Mu, where is my seat?" Chapter 35. The rooster is too beautiful. Humiliated by Chai Shukuan, Mu Nantian could only suppress his anger, mimicking Chun Li by clasping his left hand over his right, smiling as he led the way for his brother. Chun Li's seat was not particularly forward, and as Chai Shukuan approached, he finally discerned the specifics of his brother's attire. Suspenders, a center-parted hairstyle, and small leather shoes. That was not far from what he had imagined. Notably, in the Xianyan continent, such styles of clothing did exist, though very few could pull them off. making it rare to see cultivators dressed in this manner. However, his brother was an exception. He had to stand out. For fashion should be niche. What the majority loves must be deemed rustic. As everyone gradually took their seats, the usual formalities commenced. As the sect master, Mu Nantian, naturally had to take the stage to speak first. Ahem, allow me to say a few words. No sooner had he spoken than Chun Li began to doze off. There was no need for him to take the stage for mere 2 sentences. For once on stage, he would surely elaborate far beyond that as anticipated. Upon taking the stage, Mu Nantian began by praising the founding ancestor of the Tian Yan Sect, followed by the various sect masters of each generation. And finally the old ancestors, before elaborating on his own achievements since taking over as the sect master. He spoke for a full 2.5 hours before leisurely sipping some spirit tea and addressing the main topic. This time, the sect competition would feature 12 contest platforms, with disciples from each peak divided into 12 groups to face each other in pairs, ultimately selecting the top 6. The top 6 would receive rewards of 900, 000, 1, 000, 000, and 3 million spirit stones respectively. Additionally, the top 3 would each be rewarded with a 7th-tier magical tool. The first-place winner would be granted the opportunity to cultivate for a month in the sacred area above the Tian Yan Sect. As his words fell, the disciples erupted with excitement. This year's sect competition truly saw the sect master putting forth substantial resources. Last year's first-place reward was only 1 million spirit stones, yet this year's 6th place boasted a reward of 60,000. Especially the first-place winner, who would have the privilege of cultivating in the sacred area, a place where generations of ancestors once transcended. It was documented with countless emperors' insights into cultivation. Surely, even a pig entering would emerge enlightened. Luan, Chu Yang, and Jizhou, all hot contenders for the championship, were driven mad with excitement. This was the insight of emperors. However, Qin Yaoshuang and Shun Qinghe remained indifferent. They had no need for spirit stones, found 7th-tier magical tools beneath their notice, and regarded the insights of emperors as utterly useless, as they each possessed their unique path, dismissing any notion of emulating others. Quiet down before the competition begins. Let us invite my brother to perform a song and dance for everyone. Mu Nantian sipped more spirit tea. This was an inevitable occurrence. He had spent an exorbitant sum of 10 million spirit stones to invite his brother, and not allowing him to sing a song and dance would be a tremendous loss. Now, please welcome my brother to the stage. Brother, brother. Upon hearing of his brother's performance, the female cultivators erupted into a frenzy of cheers, as if a tidal wave had swept through, nearly shattering eardrums. Chai Shuquan stood up with an air of flair, placing his slender index finger on his red lips, causing the fervent female cultivators to immediately quiet down. Fixated upon his brother, eagerly awaiting his next move, with a flourish, several spirit saint female cultivators swiftly cast their celestial arts, dimming the surroundings and leaving a single beam of light illuminating Chai Shuquan. Music, seemingly from nowhere, began to play, and his brother began to pose in rhythm with the melody. Chun Li, recognizing the familiar tune, instantly perked up. He was eagerly anticipating his brother's dance, hastily retrieving colorful spirit light sticks from his storage ring, ready to cheer at any moment. That moment, Zhang Li from Tianyi Pavilion noticed the spirit light sticks in Chun Li's hand and approached him to speak. Peak Master Chen, what are those you have? Before Chun Li could respond, Li Wenxuan leaned in closer. Li, do you like them? I'll have Chun Li get you some too. Zhang Li remained silent but nodded, finding Chun Li's spirit light sticks quite captivating. If she had one, surely her brother would notice her while dancing. Quickly, Chun Li, do you have any more? Having seized the opportunity to perform, Li Wenxuan wrapped his arm around Chun Li, playfully threatening him to produce more spirit light sticks. Whoa, old Li, don't get too excited. I'll get them for you right now. Chun Li gasped for breath, quickly retrieving 2 spirit light sticks from his storage ring and handing them to Li Wenxuan. Li Wenxuan was overjoyed, passing 1 spirit light stick to Zhang Li, while plopping down beside her, both of them shaking their spirit light sticks together. That moment, he felt an immense sweetness, no longer harboring such disdain for Chun Li. The fool had something appealing, something that caught the attention of the female cultivators. Peak Master Chun, could you give me one too? Peak Master Chun, I want one. Peak Master Chun. In no time, the main stage was illuminated with a kaleidoscope of spirit light sticks. In the darkness, they sparkled like stars in the night sky, transforming the entire venue into a dreamlike spectacle. What on earth is happening? Isn't that where the sect and various peak masters are seated? What are they up to? I know, it must be something Chen Li concocted. Only he could come up with such bizarre ideas in the entire Tian Yan Sect. Chai Shukuan, having never witnessed such a splendid scene, couldn't help but be drawn to it, singing and blowing kisses towards that direction, sending the group of female spirit saints on stage into a frenzy of excitement that it was worth it. Absolutely worth it. All thanks to Chun Li. Otherwise, how would my brother have noticed me among so many female cultivators? Finally, his brother's singing came to an end as he first took a bow, then raised his right hand, preparing to commence his dance. However, for some inexplicable reason, his brother's expression appeared somewhat pained. As an art lover, he clearly sensed that the dance which had once flowed effortlessly now felt lacking in some regard. Chen Li also felt something was amiss. After much contemplation, he finally realized what it was. His brother's hand lacked a ball, which was why he felt so awkward. Thus, Chen Li quickly retrieved the unfinished spirit cow stomach from his storage ring, swiftly fashioned it into a basketball, adding a touch of color, and tossed it to his brother. Upon seeing the incoming blue ball, his brother instantly understood, catching it and beginning to dance with fervor. At this moment, all the spirit saints turned their gazes towards Chun Li. "Peak Master Chen, how did you know your brother needed a ball?" Chen Li remarked. "I have previously witnessed this dance, which typically requires a spherical object known as a basketball to accompany it." Oh, suddenly, the crowd was enlightened, exclaiming in unison, "Master Chun, your knowledge is indeed profound. We are in awe." Chapter 36. What is the situation of the people from Piao Miao Peak? "Chicken, you are too beautiful." As you approached, I felt an overwhelming urge to move. Watching my brother's performance, Munantian could not suppress his curiosity and inquired of a female spirit sage, "Why does a chicken evoke such excitement in my brother?" Upon hearing this, the female spirit sage promptly elaborated, "This is due to my brother's unique affection for chickens. In his childhood, our family was impoverished, unable to afford eggs. Even after many years, he remains unable to forget that period of hardship, which inspired him to create this dance as a nostalgic homage to his youth when eggs were a luxury he could not afford to dough." So that is the case. Munantian was enlightened. Realizing that the thought processes of an artist are indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals, Tao think that a mere chicken could evoke such nostalgia. This also explained why Chai Shukuan chose a chicken as his mount. It appears he remains true to his roots. The male practitioners watched my brother's dance, torn between laughter and restraint, fearing the wrath of the female practitioners nearby. Meanwhile, the female practitioners were moved to tears, wishing they could transform into hens to lay eggs for my brother. However, it was evident that my brother no longer required their contributions. Suddenly, my brother executed a split on stage, creating a tear in his pants, followed by a resounding thud. A chicken egg, roughly the size of a fist, fell from my brother's rear. Goodness, my brother laid an egg. Who can explain how this is possible? This is utterly ridiculous. It is impossible for a person to lay an egg. Is my brother not human? The male practitioners gasped, utterly bewildered by the phenomenon. The female practitioners, however, were unfazed, rushing onto the stage in a frenzy to claim the egg my brother had laid. Ultimately, one egg was seized by a female practitioner in her 30s, who seemed well prepared, swiftly producing a straw pile from her storage ring and sitting atop it to commence incubation. My word. Chun Li exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded that it is one thing to lay an egg mid-performance, but it is quite another to have someone immediately attempt to incubate it. After my brother exited the stage, Munantian promptly announced the commencement of the sect's grand competition. Qin Yaoshuang and Shun Qinghe hurried to draw lots from the elders. Since both hailed from Piao Miao Peak, adhering to the principle of avoiding competition within the same peak, they would not face each other until the finals. The rules seemed fair, had they encountered each other in the first round. Chun Li might have considered leaping off a cliff in despair. Qin Yaoshuang was exceedingly confident. Aside from Shun Qinghe, she was indifferent to whom she would face. Thus, she quickly drew her lot on the first competition stage. Her opponent bore the number 007. Chun Li glanced over, noting that the contestant with the number 007 was a late-stage spirit emperor from the Songhai Peak, known as Li Wenshuan. Such a trivial opponent was clearly no threat. Chun Li then looked towards Shun Qinghe's lot. Unfortunately, she drew one of the top 3 seed competitors, Luan from the Body Refinement Peak, in the first round. What abysmal luck! Chen Li could not help but voice his thoughts. Among his two disciples, Qin Yaoshuang was the strongest while Shun Qinghe was slightly weaker. To face a seed competitor right off the bat meant that even if she triumphed, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. If her luck were to falter further and she encountered another seed competitor, she would likely be eliminated immediately. Li Wenxuan, in a mocking tone, approached Chun Li and said, "Why the long face, Chun Li? Why not smile? A mid-stage spirit emperor against a late-stage spirit master? Just surrender already." Chun Li felt utterly powerless to retort. This match was indeed a formidable challenge, and he could only hope that the remaining two seed competitors would not draw the same stage as Xin Qinghe. As the lot drawing concluded, the primary matchups gradually became clear. Qin Yaoshuang, Stage 1. Jizhou, Stage 4. Xu Yang, Stage 7. Shun Qinghe and Luan, Stage 11. Upon witnessing this arrangement, Chun Li breathed a sigh of relief. Glad that Shun Qinghe would not encounter another seed competitor before the top 6 battles. Many disciples shook their heads at the first match on Stage 11. Sister Qinghe's luck is abysmal. She faces brother Lu and in the first round. How can a spirit emperor compete against a spirit master? They could only hope that brother Luan would go easy on her and not completely shatter her resolve. Boom! Luan, eyes closed, propelled himself onto Stage 11 with a leap, exposing his muscular bronze torso, resembling a towering mountain, silently awaiting his opponent. Shun Qinghe took a deep breath, glancing at Chun Li for reassurance, and resolutely stepped onto Stage 11. Luan finally opened his eyes, brilliant light shimmering within his pupils. Sister Shun, the disparity in our realms is insurmountable. This match lacks any suspense. You might as well concede. I know that Master Chun and the sect master have a wager. He cannot win, so there's no need for you to engage in a futile battle. Shun Qinghe smiled gently. Brother Lu, I request your guidance. Luan was momentarily taken aback by her response, and then chuckled. Very well. I shall grant you a chance. 3 moves. If you can breach my defenses within 3 moves, you shall be the victor. Shun Qinghe replied with a smile. Brother, overconfidence may lead to a humiliating defeat. I possess that confidence. Luan remained prideful, confident that his body was indestructible and that a mere spirit emperor could not inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Then I shall not hold back, Xin Qinghe declared, and the air before her began to shimmer, forming an imperceptible transparent barrier, within which glimmered flecks of snowlight as her ice heart divine gift silently activated. Radiating outward like ripples towards Luanhum, sensing the encroaching influence of Shun Qinghe's ice heart divine gift, Luan's brows furrowed, and he dared not underestimate her, channeling his full strength into his indestructible divine technique. Meanwhile, Shun Qinghe made her move. With her delicate hand extended, a burst of azure flames erupted in brilliant hues, directly assaulting Luan. True to their agreement of 3 moves, Luan remained stationary, intending to endure Shun Qinghe's attack head-on. Shun Qinghe channeled her great immortal technique with all her might, striking Luan's body, but her effort halted just an inch before him, as if she had collided with an impregnable mountain. Luan's expression turned triumphant. His audacity stemmed from confidence in his indestructible divine technique, which enveloped his being in a layer of invisible armor. Though Shun Qinghe's attack was fierce, her cultivation level was simply too low to penetrate his spiritual armor. However, in the next moment, his confidence faltered. He distinctly felt his internal spiritual energy being sealed by a mysterious force. More alarmingly, the spiritual armor beneath Shun Qinghe's hand began to frost over, gradually revealing its armored form. In that instant, as the armor became visible, the azure flames in Shun Qinghe's hand spread like a web, engulfing the armor in a fierce blaze. What terrifying flames! They can even incinerate spiritual energy armor. Luan hastily retreated, channeling his spiritual energy to shatter the spiritual armor enveloping his body, his expression one of shock. Chapter 37. I apologize for my loud voice. Luan never anticipated that a mid-stage spirit emperor could unleash such a fearsome attack, pushing him to this extent despite the vast difference in their realms. Fortunately, the 3 moves had passed, and he was now ready to counterattack. The disciples below took note of this shift, as Luan's demeanor had grown markedly serious. Sister Shun, I concede I underestimated you. Now that the 3 moves have elapsed, I shall hold nothing back. Upon finishing his declaration, divine radiance shone from Luan's form, and spiritual energy surged around his fists, the radiant light nearly blinding to onlookers. With a single punch that could shake the heavens and shatter the stars, Luin unleashed his signature move, the 18 dragon-subduing fists, to have pushed Brother Lu into this point. Shen Qinghe truly deserved her title as an ice spirit saint body. Humph, what of a saint body? It will still succumb to Brother Lu's fists. Witnessing Lu En's earnest expression, the crowd reached a consensus. Shen Qinghe's journey in this sect competition was destined to conclude here. Sister Shun, brace yourself, Luin bellowed, as a golden dragon roared forth, propelled from his fist, charging toward Shen Qinghe with an air of invincibility. Shen Qinghe's garments billowed as her ice heart divine gift reached its zenith. Summoning all her strength to withstand Lu En's lethal assault. 10 steps, 5 steps, 1 step. At last, the mighty dragon's ethereal form halted just a foot before her. Regardless of its fierce roars, it could advance no further. How is this possible? Lu En's face was a canvas of disbelief as the overwhelming spiritual energy continued to surge forth. The divine dragon once more emitted a resonant roar that shook the very heavens. Charging forward with relentless vigor, at last, the divine dragon advanced a mere inch. The divine barrier before Shen Qinghe began to shatter, resembling crystal as it cracked with intricate patterns. Whoosh! Nonetheless, Shen Qinghe remained composed and unflustered. A brilliant crimson light ignited at her waist, and a phoenix apparition materialized instantaneously, striking forward to collide with the oncoming golden divine dragon, the phoenix-patterned furnace. This was a formidable artifact of the 9th tier. Embodying both offense and defense, Luin wore a solemn expression as he revealed his own trump card. A radiant halo burst forth from his chest, spiraling above the phoenix apparition and voraciously absorbing its power. The clash between dragon and phoenix reached a stalemate. A relentless tug-of-war ensued, and the terrifying force unleashed upon the arena reverberated, causing the disciples below to struggle to maintain their footing. How terrifying! Junior Sister Shun is astonishingly powerful. She is merely at the Spirit Emperor stage, yet holds her ground against Senior Brother Lu En of the Spirit Sovereign stage. It is truly inconceivable. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, she will undoubtedly become renowned throughout the realm. The disciples were utterly astonished. The peak masters observing from the stands were equally taken aback. Battles that transcend ranks are rare enough. But a clash that spans an entire major realm is beyond belief. Within each heart stirred a tempest of astonishment at a spirit emperor battling a spirit sovereign. Should such a prodigy as Shen Qinghe ascend to the sage realm, defeating them would be as effortless as slicing through a melon. Li Wenxuan cast a sidelong glance at Chen Li, his expression resembling that of someone constipated. This Shen Qinghe was originally a disciple of his Song High Peak. Remaining obscure for so long, how had she transformed into such a fearsome prodigy under Chun Li's tutelage? He felt tears welling up but found himself unable to cry. The heavens were exceedingly unfair. At this moment, the battle between dragon and phoenix had reached a fever pitch. Shen Qinghe's aura underwent a sudden and dramatic change as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards her. A strand of golden light flickering above her head, and amidst the roiling clouds, a golden figure emerged, revealing itself to the world. What is that? Lu En's gaze sharpened, his bronze visage now entirely frozen in shock. He beheld the form of a demon god with golden eyes and fiery appearance. With a breath, the demon god exhaled, unleashing a golden brilliance as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth spiraled wildly, converging from all directions to slowly coalesce into a fluffy fingered in the next instant. That finger gently pointed, making no sound whatsoever. Yet, Luin distinctly heard a deafening proclamation. The heavens suppress me. I will cleave through the skies. The earth blocks me. I will shatter the ground. An overwhelming will descended as the finger reached Lu En's front. This strike appeared unremarkable, akin to an adult gently tapping a mischievous child. Yet Lu En felt an inexorable chill of slaughter emanating from that fingertip. Surging toward him with ferocity, an unprecedented pressure compelled Lu En to channel all his spiritual energy, coalescing it into a surging fist, colliding with that finger. The golden dragon ascended majestically, propelled by Lu En's full might, as he unleashed his most powerful strike yet. However, at that moment, his dragon-slaying fist collided with the finger in the heavens, only to be effortlessly pierced through as if it were mere paper. Utterly obliterated, Lu En, unwilling to concede, launched himself into another strike. But before his punch could reach its mark, his body was sent tumbling through the air like a kite with severed strings. Ultimately, he crashed out of the arena. Soaring straight towards the spectators' platform, Zhao Wuhan, the master of the body refinement peak, concerned for his disciple, swiftly flew to intercept him, yet was taken aback to find that even he could not mitigate the force. Crashing alongside Lu and into the mountains behind the viewing area. My goodness. Everyone stood dumbfounded, their breath caught in their throats, their gazes irresistibly drawn to Shun Qinghe, who was panting on the stage. What on earth just transpired? Even the peak masters could not withstand her strike. Junior sister Shun, we know you are extraordinary, but surely this is beyond reason. Each heart raced with excitement. This match had been exhilarating. With a spirit emperor defeating a spirit sovereign already being sensational enough, but now even a sage could not withstand her assault. Mu Nantian felt his heart pound violently, his mind consumed by the memory of Shun Qinghe's final strike. He questioned whether he could withstand such a level of attack himself. He turned his gaze to Chun Li. Is this technique one you imparted to Shun Qinghe? Chun Li nodded proudly. Of course. Witnessing this scene, Mu Nantian couldn't help but smirk coldly, the audacity to boast without a hint of modesty. If he possessed such extraordinary abilities, would he still be stuck at the Qi refinement stage? I should not have asked. This only serves to inflate Chen Li's ego. Mu Nantian contemplated this. Anger surged within him. However, the ancestor spoke wisely. Shun Qinghe's immense fortune rivals that of Qin Yaoshuang. And given time, she will undoubtedly achieve greatness beyond measure. Wuhan, quickly take Luan back to the body refinement peak. This lad is gravely injured. Zhao Wuhan, emerging from the ruins, nodded, casting a fierce glare at Chun Li before departing with Luan in his arms. Chapter 38. Qin Yaoshuang's rampage. The battle between Shun Qinghe and Luan captivated the attention of the masses, so much so that no one noticed the second round had already commenced for Qin Yaoshuang. Her opponent in this round was also a spirit sovereign, named Sima Nan. This Sima Nan bore the appearance of a scholar, wielding a folding fan, and exuded a demeanor of a well-mannered gentleman. Junior sister Yaoshuang, I humbly seek your guidance. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Yaoshuang struck without hesitation. Her enchanting, ethereal visage revealed not a hint of emotion. Her delicate hand merely gestured lightly. Whoosh! A violet beam of light shot forth from her fingertips, zipping towards Sima Nan's chest in the blink of an eye. Sima Nan, taken aback by the swiftness of her attack, barely had time to unfold his fan in defense when the violet light struck his chest. Bang! He did not even have time to scream before being sent plummeting from the arena, sprawled on the ground, violently spitting blood. A single strike to obliterate a spirit sovereign. The crowd gasped once more. Astonished, although Sima Nan was not a direct disciple of the Peak Master, he was still a spirit sovereign. To think that Qin Yaoshuang, a mere spirit emperor, could annihilate him so effortlessly was utterly outrageous. Chun Li couldn't help but start applauding. Truly, she is the reincarnation of the demon emperor. Her battles are decisively swift, resulting in instant victories. Below, Sima Nan clearly did not anticipate such a humiliating defeat. As he coughed blood, he protested. I refuse to accept this. I hadn't even established my stance when Qin Yaoshuang suddenly attacked me. This was a sneak attack. I will not accept my defeat. Witnessing this, Mu Nantian sighed in exasperation. Such words imply that establishing a stance guarantees victory. Take him away. Take him away. He waved dismissively, his gaze shifting to his own prized disciple, Jizhou, whose performance rivaled, if not surpassed, that of Qin Yaoshuang. The disciple she faced had yet to make a move, having already fallen into an illusion, inadvertently jumping off the arena. This bolstered his confidence. With Jizhou in contention, he was certain to win his wager against Chun Li. Just as Mu Nantian lifted his teacup for a sip, he suddenly heard Qin Yaoshuang's icy voice. All of you, come at me at once. Fighting one by one is too tedious. What? Mu Nantian spat out the spirit tea he had just sipped. No. Qin Yaoshuang, why are you also putting on airs like Chun Li? Would it kill you to be a little more discreet? It was evident that the nature of a master would reflect in their disciple. How utterly arrogant of Qin Yaoshuang to challenge all the spirit sovereigns at once on the first arena, where at least a dozen awaited her. Such ostentation must surely be a lesson learned from Chen Li. She will soon be faced with consequences. Yet, this was not a certainty. If Qin Yaoshuang could indeed obliterate spirit sovereigns, and given that the first arena posed no threat to her advancing disciples, it was understandable that she found one-on-one combat tedious. The observing disciples chattered among themselves, some opposing her stance, others supporting it, But ultimately, it was none of their concern. They were merely spectators enjoying the spectacle. However, the disciples engaged in the match were less than pleased. Qin Yaoshuang's words were tantamount to slapping their faces, disregarding them entirely. They'll have a dozen spirit sovereigns face a single spirit emperor. Even if victorious, would be a disgrace, let alone the prospect of losing. Yet, they found themselves unable to back down, knowing that everyone could attest to her request. Such a bizarre demand was unprecedented. Let us go. The remaining disciples on the first arena exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to confront Qin Yaoshuang together. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, they descended upon the contest platform, each exuding the formidable pressure characteristic of the Spirit Master realm. Their auras surging like a flood towards Qin Yaoshuang. "Make your move," shouted a disciple, brandishing his treasured long knife. With a powerful leap, he unleashed a razor-sharp blade aura that descended fiercely upon Qin Yaoshuang. Buzz, with a mere elevation of her jade-like hand, her two slender fingers grasped the sharp blade, and in an instant, spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the disciple completely. A dazzling brilliance erupted. The disciple, wielding the long knife, felt his grip weaken, ultimately losing all ability to resist, and was sent crashing down from the contest platform. Another instant kill. The remaining spirit masters on stage gasped in astonishment, no longer hesitating as they brandished their respective treasures and charged forward in unison. "Let us go. Damn it. With over a dozen of us attacking together, let us see how she dodges." They were determined, fueled by the pride of their spirit master realm. Qin Yaoshuang's expression remained icy, her hands weaving intricate gestures of celestial art. Circles of violet light, growing larger from the center, whirled and danced, targeting the dozen flying spirit disciples. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the swirling brilliance, the sounds of clashing weapons resonated. When the light faded, the array of spirit master disciples lay sprawled in disarray across the contest platform. In the blink of an eye, the victor was determined. So powerful. The disciples below murmured in awe, recognizing the stark contrast between a prodigy and an ordinary person. Qin Yaoshuang was so overwhelmingly strong that even a combined assault from over a dozen spirit master disciples could not compel her to unleash a second strike. Munea Tian's pupils quivered. Qin Yaoshuang was not pretending. She genuinely possessed such power, defeating a dozen spirit master disciples with a single strike, under the same realm. Even he could not achieve that. Truly a prodigy praised by the elders, he wondered if Jizhou could stand against her. As if inspired by Qin Yaoshuang's display, Chu Yang and Jizhou also ceased their pretenses, urging the remaining disciples to join the fray. The shock of the moment had lessened considerably. However, the spectacle remained captivating. Jizhuiruo's elusive illusions were remarkable, whether cast upon an individual or a group. In mere moments, her opponents found themselves ensnared in a realm of illusions, unable to extricate themselves, ultimately resigning in defeat. Meanwhile, on Chu Yang's side, the nine tribulations sword Qi surged forth, sweeping across the battlefield like a colossal wave, effortlessly shattering the resolve of all his opponents. They had not even drawn their weapons before they willingly conceded defeat. There was no need for further conflict. They could not match him in realm, let alone in combat prowess. It was better to exit the stage gracefully and enjoy the spectacle from the sidelines. The other contest platforms, however, did not conclude as swiftly. On platform 11, including Xinqing'a, she had expended too much spiritual energy in her battle against Luan, thus prolonging her fight was in her best interest. Meanwhile, other platforms were fraught with tension, with the competitors largely of equal strength, resulting in a battle of endurance and minimizing errors. After half a day of relentless combat, the list of 6 finalists was finally confirmed. Qin Yaoshuang, Jizhou, Chu Yang, Shun Qinghe, and 2 inconspicuous disciples. "Let the drawing of lots continue," announced the elder presiding over the contest. "Wait, we concede," exclaimed the 2 inconspicuous disciples on the final contest platform. One of them introduced himself. "I am Guodigang, and he is Yu Qian. The situation is clear. We are about to enter the phase of receiving a thorough beating." Yu Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed, as for receiving a beating, Yu Qian's father, old Lu, was quite experienced. As soon as he opened his eyes, there was a queue ready to thrash him. "Are you kidding? My surname is Yu. How could my father be named Lu? What should it be then? It should be Yu, right? Surname Donkey. Yu Qian's father, old Donkey." Thus, the 2 decided to concede outright, allowing these prodigies to engage in their fierce battles without reserve. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you say? Extremely reasonable. The Tian cultivators can accommodate my decision. I shan't profit from the sect's spirit stones. Wadi Gang and Yu Qian express our gratitude on behalf of over 400 cultivators of Dian Peak to the sect master. Peak Master and fellow disciples, thank you all. Upon concluding their remarks, the two moved to either side of the contest platform, bowing gratefully to the numerous observing disciples. The crowd responded to their display of cowardice with a singular expression, sigh. After a brief moment of unexpectedness, the much-anticipated matches of the Final Four began. Due to the rules of avoiding conflict within the same peak, the two matches were set. Qin Yaoshuang versus Ji Zhuo. And Shen Qinghe versus Chu Yang. It was a true clash of titans. Instantly, the observing disciples erupted with excitement. Some even began clandestinely betting on who would become the two champions of this sect competition. It's bound to be senior sister Ji Zhuo and senior brother Chu Yang. Although the two from Piao Miao Peak are impressive, senior sister Ji and senior brother Chu have preserved their strength. Incurring minimal energy loss, they are practically guaranteed victory. Qin Yaoshuang has also hardly exerted herself, dispatching her opponents in a single blow. Unfortunately, Shen Qinghe was unlucky to face senior brother Lu in the first match. Although she won, it was at a great cost. Her chances have dwindled. It's hard to say. If sister Shun can unleash one final attack, senior brother Chu might not be able to withstand it. While the disciples were engrossed in discussion, Qin Yaoshuang had already stepped onto the contest platform. Go, Sister Qin, I support you. I support you too. Undoubtedly, Qin Yaoshuang's domineering and astonishing performance captivated many, leading to fervent cheers from the crowd. Amidst the chorus of encouragement, Qin Yaoshuang's expression remained unperturbed, as if the outside world bore no relevance to her. At that moment, a stunning floral pathway unfolded, extending right to her feet. This was Ji Zhuo's illusion. As soon as her delicate foot touched the contest platform, the illusion was silently activated. Qin Yaoshuang lifted her gaze, her starry eyes blinking slightly as she regarded the exquisitely beautiful Ji Zhuo across from her. Ji Zhuo's gaze also fell upon Qin Yaoshuang, revealing a bewitching smile. The two women, one as cold as ice, the other soft and alluring, both possessed breathtaking beauty and captivating figures that ensnared the hearts of all who beheld them. The moment their eyes met, they captivated the attention of numerous disciples. The many peak masters observing from the stands were equally thrilled, especially Chen Li, who wildly waved his spiritual light staff. Yaoshuang, treat life and death lightly. If you refuse to yield, fight fiercely. Show no mercy to the sect master. Mu Nantian, observing Chun Li's fervor, was unwilling to be outdone. He snatched the spiritual light staff from Li Wenxuan and began to shout just as passionately. Zhuo, strike. Give that scoundrel Chun Li a taste of his own medicine. Simultaneously, the various peak masters began to choose sides. Good job, sect master. I've long been displeased with Chun Li. He flaunts himself around, boasting of his disciple. Zhuo, give it your all. Make sure that Chun Li can never hold his head high again. Exactly. Keep your spirits high, Zhuo. Don't embarrass the sect master. Seeing the frenzy of her masters, Ji Zhuo smiled, enchanting, as if flowers were blooming in her eyes. Sister Qin, my illusion is quite special. If you can't endure it, you must concede early. Qin Yaoshuang replied with indifference, you are not my match. From the very beginning, you have already lost this battle. The so-called illusionary arts, in essence, hinge upon the manipulation of spiritual energy to influence the perceptions of other souls, thereby crafting a phantasmagorical realm that ensnares adversaries, rendering them incapable of escape. Qin Yaoshuang, having cultivated through 2 lifetimes, possessed a soul inherently more robust than that of an ordinary practitioner, and with Chun Li's assistance, she attained a flawless Tao heart. The illusionary techniques that Ji Zhuo took pride in were utterly ineffective against her, which is why she proclaimed that the battle had concluded from the very outset. It is a stroke of misfortune for her, yet a stroke of fortune for Shen Qinghe. Despite being an ice spirit sacred body, endowed with various treasures and techniques bestowed by her master, Shen Qinghe remained too youthful, her combat experience limited, making her susceptible to the subtle intricacies of illusionary arts. Observing Qin Yaoshuang's apparent disdain, Ji Zhuo could not help but furrow her brow. She ceased her politeness, her fingers weaving intricate gestures to form an illusionary seal. Under her guidance, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to permeate Qin Yaoshuang's senses. weaving a world of illusions before her eyes. That moment, the air before Qin Yaoshuang shimmered, reminiscent of a gentle breeze caressing spring waters, slowly stirring ripples. Beneath those undulating waves, a crimson world unfurled, a scarlet sky and a setting sun resembling blood, casting its glow upon a land strewn with corpses. Above and below, countless warriors and demonic beasts roared in a frenzy, engaging in a relentless struggle. Some warriors, bloodied and battered, continued to run and fight. Oblivious to their fatigue, the surging river ran red with blood, and the remaining demonic warriors numbered less than 100, yet the ranks of cultivators encircled them relentlessly from all sides. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor. We have been defeated. The voice of the demonic warriors resonated with despair. Their adversaries were tenfold their number from the Righteous Alliance, a war in which victory was an impossibility, yet they did not flee nor surrender. I shall employ secret arts to transport you to safety, and I will be reborn a millennium hence. Await my return. As her voice faded, the Demon Emperor's entire being radiated a resplendent, pure light, enveloping the battlefield like rippling waters, transferring all her demonic warriors to another realm. She herself, however, closed her eyes, wearied and pained. Victorious, witnessing the glistening tears welling in the corner of Qin Yaoshuang's eyes, Mu Nantian leaped with uncontainable joy. Such is the nature of illusionary arts. Battles commence and conclude without one's awareness, and Qin Yaoshuang's tears signified her irrevocable entrapment within the world of illusions. However, Jizhou atop the platform underwent a profound transformation. Her expression one of disbelief. Her vision was engulfed in darkness, her diminutive form adrift in an unknown void, as a blood moon hung above, resembling an eye weeping long. Crimson Tears, Chapter 40, a sword cutting through the starry sky puff. Jizhou gasped, expelling a spray of blood mist, her body swaying precariously, nearly unable to remain upright. How could this be possible? Her clear eyes brimmed with incredulity. The illusionary arts she had unleashed with all her might had been rebounded by Qin Yaoshuang. Like a silkworm ensnared in its own cocoon, she found herself mired in the very illusionary world she had crafted. In that moment, blood tears converged in Jizhou's eyes, forming a vast ocean of crimson upon the ground. Chains extending from that sanguine sea, binding her to a towering rock, rendering her utterly immobile despite her frantic struggles. That I have lost. Jizhou's body weakened, collapsing helplessly upon the contest stage. Witnessing Jizhou's voluntary concession left all present in stunned silence. What on earth is happening with Senior Sister Ji? How could she concede? Has she truly lost her mind? Nonsense. Have you not noticed that Senior Sister Ji's aura is completely disordered? Her illusion was undoubtedly repelled by Qin Yaoshuang, resulting in her loss of combat capability. Oh, how could you lose after I staked everything on you? Mu Nantian, seated in the observation area, felt his blood pressure surge, nearly losing his composure. His painstakingly trained disciple had succumbed to Qin Yaoshuang in her area of expertise. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable to him, particularly given his wager with Chun Li. Well done, Yaoshuang. You have bested the sect leader's cherished disciple, bringing honor to our Piao Miao Peak. Chun Li, fearing that others might not hear, produced a loudspeaker from his storage ring, broadcasting this joyous news far and wide. Chun Li, I swear I will end you. Mu Nantian, incensed by Chun Li's audacity, felt as though his eyes were about to bleed, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Chun Li. The surrounding peak masters hurriedly intervened. Sect leader, calm your fury. Do not engage with that rascal Chun Li. If you harm him, you will have much to answer for with the ancestor. Indeed, sect leader, let us not forget about Chu Yang from the Wanjian Peak. Bai Wanjian quickly interjected, my disciple, Chu Yang, has perfected the 9 tribulations sword Qi, capable of cleaving through the stars and moon. At this moment, Shen Qinghe, having endured a grueling battle with Luin, is certainly no match for Chu Yang. At that moment, the commotion in the observation area captured everyone's attention. Shook her head helplessly, donning a smile as gentle as a summer breeze. Junior Sister Qin, with your prodigious talent, you are destined to achieve greatness. Remaining with Peak Master Chun will only squander your time. I advise you to leave Piao Miao Peak as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, a cold smile graced Qin Yaoshuang's frosty visage, her deep, dark eyes fixated coldly upon Jizhou. Senior Sister, my master's realm is beyond your comprehension. Do not utter such words again. I shall not depart from Piao Miao Peak, nor from my master. What? The crowd was nearly rendered speechless by Qin Yaoshuang's response. The realm of Chun Li was beyond imagination. That may well be true. A Qi refinement stage cultivator indeed lacked the scope for such contemplation. They were genuinely curious about what Chun Li had done to Qin Yaoshuang to leave her so utterly devoted to him. As the battle between Qin Yaoshuang and Jizuo concluded, Shen Qinghe and Chu Yang prepared to ascend to the contest platform. Upon their meeting, Chu Yang greeted Shen Qinghe with a beaming smile. Junior Sister Shun, I must concede that your ability to defeat Luin at the Spirit Emperor realm is something I could not achieve. However, this does not imply that you can triumph over me now. Shen Qinghe nodded, her bright eyes fluttering. Senior Brother Chu, words are of no use. Please show me your prowess. As a sword cultivator, Chu Yang had no time for idle talk. He drew his 9 Tribulations immortal sword without hesitation. With the emergence of the sword blade, boundless sword intent flowed forth from Chu Yang. The heavens roiled, winds whipping violently as countless sword rays shot into the sky, weaving and transforming among the clouds. Resembling a galaxy cascading from the heavens, its sharp, cold brilliance striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. I am a sword cultivator, wielding only this one sword. A single stroke will determine victory or defeat. Life or death. Junior Sister Shun, you still have the chance to concede. Dressed in white like snow, Chu Yang's presence surged in the gale, his voice imbued with a chilling undertone. The legendary 9 Tribulations Thundersword Strike had made its appearance. The disciples observing stirred restlessly. It was well known that among practitioners, sword cultivators prioritized offense above all. Once a sword technique was unleashed, it was relentless, leaving no room for retreat. Chu Yang, facing a Spirit Emperor cultivator, unleashed such a formidable sword strike. It seemed excessively merciless. Even if Shen Qinghe were an exceptional talent, they could hardly believe she could withstand this blow. Sect leader Mu Nantian furrowed his brow, intently watching the celestial sword intent above. Chu Yang, you have gone too far. In a contest among peers, how can you employ such a lethal move? The Mu Nantian and Chen Li were at odds. Shen Qinghe was, after all, a rare ice spirit sacred body. With diligent cultivation, she was bound to achieve greatness. Should she fall in the sect competition, not only would he find it regrettable, but he would also face repercussions from the ancestor. Qinghe, concede. This sword is beyond your capability to withstand. Bai Wanjian, as the master of the sword peak, understood the gravity of Chu Yang's strike and promptly urged Shen Qinghe to yield. Chu Yang, upon hearing this, slightly tempered his sword intent, fixating his gaze upon Shen Qinghe. Her hair danced chaotically in the wind, yet her eyes shone with unwavering determination. Senior Brother Chu, please unleash your sword. Upon hearing Shen Qinghe's response, Mu Nantian sighed deeply. It appeared that a battle was inevitable. He shifted his gaze towards Chun Li, hoping to persuade him to urge Shen Qinghe to concede, yet Chun Li had inexplicably donned his sunglasses again. Immersed in enthusiastically commenting on Chu Yang's 9 Tribulations sword intent, truly, he exemplified the essence of a sword cultivator. Even I must concede to his flair. Alas, Chu Yang, this young man, is overly hesitant, wielding his sword with insufficient decisiveness, transforming it into a mere silver spear candlehead, lacking substance. Witnessing this scene, Mu Nantian felt an increasing ire within him. How could Chun Li, merely a Qi refining stage practitioner, audaciously critique the spirit venerable Chu Yang? Was his face forged from Imperial weaponry, so defyingly thick-skinned? This fellow deserves to be condemned. At this moment, on the competition stage, Chu Yang had fully drawn his sword, its blade radiating a blinding brilliance, propelling an astonishingly swift torrent of sword energy that surged towards Shen Qinghe. This strike, its sword light like a rainbow, cleaved through the heavens, akin to a star piercing the void, descending from the sky. Chapter 41. Yet again, Chun Li shows off impressive, astonishing. All present were left transfixed, their eyes wide with awe for Chu Yang. At this moment, he stood resplendent, his garments billowing in the wind, hair dancing in the gusts, his flawless visage radiating an indescribable beauty, and the cold glimmer in his eyes exuded an enchanting allure, truly breathtaking. Perfect, Brother Chu Yang is utterly flawless. Countless disciples gazed in rapt admiration, oblivious to the drool nearly pooling at their feet. Just then, Shen Qinghe made her move, her delicate hands weaving like flowers as she activated the grand celestial immortal technique. Chu Yang had spoken the truth. His strike would determine both victory in life or death. Thus Xinqinghe dared not be careless and could only counter with her most potent technique. Too slow. A cold glint flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. Boom! Suddenly, the heavens and earth shifted, mountains trembled, and the river of sword intent roared, accompanied by a fierce aura of slaughter that advanced upon Xinqinghe. Mere inches away, crackle, the ice heart divine gift erupted instantaneously, and Chu Yang felt his internal spiritual energy begin to stagnate. The sword in his hand turned bone-chillingly cold, encrusted with frost. Is this the innate divine skill of the holy body? Chu Yang was taken aback. Had his cultivation not far surpassed Xinqinghe's? Had he approached her at such a close range, he would likely have been frozen into shards of ice. Alas, she had yet to fully mature. While the ice heart divine gift was indeed remarkable, it could not impede the celestial sword in his grasp. With a resounding roar, Chu Yang channeled his spiritual energy with all his might, causing the nine tribulations celestial sword to shine even brighter. Instantly piercing through the barrier before Xinqinghe, an unrelenting torrent of sword intent ruthlessly aimed at her heart, immunation, unable to bear witnessing the downfall of the ice spirit holy body. Prepared to intervene and save Xinqinghe. Buzz, a radiant beam of seven-colored divine light erupted from Xinqinghe's chest, a formidable brilliance that soared into the sky, its dazzling hues overshadowing all in existence. The river of sword intent above, in the wake of this radiance, melted away like spring snow. Chu Yang himself was struck by an irresistible force, flung backwards, spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His gaze filled with panic as he beheld the awe-inspiring light. How could this be? Chu Yang's mind was engulfed in terror. His earth-shattering strike had been utterly obliterated the moment that light emerged. This feeling of helplessness was unprecedented, rendering him devoid of the courage to draw his sword again. I have lost. Chu Yang's eyes dimmed, stripped of all their luster. Seeing the typically proud Chu Yang voluntarily concede, the arena fell into a profound silence. All eyes widened in disbelief, gazing upon Xinqinghe's delicate form. An inexplicable sense of powerlessness flooding their hearts. Even among geniuses, disparities exist. The sword cultivator prodigy Chu Yang, the body refinement prodigy Luan, had both succumbed to Xinqinghe. She is but a spirit emperor. Must she truly be so invincible? The sect leader and others found themselves at a loss for words, glancing at the ever-enthusiastic Chun Li with trepidation. They had not only lost their wager, but had inadvertently provided Chun Li with yet another opportunity to flaunt himself. Truly, once again, Chun Li showcased his prowess. Indeed, Chun Li wasted no time, addressing the peak masters, whose expressions were darker than that of a thundercloud. Thank you. Thank you. I can only say, you all lost fairly. You cannot outshine my extravagance. And your disciples are not my match. Heh, you all truly are quite the inept. The peak masters clenched their teeth in frustration, yearning to pounce upon him and deliver a flurry of blows. Yet, recalling his formidable presence, they could only tighten their fists and avert their gazes for the final championship battle. Munantian no longer cared. The top 2 were both from the Miao Miao Peak. And who emerged victorious was merely a matter of Chun Li's word, this moment. Qin Yaoshuang had returned to the competition stage, her fighting spirit ablaze. She was eager to experience Xinqinghe's ice heart divine gift, the southern Mingli fire, and the grand celestial immortal technique. However, Xinqinghe had exhausted all her spiritual energy, entirely bereft of the strength to continue. Qin Yaoshuang had no choice but to relent. Sister, I am not your opponent. I concede. Xinqinghe was quite direct. Both were disciples under Chun Li, well aware of each other's cultivation depths. Even at her peak, Xinqinghe would not dare claim to be Qin Yaoshuang's match. Let alone now at this moment. Chen Li also took the initiative to address the elder referee. Quickly announced the results of the competition. I can hardly wait to see the sect leader spitting blood. Upon hearing his name called out again, Munantian was filled with uncontainable fury. Chen Li, I acknowledge that Yaoshuang and Qinghe are the champions and runners-up of this competition, but that is solely the result of their own cultivation efforts. What does it have to do with you? What are you posturing for? Chen Li retorted. I am their master. Why can't I flaunt a bit? At this declaration, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Chen Peak Master. How dare you? A mere chi refining stage cultivator. What can you teach? How to show off? Indeed, don't think we're unaware. You've been either sleeping or crafting sand sculptures at Miao Miao Peak. Neglecting serious matters, the peak masters grew increasingly incensed. They knew Chun Li too well, better than they knew their own mothers. If this fellow could teach his disciples, they would willingly swallow excrement to attain enlightenment. Not only were the peak masters dissatisfied, but some disciples also voiced their grievances against Chen Li. A few spirit-venerable disciples stood forth, addressing Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Qinghe, sisters, cultivation is a sacred endeavor. You must choose your master wisely. Following Chen Li will only lead you further down a misguided path. Hearing such disparagement towards her master, Qin Yaoshuang did not hesitate to unleash her power. Silence. A terrifying aura erupted, sending the dozen or so spirit-venerable disciples flying. My master is not someone you can critique. Witnessing this, all disciples fell silent, firmly closing their mouths, fearing they might be sent flying by a single slap from Qin Yaoshuang. Enough, enough! A voice like thunder rang out. A pure, immaculate pearlescent halo appeared, and the figure of Elder Qingye descended upon the competition arena. Greetings, Elder. All disciples of the Tian Yan Sect immediately bowed. Elder Qingye nodded slightly, his benevolent gaze resting upon Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Qing. I in this sect's grand competition. Qin Yaoshuang takes first place, and Shen Qinghe second. Both Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Qinghe nodded in unison. Thank you, Elder, for your holy judgment. Well, as for their cultivation, a forcibly harvested fruit may quench thirst but lacks sweetness. Nan Tian, you ought to respect their wishes. Chapter 42. This time, I truly struck gold hearing Elder's decree. Munan Tian could say no more. While he was indeed the sect leader, major decisions within the sect still required deference to Elder Qingye. The Elder's pronouncement inadvertently declared that Chen Li had won the wager with the sect leader. Henceforth, Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Qinghe would officially become disciples of Miao Miao Peak. This left the other peak masters feeling somewhat begrudging, for both were unparalleled prodigies. The subsequent proceedings involved the distribution of rewards. Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Qinghe had already grown indifferent to the meager prizes, yet as it was a sect's commendation, they could not outright refuse and thus joined the other four competitors on the podium. Meanwhile, Chun Li was ecstatic, having completed the system's task. He was about to reap his rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sect's grand competition task. The distribution of rewards will now commence. Do you accept? Chen Li replied, exasperated. Isn't it a given? Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a wealth of cultivation essence and insights into the way. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chun Li instantly felt a torrent of pure spiritual energy surging into his meridians, akin to a landslide erupting with a thunderous momentum towards his dantian. His vital energy soared, and the meridians and bones throughout his body underwent a profound transformation. It was as if streams that had gently flowed were suddenly thrust into a grand tempest, evolving into mighty rivers that surged forward, ceaseless and relentless. An enigmatic aura descended, causing Chen Li's entire being to shudder. A spirit saint. Although the oppressive aura of a spirit saint was concealed beneath the system's shroud, he could distinctly sense his own newfound power. The gap between a spirit saint and a late-stage spirit venerable, though seemingly minor, represented a chasm in the mastery of power. The phrase beneath the saint, all are mere ants, was not a mere jest that a single gesture or glance from a saint could effortlessly obliterate a late-stage spirit venerable. Chun Li suppressed his inner excitement and continued to peruse the rewards from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Imperial grade artifact, the Immortal Capturing Bracelet. The bearer of this treasure can capture all cultivations below their own realm within the bracelet. And within the bracelet's space, the flow of time can be altered up to 10 times faster than reality. A splendid item. Chun Li marveled, though he found it of little use. Firstly, he had no interest in imprisoning others. And secondly, he had no need for extended cultivation time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Imperial grade artifact, the Flowing Immortal Skirt, a defensive artifact that allows free entry and exit from all Imperial level barriers, immune to all Imperial level illusions, and disregarding all Imperial level formations. This is a long skirt in a flowing ink wash color, devoid of excessive embellishments, yet exuding a pure, spring-like aura that is fresh, natural, and extraordinarily beautiful. Chun Li was not one to indulge in women's attire. Thus it was evident that this skirt was intended for his female disciple. System brother, with so many rewards, why is there not a single one directly for me? The system replied, host, you seem to be in a hurry. Chun Li retorted, ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a first-tier Emperor experience card, valid for 2.5 hours. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Spatial Divine ability. transmutation of the universe, allowing your thoughts to reach instantaneously. Disregarding distance? Excellent. Chun Li nodded in satisfaction, pleased that the system had not played tricks on him this time. These 2 rewards were indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, the rewards for the 6 strongest disciples had also been distributed. However, apart from Guodigang and Yu Qian from Diyun Peak, the others did not seem particularly elated. Ro and Xu Yang had yet to recover from their defeats in the sect competition, while Qin Yaoshuang and Shun Qinghe regarded these rewards with disdain. After all, the small rewards their master casually gave them were worth 1,000 times more than this moment. Both women secretly anticipated that since they had brought honor to Chen Li, their master would surely reward them upon their return to Piao Miao Peak. After the competition concluded, Mu Nantian did not dismiss the disciples. On the contrary, he opened the mountain gates wide, inviting all of his brother's fans inside. Ultimately, the sect competition was merely an internal examination of the Tian Yan Sect, and there was no need to spend 10 million spiritual stones to invite his brother over for endorsement due to a single exam. The purpose of inviting his brother was to swiftly promote the sunglasses artifact, which had the potential to revolutionize the artifact system in the cultivation world to every corner of Xianyan continent. This was what one called marketing. To this end, Mu Nantian had racked his brains for 2 days to come up with a slogan. Born for the fervor, Chun Li scoffed at such blatant theft of his own patent. Unwilling to remain at this so-called press conference for a second longer, he took his 2 female disciples and returned to Piao Miao Peak. Atop Piao Miao Peak, Chun Li reclined comfortably in his rocking chair, while his 2 beautiful female disciples stood respectfully before him. Well done, 1 first place, 1 second place. You have certainly brought great honor to your master. Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Qinghe exchanged faint smiles. Remaining silent, Chen Li continued, regarding your performances in the competition, allow me to offer a few brief remarks. 2.5 hours later, after sipping some spiritual tea, Chen Li leisurely rose to his feet. In summary, although you have achieved commendable results, do not become overly prideful. After all, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. There are even parallel universes beyond our own. Yes, Master, Qin Yaoshuang and Shun Qinghe quickly interjected. Eager to cut Chun Li off, they knew their master well. If he continued, it would likely take another 2.5 hours. If you can grasp this point, I shall say no more. Now, my 2 disciples, extend your hands. The 2 women beamed with delight and promptly extended their hands. With a wave of his hand, a bracelet, bright and luminous as a full moon, appeared in Qin Yaoshuang's grasp. While Shun Qinghe received a beautiful ink wash-colored skirt, the 2 women exchanged astonished glances, momentarily rendered speechless. The radiant aura emanating from the bracelet and skirt made it evident that they were both Imperial-grade artifacts. My heavens, an Imperial-grade artifact given just like that. Master, you are too extravagant. Even Qin Yaoshuang, the reincarnation of the Demon Emperor, was momentarily at a loss for words. As a former Demon Emperor, she had encountered Imperial-grade artifacts in her past life. Yet such artifacts were typically cultivated by great emperors themselves, mostly in the form of weapons. The bracelet and skirt before her, however, were unlikely to have been crafted by any great emperor, as they would not waste their time creating Imperial-grade artifacts for mere adornments. After all, a person's focus is limited. Even a great emperor could nurture at most 1 Imperial-grade artifact in their lifetime. Yet, the artifacts presented to her and Shen Qinghe seemed custom-tailored for them, not only aligning with their own cultivation methods, but also matching their personal styles. Chapter 43. Master's task. After bestowing the artifacts upon the 2 women, Chen Li did not assign them any cultivation tasks. As the day for the Dragon Clan's secret realm opening was merely a month away, if their cultivation reached the spirit venerable realm, entering the ancient Dragon Clan's secret realm would become problematic. Chun Li decided to grant them a month of leave. Cultivation, much like earning money, should involve a balance of work and rest. One cannot simply focus on accumulating wealth without spending any, lest they ultimately benefit others instead. Chun Li's philosophy resonated with Qin Yaoshuang's thoughts, and she expressed, Chun Li, during this month, I wish to leave the sect to attend to certain matters. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Li replied, young people should act this way. Seize the vigor of youth and go show off, Yaoshuang, that if you need anything, just invoke my name. Qin Yaoshuang's face lit up with joy as she respectfully said, thank you, Master. During the sect competition, she had glimpsed her former subordinates within Jizrou's illusion. who were currently lying low in some corner of the continent. Her intent in leaving the sect was to gather her old subordinates and relocate them into the immortal capturing bracelet bestowed by Chun Li, accumulating strength to one day re-establish her demon emperor dynasty. As for Xin Qinghe, having lived within the Tian Yan Sect all her life, she had no desire to go anywhere other than Piao Miao Peak. Upon realizing this, Chun Li arranged for her to enter the sacred realm of the Tian Yan Sect to comprehend the path of the great emperor. Unlike Qin Yaoshuang, who had a clear path, Xin Qinghe needed to cultivate her own understanding, and entering the sacred realm would greatly assist her in that endeavor. Chun Li's arrangement had never met with Xin Qinghe's dissent, and she readily agreed. However, before Qin Yaoshuang departed, Chun Li had one last matter to address. Sect Master, are you there? Sect Master, please respond promptly. Sect Master, it's me, Chen Li. Please don't play dead. On the other side, Tian, still at the press conference, let out a cold laugh, steadfastly maintaining his silence. Sect Master, I have confidential information to report. Tian continued to chuckle coldly. Confidential information? You, Chen Li, have confidential information. You might as well say that Elder Qingye died from anger over your antics. That would be more believable. Sect Master, damn it. Tian remained unfazed. Humph, young man. You are naive. Cultivation is all about the state of mind. Chun Li, how dare you attempt to provoke a saint with your crude mortal language? It is simply childish and laughable. Sect Master, I intend to report to the elder about you peeking at female disciples while they bathe. What the hell? How did you? Tian was taken aback, finally breaking his silence and hastily replying. Chun Li, do not spout nonsense. I would never engage in such lewd behavior. Chun Li sneered. Ha! Beast, I warn you not to speak carelessly. Who do you think I, Tian, am? The Tian Yan Sect is well respected. Do you think 3 words will convince the elder? Oh, then how do you explain the hundreds of undergarments in the second cabinet by your bed? He warned. Do not tell me those are your personal belongings. Tian was drenched in sweat. Chun Li, you are framing me. I will accuse you of slander. Chun Li continued to smirk coldly. Fine. Let's meet in the ancestral secret realm. Wait. What do you want? Tian exclaimed. Chun Li still chuckled. If you had said so earlier, it would have saved us both trouble. Quickly pass me the first volume of the Tian Yan Sect. Thank you. Realizing he could no longer escape, Tian reluctantly used his divine sense to transmit the first volume of the Tian Yan Sect to Chun Li. Chun Li instantly expressed his dissatisfaction. Why is there only the first volume? Did you consume the second volume, you scoundrel? Tian, filled with indignation, retorted. The Tian Yan Sect is the unparalleled technique of my Tian Yan Sect. Even among the entire Xianyan continent, it ranks within the top 3. It is not something I can simply hand over to you. My authority only allows me to give you the first volume. To access the second volume, you must receive direct teachings from the ancestor and also take a solemn oath to keep the secrets. After all these years in the Tian Yan Sect, you haven't even remembered this basic knowledge? Oh, now I remember. Chun Li nodded. He did have some recollection of this matter. However, in the past, his cultivation was too low to comprehend even the simplest cultivation techniques. So he had not paid much attention to the prerequisites for studying the Tian Yan Sect. Let it be the first volume for now. He would let Qin Yaoshuang practice it first, and later, he would find a way to obtain the second volume. With this thought, Chun Li summoned Qin Yaoshuang again. Upon meeting, Chun Li projected his divine sense, transmitting the contents of the first volume of the Tian Yan Sect into her mind. Upon seeing the scriptures in her consciousness, Qin Yaoshuang was greatly delighted. Her original purpose for joining the Tian Yan Sect was to cultivate the sect's treasure, the Tian Yan Sect, to compensate for the shortcomings of her own devouring technique. However, she had gradually forgotten about the Tian Yan Sect due to Chun Li's continuous stream of magical artifacts and elixirs that had astounded her. She never expected her master had already seen through her innermost thoughts and proactively imparted it to her. No wonder her master spoke of her true nature the moment they first met. Her master is truly profound and inscrutable. Master, why are you so kind to me? Qin Yaoshuang felt a surge of emotion, her starry eyes shimmering with a faint, galaxy-like glow. Chun Li simply smiled lightly. You are my disciple. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? With the system in hand, Chun Li could double his insights from all his disciples' cultivation experiences. Thus, it was only natural for him to treat his disciples well. However, Qin Yaoshuang was unaware of this underlying truth upon hearing Chun Li's words. Her heart swelled with an even deeper sense of gratitude. If I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well? How domineering and selfless her master is. In her previous life, she was an emperor of demons in a position of great power. Known for her tyrannical demeanor, everyone feared her, and she had never experienced being cherished by another. At this moment, Chun Li's care and affection began to thaw her heart, which had been like ice for millennia. Master, thank you. Qin Yaoshuang sincerely bowed. Chun Li nodded and waved his hand. All right, go prepare. Remember to report to the sect before you descend the mountain. Just as Qin Yaoshuang was about to leave, she suddenly realized that she would not see her master for an entire month, and a sense of unease gripped her heart. Master, before I go, could you teach me how to cook? This way. When I miss you. As she spoke, Qin Yaoshuang's face suddenly flushed, her voice dwindling to a whisper, barely audible like the buzz of a mosquito. Cooking, Chun Li, reclining in a rocking chair, lazily stretched. He had been feeling lethargic and was about to sleep. But upon hearing Qin Yaoshuang's request to learn cooking, he reluctantly rose from his comfortable chair. After all, it was a request from his precious disciple, and as her master, he could not refuse. Chapter 44. The Hidden Flying Artifact. The chicken soup is coming. Chun Li, clad in a white apron, trotted over with a pot of simmering spirit chicken soup. The wooden table. Qin Yaoshuang and Xin Qinghe were seated. Chun Li placed the soup on the table. Puzzled. Hey, the dishes are all ready. Why aren't you eating? Xin Qinghe smiled and replied, Master, if you don't come, how can we eat first? Qin Yaoshuang nodded in agreement. Yes, Master, you should eat first. After saying this, she even took the initiative to ladle a bowl of spirit chicken soup and handed it to Chun Li. Chun Li accepted it without hesitation, taking a hearty sip and licking his lips in satisfaction, exclaiming, neither too salty nor too bland. It's absolutely delicious. Hey, why are all of you staring at me? Drink up while it's hot. The following morning, Qin Yaoshuang came to bid farewell to Chun Li, and Xin Qinghe subsequently headed to the upper circular holy realm. The once lively Piao Miao Peak fell silent once more, reverting to its former tranquility. Chun Li, feeling bored, picked up a brush and composed a poem. I slept soundly until dawn, only to find the peak was desolate and bared. If you ask what transpired, my disciple has gone to wander in the mortal realm. With a resigned sigh, Chun Li tossed aside his brush and descended from Piao Miao Peak, intending to head to the artifact refining peak to accept his third disciple, Wu Bin. However, when he inquired at the artifact refining peak, he learned that after the press conference yesterday, Wu Bin had left the Tian Yan Sect, stating that he had made a name for himself and must return home in a grand manner. That was it. Chun Li understood his feelings well. A famous cultivator, Lu Sun, once said, to achieve wealth and fame without returning home is akin to walking in embroidered garments at night. Since he had made a name for himself, he must return home and flaunt his success. Such a style resonated with Chun Li. However, based on his extensive experience in showing off, Chun Li judged that Wu Bin's return home might not go as smoothly as he hoped, and it was highly likely he would suffer a setback along the way. Thus, for the system's generous rewards and to accept Wu Bin, a disciple with exceptional refining talent, Chun Li decided to venture out and assist his future disciple in accomplishing his grand endeavors. However, before that, he needed to make some preparations at Piao Miao Peak. After all, he was going far, and some preparation was necessary. Though he possessed the spatial divine ability to traverse wherever he wished, this ability had significant limitations. He could only go to places where his disciples were, or where he had his own memory points. Qingzhou was a place Chun Li had never visited, so he could not use his spatial ability and would have to fly there manually. Known as the laziest in the world, Chun Li naturally would not fly there himself. Instead, he decided to create a flying artifact akin to general use, and he would sleep until he reached Qingzhou. Leaving professional matters to the professionals, Chun Li immediately began to call for help. Brother Haichao, are you there? Brother Haichao, it's me. Chun Li, please respond. Brother Haichao, I have plenty of spirit stones for you to spend. It's you, Chen Li? It's been a long time. I'll be right there. Chen Li, this flying artifact design is quite unique. Du Haichao exclaimed, astonished as he looked at the blueprint in his hand. The flying artifact blueprint designed by Chun Li was something even a master refiner had never seen before. It resembled a large bird with two pairs of wings, The blueprint clearly indicated that the front pair of wings was called duck wings, and the rear pair was the main wings. Both pairs of wings were on the same plane, and the body lines were clean and simple, composed of two inclined planes with a sharp line running through. This is something. Although Du Haichao had always looked down on Chun Li, he could not help but admit the uniqueness of this design. The aerodynamic layout of this artifact not only significantly reduced wind resistance, but also ensured exceptional stability and maneuverability. One could only imagine how fast Chun Li would fly on this artifact. Du Haichao marveled again. What a great design! Old Du, you have good taste. To be honest, this artifact can not only surpass the speed of sound, but also employs stealth technology, making it exceedingly difficult for cultivators' divine senses to detect, identify, or attack. That's impressive, but creating this flying artifact will likely require a considerable amount of spirit stones and materials. Can you afford it? Du Haichao, although excited, was still clear-headed. The various materials Chun Li marked on the blueprint, stealthy, sturdy, and lightweight, were numerous and costly, almost rivaling the cost of an Imperial weapon. Du Haichao doubted Chun Li could afford it. You need not worry about that. I have plenty of spirit stones, and I also possess a vast array of materials in my storage ring, all given to me by the former sect master, which I could never exhaust, Chun Li said proudly. Damn, Du Haichao nearly choked upon hearing this. The former sect master was a half-step emperor, having presided over the Tian Yan Sect for nearly a century, accumulating wealth that surpassed even that of emperors. And now it all benefited this insufferable person. Since you are not lacking in spirit stones and materials, then it will be much simpler. I will deliver it to you in 2 days. Chun Li was slightly taken aback. So soon? Old Du, you better not cut corners on me. I am not so lacking in integrity. Du Haichao replied sincerely. This blueprint is quite novel that I intend to bring all the elders and disciples from my refiner peak to collaborate on its creation, accumulating some experience for future development. All right then, I shall await your good news. 2 days later, Du Haichao appeared with dark circles under his eyes. Old brother, I have lived up to my promise. As he spoke, he placed a massive flying artifact, approximately 20 meters long and 13 meters wide, onto the open ground of the floating mist peak. Chun Li surveyed the creation and was extremely pleased, particularly with the exquisite craftsmanship that far exceeded his expectations. Let us call it the Tian 20. By the way, Chun, I found that you had quite a bit of leftover materials. Considering this flying artifact will have remarkable speed, I specifically crafted a helmet for you, so you can maintain your hairstyle while flying. With that, Du Haichao produced a black and white helmet, adorned with a pair of magical sunglasses. This is truly my style, Chun Li exclaimed, admiring the helmet. Du Haichao proved himself to be astute, considering every detail. Since you have inspected it, let us settle the bill. 200,000 spirit stones. No less. Du Haichao yawned. The materials for this flying artifact were all provided by Chun Li. Although the entire refiner peak had participated, the labor costs barely reached 100,000 spirit stones. The reason Du Haichao demanded double was simply due to his disdain for Chun. I'll give you 250. Chun Li, uninterested in haggling, tossed a storage ring to Du Haichao. The Du Haichao's expression darkened. Damn it, still short. Chapter 45. The young man had been after half a day. Chun Li had mastered the piloting skills of the Tian 20. This vehicle boasted an autonomous cruising mode. All he needed to do was place spirit stones on the driving formation plate, allowing him to glide through the boundless blue skies. Let us go. Chun Li donned the helmet, settled into the cockpit, set the destination to Qingzhou, and with a roar, the Tian 20 transformed into a streak of black lightning, soaring into the azure. After 2 hours of flight, Chun Li arrived at the city of Qingzhou in a secluded corner. He utilized a spell to retract the Tian 20 into his storage ring before blending into the crowd as he entered Qingzhou. This was, after all, Chun Li's first venture beyond the Tian Yan Sect. Observing the bustling urban life, he felt somewhat out of place. Qingzhou City was vast, home to over 20,000 inhabitants, and quite prosperous. Moreover, Chun Li sensed several powerful auras within the city, indicating the presence of numerous immortal cultivation families. These fools, having reached the saint level, yet still lording over mere mortal towns. What a lack of martial virtue. Chun Li inquired and discovered that there was only one prominent family in Qingzhou, the Wu family. It was evident that this was the family of Wu Bin. Not approaching directly, Chen Li found a stall selling spirit melons surrounded by many people. Intending to gather some information about the Wu family from the passers-by. Are you two brothers? Chen Li approached the stall, where the vendor was engaged in conversation. Hey buddy, how much are these melons per pound? The vendor, whose skin resembled the surface of the moon, replied promptly, 2 spirit stones per pound. Chun Li chuckled, realizing the vendor considered him a naive fool. Is the rind made of gold, or are the seeds golden? The vendor sneered, look around, there are no spirit melons available. These are all from the Wu family. If you think it's too expensive, I find it overpriced too. From the Wu family? Chun Li's eyes brightened. The vendor's words indicated that the Wu Bin family wielded considerable influence. All right, choose one for me. The vendor selected a few melons and tossed a decent-looking one to Chun Li. 15 pounds, 30 spirit stones. Chun Li handed over 30 spirit stones, and upon splitting the melon open, he discovered it was ripe. Well, nothing to discuss then. Time to eat. He cut a piece and savored it while listening to the vendor chat with a nearby patron. Have you heard? What's happening? The wasteful young master of the Wu family has returned, claiming he has achieved success in the Tian Yan Sect and intends to reclaim everything he lost. Pray tell, what has he lost? His childhood sweetheart, the position of the young master of the Wu family, and most importantly, a man's dignity. 7 years ago, this incident had caused quite a stir. Wu Bin, the pride of the Wu family, had inexplicably fallen from the Spirit King realm to the Spirit Master realm, leading to the loss of his position as young master and forcing him to join the Tian Yan Sect. He hoped to leverage the sect's influence to retain his status, and indeed, he had succeeded. However, upon returning, the eldest son of the Wu family's Grand Elder immediately challenged him. So, Wu Bin must have returned because he has regained his cultivation. Not at all. He remains in the same Spirit Master realm as 7 years ago, while the Grand Elder's son, Wu Yifan, has already ascended to the Spirit Emperor realm. The gap is insurmountable. How can Wu Bin hope to compete? Hearing this, Chun Li's brows furrowed. This storyline felt eerily familiar. If he was not mistaken, Wu Bin must possess a treasure that housed an elder. Indeed, defeat is certain, but it doesn't end there. Wu Bin's childhood sweetheart, Lu Ruoxue, is set to formally annul their engagement today. I could have guessed that. The delay in announcing the annulment was likely due to the Wu family hoping for a miracle, believing Wu Bin might recover his lost cultivation and return to his former glory. 7 years later, he remains a spirit master. There's clearly no need for pretense any longer. Indeed, it is quite obvious. Upon hearing this, Chun Li was momentarily taken aback. The annulment drama had arrived. It seemed Wu Bin truly was a prodigy harboring an extraordinary treasure. This disciple was certainly one he would take under his wing. Not even Jesus could stand in his way. Having grasped the general situation, Chun Li prepared to leave when suddenly, a crew-cut cultivator approached with a sinister grin. The surrounding crowd greeted him warmly. Wuazong, is that you? Chun Li inhaled deeply. Yes, oh, it has come to this. Are these melons guaranteed to be ripe? The vendor paused, then quickly replied, not guaranteed, only for self-selection. Upon hearing this, the cultivator named Wuazong's expression changed. Damn, do you take me for a beggar? With that, he seized the melon knife Chun Li had just used and thrust it forward. Chun Li watched in horror as the blade went in white and came out yellow, clearly puncturing the vendor's behind. After departing the melon stall, Chun Li followed the directions to a serene estate. He knocked on the door. Before long, the gate creaked open, revealing a girl in purple attire. Who are you? She inquired, tilting her head with sparkling eyes. Puzzled, Chun Li got straight to the point. That I am Chun Li. Here to see your young master, Wu Bin. The waste is not here. The girl nodded, then unceremoniously shut the door. Chun Li mused. It seems Wu Bin's standing is akin to mine in the Tian Yan Sect. Even a mere servant can treat him with such disdain. Very well. Since I cannot enter through the front, I shall resort to stealth. At the Wu family's modest side estate, Wu Bin sat cross-legged, forming celestial seals, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as he sighed in resignation. Damn it. What on earth is happening? Why can't I elevate my realm even a fraction after 7 years of arduous training in the Tian Yan Sect? Must I forever remain beneath others' feet? Wu Bin sighed heavily, his eyes filled with despondency. 7 years ago, he had entered the Tian Yan Sect brimming with hope, seeking a solution to his cultivation issues, and had even acquired an audience with the sect leader through Chun Li's improved sunglasses. He had believed the leader would remedy the anomalies within his body, But the leader could only shake his head in helplessness. Refusing to give up, he returned to the Wu family with the modified sunglasses, hoping to elevate his standing among his kin. However, he continued to be subjected to constant oppression, humiliation, and bullying. I refuse to accept this. Chapter 46. The true story of a bin from a young age. He radiated brilliance, admired by all. At 3, he began cultivating his energy. By 9, he had entered the realm of spirit masters. At 12, he became a grand spirit master. And at 17, he leapt to become the youngest spirit king expert in Qingzhou. Everyone believed that his talent exceeded these accomplishments, considering the spirit king merely the beginning of his journey, and within a few years, he would ascend to the realm of spirit emperor, perhaps even becoming the youngest spirit sovereign. However, fate played a cruel joke on him. His path of prodigious talent halted abruptly at the spirit king realm, and thereafter, his cultivation plummeted, relegating him to the status of a mere spirit master, a level inferior even to that of a servant in the Wu family. Wu Bin, born with an innate pride, could not accept such a fate, though he was aware that on the Xianyan continent, another individual named Chun Li was even more unfortunate, enduring greater humiliation and scorn from others. Chun Li was the esteemed leader of the Piao Miao Peak of the Tian Yan Sect, holding a position of prominence that was unassailable, entirely free from familial pressures. While he spent his days composing poetry, barbecuing, and crafting sand sculptures, he mingled effortlessly with the spirit sage cultivators of various sects, earning respect even from the ancestors of the Tian Yan Sect. In contrast, Wu Bin, despite being a whole realm above Chun Li, was but a mere shadow, invisible to even the other peak masters, let alone the ancestors. His recent stroke of luck had merely involved acquiring a pair of sunglasses used by Chun Li to flaunt his status. Otherwise, the sect leader would likely remain oblivious to Wu Bin's existence. Memories flooded back like a rising tide, only to recede into the calm, leaving behind a lingering echo of melancholy that stirred quiet sorrow within him. Wu Bin clenched his fists, teeth gritted. My life has been a treacherous path. I will surely reach the other shore. No matter the storms he faced, he would never surrender. After steeling his resolve, Wu Bin resumed his practice, drawing forth spirit stones to cultivate. In 7 days, Wu Fan, the eldest son of the Wu family's patriarch, would formally challenge him. Should he lose, he would forfeit everything, including his status as the young master. Even his father, Wu Qinglong, the head of the Wu family, would be powerless to intervene. Over the years, Wu Qinglong had endured considerable pressure to retain Wu Bin's position as the family head. His favoritism towards his son was clearly unjust, rendering him unable to obstruct this challenge. The outcome, therefore, rested solely on Wu Bin's efforts. Wu Bin retrieved a pile of spirit stones from his storage ring, placing them at his feet, and began to channel his techniques, fervently absorbing the vast spiritual energy contained within the stones. One by one, the spirit stones were consumed, transforming into ordinary rocks. Yet, not a trace of growth in his cultivation was evident. Damn it! Why do you treat me so? Heavens! Wu Bin sighed heavily towards the sky. With a defeated expression, he relaxed his hands, dispersing the celestial seals, relinquishing his intention to continue training. Even though he wished to press on, he had to concede that in his current state, even if the peculiarities of his body were resolved, reaching the spirit emperor realm within 7 days was an impossibility. Given such a reality, what was the point in continuing? Instead, he contemplated stealthily departing the Wu family and returning to the Tian Yan Sect, where he could enjoy a comfortable life, leveraging his innate talent for artifact crafting. This was indeed a sound plan, and Wu Bin resolved to act upon it. He began to gather his belongings. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. A tall, slender man entered, adorned with a striking dragon tattoo on his left arm and a blue wave tattoo on his right. This dragon and wave were intricately designed, known as the Azure Dragon Splash. Father, Wu Bin greeted the man with a bittersweet expression, bowing respectfully. The unexpected visitor was none other than his father, Wu Qinglong, the current patriarch of the Wu family. Wu Qinglong gestured for Wu Bin to sit, observing his son's helplessness, clearly feeling for him. Binner, do you plan to leave? Wu Qinglong inquired upon noticing Wu Bin packing his belongings. That Wu Bin did not conceal his intentions, replying candidly, Yes, father, the peculiarities within my body persist. Remaining in the Wu family would only bring disgrace that I do not wish to embarrass you as the head of the family. Maintaining dignity was paramount. If his own predicament jeopardized his father's position, Wu Bin would carry that regret for life. Upon hearing this, Wu Qinglong could only offer a resigned smile. He understood his son's concerns that Wu Bin was currently a spirit master, utterly incapable of defeating Wu Yifan, who had attained the spirit emperor realm. Moreover, during the challenge in 7 days, Wu Yifan would undoubtedly fight to kill. Wu Qinglong could not bear to witness his son meet a bloody end. Leaving might be seen as cowardice, yet it is the path of survival at least within the Tian Yan Sect. Wu Bin still enjoys the favor of the Peak Master and the protection of the sect leader. The Wu family, a mere small cultivation clan, would not dare to provoke him. Reflecting on this, Wu Qinglong sighed. Very well, go it may be for the best. At least I shall not worry for your safety. Indeed, Wu Bin continued to pack. Wu Qinglong took a seat in the small room and suddenly spoke again. What are your plans regarding Lu Shuer? At this, Wu Bin slammed his hand against the bed in frustration. Father, Lu Shuer can forget about humiliating the Wu family. If she wishes to call off the engagement, I shall not grant her wish. I intend to divorce her, once hailed as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. He had been pursued by the Lu family and Lu Shuer with relentless fervor. Countless orchestrated encounters and sweet confessions had led the young Wu Bin to accept their engagement. Yet, unexpectedly, he had fallen from grace. Reduced to a stray dog, kicked about with disdain by those who once sought him. That wretched woman. The mere thought of Lu Shuer ignited uncontrollable fury within Wu Bin. He longed to knock her unconscious and deliver her to General Yuan of the Wuazong. General Yuan was a renowned figure on the Xinyan continent, known for his frugality, often unwilling to waste even a grain of rice, especially treating women with similar disdain, frequently making his soldiers queue to share in his company. Yet such actions would undoubtedly sever ties with the Lu family. Wu Qinglong shook his head in exasperation. Wu Bin retorted angrily. Does the Lu family fear such a rift? If they had any regard for your reputation, they would not have chosen the day of Wu Yifan's challenge to announce the cancellation of the engagement. Wu Qinglong nodded, conceding. Very well, you may proceed as you wish. Before long, Wu Bin finished organizing his belongings and took out a finely crafted magical artifact, sunglasses, which he presented to Wu Qinglong. Father, this is a treasure I painstakingly crafted. You are aware of its unique properties. Please keep it safe, for it will prove invaluable in the future. Chapter 47. My primordial mother Wu Qinglong accepted the artifact without hesitation, treasuring it dearly. By the way, I heard that Chun Li's disciples at Piao Miao Peak in the Tian Yan Sect are quite formidable. Both are at the Spirit Emperor level and can even defeat the Spirit Sovereigns of the Tian Yan Sect. Since you are all under the same roof, cannot he assist in remedying your condition? Wu Bin shook his head and replied with a wry smile. Father, you may not know this, but Chun Li is even more incompetent than I. He is not capable of teaching anything worthwhile. Wu Qinglong, however, disagreed with this assessment that he stated earnestly. Though Chun Li's reputation as a waste is widespread in the cultivation world, have you considered that a person deemed useless would not have 2 prodigies willingly submit to his tutelage? Chun Li must possess some extraordinary qualities. True to his status as the clan leader, Wu Qinglong's insight surpassed that of ordinary folk. Wu Bin found this reasoning compelling and resolved to seek out Chun Li upon returning to the Tian Yan Sect. Thus, the father and son conversed further. Suddenly, Wu Qinglong stood and said to Wu Bin, to celebrate your return, I specifically caught a few spirit fish from the spirit pond. Before you depart, let us share a meal together. Very well. Wu Bin did not decline, for it had been quite some time since he had dined with his father. Soon, the servants presented a sumptuous feast featuring an array of fish dishes: spicy fish head, braised spirit carp, steamed spirit fish, boiled spirit fish, and grilled spirit fish. An extravagant spread indeed. Yet, burdened by his thoughts, Wu Bin had little appetite, merely picking at his food before setting his chopsticks aside. Wu Qinglong was in a similar state, drowning his sorrows in drink. Before long, he became inebriated, yet continued to pour more wine into his cup. Father, you should stop drinking. Wu Bin set the wine aside, intending to assist his father back to his room. It was only at this moment that he was struck with astonishment, realizing that his father had become an old man with a head full of white hair. Although he had reached the realm of spirit master, he still bore the weariness of an ordinary elderly man from the mortal world. This is all my fault. Wu Bin felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as he gazed at the hunched figure of Wu Qinglong. tears of sorrow unconsciously streaming down his cheeks. It is time. Suddenly, Wu Qinglong pushed Wu Bin aside and sat down in a chair. Confused, Wu Bin asked, "What is it, father?" Wu Qinglong replied, "My son, do you know that all these years I have never mentioned your mother?" Wu Bin shook his head. "I did not know, but I understand that father refrains from speaking of my mother to protect me. Indeed, your mother's identity is shrouded in mystery. Revealing it would only endanger you. However, I can no longer remain silent." Wu Qinglong sighed softly, and a deep reminiscence filled his eyes. That it was 60 years ago, in the bloom of my youth, when I made a grave mistake. In my early 20s, I accompanied a prodigy of the Wu family, Wu Baomin, to the giant one secret realm in search of treasure. At that time, I was charming and courteous, quickly befriending a young female cultivator named Ma Xianwei. We were trapped in the secret realm for 6 months. Over time, we developed feelings for each other, and in a moment of carelessness, we consummated our relationship. It was then that I learned Ma Xianhui was from the mysterious ancient Tao lineage and was their holy maiden. Wu Bin, having cultivated at Tian Yan Sect for 7 years, was familiar with the term ancient Tao. Legend has it that the ancient Tao once ruled the mortal realm during the primordial era. Their overwhelming power has led the cultivators of Xianyun continent to regard them as a taboo, for the current Xianyun continent is dominated by the human race, which naturally does not wish for the ancient Tao to make a resurgence. I am actually a descendant of the ancient Tao. Wu Bin's pupils contracted in disbelief. Indeed, your veins flow with the blood of the holy maiden of the ancient Tao. However, the troubling fact is that your existence is unacceptable not only to the ancient Tao, but also to the Xianyun continent. That is why I have kept your origins a secret all these years. At these words, Wu Bin felt utterly dazed, inexplicably branded as a bastard. What about my mother? Wu Qinglong's expression darkened. She united with a human cultivator, violating the prohibitions of the ancient Tao, and was imprisoned by them. Fortunately, the ancient Tao is still unaware of your existence. Otherwise, you would not have survived to this day. The small cauldron around your neck is the only keepsake your mother left you. Hearing this, Wu Bin removed the small black cauldron hanging from his neck. The cauldron was exquisitely crafted, its surface adorned with enigmatic and mysterious beast patterns that exuded an unfathomable pressure. If one gazed too intently, their mind would be shaken and soon be ensnared within its depths. That Wu Bin had always sensed that this small cauldron was extraordinary, and upon learning its origin from his father, he was filled with astonishment and joy. There was no need for further elaboration. This mysterious cauldron was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. If he could unravel its secrets, he would surely achieve great things in the future. However, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Should the ancient Tao discover such a significant treasure, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. My son, I have disclosed everything I know. You must find a way to rescue your mother. With that, Wu Qinglong's hand suddenly slackened, and he fell into a stupor. I will definitely do it. Wu Bin's heart stirred as he supported his father's frail body and made his way toward the room. Night enveloped the sky like a dark curtain, and the moonlight flowed coldly like a long river into the mortal realm, casting a faint glow upon the earth, landing on a figure cloaked in black. This stealthy figure was none other than Chun Li. In truth, with his cultivation, he could evade detection from any being below the level of an emperor, but the thrill of thievery lay in the immersion of the act. Otherwise, where would the enjoyment be? At that moment, he approached a room still aglow with light. Peering through the crack in the window, he saw a man and woman passionately shedding each other's garments until they were utterly bare. Ah, Yifan, your physique is absolutely splendid. Hee, let's get started. I want to have an intense battle with you today. The woman, Mei Mei, allowed Yifan to have his way, urging him not to show any mercy towards her. Chen Li sneered at the sight. The man was as thin as a toothpick, and the notion of a battle was laughable. Finding a mosquito would be more pleasurable than this. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Wu Yifan's voice. I can't take it anymore. Mei Mei, let's leave it at this for today. Inside the room, Wu Yifan lay on the bed like a deflated balloon, utterly exhausted. When did you start? Mei Mei sat there in a daze, still trying to comprehend what had just transpired, while beside her, Wu Yifan was already snoring loudly. What does he mean? It took him 20 seconds to undress, but only 1 second to do the deed? After observing for a moment, Chun Li resumed his search for Wu Bin within the Wu family. However, he scoured through a dozen rooms in vain. Despite listening at the walls repeatedly, he found nothing. Well, it wasn't entirely fruitless. he discovered that aside from Wu Yifan, the other members of the Wu family possessed considerable prowess. Poor Yifan, why did heaven treat him so harshly? Chun Li shook his head in dismay. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through his nostrils. A connoisseur of food. He recognized it immediately. The Wu family had a chef skilled in preparing fish. Following the scent, Chen Li found himself in Wu Bin's modest quarters. Tsk, a fallen phoenix is inferior to a mere chicken. Upon seeing Wu Bin's living conditions, which were even worse than those of ordinary servants, Chun Li couldn't help but sigh. This is the ruthless reality of the cultivation world. Strength reigns supreme, and those without power occupy a status lower than stray dogs. That, of course, this did not include Chun Li. Though looked down upon, he still held some prestige as a favored disciple of the former sect master. Regardless of being at the Qi refinement stage, few dared to challenge him. Gazing at the lavish spirit fish feast laid out before him, Chun Li's mouth watered. He hastily served himself a large bowl of spirit rice and began to eat with abandon. Even forgetting that he was dressed in night attire, the braised spirit carp was somewhat of a failure, too tender and lacking in texture. It seemed the chef had forgotten to add cooking wine. Chun Li shook his head. This chef had much room for improvement. Just then, Wu Bin returned. Burdened with thoughts, he momentarily failed to notice the extra presence in the room as he gathered his neatly arranged belongings to store in his storage ring. Preparing to leave, creak. The door shut behind him. Wu Bin took a few steps outside, but suddenly dashed back, pushing the door open forcefully. Who are you? The man clad in night attire and wearing a black mask smiled. A grain of spirit rice lingering at the corner of his mouth. I am your future master. Chun Li's voice was deep and calm, devoid of any fluctuation, filled with confidence and certainty. As the words reached Wu Bin's ears, he inexplicably felt the voice was eerily familiar, prompting him to step closer. Did I say, why does your voice sound so familiar? Who exactly are you? Chun Li smiled. Pulling down the mask covering his nose, revealing a friendly face, Wu Bin froze in shock. Master Chun, how did you end up here? I came specifically to take you as my disciple. Chun Li replied candidly. You want to take me as your disciple? Don't joke around. What can you teach me as a Qi refinement disciple? Wu Bin, nothing is impossible. All unknowns lie within the bounds of imagination. Take me as your master, and you will easily triumph over that nimble little rival, Wu Yifan. And you can slap Lu Shui's face on the day of the annulment, all without bearing any responsibility. At these words, Wu Bin exhaled deeply, adjusted his clothing, and slowly exited the room. Chun Li looked at Wu Bin with a satisfied gaze, a kind smile spreading across his face. As expected of my third disciple. To accept such absurdity in a matter of seconds. Well done, well done. No sooner had he spoken than Wu Bin cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted loudly, thief. The muscles on Chun Li's face twitched a few times as he hastily activated the barrier power of the Ice Heart Divine Gift. Enveloping Wu Bin within it, a mysterious and profound force descended gracefully, instantly rendering Wu Bin's body immobile. However, under Chen Li's control, he was not frozen solid. Instead, the spiritual energy within him was frozen, rendering him powerless. Yet, even with deliberate control, the barrier of the Ice Heart Divine Gift was no trifling matter, especially considering that Chun Li's cultivation had already reached the Spirit Saint realm. Once the Ice Heart Divine Gift was unleashed, everything in Wu Bin's line of sight fell into a profound silence. The air ceased to flow, the wind became still, and shadows and shapes emerged anew. In that fleeting moment, the world seemed to come to a complete standstill. Wu Bin gazed at Chun Li in disbelief. Such a fearsome and potent force was beyond the capabilities of mere Qi cultivation. Indeed, as his father had said, Chen Fengzhu was a concealed, unparalleled master. At this moment, Wu Bin felt a surge of excitement. If it were Chen Li, he should be able to discern the peculiarities within his body. After all, what other reason could there be for him to travel such a great distance to the Wu family to take him as a disciple? Moreover, he had boldly proclaimed that Wu Bin could easily defeat the eldest elder's son, Wu Yifan, and thoroughly embarrass Lu Shui, all without any repercussions. Chen Fengzhu, do you truly wish to take me as your disciple? Sensing the world returning to normalcy, Wu Bin timidly inquired of Chun Li. With a smile, Chun Li replied, what need do I have to deceive such a junior as yourself? Wu Bin pressed further. Chen Fengzhu, do you know about the peculiarities that prevent my cultivation from advancing? Indeed, and I also know how to assist you in resolving it. Upon hearing this, Wu Bin was momentarily stunned. The sect master had a solution to something that even he could not fathom. Chen Fengzhu, you aren't deceiving me, are you? The incredibility of it all left Wu Bin somewhat skeptical. To deceive you would be akin to playing with a puppy, Chun Li stated resolutely. Such a stern vow implied that Chen Fengzhu likely possessed a genuine method to remedy his physical anomaly. Nevertheless, doubt lingered in Wu Bin's heart. Chen Fengzhu, you claim you can help me defeat Wu Yifan, who is at the Xianhuang realm, within 7 days? Is that true? Even if Chun Li had a way to resolve his inability to cultivate. Advancing from Spirit Master to Spirit Emperor in just 7 days was still an unimaginable feat, Chen Li dismissively remarked. Oh, is that a big deal? Did you not witness the sect competition? Wu Bin nodded vigorously. The exploits of Qin Yaoshuang and Shun Qinghe, both at the Spirit Emperor realm, defeating numerous late-stage Spirit Venerable disciples, had already spread like wildfire. However, despite once considering himself a prodigy, Wu Bin did not believe he could rival the monstrous talents of Qin Yaoshuang and Shun Qinghe. Naturally, he lacked confidence in being able to battle beyond his level. Join my Misty Peak, and I promise you will not be inferior to either of them, Chun Li declared with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing this, Wu Bin no longer hesitated and, with a thud, knelt before Chen Li. Master, your disciple Wu Bin, pay my respects, he said, bowing 3 resounding times on the ground. Chen Li smiled with satisfaction, releasing a stream of spiritual energy to help Wu Bin rise. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my 3rd disciple. As the master-disciple ceremony concluded, the system's voice chimed in as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment task, taking Wu Bin as the 3rd disciple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a mysterious grand gift package. Chapter 49, Tailed Beast. The system's rewards had arrived once more. Chun Li was immensely excited, wondering what this reward would entail. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a substantial amount of cultivation power. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Imperial grade artifact, Haotian Hammer. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a sealing technique, Bagua Sealing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a supreme spiritual elixir, De Dao Pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a gifted supernatural ability, Leading Ahead, allowing any cultivator below the host's realm to be unable to inflict harm upon the host. As the system's announcements faded, Chun Li felt an influx of pure and vigorous natural energy surging through his meridians, gathering powerfully in his dantian. The sensation was extraordinarily pleasurable. Chun Li couldn't help but hum in delight. After 2 breaths, he gently exhaled, opened his eyes, and found his gaze clear and pure, his demeanor relaxed and joyful. That moment, his cultivation had progressed to the early stage of Spirit Saint, reaching the mid-stage of Spirit Saint. Although he had anticipated this, Chun Li was still immensely thrilled. The ascent in his realm had been remarkably smooth, nearly without any hindrance, soaring upward with ease. Once again, he felt exhilarated. Suddenly, Chun Li's thoughts shifted as he examined the other rewards. The Haotian Hammer was unremarkable, an ordinary Imperial weapon. Wu Bin would be able to refine it, making it an excellent fit for him. However, the name Bagua Sealing sounded very familiar. Chun Li accessed the system panel to review the information regarding this sealing technique. Bagua Sealing, a special sealing technique used to confine the 9-tailed celestial fox, capable of completely sealing the fox demon and converting its spirit for the user's own use. Oh my! Upon reading the description of this sealing technique, Chun Li instantly understood that it turned out that the troublesome entity within Wu Bin was not an old man, but rather an adorable Hakimi. No wonder Wu Bin had faced discrimination from his entire family. This made perfect sense. Turning his attention to the De Dao Pill, Chun Li opened his palm, revealing a pill radiating golden light nestled within. Wu Bin, standing nearby, was instantly taken aback upon seeing the pill. Judging by the profound aura emanating from it, it was unmistakably a 9th-grade divine pill. His eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the De Dao Pill, a 9th-grade pill. Even if the entire Wu family were to be sold off, they could not procure a single 9th-grade pill. Yet Chun Li, his master, had so casually produced one. Chun Li casually tossed the De Dao Pill to Wu Bin. Disciple, this is the De Dao Pill. Consuming it will allow you to construct a perfect foundation of the Dao, enhancing your talents and roots to their utmost potential. Wu Bin caught the pill, frozen in shock. Master, is this truly for me? Chun Li nodded. Indeed. Wu Bin stood there, stupefied, as though he were dreaming. After vigorously rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't imagining things, he cautiously asked, "Master, is this not too precious? A ninth-grade pill that could perfect one's foundation of the Tao is something even an emperor would scramble to obtain." He, a mere spirit master, was utterly unworthy of such a high-grade elixir. Chun Li shook his head. "These little candies are something your two senior sisters have long since grown weary of if you do not consume it. How can you keep pace with their cultivation speed?" Grown weary of? Wu Bin was once again struck by lightning. "Master, you jest too much. How could one ever tire of a ninth-grade pill? If given the opportunity, I would gladly consume it as if it were my daily meal at the same time." A realization dawned upon him. In a wonder Qin Yaoshuang and Xin Qinghe had performed so remarkably during the sect competition. It turned out their master had been supporting them from behind the scenes, consuming ninth-grade pills like candy. Could it be that his master was a grandmaster of alchemy? If that were the case, his master had truly concealed his depths. Seeing this, Wu Bin joyfully accepted the Dao pill. He then proceeded to receive a cleansing elixir of heavenly grade. Subsequently, Chun Li produced the Haotian hammer. In an instant, a mysterious and unfathomable power manifested, and a jet-black hammer appeared before Wu Bin's eyes. The hammer was approximately half a foot long, its dark surface emitting faint glimmers of light, exuding a powerful and domineering aura that hung in the air like a sword, sending chills down one's spine. An Imperial-grade divine weapon. Haotian hammer. Wu Bin's eyes widened once more. With his discerning eye, he recognized that the Haotian hammer was indeed an Imperial-grade artifact, a treasure only emperors were qualified to wield. The entire Wu family lacked an emperor. Where would he have encountered such a being? "Master, what kind of treasure is this? Is it an Imperial-grade artifact?" Chun Li shook his head nonchalantly. "I'm sorry, you answered incorrectly. This is an Imperial weapon." "An Imperial weapon?" Wu Bin gasped in astonishment. "That I asked this also for me?" Chen Li nodded. "Of course, but you are not yet able to wield it. I will place a seal upon it, and as your cultivation grows, its original might will gradually be unleashed." "Thank you, Master," Wu Bin exclaimed. Kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing to Chun Li, he realized that his master was certainly no ordinary figure within the immortal cultivation world. His cultivation likely surpassed that of an emperor by far. Otherwise, why would he so nonchalantly bestow upon him treasures that all emperors yearned for? It must be true. His master's cultivation had reached an unimaginable level. Chun Li helped him to his feet and continued. "Now it is time to address the matter of that thing within your body." Wu Bin inquired. "Master, what exactly is wrong with my body?" Chun Li remarked. "Within your body lies a sealed nine-tailed celestial fox. However, that seal is beginning to fracture. Once it shatters, the celestial fox will go on a rampage, and you shall meet your demise as well. Ordinarily, that seal should have long since failed. There must be some treasure on you that is gradually maintaining its existence, preventing the nine-tailed fox from breaking free." Upon hearing this, Wu Bin was jolted and hastily produced a small cauldron from his chest. "Could it be that?" Wu Bin explained to Chun Li. "This was left to me by my mother. It has accompanied me throughout my growth. Perhaps it is guarding me on her behalf." Chun Li's eyes brightened at the sight of the small cauldron. "Disciple, try dripping your blood into it, and see if an old man might emerge." Wu Bin, puzzled by this statement, obediently bit his middle finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the small cauldron. The instant the blood touched the interior of the cauldron, a red light flashed upon its surface. But it was fleeting, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "There is a way," Chen Li exclaimed with delight, urging Wu Bin to let his blood touch the cauldron once more. The mysterious cauldron absorbed the blood eagerly, and the red glow intensified. Suddenly, a bizarre strand of silken light shot forth from the cauldron, ensnaring Wu Bin's bleeding finger like a tentacle, and began to voraciously siphon his essence in mere moments. Wu Bin felt a significant portion of his vital energy being drawn away, and the spiritual energy in his dantian was completely depleted in an instant. "What is happening?" Wu Bin stared in horror at the cauldron, attempting to withdraw from it, but his body seemed frozen, as if bound by an unseen force. "Master, I feel as though it will drain me completely." "Fear not, I am here. Let it feast," Chun Li replied confidently. Since this cauldron belonged to Wu Bin's mother, it would undoubtedly not harm him, and thus Chen Li felt assured. Wu Bin, unfamiliar with such narratives, was engulfed in despair, just as he thought he might perish. The cauldron abruptly ceased its extraction in the next moment. Countless crimson lights, resembling ominous sigils, surged forth from the cauldron, gradually coalescing into the silhouette of a person on the ground. After a brief interval, the figure solidified into a complete-visaged as Chun Li had surmised. An emaciated old man appeared before them. "That I can't believe it," Chun Li exclaimed. "There truly is an old man." Wu Bin was startled by Chun Li's outburst. But from his reaction, it seemed this old man was benevolent. "Who are you? And what relation do you have to my mother?" Wu Bin inquired of the elder. The old man gazed intently at Wu Bin, his eyes ablaze with warmth, and after a moment, he replied, "I am Ma Baogua, bound by the command of the holy maiden of the ancient Tao to slumber within this sacred cauldron, safeguarding the young master." Chun Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "So, you are skilled in martial arts?" Ma Baogua shook his head. "I am an artifact master of the ancient Tao and do not practice martial arts." "Oh, how regrettable." Chen Li's face fell, as if he had lost a fortune. At that moment, Wu Bin raised his hand to summon his small cauldron, questioning, "You claim this is a sacred artifact of the ancient Tao. Why then did my mother entrust it to me?" Ma Baogua's expression turned serious. "That is because of the nine-tailed celestial fox within you. The nine-tailed celestial fox is one of the most formidable divine beasts in this world. After capturing it, the ancient Tao sealed it within their kin, intending to harness its power to reclaim the Xianyun continent. The host of the nine-tailed celestial fox is known as the soldier. The holy maiden was the previous host of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Controlling its power would grant near-limitless spiritual energy, but it carries substantial risks. Should the celestial fox go berserk, it would seize control of its host's body, reducing them to a mindless, bloodthirsty husk. Upon hearing this, Chun Li could not help but interject. "Ma, what you describe I have heard whispers of. Was it not that the holy maiden was ambushed during childbirth, leading her to seal the nine-tailed celestial fox within Wu Bin? And you were the key to helping him master its power?" Ma Baogua was taken aback. "How do you know this?" Chen Li merely smiled, offering no explanation. Ma Baogua continued, "Yet, the holy maiden, despite her calculations, did not foresee that the nine-tailed celestial fox could escape the seal she had personally cast. To prevent this beast from breaking free, I must absorb the young master's spiritual energy continuously to repair the seal." Wu Bin's face turned bitter. No wonder his cultivation had stagnated over the years. It was due to this elder. However, fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. Had it not been for the elder siphoning his spiritual energy, he would never have joined the Tian Yan Sect, nor would he have encountered the enigmatic Chun Li as his master. Wu Bin's grievances dissipated in an instant. After all, if it were not for this elder's constant repairs of the seal, the nine-tailed celestial fox would have long since escaped, and he would have become a mere shell of himself. Noticing their conversation had reached a conclusion, Chun Li declared, "Disciple, I shall now place a seal upon you, allowing you to wield the power of the nine-tailed celestial fox freely." Upon hearing this, not only Wu Bin but even Ma Baogua looked at Chen Li in disbelief. How could this be possible? Even our ancient Tao seals cannot control the nine-tailed celestial fox. Chen Feng, do you truly have the confidence? "I am filled with confidence," Chun Li responded, brimming with self-assurance. Yet, Ma Baogua still harbored concerns, cautioning Chen Feng. Although the nine-tailed celestial fox within the young master is in its juvenile form, its power is nearly on par with that of an emperor. Should it go berserk, I fear you may not be able to contain it. In response, Wu Bin interjected, "Ma, do not worry. In my master's eyes, even an emperor is but an ant, let alone this mere nine-tailed celestial fox. That is music to my ears." Chun Li flicked his hair, exuding confidence. In the next moment, he instructed Wu Bin to sit cross-legged on the ground. Meanwhile, he silently recited incantations, forming a hexagram seal with his right hand and gently tapping it upon Wu Bin's forehead. A crimson rune swiftly manifested upon Wu Bin's body. At that moment, Wu Bin's form began to tremble uncontrollably, and dark malevolence flickered across his visage. Simultaneously, a multitude of dark energy began to converge from all directions above the Wu family residence, forming a massive vortex over 20 feet in diameter. Ma Baogua spoke gravely. "This is the malevolent energy of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The dark energy swells, heralding the emergence of a demon, to impose a seal. We must first unravel the original sealed. In this moment of distraction, the nine-tailed celestial fox attempts to escape from Wu Bin's body." Observing the vortex of malevolent energy above, Chun Li felt a tremor of awe within. The ability to manipulate the atmosphere was indeed a feat befitting an emperor. Ma Baogua was correct. The nine-tailed celestial fox's realm was not far from that of an emperor. At that instant, the nine-tailed celestial fox launched an attack against Chun Li and the others. the dark energy cascading down like a waterfall, resembling numerous enormous hands reaching out to seize him. Without a glance, Chen Li formed another seal with his hands, instantly illuminating with violet light, as several pure and sacred violet patterns soared upward, colliding fiercely with the malevolent energy, obliterating it in an instant and creating a colossal hexagram formation in the sky. Damn you, human! You shall not seal me again. A cold female voice emanated from within Wu Bin, and with that voice, the dark energy surged with renewed ferocity, akin to countless sharp blades incessantly assaulting Chun Li. Yet, these terrifying waves of malevolent energy never reached Chun Li's form, as they were utterly purified by the hexagram formation. Moreover, the formation doubled the force of the attack, reflecting it back upon the nine-tailed celestial fox. Ah! The nine-tailed celestial fox howled in agony, its cries piercingly shrill, sending chills down Ma Bao's spine. Chen Li remained unfazed, reassuring, "Hello, Ha Kimi, a bit of pain is normal, just bear with it." In the next moment, Chen Li infused an array of intricate formations into Wu Bin's body, and in the blink of an eye, the swirling malevolent energy was annihilated within a cascade of radiant light. He had flawlessly suppressed the celestial fox within the young master's being. Ma Bao stood in astonishment, instinctively casting another glance at Chun Li, increasingly convinced of his profound capabilities. "Come forth, Ha Kimi, and meet your new companion." Chun Li pointed a finger, and a beam of light surged into Wu Bin's body. A resplendent brilliance erupted, and an ethereal figure emerged from within Wu Bin. The onlookers beheld a woman of such exquisite beauty that she seemed almost otherworldly. Her long black hair swayed gently in the breeze, and her flawless visage bore no expression, resembling the coldest hues of a painting. She gazed at Chun Li without uttering a word or blinking, which only enhanced her frosty demeanor. "Hakimi, greetings." Chun Li smiled as he addressed the woman. "I am not Hakimi. I am Lu Xen." The nine-tailed celestial fox's hauntingly cold eyes regarded Chun Li, her indifferent tone cutting through the air like a chilling wind. Chun Li nodded, gesturing towards Wu Bin. "Very well, Hakimi, pay your respects to your master." At that moment, Wu Bin felt a slight dizziness. He had always imagined the nine-tailed fox within him to be a fearsome creature, only to discover that she was a delicate beauty. Observing Lu Xian's enchanting allure, his heart began to race uncontrollably. "How grand! I never anticipated this fox spirit to possess such allure, and my master insists she call me master. What a shameful title," Wu Bin thought to himself. "Wait, Wu Bin, how can you entertain such chaotic thoughts? She is a fox spirit, and you are but a human. The divide between humans and spirits is insurmountable." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wu Bin's face flushed crimson, and he dared not look at Lu Xian any longer. Meanwhile, the celestial fox Lu Xian coldly remarked, "Human, I concede that your sealing technique is impressive, but if you think it will compel me to submit to a weak human, I advise you to abandon that notion." Upon hearing this, Chun Li found no need for further discourse. He directly transmitted the incantation for the 8 trigram seal into Wu Bin's mind. "This fox spirit is obstinate. Should she defy you in the future, use this incantation to discipline her." "Understood, master," Wu Bin thought, and began to chant the incantation bestowed by his master. "Wituo, in I ma da hong naku." As the incantation resonated, golden light enveloped the nine-tailed fox, and shimmering chains of gold unfurled, binding her body immovably. Lu Xian's exquisite countenance paled as she unleashed her powers, attempting to break free from the golden chains. However, the more she resisted, the tighter the chains constricted, transforming into golden whips that lashed against her. Each strike was imbued with the rules and rhythms of the 8 trigram seal, inflicting not only excruciating physical pain, but also searing anguish upon her very soul. Lu Xian was nearly driven to unconsciousness, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. She summoned all her spiritual energy to withstand the intense burning sensation. Yet, her efforts were in vain, as she barely managed to circulate her energy. Her meridians erupted with a pain akin to countless silver needles piercing through. "How dare you, accursed human? How dare you treat me this way?" Lu Xian's breath quickened, her red lips biting down hard, her chest heaving as her composure unraveled. Boom! In that instant, a powerful radiance erupted from within her, unleashing a cataclysmic pressure. Ma Bao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Master Chen, young master. This fox spirit is igniting her demonic power, seeking to perish alongside us." Chen Li was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated the celestial fox to possess such fierce resolve, willing to die rather than submit to Wu Bin. Nonetheless, the 8 trigram seal was already in place. Her fate was no longer hers to dictate. Sensing the urgency, Wu Bin continued chanting the incantation imparted by Chun Li. Tuan Naku Tua, Xiang Jada. The once ferocious Lu Xine let out a pained cry. Her mind feeling as if it were about to explode. In an instant, her demonic power was suppressed, leaving her utterly drained. The sealing force morphed into golden whips, mercilessly striking her flesh and tormenting her spirit. The intense agony threatened to engulf her very consciousness. Rolling on the ground in anguish, Lu Xine pleaded, "Master, I am willing to submit. Please, do not continue." Her voice lost its icy demeanor, now filled with palpable fear. Seeing that the fox spirit had relented, Wu Bin ceased his chanting in an instant. Lu Xine experienced an unprecedented relief. The burning sensation in her soul dissipated, yet a deeper, unconscious fear of that pain lingered. "Fox spirit, you shall accompany my disciple faithfully from now on. I assure you that in the future, I will gather the remaining 8 divine beasts to merge with you, aiding you in becoming the legendary Chaos Divine Beast." The 10 tails. At this moment, Lu Xen dared not utter a word of dissent. She looked at Chun Li's sanctum, her eyes filled with awe, devoid of any trace of contempt, replaced instead by waves of astonishment. The ability to merge with divine beasts was a secret even the mysterious ancient Tao was unaware of. How could this human possess such profound knowledge? While within Wu Bin, she had witnessed Chen Li casually bestowing a formidable imperial artifact upon him. Such magnitude of generosity, coupled with an understanding of secrets known only to divine beasts, left her wondering about his true identity. Lu Xian's pupils constricted. This Chun Li was extraordinary, likely surpassing even the emperors in power. With this realization, her inner rebellion and resentment evaporated. Casting a clear-eyed glance at Wu Bin, she thought, "This lad has truly struck gold, being mentored by such a grand figure and perfectly acquiring boundless demonic power." His future achievements would undoubtedly eclipse even the emperors. Having such a master, she felt no shame. Moreover, she had received Chun Li's promise to help her become the legendary Chaos Divine Beast. "Master, I take my leave." Lu Xian respectfully bowed to Wu Bin, transforming into a streak of divine light that penetrated into his being. At this moment, although Wu Bin still remained at the spirit master level, with the aid of the 8 trigram seal, he could wield a portion of Lu Xian's celestial fox demonic power, making his true combat prowess comparable to that of a spirit sovereign. Compared to the spirit sovereign Wu Yifan, he was like a stray dog by the roadside. "Master Chen, he did not deceive me. In just a moment, I have gained the strength to defeat Wu Yifan." Wu Bin mused, his gaze towards Chen Li now brimming with admiration. He was certain that his master was a being even more powerful than the emperors. Yet he remained exceptionally humble. He completely disregarded the mockery and derision of others. Such a state of mind was akin to that of the legendary Buddha. As Wu Bin pondered, he suddenly paused. Perhaps his master had already ascended to the same level as the Buddha and Tao ancestor, simply choosing to remain low-key, unwilling to preach among mortals. Chapter 52. May I savor the aroma? After a bout of imaginative reverie, Chun Li's image in Wu Bin's eyes had risen to unprecedented heights. At that moment, Chun Li spoke. "Disciple, the hidden ailment within you has been resolved. You may now consume the Tao pill." Wu Bin nodded earnestly, retrieving the Tao pill that exuded an air of profound mystery from his storage ring. Bao's eyes lit up upon seeing the pill. A 9th-grade Tao pill. "I haven't encountered one of this caliber in many years." He could not help but lick his lips, yearning to swallow the Tao pill whole. However, that thought was fleeting. At this moment, the young master needed the pill far more than he did. The Wu family's cultivation foundation was too weak, preventing the young master from fully developing his potential. Yet, if he consumed this Tao pill, he would attain a perfect Tao foundation. Only then would he qualify to return to the ancient Tao and rescue the Saintess. Meanwhile, Wu Bin had already swallowed the Tao pill in an instant. A white, holy light radiated from him. Like a candle's flame, it enveloped his surroundings, transforming his bones, bloodlines, and skin in a spectacular upheaval. This was the Tao pill enhancing his foundation. Like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, his essence transformed, his demeanor restructured, and his comprehension deepened. The profound and elusive energy and power intertwined within Wu Bin's body, rendering him extraordinarily divine. Bao gaped at this miraculous scene. Clearly astonished, he greedily inhaled the fragrant aroma emanating from Wu Bin, filled with excitement. "Master Chen, may I savor the aroma? The power of this Tao pill could stabilize my existence. I cannot resist its allure. Chen Li smiled gently. Teacher Ma, feel free. Having received Chen Li's consent, Ma Baoguo immediately drew closer, fervently inhaling the fragrance of the Dao pill, resembling a lecherous man peeping at a woman bathing. Chen Li shook his head, observing Wu Bin enveloped in divine light, and could not help but marvel. With a perfect Dao foundation, combined with the boundless demonic power of the nine-tailed fox, Wu Bin, despite still being at the spirit master level, was likely a match for even the average spirit sovereign. Thus, in the challenge against Wu Yifan in 7 days, victory was assured. As he contemplated, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the timed task. Within the span of 7 days, elevate the realm of my 3 disciples to the Spirit Emperor level, with the task rewards kept confidential. Cursed! Chen Li exclaimed in anger. This troublesome fellow has come to ensnare him again. Transforming Wu Bin from the Spirit Master realm to the Spirit Emperor realm within 7 days was not beyond his capabilities. With the perfect Dao foundation, Wu Bin would find cultivation exceedingly effortless. Yet it required Chun Li's presence to safeguard him against the perils of rapid advancement that could lead to madness. Chun Li was on the verge of exhaustion, preparing to sleep when the system assigned him a task. Was this not an affront to a person of integrity? Almost forgot. Chun Li glanced at the infatuated Ma Baoguo. This man was a half-step emperor and Wu Bin's servant. Why not have him protect Wu Bin? Thus, it was decided. Soon, Wu Bin's root bones were thoroughly refined by the great Dao pill. With dark impurities expelled from his body through his pores. At this moment, Wu Bin's aura experienced a dramatic transformation. His root bones became even purer. His meridians widened. His Dao heart radiated in immaculate brilliance, silently exuding resplendent Dao rhythms. Wu Bin was immensely excited. Now, with his Dao foundation perfected, he felt confident. Unlike before when he hesitated to compete with his senior sisters, Qin Yaoshuang and Shen Qing'a. He now felt assured. In terms of talent, Wu Bin was certain he would not be outdone by any of them. Master, I feel as light as a feather. Wu Bin opened his eyes, delighting in his transformation. Chun Li nodded. Indeed, your perfect Dao foundation has been established. Continue to cultivate your breath, and within 7 days, elevate your realm to the Spirit Emperor. Yes, Wu Bin was overjoyed. After many years, he could finally cultivate once more. He crossed his legs, cleared his mind of distractions, and naturally formed a mystical seal before his lower abdomen. Focusing his energy, soon, wisps of ethereal spiritual energy began to converge and gradually flowed into his body. With the perfect Dao foundation, Wu Bin effortlessly entered the realm of unity with heaven and man, transcending the self. It seemed an eternity had passed, or perhaps just a fleeting moment. Wu Bin lost all sense of time. Instinctively absorbing the spiritual energy from the cosmos, gradually, he began to forget even the act of breathing, yet his breath remained. Unity with heaven and man. Indeed, the perfect Dao foundation allowed the young master to easily enter this formidable state of mind. Observing Wu Bin in this state, Ma Baoguo was internally astonished. Before he could fully comprehend, he witnessed the previously formless and colorless spiritual energy in the air coalescing as if birthed anew, forming 7 radiant streams of energy: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, 7 distinct colors representing 7 different attributes of spiritual energy. What a joke. How could anyone simultaneously absorb 7 different attributes of celestial spiritual energy? Could it be that the young master awakened that legendary bloodline? As Ma Baoguo gazed in shock, the 7 streams of spiritual power merged together like a rainbow, spiraling down from the heavens, converging upon Wu Bin's crown. That moment, Wu Bin felt a tremor in his brow. As a pure, harmonious energy flowed visibly into his dantian. He exhaled softly, opened his eyes, and found them clear and pure, his expression relaxed and joyful. Great Spirit Master, Wu Bin exclaimed in ecstasy. After just a brief moment of cultivating, his realm had ascended to that of a great Spirit Master. At this rate, he would reach the Spirit Emperor level in no time. Meanwhile, just as Chun Li was about to lie down, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The host's 3rd disciple Wu Bin's realm has elevated. Double synchronization commencing. Ding! The host's 3rd disciple has awakened the ancient sacred body, and the synchronization of the sacred body's power is underway. Chen Li was taken aback. What is the ancient sacred body? The system explained. The ancient sacred body, derived from the bloodline of the primordial Dao clan, can absorb and devour all forms of spiritual power, demonic force, and magical energy to strengthen oneself. Upon hearing this, Chun Li understood. What fortuitous luck! He inadvertently aided his disciple in awakening a sacred body, allowing him to return to the sect and flaunt his achievements. Teacher Ma, I leave Wu Bin in your capable hands. I shall take a brief rest. Chapter 53. Life and Death Treated Lightly. Confrontation if unyielding. Chun Li reclined on the bee and about what couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Good heavens! The leader Chun Li possessed unimaginable cultivation, yet still slept like a mortal. Rest assured, Leader Chun, I will vigilantly watch over the young master. Wu Bin, having gained some understanding of Chun Li's lazy nature during his time in the Tian Yan Sect, was not overly surprised. Closing his eyes, he resumed his cultivation. Before long, he entered that wondrous state of unity with heaven and man, free from worldly distractions, unperturbed by the seasons, and oblivious to the passage of time, be it a day, a month, or even a century. He felt none of it. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 days had passed. Bao remained diligently at Wu Bin's side, silent and unwavering. Fortunately, he was a cultivator, for a mortal with such loyalty might have perished from the strain. Chen Li, however, had it easy, spending his days eating and sleeping, much like his time atop the mysterious peak. During this time, Wu Qinglong visited twice, and as Wu Bin's master, Chen Li spoke with him briefly, detailing Wu Bin's current situation and urging him to spread the word. It would be ideal for all of Qizhou to know of his battle against Wu Yifan and the annulment with the Lu family. After all, no one understood the art of showing off quite like Chun Li. Surely, Wu Bin longed for the day he could confront Wu Yifan and Lu Shuer. One afternoon, after enjoying a meal, Chen Li lay down when suddenly a chill ran down his spine. He sensed a destructive aura gathering above the Wu family. What was happening? He and Ma Bao was stepped outside, gazing into the heavens above the Wu family. From afar, dark clouds loomed ominously, gathering like a tidal wave, blotting out the sun. The clouds roiled, lightning crackled, and in an instant, it felt as if the heavens themselves were lowered. This was a heavenly tribulation. Ma Bao looked skyward, his expression grave. The so-called heavenly tribulation is a trial or calamity that cultivators face. Generally, heavenly tribulations are an inevitable fate for every cultivator. The path of cultivation is inherently one of rebellion against the heavens. And once a cultivator reaches a certain level, the heavens will unleash a calamity to destroy them. Only by overcoming the heavenly tribulation can one forge a transcendent divine body. Those who fail are reduced to ashes. Returning to the source of existence, the old sect master of Tian Yan Sect perished during his ascension to emperor amidst a heavenly tribulation. Chen Li felt a twinge of surprise. Wu Bin's ancient sacred body was indeed extraordinary. Merely advancing to the spirit emperor had already provoked the heavens to seek his destruction. The scene outside was earth-shattering, captivating all of Qingzhou City. Heavenly tribulation. Could it be that someone within the Wu family was about to transcend and become an emperor? An emperor? How many years had it been since an emperor appeared in Qizhou? The Wu family was indeed blessed. However, this was not an emperor's tribulation. A sage quickly discerned the anomaly. While the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, its power was not insurmountable in the eyes of a sage. If it were an emperor's tribulation, it would naturally be apocalyptic. How could it possess only this level of power? Despite this, the darkening skies and the overwhelming roar of the lightning still instilled fear in their hearts. The heavenly tribulation is the nemesis of all cultivators. Even sages cannot disregard it that moment. Wu Qinglong was left speechless in astonishment. He had already inquired of Chun Li. This heavenly tribulation was triggered by Wu Bin. And as a father, he felt an intense worry for Wu Bin. Above the vast sky, countless bolts of lightning danced like flowing fire, swirling and rampaging through the air, as if to obliterate everything in existence. The wild winds raged, lightning screamed, dark clouds boiled, and the heavens tore asunder. The scenes unfolding resembled an impending apocalypse. The overwhelming force seemed poised to descend and devastate everything. Ha! The young master is indeed the ancient sacred body recorded in the primordial Dao clan. Just ascending to the spirit emperor realm has unleashed such a spectacle. The young master's future is promising. Ma Bao laughed heartily. The ancient sacred body was the coveted, defying nature physique sought after by the primordial Dao clan. His young master had awakened such a sacred body. At this moment, the clouds shifted, mountains and rivers dimmed, and the punitive force of heaven above appeared to be on the verge of descending. The thunder roared, yet the lightning had yet to strike. Chen Li's clothes and hair billowed in the fierce winds as he gazed at the ever-changing clouds above, feeling quite exasperated. Crack. Finally, bolts of divine punishment lightning descended from the heavens, piercing through the vast sky like sharp swords, slicing through the darkened night. The brilliant electric light shot directly towards Wu Bin, who remained seated on the ground. Motionless, he resolved to confront the heavenly punishment with his own flesh and blood. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning struck his body, instantly igniting a dazzling white glow. After a fleeting moment of blinding brightness, Wu Bin re-emerged as the savage, vicious electric arcs danced across his form, being gradually absorbed by him. Truly monstrous, to think he could even absorb the tribulation. Chen Li marveled at the sight. Naturally, the ancient sacred body of the young master was a physique favored by the heavens, once fully developed. It could devour all things and remain untainted by any evil. Alas, he lacked the appropriate techniques to cultivate, unless he were to return to the ancient path. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly fell silent. In his excitement, Ma Baogua had turned pale. Beside him, Chun Li represented a presence more mysterious and terrifying than the ancient path. The techniques required by the young master must surely be in Chun Li's possession. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation gradually receded, and the thunderous roars finally quieted. In the next instant, Wu Bin's consciousness surged back like a tidal wave. Upon returning to awareness, Wu Bin immediately received a telepathic message from Wu Qinglong. Binner, are you all right? I am well, father, and I have successfully ascended to the Spirit Emperor realm. That is splendid news. I have disseminated the matter of you and Wu Yifan throughout Qingzhou as per your master's instructions. Tomorrow, you shall have ample opportunity to vent your frustrations. Ding, the host's third disciple, Wu Bin, has successfully ascended to the Spirit Emperor realm. The host's cultivation level doubles in synchronization. Chun Li chuckled, feeling a surge of strength within him. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the time-limited task and obtaining the divine level technique. 9 Nether Reincarnation Art. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving an additional talent reward. Indifferent to life and death, ready to fight. Cultivators of the same realm will be instantly slain by the host. By heavens, previously, Chun Li had acquired a talent called leading from afar, rendering him immune to any harm from cultivators of the same realm. Now he had gained a passive ability to annihilate all cultivators at the same level. He was now both offensively and defensively equipped, truly invincible among his peers. Chapter 54. He grinned mischievously. After the excitement subsided, Chen Li turned his attention to another reward from the system. The 9 Nether Reincarnation Art. This was a technique that harmonized both body and spirit, allowing one to absorb the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to enhance their physique, as well as to draw upon the energies of monsters, demons, and any force existing within the cycle of reincarnation. Furthermore, should one master this profoundly esoteric technique to its utmost limit, they could traverse the void and roam freely within the sea of stars. More importantly, the concept of reincarnation implied that the wielder of this technique could undergo 9 cycles of transformation, with each cycle exponentially increasing their power. Upon completing the 9 reincarnations, one would gain strength surpassing chaos itself. This formidable and defiant technique stirred Chun Li's heart, and he was eager to practice it. However, after merely reading a line, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense wave of drowsiness. By the heavens. This is like a celestial scripture. Thus, he decisively tossed the jade scroll containing the 9 Nether Reincarnation Art to Wu Bin. Disciple, you need not continue cultivating your previous technique. Upon returning to the Tian Yan Sect, you shall begin practicing this art. Wu Bin accepted the jade scroll and extended his consciousness to take a glance, instantly shocked to his core. Master, is this truly for me? Would I lie? The level of this technique must surely surpass our Tian Yan Sect's Tian Yan Zuangjing. Chun Li nodded affirmatively. Indeed? Oh, what technique possesses such might? Ma Baogua, unable to contain his curiosity, also probed with his consciousness, only to be struck dumb as if struck by lightning. After 9 cycles of reincarnation, one will possess strength surpassing chaos. The staggering revelation left Ma Baogua breathless, staring incredulously at Chun Li. Indeed, this Qin Fengzhu concealed his depth remarkably. The techniques he provided for the young master were on par with, if not superior to, the ancient scriptures of the ancient path. It was as if they were tailor-made for the young master. Such prowess indicated that his cultivation level certainly exceeded that of an emperor. Reaching legendary heights, with such a master, the young master was truly fortunate. Time flew once more, and soon it was the next day. The heavenly tribulation that had loomed over the Wu family the previous day had captured the attention of many. Compounded by Wu Qinglong's discreet promotions, consequently, an unusually large crowd gathered to witness the duel between Wu Bin and Wu Yifan. The Wu family's clansmen were bustling about, tirelessly receiving the esteemed guests who had come to spectate. The head of the Lu family, Lu Batian, has arrived. A loud shout echoed at the entrance that a middle-aged man with a head of gray hair strode into the Wu family estate, his demeanor cold and detached. Followed by 7 or 8 guards and a pure-looking young girl. The Wu family members recognized at once that the girl was Lu Shuer, who was betrothed to Wu Bin. Today, she had come with the intention of publicly annulling her engagement to Wu Bin. Although the arrival of the Lu family patriarch bore ill intentions, the Wu family's elders still welcomed him warmly, as their aims aligned, to humiliate Wu Bin and render him a laughingstock. Witnessing the elder approach, Lu Batian ignited a surge of anger within Wu Qinglong. A traitor within their ranks had allied with outsiders to humiliate their own. From this day forth, he would ensure that this individual paid dearly for his actions. With this thought, he swiftly sent a telepathic message to Wu Bin. Binner, the Lu family has arrived. Are you truly confident in defeating Wu Yifan? Wu Bin replied with unwavering certainty. Rest assured. Father. I will not bring shame upon you. I shall make that beast, Wu Yifan, suffer like a dog. Excellent. Wu Qilong felt a tremendous sense of relief upon hearing this. After concluding the communication with his father, Wu Bin turned to Chun Li, a wicked grin appearing on his face. Master, please use your divine powers to conceal my cultivation level back to its original state, that I want those who come to gawk at my misfortune to be thoroughly slapped in the face at the height of their amusement. Oh ho! Chun Li remarked, unable to suppress his amusement at Wu Bin's expression. You certainly know how to put on a show. With that, he waved his hand, concealing Wu Bin's level to that of a spirit master. The Wu family was abuzz with excitement, and Chen Li, always one to seek the spotlight, seized the opportunity. He boldly entered the arena alongside Wu Bin. As the protagonists, their mere appearance drew countless gazes. Observing this, Chen Li donned sunglasses and enthusiastically waved at the crowd as though it were his own star-studded event. Hello, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Confusion rippled through the crowd. Who can tell me who this guy is? Damn, this guy really knows how to show off, acting like someone recognizes him while waving around. I can't hold back any longer. Don't stop me. I'm going down to beat him to death. Chun Li's entrance immediately ignited a fervor among the crowd, each one itching to rush forward and pummel him, then set his ashes ablaze. Following Chun Li, Wu Bin couldn't help but exclaim, Goodness, Master, you truly draw attention wherever you go. Just like at the Tian Yan Sect, as the clan head, Wu Qinglong could not allow them to attack Chun Li. He promptly unleashed his formidable spirit saint pressure, suppressing all the restless cultivators. Then, he began to introduce Chun Li to the assembly. Everyone, please allow Wu to introduce this esteemed individual, the head of Tian Yan Sect's Piao Miao Peak. Chun Li. He is currently the mentor of my son, Tian Yan Sect's Chun Li. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's this waste. Haha, I've gained insight today. This waste is actually teaching someone. Waste teaching waste. How fitting. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Yet, despite the mockery, no one dared to lay a hand on Chun Li. The reason was simple. The Tian Yan Sect was not an entity they could afford to offend. Although Chun Li was deemed a waste, he held the title of Peak Master, his status comparable to that of an ordinary family's spirit saint. Laughter was permissible, but to strike at him would be akin to courting death. The arrival of Peak Master Chen truly brings glory to our Wu family. The elder of the Wu family approached with a beaming smile, bowing respectfully to Chun Li. However, Chun Li did not even glance at him, choosing instead to stride past and ascend to the podium at the highest point. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand here and address you all. First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude to clan leader Wu Qinglong for granting me this opportunity, as well as to the Wu family for providing this platform. Chapter 55. Once again the public enemy as a guest. I shall begin with a few brief remarks. After 2.5 hours, Chun Li accepted a cup of tea from Wu Qinglong and took a hearty sip. Everyone, allow me to add, silence. A cultivator could no longer contain himself, leaping forth to bellow angrily at Chen Li. Is this what you call a few brief remarks? Chen Li nodded vigorously, replying earnestly, Indeed, my bald-headed friend. Do you not realize that interrupting me so abruptly is quite impolite? What? I am the one being impolite. The bald cultivator's face flushed with rage. How dare you? Chun Li, this is a matter concerning the Wu family, and you, an outsider, Presume to speak at length? Chun Li retorted. What do you mean, outsider? I am Wu Bin's master. We are essentially family, you know? And you, boasting about your receding hairline, are merely wasting everyone's time. That's something to be proud of. What does my hairline have to do with this? The bald cultivator was taken aback, his blood boiling. It felt as if he had received a heavy punch to the chest, and after staggering back several steps, his vision suddenly darkened, and he lost control of his body. Collapsing straight onto the assembly platform, gasps of shock erupted from the crowd of cultivators. Goodness, has Taoist Yi been angered to death? Damn it, I can't hold back any longer, fellow Taoists, let us rush him. Charge, what does it matter if Tian Yan Sect is involved? I refuse to believe they would offend all of Qingzhou over a mere Chun Li. Agreed, by heavens, if we don't take down this scoundrel Chun Li today. I'll stand on my head and defecate. Wu Qinglong's expression shifted as he sensed the rising tide of fury among the crowd. Even he struggled to maintain control. Indeed, Chun Li was quite the enigma. Standing on that platform, chattering endlessly about matters that did not concern him, was he not deliberately inciting hatred? Silence. Just as the cultivators prepared to swarm Chun Li in a collective assault, a deafening voice rang out from nowhere. Everyone, today's proceedings concern the internal matters of the Wu family. If any of you harbor discontent towards Chief Chen, you may seek him out at Tian Yan Sect. We, the Wu family, wish to avoid offending Tian Yan Sect over this. The voice struck like a heavy hammer, dispersing the anger of the gathered crowd instantly. The ancestor has intervened. Wu Qinglong sighed as he recognized that voice all too well. It belonged to their family's patriarch. Wu Haojia, a figure of half-step emperor stature. Chun Li glanced around, realizing he could no longer play the fool, and wisely moved to stand beside Wu Bin. The spotlight of this dramatic scene had shifted to him. And as the master, he was content to play the role of a mere backdrop. At that moment, Wu Yifan proudly stepped onto the central competition stage. To be fair, he was somewhat handsome, with his hands clasped behind his back. His lustrous hair danced gently in the breeze, his face like a jade crown, exuding an air of calm elegance that was indeed quite captivating. Below the stage, a throng of female cultivators erupted into frenzied cheers. Their enthusiasm undeterred by the bewildered stares of nearby male cultivators. It seemed as though the ladies were on the verge of swooning from their admiration. Noticing their fervor, Wu Yifan raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. The cacophony of cheers diminished, but was replaced by a chorus of gritted teeth. Witnessing such a startling scene, even the experienced Chun Li could not help but be taken aback. Though Wu Yifan's popularity did not quite match that of his elder brother, the fervor of his fans was indeed overwhelming. Wu Bin, on the other hand, seethed with indignation. Damn it, just get on the stage already. What are you posing for, and putting your finger to your lips? What a repugnant display for a man. Wu Bin, are you not coming up? Wu Yifan's piercing gaze fixed upon him. This waste of space still lingered in the spirit master realm. Humph, how dare he claim the position of heir with such paltry qualifications? The rightful heir of the Wu family must be him. Wu Yifan, Wu Yifan unceremoniously called out Wu Bin's name. The crowd erupted into a chorus of murmurs. Wu Bin, merely a spirit master, was now facing off against the prodigious spirit emperor Wu Yifan. There was no need for a match to determine the outcome. Indeed, one could not help but wonder if Wu Bin would dare to step onto the stage. If I were him, I certainly would not. Faced with such an arrogant opponent, he would likely face dire consequences should he engage. It would be wiser to concede, preserving his life despite the embarrassment. Hearing the whispers around him, Wu Bin smirked coldly. Indeed, prior to becoming Chun Li's disciple, this battle would have been a foregone conclusion, an ant attempting to shake a tree, with not a glimmer of hope for victory. Yet now, he had perfectly harnessed the power of the nine-tailed celestial fox within him, and with Chen Li's assistance, his cultivation had ascended to the spirit emperor realm. Defeating Wu Yifan would be a mere trifle. However, simply defeating him would be too lenient. Before trampling Wu Yifan beneath his feet, Wu Bin intended to elevate him to the heights, only to cast him down violently. Only then would he be able to quell the resentment that had brewed over the years. With a cold smile, Wu Yifan taunted, "So, are you brave enough to step onto the stage and accept my challenge?" "I accept," Wu Bin replied, striding confidently toward the competition platform, ascending the steps one by one. Well, he truly has some nerve to dare confront me. There was no other option. With so many gathered today, if he were to show fear, he would not only lose face, but Wu Qinglong would also be unable to hold his head high. Indeed, a man must stand tall, dying on his feet rather than living on his knees. At this moment, I found myself somewhat admiring this fellow. As the crowd buzzed with anticipation, Wu Bin suddenly let out a shrill cry. Everyone turned in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief as they witnessed Wu Bin, who had appeared so resolute, stumble and fall off the competition stage. For a moment, the entire arena was engulfed in silence, broken only by the sound of the wind. After a prolonged pause, someone finally broke the quiet, whispering, "Surely he must be putting on a show." Surely not. Facing a spirit emperor cultivator, feeling weak in the knees is somewhat understandable. How laughable. He is a spirit master cultivator and yet cannot maintain his footing on the steps. What an eye-opener. In truth, Wu Bin was indeed acting, aiming to inflate Wu Yifun's ego to the point of bursting. Wu Yifun, standing on the competition platform, was indeed fooled, his gaze filled with contempt as he looked at Wu Bin. Wu Bin, you truly are a waste. Even climbing a few steps, you managed to embarrass yourself in such a fashion. Chapter 56. The scheming Wu Bin. Though humiliated, Wu Bin maintained a facade of a smile. "I apologize. I was simply too nervous." Seeing his submissive demeanor, Wu Yifun scoffed coldly. "Useless. Let me help you up to the stage." With a flick of his wrist, Wu Yifun sent Wu Bin soaring like a kite, only to bring him crashing down heavily upon the competition platform. "Ah, that hurts," Wu Bin cried out, tears streaming down his face as he lifted his head. Witnessing this, Wu Yifun's disdain for him deepened. "Wu Bin, though you are a waste, you are still a spirit master. How can you not even stand firmly?" Wu Bin, keeping his gaze fixed on Ma Xiaoshui, retained his insincere smile. "I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is because of your overwhelming strength. Yifun, when we engage in battle, I hope you will go easy on me." At this, a more sinister glint grew in Wu Yifun's eyes. Go easy? He had no intention of doing so. He intended to beat Wu Bin to death, ensuring that all of Qingzhou would know that he, Wu Yifun, was the new heir of the Wu family. Wu Qinglong, watching the scene unfold on stage, was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why Wu Bin had suddenly become so humble. Could it be that he had not resolved his physical issues? Chun Li still maintained an appearance of sincerity and honesty. He could discern that Wu Bin was merely playing the part of a pig to eat a tiger, yet he had not anticipated the depths of his cunning, nor how convincingly he would portray the act. Indeed, many had been deceived by him. The elder of the Wu family was among them, watching the imposing figure of Wu Yifun on the stage with an expression of pride. "My son Yifun has already ascended to the spiritual emperor rank 3 years ago, and his strength is on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of the spiritual emperor realm. Whereas that Wu Bin has remained stagnant at the spiritual master stage for over a decade. What could he possibly use to contend with my son? That is indeed the case. Elder, I must congratulate you in advance on your son's ascension to the position of heir of the Wu family." The speaker was Lu Batian, while Lu Shuier behind him wore a smile as she observed the farcical display of Wu Bin on the arena. "A waste, unworthy of her regard. Having lost his utilitarian value, Wu Bin should be discarded like refused on the fighting platform." Wu Yifun first rolled his neck, then gracefully stepped forward, halting before Wu Bin, his gaze condescendingly appraising him. "Oh, you know why I have challenged your position as heir?" Wu Bin immediately shook his head, his expression harmless as he replied, "I do not know, but I suspect it has something to do with Lu Shuier's instigation." Wu Yifun chuckled lightly. "Indeed, it was Lu Shuier who urged me to step forward and defeat you. Once I become the heir of the Wu family, she will marry me. Thus, I will not only gain a beautiful bride, but also enjoy exclusive access to all the Wu family's cultivation resources, a truly beneficial arrangement." "So it is," Wu Bin replied. "What a tedious game this is. A woman like Lu Shuier holds no interest for me. As for the Wu family's cultivation resources, they are of little worth in my eyes. Yet you are willing to risk your life for such trifles." Wu Bin shook his head, sighing repeatedly. "What a foolish person you are." "Foolish?" Wu Yifun's expression hardened, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. "You, a waste, dare to call me foolish? Huh! You truly seek to tempt fate. Today, I shall not only strip you of your dignity, but shall also force you to kneel and beg for my forgiveness." With that, a purple longsword enveloped in crackling lightning materialized in Wu Yifun's hand, the electricity humming ominously in the air, as if it could rend the very fabric of space at any moment. This is actually a 6th-tier artifact. The onlookers in the distance were left aghast at the sight. While such a 6th-tier artifact was of little consequence to Chen Li, to the scattered cultivators, it was a rare treasure, capable of inciting a storm of bloodshed. How extravagant! The Elder has bestowed a 6th-tier artifact upon Wu Yifan. Many of the younger members of the Wu family gazed at the purple celestial sword with wide, envious eyes, filled with jealousy. A 6th-tier artifact was already a rarity, but an offensive 6th-tier artifact was even more uncommon. Just recently, a 5th-tier artifact spear had appeared in Qizhou, leading to a fierce battle among numerous spiritual sovereign cultivators. Yet here was Wu Yifan, a mere junior, wielding a 6th-tier celestial sword. How could this not evoke envy and resentment? At that moment, no one paid any mind to Wu Bin, for he was but a stepping stone. With the emergence of a 6th-tier artifact, he would be reduced to nothing more than ashes. One had to wonder, was Wu Yifan truly so ruthless? After all, they were of the same bloodline. Could he truly bear to strike so harshly? Indeed, with that strike, Wu Bin would leave no remnants behind. Though he had gained the position of heir, he had also made an enemy of the current family head, a most unwise trade. Wu Qinglong's expression darkened as he watched from a distance, his heart racing at the sight of the sword crackling with lightning. Unexpected, the Elder had actually granted such a divine weapon to his son. With that sword in hand, even a late-stage spiritual emperor would find it difficult to gain the upper hand against him. Even if his son broke through to the spiritual emperor realm, without a suitable artifact, he would ultimately be defeated. This sword is one I displayed before. To fall beneath its blade is to die with honor, Wu Yifan declared arrogantly as he brandished the sword. Wu Bin, maintaining his polite demeanor, replied, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Yifan. However, it seems to me that your sword is rather unimpressive. I would hesitate to use it even for slicing dough." Wu Yifan snorted, "Humph, such audacity. Allow me to demonstrate its sharpness." With a crackling sound, the layers of lightning enveloping the purple longsword resonated with an ethereal song. Wu Yifan ceased his prattle, thrusting the purple lightning sword forward. The electric arcs intertwining in a dazzling display as they surged toward Wu Bin. In the realm of cultivation, lightning-based attacks were among the most devastating, possessing a swiftness that could obliterate all in their path. With a single strike, it could shatter myriad defenses. Wu Yifan's strike was rapid. Having already locked onto Wu Bin's position, he was confident that even a late-stage spiritual emperor would stand no chance of evasion. Moreover, Wu Bin was not even at that level. The purple longsword traced a comet-like trajectory, imbued with the might of thunder, as it aimed directly at Wu Bin. Wu Bin did not flinch. He stood firm, watching the purple celestial sword approach him. "Fool, do you lack even the most basic reflex?" Wu Yifan laughed, envisioning the scene of his sword piercing through Wu Bin's flesh and shattering his bones. Yet, in the next moment, he was startled by a metallic clash ringing in his ears. What is happening? He was perplexed, only to witness his purple longsword shatter like spring snow, fragments scattering like shards of glass across the ground. "Look, Brother Yifan, did I not tell you? Your sword is indeed dull," Wu Bin remarked lightly. "How could this be?" Wu Yifan stared in disbelief at the bare hilt in his hand, his expression one of utter astonishment and horror. "Impossible. You should have been obliterated. How could my sword possibly break?" This turn of events was too sudden for Wu Yifan to process, and no matter how he shook his head, the scene before him remained unchanged. Wu Bin stood unharmed, while his sword was left with nothing but a hilt. The spectators below were equally astonished. What had transpired? How could Wu Yifan's 6th-tier artifact have shattered into pieces? Surely, it could not be that he wielded a counterfeit artifact. It was indeed a plausible suspicion. After all, who would believe a spiritual master could destroy a 6th-tier artifact? Listening to the surrounding noise, Wu Yifan felt a surge of frustration. This Wu Bin had not moved an inch. Yet his celestial sword had inexplicably transformed into a heap of debris. What was the meaning of this? However, those who understood the situation were few. Wu Qinglong and several spiritual saints had seen clearly. Just as Wu Yifan's attack was about to collide with Wu Bin, a barely perceptible light sphere had flickered to life at Wu Bin's chest. It was that 6th-tier artifact that had struck the light sphere, resulting in the scattering of fragments. Although they had discerned some clues, they had not uncovered the hidden truth beneath that light sphere. Wu Qinglong speculated that it must be an artifact bestowed upon Wu Bin by Chen Li. After all, Chun Li was well known as a favored figure of the former grandmaster of the Tian Yan Sect, and it was not surprising for him to possess formidable artifacts. Rumors had long circulated in Qingzhou that at the Tian Yan Sect's disciple recruitment event, he had gifted a 9th-tier artifact to one of his female students. If he could bestow one, he could certainly bestow another. This was hardly remarkable. Only Chen Li knew that it was Wu Bin's 9-tailed celestial fox within him that had shattered the celestial sword. As for the artifact he had given Wu Bin, it was an imperial weapon, one that could not be revealed unless absolutely necessary. After all, imperial weapons were coveted even by great emperors that a mere spiritual emperor, once targeted by an emperor, would find that 9 lives would not suffice. Let it shatter. Without a weapon, you shall only meet a more miserable end. Wu Yifan shook his head, regaining a semblance of clarity. Yet his eyes burned with an even fiercer malice. He would demand Wu Bin's blood to atone for the shattered 6th-tier artifact. In the next moment, a brilliant aura enveloped Wu Yifan. A beam of purple light shot from his palm, hurtling toward Wu Bin's head. At last, Wu Bin moved. He bent slightly, his foot shifting as he narrowly evaded the attack in a most precarious manner. Boom! The purple light struck the stone pillar of the arena, exploding like fireworks, scattering countless sparks and leaving the marble column riddled with gaping holes. This fellow is remarkably fortunate. He managed to evade this time. As he beheld Wu Bin's disheveled visage, many cultivators could not suppress their laughter. Wu Yifan's assault was exceedingly swift. They hardly believed Wu Bin could evade such an onslaught, instead attributing his survival to mere luck, as if he had fortuitously dodged that strike. Your streak of good fortune ends here. As he spoke, Wu Yifan launched another attack, a palm imbued with surging spiritual energy hurtling rapidly towards Wu Bin's forehead at such a close distance. There was no escape for Wu Bin. Yet, within the depths of his confident gaze, he exhibited a visage of sheer terror as he instinctively crouched down, clutching his head, once again evading what seemed to be an unavoidable blow. Damn it. How did he evade it again? Observing Wu Bin's comical antics, Wu Yifan felt a surge of rage and frustration, preparing to strike once more. However, at that moment, Wu Bin fortuitously stood up, inadvertently thrusting his arm upward, and accidentally delivered a forceful blow to his own nose. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his nostrils. Witnessing this, Wu Bin quickly donned a concerned expression. Yifan, are you all right? Why would you strike yourself? Wu Yifan was utterly incensed. His gaze scrutinized Wu Bin from head to toe. How could this insufferable fellow be so fortunate? Soon, the glint of cold fury returned to Wu Yifan's eyes. He resolved to unleash his full power, determined to strike Wu Bin down without affording him another chance to rely on luck. Wu Yifan took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous emotions, and glared at Wu Bin with venomous intent. Humph! I had no intention of employing this technique, but your antics as a clown have provoked my wrath. Let it be reduced to ashes in my fury. As he spoke, a myriad of dazzling lights erupted from his form, an intense heat causing the very air upon the arena to boil, while countless fireballs coalesced in the atmosphere, enveloping Wu Bin entirely. Wu Bin yawned. Wu Yifan's so-called ultimate move paled in comparison to his heavenly tribulation, rendering it frivolous in his eyes. Thus he remained resolute in his refusal to evade. Boom! Wu Yifan's patience waned, directing an unyielding torrent of fireballs to engulf Wu Bin's figure. Perish! Wu Yifan laughed cruelly, envisioning the ashes of Wu Bin scattering with the wind. Suddenly, a radiant divine aura emanated from the flames. A soft light entwining the infinite fire, gradually forming a swirling vortex of fire that diminished in size at last. When the vortex fully dissipated, Wu Bin's form re-emerged. All this time, he had remained stationary, utterly unperturbed. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Wu Yifan's ears rang incessantly as he grappled with disbelief that his most potent technique had been neutralized in such a manner by Wu Bin. His convictions crumbled in an instant. Despite Wu Bin's apparent weakness, why did he still exude such terror? As he stood in a daze, Wu Bin approached him step by step. I have made every effort to cooperate with you. However, I have underestimated your feebleness, rendering this game devoid of any amusement. Wu Bin stated calmly. Wu Yifan stared at Wu Bin in shock. Are you just pretending? Huh? Have you only just realized? It seems your foolishness surpasses even my expectations. Now, let me end this farce. Wu Bin casually raised his hand, a terrifying destructive power coalescing at his fingertips in an instant. Merely casting a glance was enough for Wu Yifan to comprehend that this force was beyond his capacity to withstand. And he immediately bowed in supplication. "Brother Bin, spare me. I was wrong. I shall not dare again." Chapter 58. I will beat you mercilessly yet. Regardless of Wu Yifan's pleas for mercy, the chill in Wu Bin's eyes showed no sign of abating. He gazed upon his opponent with the detachment of a reaper. "You shall die today. No one can save you." Having spoken, the destructive power at Wu Bin's fingertips erupted, piercing through Wu Yifan's chest in an instant. The abrupt reversal of fate left all present in stunned silence. What was happening? Was it not said that Wu Bin's body had faltered, rendering him incapable of advancing in cultivation for over a decade? How then did it transpire that Wu Yifan, a spirit emperor, was grievously wounded by a single blow? All eyes from the Wu family turned towards Wu Bin on the arena that moment. His aura surged, an infinite and profound energy swirling around him, bestowing upon him an almost divine presence. No longer did they harbor doubts. The prodigious scion of the Wu family had returned. Wu Qinglong's eyes brimmed with tears. Such grace. This was his son, the true pride of the Wu family. Meanwhile, the family elder wore a grim expression as he spoke to Wu Bin with feigned cordiality. "Wu Bin, the outcome is clear. Release my son swiftly. The position of young master still belongs to you." "Is that so?" Wu Bin scoffed coldly. "What position of young master? I care not for it at all. Your years of disdain have granted me the opportunity to take my revenge without reservation." As his words fell, Wu Bin extended his palm, summoning a raging inferno that reduced the now prostrate Wu Yifan to ashes. With another wave of his hand, he employed the wind flow technique, casting the remnants of his foe's ashes far away to crush bones and scatter ashes. This was the very technique Wu Yifan had intended to use against Wu Bin, yet it was now turned upon him without alteration. "My dear Fanner," the elder's anguished wail echoed, akin to the lament of a vengeful spirit. "Justice eventually prevails. Elder, I advise you to consider your actions." Wu Bin stood upon the platform, his voice resonating in the hearts of all present. This Wu Bin had transformed once more into the dazzling prodigy of yesteryear. His concealment had been profound. Indeed, he had played the role of a fool to ensnare Wu Yifan in a web of mockery. However, the elder of the Wu family was known for his unforgiving nature. This matter would not conclude here. As anticipated, the elder's visage darkened with resentment, his eyes ablaze with a crimson fury directed at Wu Bin. "Wretched beast, I shall slay you to avenge Fanner." Boom! The elder's cultivation had reached the sage realm. As he acted, his aura surged like a turbulent tide, exerting immense pressure that even threatened the very souls of those present. Leaving them in disarray, observing this elder's reckless disregard for propriety, Ma Baohua, concealed within the small cauldron in Wu Bin's chest, was unwilling to remain idle. He immediately unleashed a palm strike. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy manifested, sending the elder hurtling backward. I cannot believe it. Even a sage was sent flying. There is a formidable protector by Wu Bin's side. Was this arranged by the Tian Yan Sect? It is highly likely. For Wu Bin's performance today has reached the level of a monstrous genius, and the Tian Yan Sect would undoubtedly dispatch a protector for such a disciple. Whispers of speculation filled the air, each individual imagining the unfolding drama. "Elder, do you not remember our family laws? To strike at a junior?" Wu Qinglong's face turned ashen. Wu Bin is his son, yet the elder dared to threaten his life, clearly disregarding his authority as the clan leader. Rising from the rubble, the elder cast a begrudging glance at Wu Bin. He surmised that a formidable protector lurked beside Wu Bin. Otherwise, how could he have been so thoroughly humiliated in one blow? Recognizing that he could not defeat Wu Bin, the elder's gaze shifted to Wu Qinglong, his hatred now directed at the clan leader. It is said that debts owed by a father must be repaid by the son. Likewise, a son's debts can be settled by the father. He resolved to challenge Wu Qinglong's position as clan leader, intending to slay him beneath his feet to avenge Wu Yifan. With this thought, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Wu Qinglong, I challenge your position as clan leader today. Do you dare to fight?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. What a spectacle this would be. Both Wu Qinglong and the elder stood at the spirit sage realm. Should they engage, the heavens would shudder, and the world would transform, a sight to behold. Chun Li, who had long held disdain for the elder's cowardice, immediately stepped forward. "This is a breach of decorum. As an elder, you dare to challenge the clan leader? You are bringing shame upon the Wu family in front of the cultivators of Qingzhou." The elder seethed with rage. "Chen Sect Master, this is a matter of our Wu family. Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you?" Chun Li, incensed, addressed the crowd. "Everyone heard that the elder of the Wu family has insulted me, calling me a dog that if I were to retaliate, none would object, would they?" In the next instant, the atmosphere among the cultivators shifted. "No objections, Sect Master Chun. Please, do not hesitate to unleash your fury upon the elder. I can hardly wait to witness your might. He truly dares to say it. A mere chi refinement waste dares to claim he will thrash a sage. Such audacity is almost beyond belief." What an intriguing spectacle. Today has truly opened my eyes. Let us observe how Chen Li engages in combat. The Grand Elder, already burdened with pent-up frustration, could no longer contain himself after Chen Li's repeated provocations. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, materializing directly before Chun Li. A surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from his palms, emanating an imposing aura akin to 1,000 galloping horses. Crashing towards Chun Li with terrifying ferocity, boom, a massive cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, obscuring both Chun Li and the Grand Elder from view. Qin Feng must have been reduced to a pulp. Alas, it seems likely. That said, the Grand Elder is undeniably too impulsive. After all, Chun Li is a member of the Tian Yan Sect, and striking him is tantamount to declaring war on the sect. Nonetheless, what does it matter? We are merely here to enjoy the spectacle. As the smoke gradually dissipated, all eyes turned intently towards the battleground. Chen Li, still donning his sunglasses, wore an unchanging smile, and even his attire remained unscathed. "How is this possible? You clearly took my palm strike head-on," the Grand Elder exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Li chuckled. "No need for formality. I could endure countless strikes from you, should you still have the strength." The Grand Elder's face flushed with embarrassment as he desperately summoned his spiritual power, exerting every ounce of strength to strike at Chun Li relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The Grand Elder's unceasing onslaught transformed the very heavens and earth, causing the winds to stir, yet Chen Li remained languidly standing, almost on the verge of slumber. This is the extraordinary advantage he possesses. No cultivator of the same realm can even harm a single hair on him. Chapter 59. Lu Shuer. After delivering 30 or 40 strikes, the Grand Elder finally found himself panting heavily. "I say, after hitting me so many times, is it unreasonable for me to strike you back?" The Grand Elder sneered. "Chun Li, you possess defensive treasures. I concede that I cannot injure you, but ultimately, you are merely a chi refinement stage cultivator, and your attacks hold no efficacy against me." "Very well. Then I shall strike." Chen Li, sensing the Grand Elder's confidence, clenched his fist and swung it towards him. His punch appeared rather ordinary, devoid of any discernible force or radiant splendor, yet it was delivered with unpretentious simplicity. Boom! The fist landed squarely on the Grand Elder. Before his smile could fade, his body was propelled away by an irresistible force, crashing through 18 walls before barely stabilizing. The Grand Elder spat out 3 mouthfuls of congealed blood. Gazing in shock at Chun Li, who wore a smile. "You and I," the Grand Elder managed to utter those 2 words before departing this world forever. "Wow, I must be dreaming. Everyone, I am off to find my mother. See you all tomorrow." What a coincidence. I too shall leave, as my spirits have indeed been low, clearly a result of these hallucinations. Let us go. 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 The Wu family certainly knows how to joke. I wonder where they found such an actor. Upon witnessing Chun Li's instantaneous defeat of the Grand Elder, everyone could no longer maintain their composure, rising from their seats to return home for a restful sleep, seeking to restore their sanity. Wu Qinglong stood in stunned silence, feeling as though his own mind was unraveling. Just as he contemplated returning to his quarters for rest, Wu Bin called out to him, "Father, where are you going?" "Our matters are far from resolved." Wu Qinglong, bewildered, nodded in acknowledgement, his mind still in a haze. Boldly, "Who has slain my son?" A terrifying aura descended, enveloping the entire Wu family. Feeling this presence, Wu Qinglong's mind snapped back to reality. And he hastily explained, "Ancient ancestor, please quell your anger. Master Chen did not intend to slay the Grand Elder. Master Chen, the Chen Li of Piao Miao Peak. He is merely a chi refinement stage cultivator. My son is already a saint. How could he possibly kill my son?" As the voice resonated, the very fabric of reality quaked under its weight, while Wu Qinglong endeavored to clarify the situation with the ancestor. He noticed Wu Bin tugging at his sleeve. "Master, there is no need for explanations. A saint has been slain, so what is there to discuss?" If the ancestor is growing impatient, let him strike at my master. A mere half-emperor is considered less than a stray dog in my master's eyes. Goodness, a half-emperor is worth less than a dog. Wu Qinglong was taken aback. So Chun Li was truly this formidable? Chen Li, why have you slain my son? Even if you are the peak master of Tian Yan Sect, you ought not to act with such tyranny. The so-called half-step emperor has already grasped a fragment of the power to command the heavens and earth. Their every joy and anger manifesting in the changing of the skies to be why the heavens. He struck me dozens of times, and I managed but a single blow. Is that tyranny? Chun Li replied nonchalantly. A half-step emperor, after all, is not an emperor, and Chun Li felt no fear. Moreover, even if an emperor were to appear, what of it? He possessed an emperor experience card, once activated, coupled with his unparalleled passive abilities. Even an emperor would be reduced to a mere stray dog. A single punch. The half-step emperor was somewhat astonished. To slay a spiritual saint with a single blow was within his capabilities. So it was not particularly remarkable he extended his divine sense to probe Chun Li's cultivation level, yet it passed over him without any discernible reaction. Unable to see through him, a flicker of panic arose within him. He had long heard of Chun Li's mysterious reputation, a Qi refinement stage cultivator who had made a name for himself in Tian Yan Sect, even drawing the attention of the emperors and ancestors of various sections. Such a person was not to be trifled with. Moreover, at this moment, Chen Li displayed no fear upon witnessing his appearance, clearly emboldened by some advantage. Realizing this, he forcefully suppressed his rising fury. Master Chen, since this is a fair contest, I shall refrain from saying more. I bid you farewell. The ancestor voluntarily yielded. Wu Qinglong was once again astonished. This Master Chun was truly remarkable and enigmatic, continuously shattering his perceptions. Wu Bin, on the other hand, wore a scornful expression that he is fortunate to depart swiftly. Otherwise, my master would have surely crushed him like an ant. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted toward them, accompanied by a delightful and fragrant aroma. Wu Bin paused momentarily. As memories associated with this unique scent surged forth, he looked up to see a figure clad in white slowly approaching him. The figure was none other than his former fiancée, Lu Shui'er. At this moment, Lu Shui'er donned a flowing white dress, lending her an ethereal quality. Coupled with her fair complexion, a hint of rosy hue gracing her cheeks, she possessed a beauty that was both striking and tender. Despite Wu Bin's lingering resentment towards Lu Shui'er, he could not deny that after years apart, their reunion left him momentarily captivated. Yet, that was all. As his master would say, Lu Shui'er was merely a flat-chested girl. Leader Wu, Master Chun, Lu Badian, accompanying Lu Shui'er, greeted Wu Qinglong and Chun Li with a bow. Chun Li paid them no mind, instead choosing a chair to sit down and eagerly watch the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the gazes of the male and female protagonists finally collided once more. The man exuded disdain, while the woman remained indifferent, both behaving as though they were mere passers-by. Nevertheless, Lu Shui'er took the initiative to speak. Wu Bin, congratulations on your opportunity to cultivate anew. You may be unaware, but I have already become a disciple of the untroubled saint of the Tai immortal sect. Wu Bin felt an inexplicable annoyance. Why should I care whom you choose as a master? Lu Shui'er smiled faintly and continued. The reason I share this with you is to illustrate that the gap between us will only widen, and thus I hope you will voluntarily dissolve our engagement and cease pursuing me. Wu Bin chuckled mockingly. Diagnosis confirmed. Lu Shui'er must surely be unwell. After all these years without seeing her, this wretched girl dares to claim I am pursuing her. Indeed, the disparity between them would continue to grow. The only statement Wu Bin could agree with was Lu Shui'er's assertion. His master, Chen Li, was a figure above emperors, while Wu Shui'er's master was merely a saint, an insurmountable chasm between them. Regarding the engagement, Wu Bin stated, the engagement must be dissolved, but it shall not be a simple annulment. Rather, I shall divorce you. Chapter 60. I shall divorce you. You wish to divorce me? Lu Shui'er appeared to have heard a particularly amusing joke. Bursting into a fit of laughter, it was not only her who was taken aback. The others were equally astonished. The reputation of the Tai immortal sect rivals that of the Tian Yan Sect. And the Wuchen saint is renowned as the most promising candidate for the position of emperor in a century. Lu Shui'er's apprenticeship under the Wuchen saint signifies an affiliation with a quasi-emperor, elevating her status and rendering her disdain for Wu Bin entirely justifiable. Conversely, what does Wu Bin's situation entail? That he would proactively sever ties with Lu Shui'er. Does he not fear incurring the wrath of the Wuchen saint, who stands behind her. Wu Qilong also conveyed a warning through voice transmission. Binner, the Tai Immortals sect is, like your Tian Yan Sect, one of the premier sects of the Xianyun continent. We must show some deference to the Wuchen Saint. You cannot be so disrespectful. Humph, Wu Bin retorted, his expression rife with disdain. Father, rest assured, the Wuchen Saint is not even worthy of carrying my master's shoes. Our Wu family need not pay him any heed. Wu Qinglong was taken aback. Could Chun Li's hen truly be as formidable as Wu Bin claimed? That the Wuchen Saint was unworthy of such respect? Without delay, Wu Bin seized a brush and, with fervent strokes, pinned a letter of divorce, tossing it at Lu Shuer. Lu Shuer, you may leave now. From this moment forth, you are forbidden from entering the Wu family's doors. Lu Shuer furrowed her brows, her fair visage twisted with rage. Wu Bin, how dare you humiliate me and insult the Tai Immortal Sect? Are you not afraid that your Wu family will face dire consequences? Wu Bin smirked. Lu Shuer, you stand behind the Tai Immortal Sect, while I stand with the Tian Yan Sect. Who is afraid of whom? Furthermore, I could readily issue a challenge. If any of your Tai Immortal Sect members have the courage, let them come at me. Thank you. You. Lu Shuai was furious, her delicate frame trembling with rage. If looks could kill, Wu Bin would have perished 1,000 times over at that moment. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across Lu Shuai's face as she addressed Wu Bin. Do not think that just because you have restored your cultivation talent, you are remarkable. That I must inform you that I have already betrothed myself to the saint son of the Tai Immortal Sect, Mu Fengqing, for 3 lifetimes. In the future, we shall become Dao partners. Garnering admiration from all, allowing the entire continent as cultivators to witness my happiness. Wu Bin sighed. Lu Shuer, I have already given you the divorce letter. Could you please leave promptly? Upon hearing this, a smile graced Lu Shuer's face. Jealous. Are we? Your envy is futile. A so-called genius like you, emerging from a petty family, pales in comparison to Mu Feng. It is only natural for you to feel envious. What? Wu Bin could scarcely believe his ears. Exasperatedly replying, Lu Shuer, are you out of your mind? Where do you see any jealousy towards that fellow named Mu Feng? Lu Shuer, brimming with confidence, responded, your words, your actions, your very breath all betray your envy. Wu Bin countered, I know you are unwilling to part with me, striving to employ every means to keep me. However, you are merely a small pond, offering no sustenance I required. In contrast, Mu Feng is the ocean, granting me the freedom to roam. As Lu Shuer spoke, she became increasingly self-satisfied, recalling Mu Feng's tenderness and thoughtfulness, qualities beyond your imagination. He is undeniably exceptional, yet treats every companion with equality. His demeanor captivates me. Wu Bin could no longer contain himself. He wished to interrupt this self-absorbed woman's delusions, yet he lacked the eloquence to do so. He could only cast a pleading gaze towards Chen Li. Understanding the signal, Chen Li promptly rose from his seat and approached. Come, everyone, allow me to share a few words. 2.5 hours later, Wu Bin respectfully handed a cup of spiritual tea to Chen Li. Master, please enjoy your tea. Chen Li savored a sip, then turned his gaze to the bewildered Lu Shuer. In any case, regardless of whatever male ailments Mu Feng may have, you are welcome to bring him to the Miao Miao Peak to see me. Lu Shuer, perplexed, retorted, Senior brother Mu Feng does not have any male ailments. Oh, Chen Li's expression shifted. So, is it a gynecological issue? How peculiar. How could a man suffer from such maladies? Might he be a hermaphrodite? Do not speak nonsense. Senior brother Mu Feng is perfectly healthy. What? Mu Feng is insane. Chen Li's remarks bewildered Lu Shuer further. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and pointed imperiously at Wu Bin. I demand an apology from you. Wu Bin, puzzled, replied, Why should I apologize to you? Lu Shuer asserted confidently, Because your master has insulted my senior brother Mu Feng. Wu Bin was utterly speechless. Lu Shuer, you truly ought to leave. Spare us this embarrassment. Will you? I cannot fathom how Mu Feng could possibly have fallen for you. You dare insult my senior brother Mu Feng. Lu Shuer's temper flared, her expression darkening immediately. Wu Bin, kneel and apologize now. And I may still forgive you. Otherwise, prepare to face the true might of my wrath. As Lu Shuai's words resonated, a dazzling divine radiance enveloped her, a terrifying flame of law emanating from that brilliance. Filled with the essence of burning and annihilation, inexorably bearing down upon Wu Bin with a thunderous roar. Seeing Lu Shuer make the first move, Wu Bin felt elated. The gentleman must refrain from striking women. But since Lu Shuer initiated the confrontation, he could retaliate justifiably. Wu Bin's body merely swayed slightly, absorbing all of Lu Shuer's attack. In the next instant, he shifted, appearing directly in front of Lu Shuer. Raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap. "Ah, you hit me. How dare you strike me?" Lu Shuer covered her face, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "Wu Bin, you strike my face, which is tantamount to slapping the Tai Immortal Sect. You should kneel and repent at once." Wu Bin, uninterested in her threats, delivered another forceful slap, rendering her utterly dazed. "Wu Bin, do you even comprehend what you are doing? I am a disciple of the Wuazong saint." Lu Shuer clutched her swollen face, her eyes blazing with fury. Wu Bin remained silent, raising his hand once more for another fierce slap, sending Lu Shuer flying. Enough. Witnessing this scene, Lu Batian could no longer remain seated and intervened to halt the children's antics. Chapter 61. The fiery soul. Upon seeing Lu Shuer so brutally beaten, Lu Batian was poised to teach this audacious Wu Bin a lesson. Yet his gaze fell upon Chun Li, prompting him to instinctively retract his hand. In terms of cultivation, he was not much stronger than the Grand Elder, and provoking this formidable figure could lead to a merciless demise. With this thought in mind, Lu Batian merely called out to Wu Bin with words. Refraining from using forceful suppression to this moment, Wu Bin had already found his rhythm, disregarding the reprimand as he raised his hand once again to deliver a vicious blow to Lu Shuer's delicate face. This time, he exerted even more strength, sending Lu Shuer flying back several yards until she crashed against the wall, barely coming to a stop. This boy is ruthless. Both the Wu and Lu families were left in shock. They felt that Wu Bin's heavy-handedness against a female cultivator was excessive. Lu Batian's expression darkened like murky waters. Wu Bin's actions were a blow to his pride as well. In the midst of it all, Lu Shuer, her hair disheveled and clothing askew, bore an expression of utter disgrace, her once delicate and fair face now resembling that of a pig, looking utterly wretched. Some younger members of the Lu family gasped. It was the first time in many years they had witnessed Lu Shuer in such a pitiful state. Usually, she carried herself with an air of aloofness akin to a celestial maiden of the Moon Palace, causing most men to shiver with inferiority at merely a glance. But now, that ethereal beauty, akin to a phoenix stripped of its plumage, was left battered and bruised, although they were also members of the Lu family. Witnessing such a fall from grace was oddly satisfying. Lu Shuer fixed her dark, glaring eyes upon Wu Bin, surveying him with a mix of resentment and loathing. "Wu Bin, your actions against me will bring calamity upon the Wu family. My master will not let this go, and neither will the saint's son Mufeng. Prepare to face their unending wrath." Wu Bin chuckled coldly, slowly advancing towards Lu Shuer, uttering not a word, raising his hand once more for another fierce strike. Slap. On Lu Shuer's face, 5 vivid red fingerprints immediately appeared. "I apologize. My hearing is rather poor. Could you kindly repeat that?" Wu Bin looked down from his elevated position, his gaze filled with contempt. This moment, he harbored no sentiments of childhood camaraderie. Lu Shuer, in his eyes, was no more than a stray dog by the roadside, her threats, merely the yapping of an annoying mutt. Lu Shuer collapsed to the ground, her face burning with pain, the 5 crimson fingerprints starkly visible, covering her face. Her pupils trembled as if in an earthquake. She could hardly believe that Wu Bin, a useless man who had squandered over a decade, had so primitively and humiliatingly struck her, leaving her powerless to resist. Why was this happening? Lu Shuer could not fathom it. Both she and Wu Bin were geniuses, yet why was there such a vast chasm between them? Indeed, that bewildered and helpless expression of yours is quite delightful. It has certainly piqued my interest. Wu Bin gripped Lu Shuer's chin with one hand, a wicked smile twisting his lips. Women, merely the simplest embellishments in the life of the strong. Fleeting playthings to be discarded at will. Wu Bin's dark, icy gaze made Lu Shuer shudder. She struggled desperately but could not escape his grasp, only able to glare at him in anguish. Her demeanor resembled that of a little white rabbit pursued by a hawk, frantically darting across the meadow yet unable to evade the clutches of its predator. "Lu Shuer, you refused to leave when I told you to, insisting that I beat you into a pulp. Do you have a penchant for masochism?" Wu Bin chuckled wickedly, releasing her chin. At his words, a wave of humiliation surged within Lu Shuer. Yet at this moment, she finally recognized her position, merely glaring at Wu Bin in fury, as if she could kill him with her gaze. Finally, Chen Li, who had been spectating, could no longer remain passive. He understood that Wu Bin's fury had subsided, and Lu Shuer was no longer as foolish as before. Thus he stepped forward, Chen Li observed the simmering rage emanating from Wu Bin and slightly furrowed his brow. Disciple, you have vented your anger and your fire has cooled. Allow me to impart another lesson. With that, Chun Li donned his sunglasses once more and positioned himself at the center. Today, I wish for everyone to comprehend that the fervor within each heart is indelible. Empathize with the weak and assist one another. Regardless of the source of strength or frailty, people can become friends and retain their emotions. Even if those emotions have been betrayed countless times, cherish the bonds with friends, brothers, and parents, never relinquishing them until the end. Transforming impossibilities into possibilities, for though these may eventually fade, the memories remain eternal. Many, though they did not fully grasp Chun Li's words, were nonetheless moved by his righteous and passionate tone, clapping uncontrollably. But Wu Bin took a deep breath, realizing that his master's words were directed at him. After all, his actions today had indeed been excessive, and he felt an odd sense of pleasure rising within him, were it not for Chun Li's impassioned rhetoric. Rekindling his righteous heart, he might have become a twisted cultivator who relished in tormenting others. Reflecting on this, Wu Bin felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Thank goodness for his master. His master was so meticulously considerate that even the slightest change within him had not escaped the elder's keen eye. Schwer, let us depart, Lu Batian scoffed. Hearing this, Lu Schwerer scrambled to her feet. Rushing back to Lu Batian's side at that moment, her disheveled hair and bruised face elicited a hint of disdain from Lu Batian, who promptly tossed a pill into Lu Schwerer's mouth. In a brief moment, her once stunning visage was restored. Still simmering with rage, she coldly declared, Wu Bin, I will remember the humiliation you have inflicted upon me. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. One day, I shall have you kneeling at my feet, licking my toes. Wu Bin smiled. I shall be at your service any time. After exchanging their fierce words, Lu Batian led his entourage away from the Wu family. Watching the Lu family retreat, Wu Qinglong could not help but sigh deeply. It seemed the Lu family would henceforth be the Wu family's adversary. However, he did not blame Wu Bin for this. On the contrary, he found it quite gratifying. A man should be as domineering as his son. How laughable the Lu family was, believing that by allying with the Tai immortal sect, they could disregard the Wu family. Now they had been slapped in the face. With Chun Li present, the Wu family would undoubtedly dominate the entire Qingzhou, while the Lu family, having chosen the wrong side, would be eradicated from Qingzhou. Chapter 62. Is it not reasonable for me to pilot an aircraft in the realm of cultivation? After concluding matters with the Lu family, Chun Li stayed at the Wu residence for a few more days. And soon the day for the Dragon Clan's secret realm to open was at hand. During these days, according to the system's feedback, Qin Yaoshuang and Xin Qinghe had experienced some improvements in their realms and insights. Their current combat prowess was even more formidable than during the sect competition. Due to the less-than-clean nature of the secret realm quota in Chen Li's possession, he needed to send his two precious disciples to the Wuazong in advance. To avoid being caught by the sect's personnel later, in fact, Chen Li could ask General Yu to arrange for Wu Bin to be included as well. However, Wu Bin was not particularly interested in the secret realm. He simply wished to spend some time with his father at the Wu family before returning to the Tian Yan Sect. Chun Li did not press the matter further. This lad, Wu Bin, possessed the ancient sacred body and had a nine-tailed heavenly fox within him. Accompanied by a half-emperor acting as his protector, he truly had no need to covet the Dragon Clan's secret realm that he prepared to leave. Chun Li patted Wu Bin on the shoulder. Disciple, as your master departs, do not let your status as a prodigy lead you to neglect your cultivation. Remember, the path of cultivation is akin to rowing upstream. One either progresses or regresses. Keep this in mind. Wu Bin nodded earnestly and replied, Rest assured, master, I will not disappoint you. Before long, I shall become a spirit sovereign. Good. Chen Li nodded in approval. Without further ado, he retrieved his Tian-20 stealth aircraft from his storage ring. Wu Bin was astonished. Master, what is this contraption? The Tian-20 stealth aircraft employed a stealth design layout. After listening for a while, Wu Bin's head began to spin. Master, could you share the blueprints with me? I am a weapon refiner and perhaps in the future, I could upgrade this aircraft for you. Chen Li chuckled, handing over a stack of papers to Wu Bin. Take it. After bidding farewell to Wu Qinglong and the others, Chun Li donned his pilot's helmet, settled into the cockpit, and with a burst of blue flames, soared into the azure sky, so fast. The members of the Wu family exchanged glances, marveling at this unique flying artifact. It was indeed befitting of Chun Li, as even his mode of transportation was distinct. After flying out of Qingzhou City, Chun Li headed north, planning to return and pick up Xinqinghe before long. He arrived at the Tian Yan Sect, where Munan Tian sensed his return and immediately descended upon Piao Miao Peak. "Sect Master, you have arrived." Munan Tian frowned slightly, puzzled. "Chen Li, where have you been these past few days? You possess low cultivation. What are you doing wandering about? What if something happened?" Chun Li replied nonchalantly, "I took a trip to Qingzhou and acquired a third disciple." "You have taken on another disciple?" Munan Tian looked speechless. This fellow seemed to be addicted to collecting disciples. Nevertheless, if he wanted to take them on, so be it. It would keep him occupied and alleviate some of Moon Nanshan's worries. "By the way, the ancient Dragon Clan's secret realm is about to open. You should make a trip to the Wuazong and send Zeruo over." Chun Li responded, "Understood. Please have Zeruo report to me at Piao Miao Peak shortly." Seeing him agree, Munan Tian left with a satisfied expression. Although Chen Li claimed to have low cultivation, his social skills were top-notch. With him taking the lead, General, you would undoubtedly provide special treatment for Zeruo, which reassured him greatly. Soon, Xinqinghe and Zeruo, both radiant figures, landed one after the other on Piao Miao Peak. "Master, sect leader," Chun Li nodded in acknowledgement. Xinqinghe gazed at Chun Li, her face lighting up with a smile. Radiating a fresh and innocent aura beneath the azure sky, a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks, tousling a few strands of her silk-like hair, yet she remained unfazed, her beautifully clear eyes never leaving Chen Li. In contrast to Xinqinghe's adorable innocence, Zeruo's demeanor was more elusive, shifting between refreshing nature and sultry allure, making it difficult to discern her true essence. Presumably, it was the illusionary art that compelled Zeruo to perpetually disguise herself. Chen Li said nothing further, taking out his Tian 20 and inviting the two women to take a seat. The Tian 20 was a four-seat dual-cabin design, remarkably advanced. Xinqinghe and Zeruo were left in awe, marveling. What kind of divine flying vessel is this? Its design is so unique. My heavens, the Tian 20's speed is indeed remarkable. Should any of you feel nauseous during the flight, please do not hesitate to inform me. After all, the new aircraft has not been in operation for many days, and we certainly do not wish for any unpleasantness within. As a brilliant blue flame streaked across the sky, the Tian 20 ascended once more into the azure expanse. It soared high and swift, and from the cabin, one could gaze down upon the harmonious interplay of verdant mountains and shimmering waters, a breathtaking panorama that captivated the senses. Astonishing, truly astonishing. Though the two women were capable pilots, they had never before reached such altitudes, and amidst the tumultuous winds, they found little leisure to admire the earthly scenery. Chen Li, seasoned and unflustered, deftly navigated the aircraft eastward, and after flying for 2 or 3 hours, the boundless ocean finally came into view. The waves crashed against the shore with a thunderous roar, creating a cacophony that was deafening. Although both Zeruo and Xinqinghe possessed formidable cultivation, they had largely remained within the confines of the Tian Yan Sect, rarely venturing far from home. Thus, upon beholding the expanse of the ocean, they were filled with overwhelming excitement, pointing eagerly at the waves and imploring Chen Li to fly lower. Consequently, Chun Li adjusted the Tian 20's altitude, skimming just above the water's surface. Suddenly, a woman's piercing scream echoed from ahead. Chun Li lifted his gaze to see 3 monstrous fish, each over half a zhang in height, pursuing a female cultivator. The woman, adorned in an elegant silk gown, her skin as smooth as jade, possessed a tall and curvaceous figure, her long, fair legs strikingly apparent against the backdrop of the azure sea. Chun Li found himself momentarily captivated. What a coincidence! The woman bore the insignia of the Wuji sect. "Help! Save me!" The cultivator fled in desperation, nearly colliding with the Tian 20. Fortunately, Chun Li had reduced the aircraft's speed for the sake of his companions. He leapt from the cabin, casting a calm glance at the cultivator, and upon closer inspection, found her quite enchanting, both alluring and bewitching. She was indeed worthy of rescue, as the monstrous fish, now emboldened by the sight of a human no longer fleeing, let out a horrific roar and lunged towards them. Its massive form moved with alarming swiftness, its gaping maw revealing fangs as sharp as broken blades, poised to devour Chen Li whole. "Master, move aside." Xinqinghe's voice rang out as her delicate fist struck the fish's forehead. With a resounding thud, the creature was sent hurtling backward, deflating like a burst balloon, its body disintegrating into a mist of blood that fell like rain. The rescued cultivator was left astounded. How could such a ferocious sea beast be obliterated by a mere punch from that seemingly frail and charming girl? Similarly, the remaining two enormous sea creatures displayed an unusual glint of fear in their eyes. Yet, their insatiable thirst for blood was evidently greater than their trepidation as they charged forward, claws raised. With a swish, the air was sliced by the force of their claws, and the heads of the two creatures split open from brow to chin. Their bodies fracturing in the water, chunks of flesh bobbing to the surface. Chun Li picked up a piece of fish meat, intending to save it for grilling, only to discover it teeming with small black insects writhing in a gruesome display. The female cultivator below had evidently noticed this unsettling sight and screamed uncontrollably. "Are you a disciple of the Wuji sect?" Chun Li inquired, discarding the piece of meat, replying to the esteemed senior. "I am Su Ming, a disciple of the Wuji sect." Su Ming stammered, having regained her composure after her initial panic. "What is the situation? Why were you being pursued by sea beasts?" Chun Li pressed, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Su Ming, still bewildered, explained, "I am merely an ordinary disciple of the Wuji sect. I was tasked by my sect to accompany my fellow disciples to the sea to gather spiritual herbs. Unexpectedly, we encountered rampaging sea beasts that scattered our group. Had I not fortuitously taken refuge on a small island, I too would have been devoured by those ferocious creatures. I see. Then do come aboard. I am en route to the Wuji sect to seek General Yu, and I can take you with me," Chun Li offered. The Wuji sect's main gate was situated on an island amidst the ocean. Life for ordinary disciples of the Wuji sect was arduous, as the ocean teemed with formidable sea beasts. "You are Chun Li?" Su Ming inquired in disbelief from the front cabin. "That I have heard tales that you are merely at the chi refinement stage, regarded as the most incompetent in the realm of cultivation. Yet, seeing you in person, you appear somewhat different from the rumors. Indeed, it is I, and the two charming ladies behind me are my disciples. The aloof one is the disciple of our sect's master." Suddenly, Su Ming, appearing anxious, implored, "Chief Chun, could you please rescue my companions?" Chun Li nodded affirmatively. "Certainly. A good deed deserves completion. Assisting the disciples of the Wuji sect may earn us some goodwill." With a roar, the Tian 20's engine erupted, propelling them towards the path Su Ming had traversed. "What is the matter with these sea beasts? They seem impossible to kill." On a nameless island, over a dozen solemn disciples of the Wuji sect frantically wielded their weapons against the encroaching sea beasts. Their coordination was impeccable, and despite the bloody battle, their upright postures resembled that of valiant statues, tirelessly executing their combat orders. Second pillar, why hasn't that fire-breathing sea beast perished yet? Think of a way to unleash another shot. Squad leader, it's no use. I have run out of spirit stones and lack the strength to activate my spiritual techniques. What did you say? You wastrel, why didn't you conserve your energy? Squad leader. You told me to give it my all against that beast, and I did, yet it still won't die. A bloody disciple of the Wuji sect carved a path with talismans, reaching the squad leader's side. There is no other option. Quickly issue the order to retreat, or our squad will surely perish. No way. I am a subordinate of General Yu, and he has commanded that disciples of the Wuji sect must either die in battle or not retreat. The disciple looked perplexed. But there are too many sea beasts. What can we do if we remain here other than die? Regardless, General Yu's dictionary does not contain the term retreat, and thus, neither shall I. As their argument escalated, a sudden roar erupted, and all sea beasts before the soldiers of the Wuji sect halted their assault, redirecting their gaze towards the distant sea, emitting low growls. What is happening? Is something approaching from that direction? One vigilant soldier observed the monsters fixating on the horizon, where the sea lay unusually calm, devoid of any sight of human presence. By the heavens, what is transpiring? Sure, do you hear that? At this, every soldier of the Wuji sect strained their ears to discern the sounds emanating from the sea. Tension mounted, and beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, dissipating some of the lingering scent of blood. A massive flying vessel gradually emerged from the darkness ahead. What in the world is that? Wait, that's not a bird. It resembles a flying magical artifact. It's so fast, at least 5 times swifter than our Tian Yan Sect's vessels. The soldiers of the Wuji sect gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Before long, Chun Li piloted the Tian 20 directly before them. Observing the sea beasts scuttling chaotically, he instructed Xinqinghe to unleash her Ice Heart Divine technique. The icy tendrils spread forth. The horde of sea beasts froze solid, amidst the astonished expressions of the Wuji sect's disciples. Su Ming gracefully descended from the Tian-20. Su Ming, what a relief! You are unharmed. Who are these companions? Su Ming hastily explained, "This is Chen Li, the chief of the Tian Yan Sect, here to seek General Yu. I was rescued by Chief Chen." Chen Li, the leader of the Wuji sect soldiers, appeared taken aback. This infamous figure, notorious throughout the realm for his incompetence, had come to see General Yu. Yet, regardless of his reputation, the fact remained that he had saved them, prompting the soldiers to bow respectfully to Chun Li. Chun Li nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Did you disturb a nest of sea beasts? How did you attract so many?" The Wuji sect soldiers were equally bewildered. They had merely ventured out to gather spiritual herbs and had been unexpectedly assaulted by sea beasts, leaving them at a loss for words about the entire ordeal. As he spoke, a soldier suddenly emerged, extending his palm to reveal a radiant crystal emanating a crimson glow. Could this be the cause? Chun Li took the crystal, examining it closely, yet found nothing particularly unusual. However, given its luminous nature, it was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Consequently, Chun Li promptly stowed the crystal within his storage ring and addressed the soldiers, saying, "Since this item poses such a danger, I shall take it upon myself to safeguard it for you. Once we arrive at Wuji sect, I will present it to General Yu, who possesses vast knowledge and may be able to identify its nature." The disciples of Wuji sect exchanged glances, internally chastising Chun Li for his lack of courtesy. Chapter 64. The generals wore as the twilight sky faded into hues of crimson. The evening over the sea appeared far more vibrant than that of the Central Plains. 2 hours later, Chun Li piloted the Tian-20 to the gates of Wuji sect stronghold. This expansive island stretched for hundreds of miles, its scenery enchanting and serene, with azure waves merging with the sky. Resembling a celestial paradise hidden amidst the clouds and mist, this moment, many disciples were already gathered outside the gates of Wuji sect, clad in dark armor and garb. They exuded a solemn and dignified aura. Particularly the general at the forefront. Though gaunt, he radiated an imposing presence that was truly awe-inspiring. Wearing sunglasses, a slender red cord around his neck gleamed with a striking brilliance. It was none other than General Yu himself. After a prolonged absence, his aura had intensified, likely due to consuming copious amounts of flowers and betel nuts, resulting in a breakthrough in his cultivation. With a thunderous roar, Chun Li brought the Tian-20 to a stop before the gates of Wuji sect. Intentionally stirring up a cloud of dust, the swirling dust and turbulent air caused the Wuji sect soldiers to cough incessantly. "Damn it, Chen Li has truly mastered our Wuji sect's flair for the dramatic." Yet this was not the crux of the matter. Observing Qin Zongzhu's flying artifact, they marveled at its uniqueness and grandeur, longing to possess one themselves. Cough, cough. It's undeniable that Qin Fengyu is indeed exceptional. Everything he consumes and enjoys is utterly unparalleled. Once the dust settled, Chen Li, accompanied by Shen Qinghe and Ji Zuiruo, descended before the congregation of Wuji sect disciples. General Yu promptly stepped forward to greet them, exclaiming, "Qin Fengyu, it has been far too long. I have greatly missed you." Chun Li clasped his hands in return, saying, "General Yu, you are far too gracious. I too feel as though a day apart is akin to 3 autumns." After exchanging pleasantries, Chun Li introduced the 2 women by his side. Upon beholding the 2 exquisite female disciples, General Yu nodded in approval, remarking, "Truly, the prodigies of Tian Yan sect are indeed remarkable, each possessing the grace of dragons and phoenixes." The 2 women bowed in unison, expressing their gratitude for General Yu's commendation. "Come, let us enter the sect together, that I must ensure that this time I do not fall short of my previous hospitality extended to you at Tian Yan sect." General Yu's dazzling diamond-studded loafers sparkled brilliantly in the setting sun, each step radiating an eye-catching brilliance. Chen Li gazed at his loafers, internally marveling. It is no wonder General Yu stands out. Those loafers suit him perfectly. Upon entering Wuji sect, Chen Li donned his sunglasses while General Yu lit a cigarette, chewing on betel nuts as he began to extol the beauties of Wuji sect. Chen Li was not particularly interested. He sought to experience the unique services Wuji sect had to offer. However, the 2 women beside him appeared thoroughly engrossed. As one of the premier powers of Xianyan continent, Wuji sect's founding location was indeed a sight to behold. Imbued with an ethereal ambience, markedly different from that of the Central Plains, they admired the scenery. A radiant figure descended from the heavens. A dark-faced cultivator landed before the crowd. This the infamous Chun Li, renowned as a superfluous waste in the cultivation world. Indeed, seeing is more impactful than merely hearing tales. His demeanor was haughty, eyes filled with disdain, casting a sidelong glance at the assembly, reminiscent of a proud rooster. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Su Qian, saliva instantly dripped from his mouth, forming strands. Chun Li inquired of General Yu. Who is this fellow? He is my sworn nemesis, General Chen Li. General Yu replied dismissively, waving away the air around his nose with a look of distaste. What terrible luck. These disciples are utterly disgraceful. Such a large pile of filth, and no one has bothered to clean it up. At this, anger flickered in Chen Li's eyes as he coldly retorted, Damn you, General Yu, are you insulting me? General Yu scoffed, I curse your mother. Chen Li, do not slander the innocent. When did I ever insult you? The two continued to hurl increasingly vulgar insults, leaving Shen Qinghe and Jizhuo, the two young women, utterly bewildered. What was occurring? Two formidable spirit saints publicly exchanging such lewd remarks, as their verbal sparring escalated. A crowd began to gather, drawn by the commotion. However, upon realizing it was General Yu and General Chen Li, their expressions revealed no surprise. As if such occurrences were commonplace, this moment. Chen Li overheard several Wuji sect disciples engaging in private wagers. Junior brother, who do you think will win this verbal battle? I reckon it will be General Chen Li. Although General Yu's insults are formidable, he has too many relatives, making defeat inevitable. General Chen Li, being an orphan, is immune to General Yu's attacks. Then let us make it a bet, 1 to 2 odds. As the exchange of barbs intensified, more disciples gathered, and numerous representatives of the spirit saints began to descend to the scene. Look, General Zhang Yaping has arrived. General Lu Bo is here too, and General Taishan. Hearing these illustrious names, Chen Li scrutinized the figures soaring through the air. Indeed, each appeared rather inhuman. This was a characteristic of Wuji sect. Simultaneously, they noticed Chen Li, sporting sunglasses, standing out among the many cultivators present. In truth, while there were numerous cultivators in attendance, none were as attention-grabbing as he. Thus, it was nearly impossible to overlook Chun Li. The assembly of saints and generals approached him, bowing in respect. You must be Chen Fengzhu. It is an honor to finally meet you. Would you care to place a wager? Of course, Chen Li replied with a slight smile. Let's wager on the outcome. 100,000 spirit stones. General Zhang Yaping boldly declared. Do you dare, Chen Fengzhu? Chen Li smirked disdainfully. I'll wager 1 million. The audacity of Chen Li's wager left General Zhang Yaping visibly startled. Good heavens, starting off with 1 million. This Chen Li is indeed rolling in wealth. The rumors must be true. Chen Li and the former sect master of Tian Yan Sect must share some dubious connection. Otherwise, how could he possess such riches? Very well. I shall bet 1 million spirit stones on General Chen Li. General Lu Bo chimed in. I would also like to join in. I'll wager 1 million spirit stones on General Chen Li. General Taishan added, rubbing his hands together. Count me in as well. I'll wager 1 million spirit stones on General Chen Li. Not a problem. Chun Li readily agreed, and they sealed their betting agreement with a handshake. Soon after, disciples were summoned to bring tables and chairs, while Chun Li produced peanuts and sunflower seeds, eagerly anticipating the monumental clash of insults between General Yu and General Chen Li. Chapter 65. Bizarre system tasks. The verbal sparring between the two bore no embellishments. Each insult revolved around the other's mother, with direct relatives serving as collateral damage, wielding their reproductive organs as weapons, employing imagination as their primary skill, and integrating terms from ethics, gender relations, livestock, pets, and the funeral industry into their exchanges. The spectacle was nothing short of chaotic. Chun Li reveled in the excitement. Bravo, General Yu. You have spirit and have not lost your dignity. Having placed a substantial wager, Chun Li stood up in exhilaration. Roaring as if he were witnessing a grand championship finale, the fervor was contagious, and several spirit saints were similarly swept up in the moment, rising to their feet and cheering for General Chen Li. Chen Li, unleash your fury. Give it to him. I have long found that pompous General Yu to be detestable. At that moment, a voice resonated in Chen Li's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a limited-time mission. Assist General Yu in winning the PK. Mission rewards: 10,000 boxes of Ha beer, 10,000 packets of Kowei Wong, 10,000 packs of Huazi, and additionally, a unique skill, Skyfire Display. Skyfire Display, a purely visual spectacle with no substantial utility. It is recommended for use upon your entrance. Good heavens, such bountiful rewards. Chun Li felt a surge of joy within him. It was high time for him to showcase his abilities in order to earn the system's rewards. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Wuji sect began to rally behind the two combatants in the arena, their fervent cheers resonating powerfully, reaching the heavens. However, it was evident that the supporters of Chun Li far outnumbered those of General Yu. This disparity was intolerable for Chen Li. In a verbal clash, the momentum was paramount, and once it shifted to the disadvantage, defeat would soon follow. Fortunately, in the Xianyun continent, no one understood the art of PvP better than Chen Li. He promptly opened his storage ring and began to cheer for General Yu in his own unique way. General Yu, I cast my vote for you. With that, he flung a substantial handful of spirit stones towards General Yu. A rough estimate indicating a staggering amount of nearly 20,000. Goodness. Chun Li from the Tian Yan Sect is certainly generous. The spirit battle was essentially a contest of sound and might. With such an abundance of spirit stones to bolster him, General Yu was likely to secure victory. Indeed, one could observe that General Yu's tone had noticeably deepened, a clear indication of the influx of spiritual energy. Upon witnessing Chun Li's generous gesture, Lu Bo, Zhang Yapeng, and Tai Shan were equally unwilling to be outdone, swiftly retrieving their storage rings to hurl spirit stones towards Chen Zhe. Are you challenging me on the arena? Chun Li felt his irritation rise as the number of spirit stones thrown by his adversaries far exceeded his own contributions. In retaliation, he tossed over another 100,000 spirit stones towards General Yu, empowering him once more to suppress Chen Zhe, whose rhetoric became increasingly sharp. Come on, let's not lose our momentum in terms of spirit stones. General Yapeng was right. We must bolster General Chen Zhe with spirit stones. With that, all three of them each launched another 100,000 spirit stones towards Chen Zhe, their speed surpassing that of Chen Li. Refusing to be outdone, Chen Li retrieved 2 additional storage rings. Handing them to Shen Qing He and Jizue Ra, instructing them to follow his lead and shower spirit stones upon General Yu. The 2 women were perplexed. On one hand, they could not comprehend Chen Li's fervent outburst, while on the other, they were bewildered by the exchange of eloquent insults between the 2 formidable figures on stage. Yet, seeing Chun Li so animated, they dared not voice their confusion and obediently began to rain spirit stones upon the arena. The disciples of the Wuji sect could no longer contain themselves and joined the fray, though their contributions were scattered and less noticeable. Fortunately, the sheer number of them added up to a significant amount. General Yapeng, they are being suppressed once again. This Chen Li possesses an extraordinary wealth of spirit stones. How can a mere chi refinement stage cultivator be so affluent? Enough chatter. General Chen Zhe is on the brink of defeat. Let us lend him our support. An increasing number of disciples flocked to the battleground, including Su Ming and her companions, who had just returned from the Beast Sea battlefield, drawn in to stand beside Chun Li in support of General Yu. Thus, a rather peculiar scene unfolded. The disciples of the Wuji sect divided into 2 factions, one standing behind Chen Zhe, vehemently berating General Yu, while the other rallied behind General Yu, hurling insults at their opponents. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Wuji sect erupted into a cacophony, a truly magnificent spectacle. Even the sect leader and the esteemed elder were stirred, observing the verbal clash from a distance. As for Chen Zhe and General Yu, they had completely unshackled themselves from restraint, uttering the most unsavory remarks with alarming ease. The exchange was nothing short of outrageous, a truly exquisite indulgence in vitriol. Your son is without a backside, your wife is in line, your mother is with me, your family is in ruins, your ancestral grave has been desecrated, your sisters are sold as cauldrons for profit. Your parents are abominations, I dance on your grave, and I will become your father. At that moment, the 2 combatants were red-faced and neck-strained, while Chun Li and several saints joined the fray. Yet they found themselves at a disadvantage, lacking the diverse vocabulary that Chun Li wielded, rendering them speechless. My heavens! Shen Qing, he felt her face flush crimson, shaking her head incessantly. She sensed her master had succumbed to madness, as his vile outbursts were starkly at odds with his lofty persona. Damn it! In our own Wuji sect, can I really be bullied by you? Zhang Yapeng bellowed, flinging 1,000,000 spirit stones into the arena, instantly overpowering Chun Li. At that moment, Chun Zhe's spirit stones had soared to over 300,000, while General Yu's total remained under 200,000. Is this how you want to play? Chun Li was unfazed, producing an 8th-tier treasure, the Carnival Shield, and casting it at General Yu's feet. That a collective gasp echoed from the disciples of the Wuji sect. No way, an 8th-tier treasure. Chun Li is throwing around 8th-tier treasures like they're nothing. By market value, that shield is worth at least 500,000 spirit stones. With this, victory for General Yu is all but assured. While Lu Bo and the other generals also possessed 8th-tier treasures, they could not afford to part with them, as they still needed them for their own purposes. Chen Li, however, had no such reservations. The two were simply incomparable. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Yiping was left dumbfounded. This Chun Li truly spares no expense, throwing out an 8th-tier treasure. Goodness, generals, do any of you have a treasure? Quickly, throw something out to dampen this brat's arrogance. I don't, but General Zhang, I recall you have an 8th-tier meteor hammer. Toss it out? What are you saying? That's my most prized possession. Is it more important to keep your treasure or to maintain your dignity? Damn it, enough? Here it goes. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yiping extracted a gleaming meteor hammer from his storage ring and hurled it forward. Chen Li sneered. While he might fear spirit stones, he had an abundance of treasures. Let me show you the capabilities of a top-tier cultivator in the immortal realm. With a cold laugh, Chen Li unleashed an 8th-tier Dragon Slayer blade. My goodness, another 8th-tier treasure. Is he out of his mind? How many treasures does Chun Li possess? This is outrageous. Everyone knew he was wealthy, but this was absurd. Was he tossing 8th-tier treasures around like refuse? The appearance of the Dragon Slayer blade ignited the atmosphere, like a spark hitting dry tinder. Help? How can a mere chi refinement stage cultivator possess so many treasures? Oh heavens, can someone explain this to me? General Taishan was utterly bemused. Zhang Yiping was practically bloodied from the nose, seemingly possessed, his gaze fixated on the magnificent Dragon Slayer blade, which was even superior to his meteor hammer. Aside from Chun Li, only Shen Qing remained indifferent to the Dragon Slayer blade. She felt nothing, as her own tassels were 9th-tier treasures, and her attire was an imperial weapon. She truly did not regard an 8th-tier treasure with any significance. With the assistance of the Dragon Slayer blade, General Yu effortlessly triumphed in this war of words. Chen Zhe appeared dazed, his expression one of utter despair, as if he were on the verge of collapse from exhaustion. General Yu, brimming with pride, delivered a decisive kick to Chen Zhe, stepping on his head and proclaiming, Chen Zhe, you better learn to behave when you see me in the future, or you will truly regret it. With that, General Yu gathered the spirit stones scattered across the ground and soared over to Chun Li, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for Chun Li's assistance, he would never have been able to triumph over Chen Zhe in this exchange. Thus, he promptly invited Chun Li and the Yu family troops, who had cheered for him, to enjoy a leisurely day at the beach on the Wuji Sect's island. Absolutely, Chun Li was delighted at the prospect of leisure. However, before that, he needed to request the spirit stones he had rightfully won from Zhang Yiping and the other Wuji Sect saints. Zhang Yiping and the other generals gritted their teeth in frustration, but, adhering to the principle of accepting defeat, reluctantly handed over 3 million spirit stones to Chen Li. Above the clouds, the Wuji Sect's ancestor chuckled helplessly, speaking to the sect leader beside him. Is this the infamous Chen Li? Truly deserving of his reputation, the path he treads is indeed unconventional. The sect leader shook his head in resignation. This Chen Li possesses remarkable talent. Were it not for his low cultivation level, he would undoubtedly be a prominent figure in the Xianyun continent. Even now, he is indeed a noteworthy character. His fame, surpassing that of many sect leaders, is unparalleled. Chun Li. This fellow is far too famous to be known even among some reclusive ancestors is a testament to his extraordinary prowess. The Wuji Sect elder shook his head, his figure flickering as he vanished without a sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for assisting General Yu in winning the PK. Rewards are now being issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 10,000 boxes of Hoi Dai Ha Pai, 10,000 packets of Ko Wei Wang, and 10,000 packs of Huazi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Sky full of fireworks. The system's voice echoed. Chun Li gazed at his rewards, feeling somewhat speechless. Each time he encountered General Yu, the system would assign him some bizarre tasks. While these tasks were relatively simple, the rewards were undeniably peculiar. Yet again, he received Huazi and betel nut. This time, he had been granted an astonishing 10,000 portions. When would he ever get through all of that? By the way, Master Chun, here are your treasures and spirit stones. As General Yu was lost in thought, he suddenly handed over a storage ring. Chun Li took the ring, and with a sweep of his divine sense, discovered that it contained over 3 million spirit stones, along with the 2 8th-tier magical artifacts he had just discarded. General Yu, what is the meaning of this? I certainly did not present you with so many spirit stones. Chun Li expressed his confusion, as he had only thrown away around 180,000 spirit stones. Yet General Yu had gifted him over 3 million. Chief Chun, please accept it, without your assistance. They would never have produced such a substantial amount of spirit stones to cheer us on. Your expenses will, of course, be reimbursed in full, while the contributions from others shall be split 3 to 7 between us. We cannot allow you to toil for nothing, can we? General Yu replied. Very well, I shall not be polite then. Chun Li accepted the storage ring, familiar with such arrangements, and thus refrained from unnecessary pleasantries. Indeed, we can collaborate more often in the future, adhering to this same protocol. The disciples' spirit stones will be divided 3 to 7, while Chief Chen, your share will be reimbursed in full. Quite splendid. Upon reaching the beach outside the Wuazong, night had fallen, and General Yu ordered a bonfire to be lit. Chun Li, feeling a surge of excitement, immediately set up a barbecue grill and began to roast food. Shen Xinghe and Jizuo, unfamiliar with the surroundings, sat nearby, engaging in casual conversation with Su Ming. Their shared topic was, of course, Chen Li, who was astonishingly adept at seamlessly integrating and socializing with anyone. No matter where he went, strangers would greet him as if they were old friends, laughing and chatting as if they had known each other for years. Seeing them appear bored, Chun Li brought over his first batch of grilled food. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Chief Chun. Shen Xinghe and Jizuo expressed their gratitude in unison. Here, let me fetch you 2 crates of ha beer, Chun Li declared, placing 2 crates on the ground. Observing this, General Yu skillfully opened a bottle, shaking it triumphantly before downing it in one go. Chief Chun, it has been ages since I last enjoyed your ha beer. Do provide us with a bit more to satisfy the cravings of our Yu family soldiers. Chun Li chuckled and tossed out a generous quantity of ha beer, betel nuts, and cigarettes, this time in a quantity nearly 10 times that of his previous offering. General Yu was taken aback. So much, Chen Li replied. It is my first visit to Wuazong. I cannot arrive empty-handed. Consider this my gift to the general. General Yu clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Chief Chen. With that, he began to rally the disciples on the beach to come and collect the beer and betel nuts. In no time, more than half of the items had vanished, with Wuazong disciples scattered across the beach, reveling in a haze of smoke, chewing betel nuts, and drinking beer. The scene appeared chaotic, yet all was under General Yu's control. Jizuo watched in astonishment, in the span of just half a stick of incense. The formerly disciplined disciples of Wuazong had transformed into figures reminiscent of demonic cultivators, sprawled on the sand, utterly intoxicated with ecstasy. Truly, Chief Chun is remarkable, she exclaimed. Sister Ji, would you like to have some of this beer? Shen Xinghe offered a bottle. No. No. Jizuo shook her head repeatedly, fearful of becoming like the others from Wuazong. After all, before her departure, Mu Nantian had cautioned her countless times to avoid being influenced by Chun Li's questionable habits. Chapter 67. Qin Yaoshuang disappears, then I shall take her place, after a few days of revelry on the beach. The day for the opening of the Dragon Clan's secret realm finally arrived. Throughout this time, Chun Li had attempted to contact Qin Yaoshuang several times, yet for reasons unknown, she had not responded. Considering her identity as the reincarnation of a demon emperor, Chun Li surmised that she might be entangled in other pressing matters, and thus he let it go. However, leaving the slot vacant would be a waste. So he conferred with General Yu, proposing to take Qin Yaoshuang's place. Upon hearing this, General Yu was taken aback. Chief Chun, as a Qi refinement stage cultivator, entering the Dragon Clan's secret realm is akin to courting death. Courting death? What a notion. I, Chen Li, am a prodigy of unparalleled talent, with countless magical artifacts at my disposal. Do you truly believe I would be courting death? Chen Li scoffed at this assertion. The misunderstanding of the world regarding him ran deep. At this moment, he regarded not only saints, but even emperors with disdain. What could a mere secret realm of the Dragon Clan do to him? Indeed, with your vast array of magical artifacts and puppets, a leisurely tour of the Dragon Clan's secret realm should pose no mortal danger. General Yu mused, reassured by Chun Li's words. Although the secret realm was fraught with peril, the accessible areas were limited, and thus the risks were manageable. Chen Li's assertion that a simple exploration would present no significant issues seemed plausible. Nonetheless, Chen Li's true cultivation level was already at mid-stage spirit saint. It remained uncertain whether the concealed level could evade the detection of the Dragon Clan's secret realm's formations. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system's voice resonated. Rest assured, host, the concealed cultivation level remains undetectable to anyone in this realm. Excellent. Chun Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light suddenly illuminated the distant horizon, cascading down like a resplendent river into Wuazong. the arrival of the Chimu ancestor from the Tian Yan Sect was heralded. Accompanied by 3 disciples at the Spirit Emperor level, preparing to enter the Dragon Clan's secret realm. Among them, Chun Li recognized Yao Qingqing, the granddaughter of Yao Bufan, who had remarkably advanced to the Spirit Emperor level in a mere few months. Chun Li, what brings you here? Yao Qingqing exclaimed, astonished to see him. Chun Li chuckled. I am here for a tour of Wuazong. A tour? Why are Sister Ji and Sister Shen here as well? Yao Qingqing eyed the 2 women behind Chun Li with disbelief. Chun Li smiled and replied, they are here for academic exchange. You can confirm with General Yu. General Yu nodded. Indeed. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, General Yu took Shen Qinghe and Ji Zuiru away. Mindful that their presence was due to a slot obtained through dubious means that eye in the skies. After a short conversation between the Chimu ancestor and the Wuazong ancestor, they proceeded together to the sea where the Dragon Clan's secret realm had manifested. The gravity of the situation required their combined strength to tear open a rift, allowing the younger disciples to enter. The task of leading the group naturally fell to General Yu and Chun Li. General Yu continued aboard his grand flying vessel, while Chun Li took several younger disciples from the Tian Yan Sect aboard his Tian 20. General Yu, donning sunglasses, stood at the bow, chewing betel nuts and smoking. Chief Chun, your magical artifact is impressive. After all these years, this is my first encounter with it, and I cannot even detect its flight trajectory with my divine sense. Chun Li explained, that is entirely normal. For my Tian 20 employs a cloaking layout. Within your divine sense, it would appear no larger than a pigeon. Come, Chief Chun, let us engage in a contest of speed and passion, General Yu declared. As soon as he finished speaking, he propelled his vessel to its maximum speed, a tremendous roar echoing as it rapidly distanced itself from Chun Li's Tian 20. It appeared to be the perfect moment to showcase the supersonic maneuverability of my Tian 20. Chen Li, unwilling to be outdone, tossed a considerable quantity of spirit stones into the power chamber of the Tian 20. With a resounding boom, it began to accelerate visibly, soon overtaking General Yu's vessel and leading by a significant margin. Half an hour later, Chun Li piloted the Tian 20 to the ocean where the secret realm had materialized. What artifact is this? Chun Li, the voice of the Chimu ancestor boomed from beneath the surface of the ocean. The Wuazong ancestor also regarded Chun Li's Tian 20 with keen interest. Chun Li from the Tian Yan Sect is truly a breath of fresh air on our Xianyun continent. Even his magical artifact is unlike any other. To receive such praise from an elder of the Emperor level was undoubtedly a point of pride. Yet, ironically, the one being praised was none other than the renowned waste of the Xianyun continent. Chun Li, which added an intriguing layer to the situation. The Chimu ancestor could not discern whether the Wuazong ancestor's words were complimentary or disparaging. However, it mattered little. Chun Li had long been a source of embarrassment. And had he been concerned with such matters, the Chimu ancestor would have long since been driven to despair. Returning to the matter at hand, the state of the secret realm appeared somewhat abnormal. I observe that the formation's rift seems to indicate that there may be more than one entrance to this secret realm. He noted, "Do, are you suggesting that there are other entrances to the secret realm in different oceanic regions?" The Chimu ancestor nodded. That is highly likely. The Wuazong ancestor's expression turned serious. If that is the case, it seems that more than just our 2 sects will be entering the secret realm. A fierce battle appears inevitable. Upon hearing the news, Chun Li was not particularly surprised. After all, secret realms are typically vast expanses, where cultivators from all corners of the world gather to vie for treasures, creating an exhilarating and thrilling atmosphere. By the way, esteemed ancestors, I plan to venture in shortly. You wouldn't object, would you? I concur, the venerable Qingmu responded almost instantaneously. But upon noticing the bewildered expression on the face of the nearby Chen Yuan, he quickly added, Chun Li, your adventurous spirit is commendable, yet please ensure your safety. Do not fall victim within. Chun Li chuckled reassuringly. Fear not, ancestor. At that moment, General Yu's flying vessel arrived, and even before he disembarked, his voice rang out. Chief Chun, your speed in traversing this realm is remarkable. Could you possibly arrange for a similar vessel for me? I would be willing to pay handsomely. That is certainly feasible. Chen Li readily agreed. As they bantered, the 2 ancestors each produced a formation disc, channeling their spiritual energy into it. Once activated, the discs unleashed innumerable beams of light that surged skyward, intertwining to form 2 colossal formations. Subsequently, with a ripping sound, a vast vortex of water split open, revealing a fissure over 10 meters wide. Simultaneously, The two ancestors seated themselves in meditation, employing their immense spiritual energy to stabilize this spatial rift. Though the rift appeared modest, maintaining the integrity of the passage required the power of two emperors. Chapter 68. Entering the secret realm, moreover, even with the two emperors personally stabilizing the rift, they could only ensure its existence for 7 days. Should they fail to return by then, they would be destined to remain within the secret realm indefinitely, awaiting the next opening. Hurry inside. General Yu's commanding shout jolted the awestruck disciples back to reality. However, even with his urging, they hesitated, unsure how to approach the spatial rift due to their lack of experience. General Yu, growing impatient, kicked one of them into the rift. For heaven's sake, jump in already. This prompted the disciples to obediently line up and leap into the breach. Chun Li noticed that Ji Zhuo and Shen Qinghe, also clad in the robes of the Wuazong sect, had jumped into the rift, and he prepared to follow suit. He wished to remain with his disciples within the secret realm. General Yu called out to him, "Chief Chen, there's no need to rush. Entering sooner or later yields the same outcome. Moreover, such secret realms often involve random teleportation, so where you end up is purely a matter of luck. It is quite possible you may not encounter your disciples until you exit. Chen Li realized, evidently, this was a substantial undertaking. You three should also enter. He instructed Yao Qingqing and her companions, without hesitation. They sprang into the rift, aware that each second spent in the secret realm increased their chances of seizing opportunities. Once the disciples had all leapt inside, Chun Li recalled an important detail and hurriedly inquired of General Yu, "By the way, while we have entered, how do we exit once the time is up?" General Yu lit a cigarette and replied, "There's no need for concern." At the moment they entered the secret realm, they were marked by the ancestors' formation discs. When the ancestors can no longer maintain it, they will naturally use the discs to extract them from the realm. I understand now. Chen Li nodded, then retrieved 50 pieces of currency from his storage ring and handed them to General Yu. "General, I shall also enter. I would appreciate your patience in awaiting my return over these 7 days." General Yu accepted the currency, stating, "It is only right." Without further ado, Chun Li limbered up and executed a flawless dive into the secret realm. What does it feel like to enter a spatial rift? Chun Li soon discovered, as a prolonged sensation of dizziness enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing on a vast prairie. This was entirely different from his expectations of a dragon clan's secret realm. Were not dragons supposed to dwell in the ocean? Why had he been transported to a sprawling grassland, gazing at the boundless expanse? Chun Li couldn't help but think of Ma Aoba, wondering if he had returned to his homeland's prairie. After wandering the verdant plains for a while, Chun Li noticed that, despite the lushness of the grassland, there was not a single bird in sight. As for people, they were utterly absent. Just as he lamented his misfortune, the sky suddenly warped, and a strangely dressed woman fell directly in front of him. Her bizarre attire unmistakably marked her as a foreigner. Without hesitation, Chun Li drew his divine dragon great axe, preparing to send her to her demise. "Calm down, fellow from the central plains. There are abundant treasures in this secret realm. Let us not engage in mutual slaughter." The female cultivator spoke, her voice melodious yet tinged with an awkward accent, indicating that the language of the central plains was not her native tongue. Chen Li sheathed his axe and inquired in her language, "What is your name?" "What Ming Zi Shi Ri Mui Xiang, Lai Zi Xian Yun De Lu Dong Fong De Bai Bin De Lu." She introduced herself, clad in a short garment resembling a bedsheet, her fair complexion flushed with a hint of rosy hue, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful yet exuding a youthful charm. "Bi Bin De Lu?" Chun Li cast a glance at her smooth and delicate legs, perplexed. "Miss Xiang, is your homeland impoverished? Why do you wear such a makeshift garment?" "This is due to our sparse population, for the continuation of our people. Our women's attire has gradually evolved to resemble that of a bedsheet." Xiang's petite frame and gentle tone belied a strength that was impossible to doubt. "Interesting," Chen Li mused, then inquired, "Miss Xiang, do you know where we are?" "I do not know." Although Xiang's voice was soft, her tone betrayed impatience, clearly indicating her unfavorable impression of Chun Li, the man from the Central Plains. This young man, appearing to be in his 20s and quite handsome, bore resemblance to the corpulent middle-aged men of her homeland, whom she despised. Consequently, she harbored an aversion to him as well. "Farewell, fellow traveler." Xiang furrowed her delicate brows and bid him goodbye, having no intention of embarking on an adventure alongside him. After all, before entering the secret realm, Her family had repeatedly cautioned her that individuals from the Central Plains were treacherous, and she should avoid excessive contact with them. Even if she encountered one, she ought to depart swiftly, lest she provide them an opportunity to exploit her. Upon hearing her sentiments, Chen Li made no effort to retain her. Those of her ilk were not only diminutive in stature, but also possessed considerable cunning. After meandering through the prairie for half a day, Chun Li felt fatigued and retrieved a rocking chair from his storage ring, donning sunglasses in preparation for a nap. However, scarcely had he closed his eyes when Xiang returned. Exclaiming, "Help me, help me!" Chun Li, undisturbed, turned over to continue his slumber. Yet, despite his disinterest, trouble was brewing. As a flurry of shurikens hurtled toward him, by heavens, do you take me for a mere plaything? Chun Li's ice-heart divine barrier automatically activated, rebounding the shurikens while enveloping them in southern brightly fire. The assailant, startled, swiftly altered their hand signs and burrowed into the ground, recognizing the use of a technique akin to the so-called ninjutsu from Bai Ben De Lu. Chun Li understood that such arts were merely alternate applications of spiritual energy. Disrupting them was not a challenge. With a firm stomp, he channeled his spiritual energy into the earth, sensing the subterranean movements with clarity. I shall not allow you to escape. Chun Li brandished a large black stick, stealthily approaching the ninja's hiding spot. The small ninja, having waited patiently, felt the absence of danger and finally poked their head out of the ground. Chapter 69. The Divine Temple. Here comes the little flying stick. The sound reached his ears, and the small ninja, in a panic, looked up to find a large black stick descending from above. With a resounding thud, the ninja's head erupted like a balloon, splattering a mess of white matter across the ground. You have slain the ninja sovereign of the IGA clan, Xiang exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Since you have witnessed it, why waste words? Chun Li retracted his large black staff, casting a glance, or rather a disregard, at the lifeless body of the underground ninja before turning away to Xiang, who longed to follow him. Hesitated as thoughts of Chen Li's formidable weapon flooded her mind, causing her legs to weaken, and she swiftly abandoned the notion. However, she had witnessed Chen Li's prowess. With a single strike, he had vanquished an elite from the IGA clan. Undeniably a master of the spirit sovereign realm, as long as she trailed him from a distance, she believed she could navigate her way out of the vast grasslands, with only 7 days for the secret realm to remain open. It would be a waste to meander aimlessly for that duration. Indeed, after she began to shadow Chun Li, her fortunes improved significantly. Not only did she no longer encounter any cultivators, but she also managed to exit the grasslands in just half a day. At that moment, the pair arrived at a mountain range, the central peak towering exceptionally high, a sight that left not only Xiang in awe but also Chun Li, who could not help but express his astonishment. Such a lofty mountain must surely conceal treasures, Chun Li mused, and indeed, it was not long before he heard the sounds of combat among cultivators. The presence of a battle signified that ahead lay either beauty or riches. As expected, his assumptions were validated. Fellow Taoists, we of the North Sea sect were the first to discover this dragon blood bodhi. The speaker was a bald cultivator at the late stage of the spirit sovereign realm, flanked by another cultivator of similar standing from the same sect. One must admit, these two were remarkably fortunate to have stumbled upon such an opportunity. Yet, even with the support of their sect, it mattered little, as they were vying for the dragon blood bodhi against 3 other late-stage spirit sovereign cultivators. Though not of the same sect, they shared a common imperative: the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Such insignificant cultivators would pose no challenge for Chen Li, who could easily dispatch them with a mere flick of his finger. However, he had no intention of doing so. While the dragon blood bodhi was rare, it held little value for someone as affluent as Chun Li, who could treat it as mere dried fruit. Naturally, he found no incentive to covet something so trivial, i.e. the vast mountains and rivers. Extraordinary treasures naturally accompany them. If the base of the mountain bore such a rare flower as the dragon blood bodhi, then surely the summit would harbor even more remarkable wonders. Chun Li's excitement surged, and he soared past the bickering cultivators, ascending the mountain. Before long, he reached the mountainside, only to be taken aback when he discovered that, despite his combat prowess rivaling that of a half-step emperor, he could no longer fly at this altitude and was forced to proceed step by step. This was the power of the rules. Upon encountering them, one was subject to the methods of an emperor. It appeared that there truly were great treasures atop this mountain. Chun Li gazed at the peaks that pierced the clouds, his expression growing serious. According to his true cultivation strength, he should be invincible within this secret realm. Yet even he could ascend only to this midpoint. The higher he climbed, the more formidable the power of the rules became, and under their influence, even he faced the risk of falling. Should he continue upward? Chun Li hesitated. With an emperor's experience card and the exceptional abilities of his dare to defy technique, he reasoned that he should be safe enough. Resolving his doubts, he pressed onward, ascending the mountain. As he climbed, his expression shifted to one of increasing trepidation, for he realized that beyond this midpoint, there was no turning back. He could only continue his ascent. Moreover, with each step, his cultivation was gradually diminished. Slowly, as his power waned to that of an almost ordinary person, a magnificent palace, breathtaking in its grandeur, appeared before him, its spires and halls resembling a dream. Standing outside the palace was an elderly man. His hair a mix of white and gray, garbed in flowing robes, leaning on a cane, resembling a deity from a painting. "Elder, what is this place, and who are you?" Chun Li, ever bold, quickly accepted his newfound ordinary status and greeted the old man. "This is the Dragon Clan's sacred temple," the elder replied. "I am the guardian of the temple. You may also regard me as its spirit." "Elder, why have I become an ordinary person?" Chen Li inquired. Puzzled, the elder spoke with calmness. "The temple is a holy ground of the Dragon Clan. Here, all powers are suppressed by the will of the Dragon God. This is a condition for entering the temple. Only warriors who can overcome various tribulations with their own strength are deemed worthy of inheriting the Dragon God's legacy." "All powers suppressed?" Chun Li mused, unable to suppress the thought that if that were the case, his system would be rendered useless. "System. Host. I remain. Do not heed that old man's boastful words. Simply wait for your tasks." Chun Li nodded. "Okay." The elder continued. "Before entering the temple, all must bathe in the sacred spring, which will cleanse your foundation and forge an extraordinary physique." "Very well." Chun Li, lacking interest in developing a powerful physique, merely thought that a relaxing soak would suffice. The so-called sacred spring lay in an open area outside the temple, resembling a natural hot spring, except that it shimmered with a holy silver light. "This water is remarkable." Chun Li stripped off his clothes and plunged into the spring with a splash. It must be said, the sensation was exquisite, akin to a simultaneous steam bath and full-body massage, utterly delightful. However, as he soaked, he began to sense something amiss. Despite the passage of time, he remained the sole occupant of the temple. The elder remarked, "You are the first person in countless millennia to reach the foothills of the sacred mountain. As for the others, they must ascend step by step, making you the first to arrive at the temple and the first to enter it." Chen Li's eyes brightened. "The first in millennia? Am I truly that impressive?" The elder nodded. "Indeed. I find you intriguing. Although the power of the temple's rules has entered your body, you remain unaffected, soaring upward until you approach the temple, at which point your powers began to gradually dissipate." Chapter 70. The elder of the Dragon Clan. The elder's praise brought Chen Li great comfort. However, he ultimately found himself devoid of power. This meant everyone stood on equal footing, with Chun Li's only advantage being his early arrival at the temple. Yet, this advantage could also be a double-edged sword. Should there be monsters within the temple, he would be left to fend for himself, and the risk of falling in battle was all too real. Such a prospect was decidedly unfavorable. Chun Li, who relished a comfortable life, had no desire to become an adventurer. "Elder, after my bath, could you escort me down the mountain?" Chun Li directly inquired of the old man. The elder shook his head, saying, "I'm afraid not. This is a one-way ticket. To leave, you must utilize the temple's teleportation array. There is no other means." "Darn." Chun Li inwardly lamented his misfortune. He had no choice but to venture into this predicament. Chun Li then asked, "Can the system issue a task?" "System. Host. You see, you're getting anxious again. Patience. A task will come to you in due time." After another 2 hours, a figure finally emerged from the mist before the temple. "Finally, someone has arrived." Chun Li stood up, waving enthusiastically. "Fellow Taoist, over here, this way." The individual promptly stepped out from the mist, and to Chun Li's surprise, it was none other than Wuazong, whom he had encountered on the vast grasslands at this moment. Upon seeing Chun Li, Wuazong could not help but feel a surge of joy. She had followed him to this place, yet her cultivation had been entirely suppressed by the temple at the mountain's base, causing her to lose track of him. Now, upon spotting Chen Li, she thought to herself that she must have chosen the right path. Any place where Chen Li lingered surely held extraordinary treasures. However, she did not anticipate Chun Li's directness. Greeting her while completely unclothed, which caused her face to flush that it was undeniable that men from the Middle Earth were indeed bold. Simultaneously, Xiang noticed the elders standing outside the temple. After exchanging pleasantries, she too approached the sacred spring for a bath. The spring's miraculous effects on the body were something she had long coveted, especially considering the generally inferior physical quality of ninjas from her continent. Cleansing herself in the Dragon Clan's sacred spring was a dream come true. Miss Xiang, it's best to bathe in the hot spring without any clothes. It feels the most refreshing in the sacred spring. Chun Li, with great enthusiasm, offered a reminder as the sun dipped below the horizon. Xiang glanced at Chun Li's smug expression, her irritation rendering her speechless. She simply removed her outer garment and shoes. Stepping into the water on the opposite side of the spring, Chen Li swam over to her, exclaiming, "Let us converse." Miss Xiang, lounging about is hardly engaging. Xiang, her face awash with alarm, instinctively crossed her arms over her chest and retorted, "Stay away from me. Don't come any closer." "Humph. As if you possess any allure." Chun Li scoffed, his disdain evident upon witnessing her fearful demeanor, while others might misunderstand the little notebook. Chun Li was acutely aware of what she truly represented, despite her attempts at pretense. "Damn it. I'll make you stew in your own juices later." In the ensuing silence, another hour swiftly passed. Chun Li felt as if he might dissolve into the warm waters of the spring, prompting him to finally depart and prepare for a little barbecue. Just then, several cultivators arrived at the shrine, all strikingly golden-haired and blue-eyed women. Western sorceresses. How on earth did they congregate here? Chun Li marveled. Taken aback by their presence, these sorceresses truly possessed remarkable skills, managing to gather their comrades in such a vast secret realm that he resolved to seize an opportunity to engage them, ideally uniting Shen He and the other disciples of the Tian Yan Sect. For when hearts and efforts align, their journey through the secret realm would surely yield bountiful rewards. After a brief exchange with the elderly guardian, the 8 golden-haired sorceresses approached the sacred spring. "Hey, you lot, get lost!" Xiang, perplexed, exclaimed. "What?" Chun Li derided. "Uncultured. They're telling us to scram." Okay, take your time washing." Without hesitation, Chun Li climbed out of the spring, indifferent to the possibility of indecency, as he leisurely retrieved his clothes. Xiang, though reluctant, realized she was outnumbered and complied, standing to dress. She noticed the sorceresses eyeing Chun Li's lower half, their throats visibly swallowing. Unable to resist, she glanced as well, and immediately felt her throat dry. "What are you staring at?" Chun Li flicked his body, sending a spray of water droplets towards Xiang's face. 8 teeth. Xiang's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly wiped her face. "What's the point of that? I already relieved myself in there, and you still washed," Chen Li remarked nonchalantly while adjusting his trousers. "What, you actually urinated in the sacred spring?" Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Chun Li straightened his attire and replied coolly, "What's the big deal? I was about to drop a load, but you all interrupted me." "Goodness, you're revolting," Xiang conceded. This man from the Central Plains was anything but normal. He could speak of such shameful acts with such indifference. "The barbecue is off the table. Would you care to join me in the shrine?" Chun Li invited, gazing at the towering palace before them. Xiang stated, "According to the ancestral tablet of the Rimu family, the Dragon Palace Shrine is a legacy palace crafted by the Dragon Clan over millions of years. Although it is filled with boundless treasures, it is also fraught with peril. Once entered, one's strength will gradually recover. Thus, the sooner we enter, the sooner we regain our power. Then let us form a team." Chun Li interjected eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang reluctantly agreed. "All right, I accept your invitation." For now, she had no choice but to trust Chun Li. The haughty Western sorceresses were unlikely to extend a team invitation to her. Thus, Chun Li was her only and best option. The elderly guardian before the shrine, observing their intent to enter, smiled and advised, "The Dragon Palace Shrine comprises 3 main halls, the Yuqing Palace, the Shangqing Palace, and the Tai Ching Palace, each containing the treasures of the Dragon God. Should you find something of worth, I hope you will care for the descendants of the Dragon Clan in the future." Chen Li nodded. "That is certainly agreeable, but I have yet to see what a dragon looks like. Surely they haven't gone extinct." The elder smiled silently, stepping aside to permit their entrance. At that moment, the once closed gates of the shrine responded, rumbling open to reveal a magnificent display of vibrant, soft light and mist. As the long-dormant shrine awakened, Chun Li donned sunglasses to shield himself from the intense light. finally discerning that the luminous objects within the expansive hall resembled celestial orbs scattered like stars. What are these? Chen Li's eyes sparkled as he reached out to grasp one for a closer examination. Don't touch it. Rimu Xiang urgently intercepted him, her tone grave. These are dragon essence. Legend holds that once the divine dragons perished, their powers crystallized into dragon essence. If touched, it could awaken the vengeful spirits within, obliterating anyone in proximity. Did you glean that from the tablet of your family? Chun Li asked, retracting his hand and cautiously stepping into the shrine. However, even with sunglasses, avoiding the multitude of dragon essence proved challenging, as their erratic trajectories rendered them nearly impossible to elude. I say, Xiang, this one do. If we keep dodging like this, we'll surely end up in smithereens. Has your tablet been tampered with? Chun Li queried. Impossible. The Rimu family's tablet has been a sacred artifact passed down since the distant Warring States period, detailing countless legendary ninjutsu. Who would dare to alter it? Just as she finished speaking, a glowing purple dragon essence collided with her chest. With a thud, the vibrant dragon essence froze midair, revealing the fierce, radiant phantoms of dragon souls upon each orb, just as Rimu Xiang had forewarned. Oh no, they're all awakening. Rimu Xiang shouted in terror. Quick, let us flee. Once the spirits merge with the dragon essence, there will be no saving us. Is that true? Chen Li's expression remained unchanged as he retrieved a crystal, inadvertently acquired from a disciple of the Wuji sect. This unknown object had become inexplicably hot since entering the shrine, especially as the dragon essence began to shift. At the moment the crystal appeared, the swirling dragon essence halted, converging towards the crystal from all directions. Soon, countless dragon essence orbs fused into the crystal, which transformed into a small, shadowy bead. Chen Li held the bead in his palm, noting no significant change in weight. However, since it was formed from numerous dragon essence, its value was undoubtedly extraordinary. What purpose does it serve? Chun Li mused, scrutinizing the bead. Just then, as his right eye focused on the bead, it suddenly cracked open. Before he could react, tendrils of mysterious purple light emerged from the fissure, akin to fine tentacles, penetrating deep into his eye. It was painless. The tendril-like strands intertwined within his eye, gradually forming a swirling pattern. The unusual transformation in his gaze bestowed upon him an extraordinary perception. In that instant, everything his right eye beheld became extraordinarily vivid. Dust, color, breath. None could escape his scrutiny, not even the undetectable fluctuations of gas, which took on clear contours in his mind. Wow, a superpower. Is this akin to the Sharingan? Chun Li exclaimed, unable to suppress his excitement as he reveled in his newfound abilities as he appeared to enter a state of euphoric delirium. Rimu Xiang, who had just recovered from her shock, was taken aback. She attempted to intervene, but in a moment of distraction stumbled. With a splash, the entire figure of Rimu Xiang tumbled to the ground in a comical display of clumsiness. The pain was excruciating, and in her moment of vulnerability, she felt as though she had lost all her cultivation, rendering her no different from an ordinary mortal. Tears streamed down her face as she winced in agony. Her ankle throbbed with a fiery ache, yet at that moment, she could not afford to dwell on it. She quickly inquired, "What have you just done? Why have all the dragon essences in the temple vanished?" "What dragon essence? Merely a triviality," Chen Li retorted. "Before someone as exceptional as myself, it dares not even shine." As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the fallen Rimu Xiang and asked, "Hey, Miss Xiang, what seems to be the matter with you?" Rimu Xiang pressed her lips together, gingerly rubbing her ankle. A look of pain etched across her features. "It's nothing. I've just twisted my ankle. Is that so? Allow me to assist you." Without further ado, he approached Rimu Xiang and helped her to her feet. Thank you very much." Due to her embarrassment, Rimu Xiang's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. It had been quite some time since she had experienced such close contact with a male, and suddenly being supported like this caused her heart to race uncontrollably. It's no trouble at all. By the way, Miss Xiang, you truly radiate a delightful fragrance." Chen Li scratched the back of his head, reminiscing about the various teachers from his past life as he inhaled the nostalgic scent wafting from her. Upon hearing this, Rimu Xiang's face reddened even further. "Let us proceed." Chen Li released her, striding purposefully toward the next chamber. However, upon glancing back, he discovered that Rimu Xiang remained rooted in place, her expression one of distress. Chun Li was puzzled and asked, "Is it really that serious just from twisting your ankle?" Rimu Xiang remained silent, taking a deep breath, and the flicker of good feelings she had just begun to harbor for Chun Li evaporated in an instant. You are fortunate to have encountered someone as kind-hearted as me. Let me massage your ankle. Chun Li turned back, without a moment's hesitation, grasping her injured foot gently and applying pressure to her delicate, unblemished ankle. Is this pressure acceptable? Rimu Ishiong nodded in agreement. It was truly odd. How could a mere cultivator possess such a proficient massage technique? The weather was indeed sweltering. Half an hour later, with a resounding slap, Chen Li patted Rimu Ishiong's small foot. All done. Rimu Ishiong lay quietly on the ground, breathing softly, as a sweet fragrance emanated from her moist, luscious lips, feeling as if she had just escaped a torturous ordeal. Ah, that felt marvelous. This is just the beginning. Without proper tools, I can only provide limited relief. With the right instruments, I could elevate your pleasure to new heights. At that moment, Rimu Ishiong firmly believed Chun Li's words, for she felt as if she could soar. Rimu Ishiong rose gracefully, her steps lighter, her body invigorated. Such was the power of a foot massage. Chapter 72, Thunder Dragon. Upon entering the second chamber, Chun Li sensed a subtle increase in his cultivation level. His current realm felt reminiscent of that of a spirit master. However, his combat prowess could not be solely defined by his level. Although he was now a spirit master, he could easily overpower a grand spirit master. This chamber was shrouded in darkness. Chen Li retrieved a large black rod from his storage ring, and with it in hand, he felt a surge of confidence. Simultaneously, his newly acquired right eye proved to be invaluable, its enhanced perception allowing him to detect the slightest vibrations in the air, alerting him to hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. With the black rod bolstering his resolve, Chen Li boldly led the way, while Rimu Ishiong trailed cautiously behind him. The atmosphere was thick with fog, obscuring their path and muffling all sounds, leaving only the faintest echoes of their breaths resonating within the vast, empty palace. They tread carefully, their hearts racing with trepidation. The unseen dangers were indeed the most formidable, and even Chun Li, usually so composed, felt a sense of urgency, yearning for some beast to leap forth from the shadows to face him. Miss Ishiong, does your family still record any details about the nature of this chamber? Chen Li's voice echoed in the darkness, sounding almost like a disembodied voice, reverberating endlessly. Ugh, I truly despise the sound of my own voice. Chun Li lamented. Just as he shifted his stance, a sudden gust of wind surged forth from the darkness, and a massive hand emerged, seizing Chun Li's shoulder. Whoa! Caught off guard, Chun Li stumbled, instinctively swinging the black rod behind him, but struck only emptiness. By the time he turned around, the hand had vanished, and he found himself disoriented, unsure of his surroundings. Miss Ishiong, are you there? Chen Li called out tentatively, but the silence that followed was deafening. Suddenly, the air in front of him rippled like the surface of water. It's coming. This time, Chen Li saw clearly. Raising the black rod high, he swung it toward the indistinct figure lurking in the darkness. With a resounding crash, the figure was sent sprawling to the ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a small thunder dragon, barely a meter tall, now dazed and confused from the blow, its tiny limbs flailing helplessly. How intriguing! Chun Li's spirits lifted. One strike, and it's incapacitated. This one is a soft target. He swung the rod again, delivering another blow to the little thunder dragon's head, causing it to froth at the mouth. Chun Li reveled in his own might and reached for his mighty dragon-cutting knife from his storage ring, preparing to finish it off. However, just as the blade was about to descend, the little thunder dragon surprisingly rose to its feet, bowed deeply, and emitted low growls as if pleading for mercy. Goodness, it's gained sentience. Chun Li was taken aback. Such a brutish thunder dragon possessed intelligence. To confirm his suspicion, he lifted the knife once more, mimicking a strike, and the creature instinctively recoiled, displaying no signs of resistance whatsoever. Oh ho! It seems this little dinosaur has a bit of wit. Chun Li mused. If I were to tame it as a mount, that would be quite the spectacle. As he entertained the idea, Chen Li's excitement grew. In the Xianyun continent, there have been no reports of anyone managing to ride a thunder dragon. Even his brother had only managed to ride a large rooster. With a swift kick, Chun Li nudged the little thunder dragon. You, come with me. Serve as my pet. Do you accept? The little thunder dragon seemed to understand, obediently lying down at Chun Li's feet. Not one to stand on ceremony. He boldly mounted the creature and brandished the dragon-cutting knife. Let us go. Take me to find that enticing lady from earlier. With the little thunder dragon leading the way, the ominous atmosphere of the temple lightened considerably. Moreover, potential threats diminished significantly. It appeared that this chamber housed many descendants of the dragon clan. For each time the little thunder dragon traversed a distance, it would pause to emit soft growls into the darkness. Only when the chorus of growls around him grew louder did Chen Li realize something was amiss. It seemed the little thunder dragon had guided him into their lair. A multitude of glowing red eyes flickered in the darkness. Slowly encircling him, the little thunder dragon began to thrash violently, attempting to dislodge Chun Li from its back. Damn it! How dare you betray me? Watch as I chop you to bits, just as Chun Li prepared to strike. A colossal thunder dragon emerged from the shadows, roaring deafeningly, nearly knocking Chen Li off his feet. Upon hearing the roar, the little thunder dragon beneath him immediately knelt in submission, trembling in fear, appearing even more terrified than when confronted by Chen Li's black rod. It was as if a son had encountered his father, standing at attention as if awaiting orders. The little thunder dragon whimpered, seemingly pleading for forgiveness or relaying the tale of its mistreatment, undoubtedly implicating Chun Li in the process. What a cowardly traitor it was! Chun Li contemplated making a quick escape, but at that moment, he found himself completely surrounded by the dragon horde, with no escape route in sight. In an instant, his heart raced. He realized he was surely facing an insurmountable calamity. The sheer number of thunder dragons was overwhelming, and with his current cultivation level suppressed, he stood no chance against them. Surprisingly, however, the thunder dragons did not attack him. Instead, they engaged in a series of resonant roars, as if convening a council. The largest among them opened its massive jaws, as if capable of swallowing everything whole. Its mouth is so vast that it surpasses even that of a colossal elephant, evoking awe at its immense size and might. In the resonance of its roar, one can feel its power and majesty. As if it is the sovereign of this land, wielding dominion over all. It is evident that this creature embodies leadership. Chen Li gasped in astonishment. Without a doubt, the discussions among the Thunder Dragon clan were centered around how to deal with him. Understanding the situation, Chen Li mimicked the small Thunder Dragon's earlier gesture and bowed deeply to the imposing Thunder Dragon chieftain. Greetings, esteemed elder. I must say, the less meat there is, the less appetizing it is. However, the meat of spiritual beast is delectable, and I present it to you. With that, Chen Li waved his hand, producing a copious amount of spiritual beast meat from his storage ring, including a significant quantity of spiritual fish he had captured on the island of Wuji Sect. Originally intended for a leisurely barbecue back at Tian Yan Sect, he now offered it all. Observing Chen Li's display of respect, the Thunder Dragon leader roared once more. However, this time, its roar was markedly subdued. Evidently acknowledging Chen Li's tribute, Chen Li couldn't help but smile inwardly. This tactic proved effective regardless of location. What was a Thunder Dragon to him? After all, Chapter 73, Thunder Dragon, Dragon of the Heavens. Upon witnessing the abundance of food, the Thunder Dragons concealed in the shadows emerged, though, apart from the leader, the others were rather diminutive in size. Chen Li speculated that they were likely famished. How pitiful. One can only wonder what they have been consuming in this temple, as even the mighty Thunder Dragons appeared on the brink of starvation. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a time-limited quest. Subdue the small Thunder Dragon. Upon completion, a mysterious reward awaits. Damn it. The system has finally intervened. In truth, it didn't need to issue such a quest. Subduing this small Thunder Dragon was a necessity for Chen Li. The reason was simple. He abhorred betrayal. And a duplicitous creature like the small Thunder Dragon must endure Chen Li's relentless reprimands throughout its dragon life to atone for its transgressions. Roar! The Thunder Dragon leader bellowed again, seemingly attempting to communicate with Chen Li. Unfortunately, Chen Li could not comprehend. Dear compatriot, could you speak in the common tongue? I cannot understand your dragon language. The Thunder Dragon leader grasped his meaning and began conversing with Chen Li through spiritual awareness. Human, congratulations. You are the first in countless millennia to gain the recognition of the Thunder Dragon clan. Chen Li nodded, extending his fist. I am truly honored. The Thunder Dragon leader appeared perplexed but reciprocated the gesture with a dragon fist bump. May I inquire about your name? Long Outyen. Chen Li exclaimed. What a spirited name. He then asked, Brother Outyen, how does one clear the second trial of this temple? I am utterly disoriented here. Traversing the second trial is quite simple. I shall send a few individuals to escort you out shortly. But that fragrant human, she is your friend. Yes, she is on the verge of getting lost in the second trial. Would you like assistance in rescuing her? Long Outyen replied gallantly. That would be most appreciated, as I still have use for her. It would be a shame for her to become lost in this second trial. Chen Li responded, retrieving 1,000 crates of Daha beer from his storage ring and placing them before Long Outyen. This is a specialty from my homeland. I humbly offer it to you, Brother Outyen. Chen Li was never one to neglect the intricacies of human relationships, as this had always been his survival strategy. However, observing Long Outyen's large mouth, Chen Li contemplated whether he should produce a bath barrel to serve as a drinking vessel for him. In the next moment, Long Outyin displayed his divine prowess. And with a flash of golden light, he transformed into a naked, middle-aged balding man. Chen Li was left dumbfounded. He never imagined that even dragons could grapple with the woes of baldness. Yet, despite his baldness, he was well endowed, and as the clan leader, he surely attracted the attention of many dragonesses. "Brother, your hometown specialty is truly delightful," Long Outyin declared as he rapidly consumed a bottle. Chen Li raised his own bottle in a toast. "I also have betel nuts and Huazi cigarettes, which pair splendidly with this beer. Would you care to sample them?" "Absolutely." Long Outyin, oblivious to the notion of politeness, quickly devoured 2 betel nuts and a Huazi cigarette. As he exhaled smoke, he remarked, "Brother, it's rare to meet someone as adept at navigating social situations as you. Just before you entered this second trial, several pretentious cultivators were clamoring before me, completely oblivious to the concept of respect. I could hardly tolerate their insolence, so I devoured them on the spot." Though a few managed to escape into the third trial, listening intently, Chen Li grasped the crux of Long Outyin's words. "Brother Outyin, are you saying that others entered this temple before me?" Long Outyin exhaled another puff of smoke and nodded. "Indeed, but they did not traverse the same path as you. There was a young girl who could manipulate ice. She was extraordinary. Several small dragons approached her, only to be frozen into shards of ice. That is my disciple," Chen Li proclaimed proudly. Long Outyin released a plume of smoke, realizing that explains it. With a prodigious master like you, it is only natural for your disciple to be exceptional. The two continued their jovial exchange on various topics of common male interest. Eventually, 2 thunder dragons appeared, bearing the bewildered Ri Mui Xiong. At that moment, she was in a state of shock, both frightened and astonished. She was startled by the multitude of thunder dragons and amazed to see Chen Li conversing amicably with their leader. This was no mere adventure. It was evidently a holiday for him. "Wow, this girl is quite lovely. Brother, you are fortunate indeed. How many times do you think you could visit her in one night?" Long Outyin jested, playfully nudging Chen Li. Chen Li took it in stride. Dragons are inherently lustful. Such topics are unavoidable when befriending Long Outyin. However, at that moment, the leader was in a rather compromising state. His anatomy swaying in a most uncivilized manner. Ri Mui Xiong's face flushed crimson as she averted her gaze, too embarrassed to look at the two of them any longer. "Brother Outyin, my time is limited, so I shall not linger. I must proceed to the third trial." Long Outyin extinguished his cigarette and courteously offered, "Allow me to accompany you." Chen Li promptly declined. "Brother Outyin, there is no need for such formality. I can simply have the traitorous thunder dragon who brought me here escort me." "Indeed." Long Outyin waved his hand, and the small thunder dragon approached. "This dragon is a waste of space in our clan. It is utterly useless. If you do not mind, consider it your mount. I observed earlier that you riding it while wielding a large blade would indeed be quite impressive." Chen Li eagerly accepted the offer, expressing his gratitude. "In that case, thank you, Brother Outyin." After which, he presented another 1,000 crates of beer, along with Huazi and betel nuts. Long Outyin, of course, accepted them all, intrigued by the quality of the tobacco. By the way, Brother Outyin, what is its name?" Chen Li inquired. "It has no name. We simply refer to it as waste." "Please, feel free to name it waste," Chen Li pondered, bemused by the existence of such discrimination in any corner of the world. "Let us call it Gosheng, a splendid name. You are truly talented, brother." Long Outyin clasped his fists in appreciation. Chen Li mounted Gosheng with Ri Mui Xiong and bid farewell. "With that, I shall take my leave. Farewell." Just then, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Thunder Dragon mount. Rewards are now being distributed." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a substantial amount of cultivation energy." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the temple map." "Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the breath of the heavenly path. It can break through the suppression of the temple's primordial power in times of crisis, restoring your cultivation." As the system's voice faded, Chun Li immediately felt a surge of pure, powerful spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, enhancing his cultivation. The overwhelming energy continued to elevate his cultivation until he reached the late stage of spiritual saint before finally subsiding. Chapter 74. The road to robbery. Chen Li was elated. Cultivating was remarkably simple. Without much effort, he was nearing the level of an emperor. With Gosheng as his guide, the two swiftly entered the third trial. The second trial had been a silent realm, in stark contrast to the vibrant and bustling atmosphere of the third trial. Here, many people gathered. though due to the absence of spiritual energy and the temple suppression, they appeared as mere mortals. Dressed in primitive attire of animal hides and grass shoes, looking rather wild. This trial was intriguing, though one could not help but wonder about its purpose. Chen Li rode into a primitive tribe atop his dog. To his surprise, although the inhabitants appeared rather backward, their provisions were plentiful and enticing, to the point that the aroma alone sparked Chen Li's appetite. The same could be said for Rimui Xiang. In truth, once cultivators reach the spirit master realm, they can practice fasting. Unlike Chen Li, who reveled in culinary delights, their interest in food diminishes considerably. However, they both felt hunger at this moment, evidently a consequence of the divine temple's influence. The tribe's people gazed at the extravagantly dressed Chen Li and his companion with wide-eyed curiosity, yet their shyness prevented anyone from approaching them. Chen Li beckoned a naked child over. "Hey there. Lead the royal army to some food. The royal army is hungry and desires a feast. If you do well, there will be rewards." The child, with an innocent expression, shook his head vigorously, clearly unable to comprehend Chen Li's words. Rimui Xiang shot Chen Li a disapproving glance. He is a primitive person. He might not even understand human speech, and you're speaking your hometown dialect to him. Aren't you just bullying him? After saying this, she leaped down and, with a flourish, produced a candy figure. "Little brother, here is some candy. Can you take us to a place to eat?" While gesturing, she managed to convey her intent. The child promptly nodded in agreement. Signaling for them to follow him, he led them to what could be termed his home, which was essentially a large cave with no door. Inside the cave resided about a dozen people, presumably a family, astonishingly fertile. Upon hearing that Chun Li and his companion were seeking food, the male cave dweller's expression darkened. He was already struggling to feed such a large family, and now this little brat was bringing strangers to share his meager rations. He must have it in for him. Come nightfall, he would surely face a good beating. Observing the situation, Chen Li produced a spear and offered it to the male cave dweller as a trade. Upon entering the tribe, Chen Li had noticed that the primitive people wielded rudimentary stone weapons. Although his spear was of average quality, it would be considered a formidable weapon here. They would undoubtedly be unable to refuse. As expected, the moment the cave dweller laid eyes on the prized weapon, his eyes lit up, and he swiftly retrieved food to offer Chen Li and Rimui Xiang. After their meal, Chen Li did not linger in the tribe. He mounted Shang and resumed his journey. Earlier, he had inquired and discovered that the group of cultivators led by Shen Qing he had departed a day prior. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of delays. Chen Li had no time to waste. After leaving the village, he noticed several primitive folk stealthily trailing behind him, with a cold smirk. He continued riding Sheng nonchalantly along the path. Provoked by his audacity, the primitive men quickened their pace, encircling the pair. "Alia Taigu, Baha all the way," cried the lead brute, his fierce countenance and the intimidating stone club in hand exuding menace. Rimui Xiang innocently asked Chen Li, "What is he saying?" "He is declaring that this mountain is his domain, and this tree is his property. If you wish to pass, you must pay a toll." Chen Li replied with a chuckle. "Is that true?" Rimui Xiang appeared skeptical. "True or not, why not ask those fellows yourself?" Chen Li remarked, admiring her naivety. The appearance and tone of these men clearly indicated their intentions to rob. If they were indeed bandits, there was no need for politeness. "Charge!" Chen Li bellowed, and Sheng immediately charged toward them. In a mere moment, the would-be robbers lay scattered on the ground, defeated. How audacious, how unjust, they lamented. With such meager strength, they dared to emulate bandits. It was laughable. Although their cultivation was suppressed within the temple, even a malnourished camel is larger than a horse. There exists a fundamental difference between mortals and cultivators. To cultivators, highwaymen and errant grasshoppers were indistinguishable. Perhaps there was a slight distinction. After all, grasshoppers do not seek their demise, but humans certainly would. Chen Li traversed the mountain path for quite some time. The sun gradually descending, yet he encountered no more bandits. This, however, was not a favorable sign, for the absence of ordinary folk signified the potential emergence of formidable beings or ferocious beasts. At that moment, a cacophony erupted not far away. "How amusing! Life for a life. Debts must be repaid. You consume my fare and slumber in my abode. What a modest request, is it not? Sun Buchuan, you hypocrite. I once regarded you as a good man. But it turns out you are merely a lecher coveting my beauty. Enough with the nonsense. Desire is a natural instinct. Do not feign helplessness with me if you do not wish to share your bed. Then relinquish what you have consumed. Who is this scholar? How eloquent they speak." Chen Li furrowed his brow and stealthily approached. By the brook, he spotted a short, pudgy cultivator with thieving eyes, unmistakably a rogue. Due to the temple suppression, his aura was feeble, barely at the chi refinement stage. Opposite him knelt a woman, clad in revealing attire, her garments torn, exposing nearly two-thirds of her ample bosom. It was apparent the short cultivator was starving. His gaze fixated hungrily on her fair skin, drool nearly pooling at his feet. Just as Chen Li anticipated some drama unfolding, the woman abruptly shed her previous feigned fragility and fiercely lunged at the pudgy cultivator. Wielding a glimmering dagger, evidently a high-grade artifact, the short cultivator, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as the blade plunged into his chest. "You truly are despicable," the woman sneered. "An exceptional hunter always appears as prey. Your ignorance of this truth seals your fate. Cough, cough. To think I have traversed the cultivation world for half my life, only to fall at the hands of a woman. I refuse to accept this fate." Chapter 75. Apologies, but only one room remains. Yet, regardless of his unwillingness, it could not alter the course of his impending demise. Die. The woman swiftly severed the pudgy cultivator's head from his body. One could see the anger etched on his face even in death. His eyes left wide open. This woman is ruthless. Chun Li watched in astonishment, unable to suppress a gasp. Who goes there? The female cultivator, instantly alert, turned her gaze toward the sound, realizing she could no longer hide. Chun Li stepped forth confidently. "It is I," the woman inquired. "Who are you?" "I am Chun Li from the Heavenly Transformation Sect, from the Misty Peak." "Ah, so it is you, this useless one," the woman sighed in relief. Then proceeded to rummage through the pudgy cultivator's belongings. As for Chen Li, it was as if he were invisible. Damn, Chen Li was incensed. What did she mean by treating him as heir? He was now a saintly expert, merely concealing his aura for a leisurely visit to the Dragon Clan's temple, yet he was looked down upon by a mere spirit Emperor realm girl? Chun Li brandished his formidable weapon, ready to teach her a lesson. To his surprise, the woman approached him nonchalantly. "By the way, how did you get in here?" Chun Li was taken aback by her familiarity and asked, "Do you know me?" "Of course." The woman rolled her eyes, then waved her hand, instantly altering her appearance to reveal herself as Yao Qingqing. "Whoa," Chen Li exclaimed. No wonder the bosom had seemed familiar. She was an acquaintance. Subsequently, the two engaged in a brief exchange of information, at which point Chun Li learned that within the Dragon Clan's secret realm, pathways to the temple could be found in abundance. In truth, Yao Qingqing and her companions had not arrived particularly early, for upon her descent, she encountered several cultivators who had survived here for a considerable duration. It was under their guidance that Yao Qingqing managed to enter the temple. Moreover, unlike Chen Li's experience, they had not faced the first trial of the explosive dragon or the second trial of the dinosaur battle. Instead, they had proceeded directly to the third trial. Chen Li inquired whether she had encountered Shen Qinghe. Yao Qingqing nodded vigorously, revealing that she had only just arrived, and upon seeing someone grilling fish by the riverbank, she could not resist her hunger and approached to ask for some. Little did she expect that after eating, the lecherous man would demand her to pledge herself to him. Chen Li had witnessed the ensuing events. With a chuckle, he playfully patted her ample behind twice, remarking, "I always thought your posterior was substantial. But upon seeing it today, I am taken aback by its grandeur, akin to a majestic pineapple. Truly admirable." Though Yao Qingqing frowned slightly at the playful slap, she ultimately refrained from commenting, realizing it was not their first encounter of such nature. As they conversed, they arrived at Chen Li's makeshift campsite. "This is Suanwu Ishiang, hailing from a realm beyond this continent, and currently she is my attendant. This one is Dog Xing, a noble thunder dragon. Presently my mount," Chun Li enthusiastically introduced. Upon observing Suanwu Ishiang, Yao Qingqing could not help but feel that her beauty was almost excessive, and the fact that she was following Chun Li inexplicably stirred feelings of rivalry within her. As night fell, a new day swiftly approached. The trio, accompanied by a dragon, continued their journey. It was truly remarkable. Though the temple appeared grand from the outside, its vastness was limited. Once inside, it felt as if they had stepped into an entirely new world, one that seemed infinitely larger and more beautiful. This might be attributed to the suppression of everyone's cultivation levels. Otherwise, at their flying speed, they could have traversed the area multiple times by midday. They finally glimpsed a town populated by humans. It was a small city, its level of civilization having developed to the Bronze Age, with clothing styles already quite standardized. "Let us explore," Chen Li commanded Dog Xing, who promptly complied, quickening its pace towards the town. The trio riding on its back swayed with the dragon's movements. "Chen Li, could you stop pushing against me?" "Damn, do you think I wanna? I've got someone pushing against me from behind too," Chen Li retorted, attempting to relish the moment despite the awkwardness. After half an hour, the three and the dragon finally arrived at the town, although the small city had a somewhat rustic charm. It boasted unique scenery and a plethora of food options. They wandered through the streets, procuring supplies while inquiring about Shinshinga's whereabouts. Regrettably, they found no leads. For a little girl to have her cultivation suppressed in this temple yet still manage to survive. It is truly astonishing, Chen Li remarked. The trio arrived at a noodle shop, eager for a meal. The shop was called Iron Bull Beef Noodles. Boss, 3 bowls of beef noodles, and make sure not to add coriander. Sure thing. The owner, Iron Bull, grinned broadly, soon presenting 3 bowls of beef noodles. Here you go. Chen Li observed closely and noted that indeed, no coriander was present. As Yao Qingqing slurped her noodles, she remarked, Chen Li, have you noticed something odd about the passage of time in this temple? Chen Li nodded. I noticed it early on. When I was outside, I could sleep for 8 hours a day, but now I only need 4. It is evident that our time is being stretched. Suanwu Ishiang seized upon this insight, asking, what does time dilation mean? It means that a day here equates to half a day outside. Yao Qingqing disagreed with Chen Li's analysis, stating, you're only sleeping 4 hours because you're hungry and need to get up to eat. It has nothing to do with the flow of time. Chen Li countered, what you're saying implies I'd become a glutton. Yao Qingqing chuckled, oh my, is there really anyone who doubts you're not a glutton? Ultimately, she speculated, I suspect that this temple itself is a magical artifact capable of freely controlling the flow of time within. Chen Li found her reasoning quite sound, recalling that he had given a similar artifact to Qin Yaoshuang. That magical bracelet created a small world of its own, and as its master, she could manipulate the time flow at will. Regardless of our discussions about time, the sun will rise as usual. Night is approaching. Let us find a place to rest. Just after finishing their meal, Chen Li felt fatigued and was eager to retire to bed. The 2 women felt similarly. It was indeed amusing that at their level of cultivation, they still required food, sleep, and even bathroom breaks, a curious anecdote indeed. Before long, the trio arrived at an inn. Innkeeper, 2 rooms please. Chen Li requested at the counter. The innkeeper glanced at them and replied, my dear guest, it seems you've arrived at an unfortunate time. We only have 1 room left. 1 room, in such a large inn. You only have 1 room. Isn't that rather inconvenient? Chen Li exclaimed in indignation. While most men would commend the innkeeper for his resourcefulness, Chen Li was no ordinary individual. He was the master of the misty peak of the heavenly Transformation Sect, renowned across the Xianyan continent. Sharing a room with 2 women would undoubtedly spark scandalous rumors, complicating his reputation and leaving him with difficult explanations to his fans. Although his notoriety was of a controversial sort, it was still notoriety, and he had to maintain a strict image to avoid giving marketing factions any leverage. The innkeeper, scratching his nose, rudely replied, well, if you don't want to stay, then just leave. Taken aback, Chen Li exclaimed, oh, you have quite the temper. Suanwu Ishiang and Yao Qingqing felt a surge of anger. How dare a mere mortal speak so insolently to cultivators? Under normal circumstances, they would have sent him packing with a slap. However, now that their cultivation was suppressed, they could only swallow their indignation. Reluctantly, the group departed the inn in search of another. Yet, for reasons unknown, they found themselves at 7 or 8 other inns, each with the same disheartening outcome, only 1 room available. Or leave if you don't want to stay. With no other choice, they returned to the first inn. Chen Li tossed a small pearl as payment for the room, and the innkeeper, beaming with joy, silently praised his own discernment. In truth, there were plenty of vacant rooms in the inn, but upon seeing Chen Li with 2 women, he surmised that this would be a night filled with stories. And thus, as the innkeeper, he had to cleverly orchestrate the evening's events. Judging by the outcome, he had made the right call. Guided by a waiter, the 3 soon arrived at their room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, Chun Li graciously suggested, you 2 take the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. However, I prefer to sleep in the nude, so I hope you can understand. The 2 women were silent, having never envisioned such a scenario after entering the town. Accepting their situation, they could only acquiesce. Chen Li called for the waiter, requesting a lavish spread of food. The waiter, feeling that such arrangements lacked romance, began to recommend their watered-down black liquor. Skip the alcohol. Tell the chef to spice the dishes generously. I have a strong palate. Understood. After their meal, night fell. Chun Li promptly removed his shoes, unleashing an indescribable odor that quickly permeated the room. Silence enveloped the space as Chun Li awkwardly chuckled. I've walked quite a distance today, so my feet have developed a bit of a scent. I hope you don't mind. Yao Qingqing pinched her nose and replied, if you wash them, I won't mind. Chen Li stood up. Actually, that is precisely what I intend to do. After all, Promoting civility and good manners is the duty of every cultivator. He called for the waiter, who soon arrived with a smile and warm water. Though Chen Li's cultivation had been suppressed, he could still recite the cleansing incantation. However, it was not particularly pleasant. Soaking his feet was an indispensable part of his routine, and despite the inconvenience, he remained diligent. Yao Qingqing and Suanwu Yixiang, on the other hand, were quite different. Women, with their innate penchant for cleanliness, even with their limited spiritual power, persistently expended their energy to chant the cleansing spell. After washing his feet, Chen Li laid out a mat on the floor, preparing to rest. At that moment, Suanwu Yixiang from the bed suddenly spoke. Chen Li, I can't sleep. Could you share some stories from your central continent? Chen Li was momentarily taken aback. What is the story about? Yao Qingqing seized the opportunity to mock him instantly, saying, it's just about your daily routine of napping at the Piao Miao Peak. Chen Li huffed, that's laughable. Only superficial individuals would think I merely sleep. In truth, slumber is merely one of my methods of cultivation. Yao Qingqing scoffed. Keep dreaming. Dreaming. If you believe I'm just daydreaming, then employ some wisdom to ponder this. Why would the Grandmaster allow me to be the leader of Miao Miao Peak if I merely slept all day? In reality, I am a remarkably diligent individual, at least I was before I joined the Tian Yan Sect. Yao Qingqing, intrigued, inquired, by the way, what were you doing before joining the Tian Yan Sect? Before joining the Tian Yan Sect, Chun Li was left speechless. Prior to entering the sect, he had been a factory worker in a certain large country, toiling from 8 in the morning until 8 at night, a fact he could not disclose. As for the original Chun Li, he was simply a mortal with a tragic fate that could be shared, but it would require some embellishment. Otherwise, his life would be rather dull. Fortunately, crafting stories was Chun Li's forte, and he began to spin tales for the two of them right then and there. They were utterly captivated, quickly immersed in the narrative he wove. After listening, Rimu Yixiang couldn't help but exclaim, so, you embarked on the path of cultivation by wishing upon the Dragon Balls. Indeed, I endured countless hardships to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. Fortunately, the heavens did not forsake the diligent, and the dragon granted my wish. Chen Li continued. Later, after I became a formidable practitioner in the Qi refinement stage, I left my village in search of my brother, Chen Yao, who betrayed our clan. I had to eliminate all the members of the Chen family and join the underworld organization, Akatsuki. Yao Qingqing listened with rapt attention, particularly moved to tears during the recounting of the confrontation between Chen Li and Chen Yao. Your brother is truly magnificent. To protect Konoha village, he slaughtered all his kin, enduring the hatred of his beloved younger brother, standing alone in the shadows to safeguard you. At that moment, the system's voice resonated loudly in his mind. What is going on? Chen Li was perplexed, feeling as though the system had malfunctioned, incessantly chiming away. After what seemed like an eternity, the system finally articulated a complete thought. What a profound love. Forgive me, Chen Li, this is the last time. Host. Your brother truly loves you dearly. Huh, what is this? Even a clunky system enjoys this storytelling. Just as Chun Li pondered this, the system interjected again. Ding, due to the host's tumultuous fate, this system is launching the harem task to aid the host in strengthening the Chen clan. Ding, please take Rimu Yixiang and Yao Qingqing into your harem. Upon success, you will receive a mysterious grand gift. Goodness, Chen Li was left dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Did the system mix up its lines? The system replied, I apologize, I just can't help myself. Come on, system, you are humiliating a righteous young man. Chapter 77, the master of storytelling Chen Li, with unwavering integrity, declared, I am a person of utmost righteousness. And yet you compel me to take advantage of these innocent young ladies. If I were to do so, would I still be human? The system has led me astray. Damn it, don't pull this on me. 5-second countdown. 5. I will. With a mischievous grin, Chen Li made his decision. In truth, for the sake of the system's reward, the question of morality was trivial. Indeed, in this world, paths do not inherently exist. They are forged by those who tread upon them. And I, Chen Li, am carving out an entirely new path. On the bed, Rimu Yixiang and Yao Qingqing noticed Chen Li's silence and assumed he was silently lamenting, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Chen Li, your life has truly been arduous. Sigh. Yes, I always thought you were an optimistic person. I misunderstood you. It turns out you were masking your inner pain with joy. Chun Li secretly reveled, thinking how easily these two women could be deceived. And what happened next? How did you join the Tian Yan Sect? Yao Qingqing pressed further. That essay longer tale. After defeating Chen Yao, I encountered a powerful demon named Sesomaru. who sought to claim our family heirloom. The Tetsu Saiga. Naturally, I refused to part with it, Rimu Ishiang interjected. Sesomaru, that name sounds familiar, but he is too much. How dare he attempt to seize your ancestral sword? Chun Li echoed her indignation. Exactly, to evade his relentless pursuit. I inadvertently fled to the territory of the Tian Yan Sect, and just as he was about to strike me down, the Grand Master fortuitously passed by and saved me, leading to my joining the Tian Yan Sect. The two women believed Chen Li's narrative wholeheartedly. It was impossible for them not to. His tale was laden with intricate details, from collecting Dragon Balls to seeking Qinyao and escaping Sesomaru's chase. All articulated with great clarity and logic. Nothing about it seemed fabricated. Chun Li felt a surge of pride. Although they were cultivators, most of their time was spent meditating, their lives as simplistic as blank slates. His story was akin to a classic epic, and it was no wonder they were utterly entranced. At that moment, Chen Li thought that if he continued his tale for an entire night, he could easily sway them to his will. However, exhaustion soon overtook him, and with no other thoughts, he bid them good night and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, as Chen Li rose for breakfast, he suddenly noticed a plethora of cultivators had emerged in the small town. There were practitioners from the Xianyun continent and sorcerers from the western continent, alongside ninjas from his own land. Notably, there were also cultivators of darker skin tones. It seemed the Dragon Clan's temple had deliberately gathered all cultivators for the final trial. Chen Li suddenly recalled that he had received a map of the temple from the system, which he had yet to examine. Calling upon the two women, they set off. Guided by the map, their destination was the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, a crucial waypoint leading to the heart of the land. The journey was rather long. Although the trio wished to reach the snow-capped peaks swiftly, their companion, Dog Shang, had limited stamina while carrying them, necessitating frequent rest breaks to keep Dog Shang motivated. Chun Li produced some Huazi beetle nuts and beer as a reward. To his dismay, the creature had a terribly low tolerance for alcohol, becoming inebriated after just 2 crates, collapsing to the ground and retching, nearly nauseating the group. There was nothing to do but wait for Dog Shang to sober up. Yao Qingqing complained, "It's all your fault. Why did you give Dog Shang so much alcohol?" Chen Li retorted, "Damn it, who knew it would be so useless? No wonder the Thunder Dragon clan discarded it and handed it over to me. A dragon with poor drinking habits surely has lacking qualities in other aspects as well. Tomorrow, I'll roast this useless dragon and make skewers." Rimu Ishiang immediately objected, "No way, Dog Shing is so adorable. How can you eat him?" As the three bantered, a group of male cultivators driving a horse-drawn carriage approached. Their attire reflected the style of the Central Lands. Chen Li greeted them, "Fellow countrymen, how are you?" One of the cultivators with thick hair responded, "Oh, you're quite the character. And you even wear glasses." Chun Li adjusted his sunglasses and smiled. "Brother, it seems you're also from the Central Lands. May I ask which sect you belong to?" Upon hearing this, the cultivator's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "Why are you asking so many questions? What are you planning?" Noticing the wariness in his tone, Chen Li decided not to press further and instead settled beneath a large tree to rest. The sun was high in the sky, and the 2 men and 1 woman, fearing their horses would tire, also took a break under a nearby tree. As Chen Li lay on the ground enjoying a few sips of beer, he intended to take a short nap when he suddenly noticed Dog Shang rising abruptly, retching a few times before fixing its gaze on a nearby grazing horse. Then, it took a couple of steps forward and, in front of everyone, placed its hooves on the horse, panting heavily. The sight left everyone dumbfounded, particularly Rimu Ishiang and Yao Qingqing turned beet red, quickly covering their eyes with their delicate hands, while Chen Li caught glimpses of them peeking through their fingers. It was a classic case of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. "Get down, you beast. Are we even of the same species?" Chen Li picked up a stone and hurled it, yet Dog Shang stubbornly refused to descend. Instead, blissfully engaging in the act of pulling up radishes, the elegantly coiffed cultivator nearby grew anxious. "Bao Quo, my steed here is also a lad. How can you possibly take advantage of him?" Chen Li glanced down and was taken aback to find a grenade dangling precariously. He was at a loss for words. "Damn it, Dog Shing, you truly are a pervert. How can you stoop so low?" Regardless of the circumstances, Dog Shang was determined to finish, leaving Chun Li with no choice but to wait impatiently for it to conclude. After 2.5 minutes, Dog Shang triumphantly trotted over to Chun Li, requesting a cigarette. "Hey, you actually noticed smoke after the deed." Chun Li sighed, reluctantly tossing him a pack. With immense regret, Chen Li resolved to send a few cases of beer to the 3 male cultivators. He never engaged in free riding, nor would he permit his mount to do so. Thus, he had to step up and take responsibility for Dog Sheng's actions. However, just as he approached the trio, they immediately sprang into action, their hands shimmering with light as they summoned their magical artifacts, attacking Chun Li from various angles. "Ha! You're finished. Once we take you down, those two lovely female cultivators will belong to us." Chapter 78. The carriage is wonderful. It allows one to learn before the words had fully escaped their lips. Their assaults pierced Chen Li's throat, heart, and crown, leaving him utterly astonished before his body crumpled to the ground at their feet. Chun Li, Kun, Yao Qingqing, and Rimu Yixiang were both taken aback, unable to fathom that Chun Li had perished before their very eyes. "Haha, you're mine now," the elegantly coiffed cultivator grinned wickedly, his eyes gleaming with desire for the two women. He had wished to emulate Dog Sheng's audacity earlier. However, seeing Chen Li by their side had restrained him from acting. Now, he felt free to indulge. Just then, a loud bang resonated from the ground that a plume of white smoke erupted, and Chun Li's corpse transformed into a wooden dummy. Substitution technique. Rimu Yixiang exclaimed in delight, suddenly recalling that Chun Li had taught her several minor ninja techniques that morning. The three male cultivators, eyes wide with astonishment, were about to raise their artifacts in defense, but it was already too late that a massive black rod descended from above with a resounding crash. The heads of the three exploded like ripe watermelons. This scene could have benefited from a dramatic background score. Chen Li reappeared, wiping the large black rod clean with their garments. Thankfully, he had read Immortals' Journey to Immortality. Otherwise, he surely would have suffered a fatal blow. Subsequently, Chen Li stowed away the black rod and removed the storage rings from the three cultivators. To his surprise, they were all at the spirit venerable level. No wonder their attacks had been so swift. However, Chen Li was a spirit saint. Although his cultivation was suppressed by the divine temple, a spirit saint was still a spirit saint. Even at his current spirit master level, he was not someone that could triflingly confront. He tossed the rings to Yao Qingqing, as he had no interest in the wealth of the spirit venerables. The only thing of value to him was their carriage, which would allow him to travel in comfort, sparing Dog Sheng from excessive toil. With the carriage, Chen Li and his companions resumed their journey. While transportation had become significantly easier, complications soon arose. Ever since Dog Sheng had charged at the little steed, he could not be stopped. The moment the carriage halted, he would unleash his urges. Truly a rascal. Chun Li could sense the growing tension, particularly with the system issuing tasks that caused his eyes to emit a green glow at night, which even sunglasses could not conceal. Strangely, upon seeing the green light in Chen Li's eyes, the two women would fall into a tacit silence, as if anticipating something, just as Chen Li hesitated about whether to take action. The temperatures suddenly dropped. It was evident that they were nearing the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. This unusual chill could not be resisted with spiritual energy. Thus, he had to layer on more clothing to avoid freezing. Chun Li surmised that this was the rule of the divine temple at play, creating an environment so frigid that anyone daring to ascend the mountain would likely perish from the cold. After 5 or 6 days of travel, the temperature had plummeted to unbearable levels for ordinary humans. With deep snow nearly engulfing the horse's hooves, Chun Li untied the ropes and released the little steed. Though Dog Sheng was reluctant, it was clear that the power of love could not overshadow his fear of the large black rod. That evening, Chen Li, inspired by the Inuit, constructed an igloo in the snow. Although it was significantly warmer than outside, it was still cold, and Rimu Yixiang and Yao Qingqing clung tightly to Chen Li, seeking warmth from his body, sensing that the moment was ripe. And being within the confines of the Inuit igloo, Chen Li decided to fully commit to the occasion and quietly stripped off his clothing. It is well known that in extremely low temperatures, human reactions become sluggish. It wasn't until Chun Li had undressed completely that the two women realized what he had done. Yao Qingqing inquired, "Chen Li, why did you take off your clothes?" Chen Li responded, "I enjoy sleeping naked. As you both know, it's a habit I intend to keep even in death." Hearing him state such shameless words so earnestly made Yao Qingqing want to smack him. Yet Chen Li's warm body was too inviting, and the cold was unbearable, so she resigned herself to the situation. After all, as long as she didn't undress, nothing untoward would happen. A few breaths later, Rimu Yixiang exclaimed, "Chen Li Kuan, what are you doing touching me?" Chen Li chuckled. "It was an accidental touch." Rimu Yixiang ground her teeth in irritation. "You've already gone in. How can it be an accident?" "Misjudged reach. Misjudged reach." Yao Qingqing chimed in. "Damn it, Chen Li, you touched me too. Is that also a misjudged reach?" Indeed, indeed. The two women fell silent, yet neither chose to voice further complaints, observing their reactions, which were not overly intense. Chen Li prepared to take decisive action to claim the mysterious rewards from the system. Just then, a knock sounded at the igloo's door. What the hell? Who is it? Chen Li fumed, frustrated that just as he was ready to proceed, an interruption occurred. However, there was no way to broadcast this live. He could only helplessly rise to dress and see who was intruding upon his moment of opportunity. Upon opening the door, Chen Li was taken aback. The visitor was none other than his adorable and beautiful disciple, Shen Xinghe. Seeing her, Chun Li's frustrations evaporated instantly. Ah, my darling disciple. What a surprise to see you. Shen Xinghe was equally delighted, never expecting to find her master here. She immediately leaped into his embrace. Master, how wonderful. I've finally found you again. With the fierce wind and snow outside, Chen Li welcomed Shen Xinghe into the warmth of the igloo. At that moment, Rimu Yixiang and Yao Qingqing were still nestled in their blankets, their slightly flushed faces peeking out. Yao Qingqing, you know her. This lady is Rimu Yixiang from a realm beyond this continent, and a teammate of your master. Chen Li warmly introduced Shen Xinghe. Upon seeing her master sleeping alongside two women, Shen Xinghe's expression soured slightly, though she refrained from commenting. She simply sat down and shared her experiences from the past few days with Chen Li, who listened in astonishment. Goodness, my dear Shen Xinghe, you ventured up to the mountains all alone. You had to retreat due to the extreme cold. Indeed, the weather up there is twice as harsh as here. It was so freezing that I had to come down. I never expected to stumble upon a snow igloo, and it seems your master has found a way to build one with two lovely women to keep warm. Glancing at the empty bed between the two women, Shen Xinghe remarked with a hint of jealousy. Chun Li, unbothered as was his nature, failed to detect the subtle emotion in Shen Xinghe's words and replied jovially. Of course. Your master has many tricks up his sleeve. Come, Xinghe, I'll prepare a spot for you so we can all enjoy a good night's rest. Tomorrow, we'll ascend the mountain together. Shen Xinghe had always been too timid to defy Chen Li's commands. Although she was exceedingly reluctant to share a dwelling with her master and another woman, it was unfortunate that the other woman had encountered him first. Chapter 79. Another dose of chicken soup after a slumber that lasted until dawn. The snowfall was indeed quite heavy. Upon waking, Chen Li forcefully smashed open the snow-covered door with a large black stick. It is noteworthy that, perhaps due to the Imperial-grade robe, Shen Xinghe was dressed rather lightly. Yet it was still more effective against the cold than the others. This realization struck Chen Li. The power of the divine temple's rules applied equally to the emperors. Consequently, it seemed that the architect of this temple must be a being that even the emperors would regard with reverence. Such an impressive figure had eluded Chen Li throughout his years of adventuring. However, this was of little concern to him, for he possessed the system at his disposal. He was the child of destiny. And what did it matter if he was above the emperors? He would undoubtedly attain that level in due time. As he pushed the door open, Goshing immediately darted over, demanding to be given some cigarettes. For heaven's sake, all you do is smoke. How are you not frozen to death in this blizzard? Chen Li exclaimed, bewildered, as he slapped Goshing across the face, after tossing him a pack of cigarettes. Chen Li called the three women to rise and prepare for their journey. They were uncertain of what awaited them on the mountain. The sooner they ascended, the better prepared they would be to face any dangers that lay ahead. Damn it, it's even more cramped now, Chen Li exclaimed as he leapt off Goshing's back and fashioned a sled from the snow, securing it with ropes to the dragon's horns. Shen Xinghe unabashedly expressed her admiration for Chen Li. Master, you are truly brilliant. Chen Li beamed with pride, relishing the flattery. The appearance of the sled saved Goshing considerable effort, and it wasn't long before they reached the mountain's base. Here, the cold was indeed more intense. The biting wind rushed into their clothes as if it were free. Yao Qingqing and Rimu Yixiang were rendered nearly immobile by the chill. Observing their predicament, Chun Li realized it was time for one of his little inventions. Thus, he retrieved two mink pelts from his storage ring and fashioned them into scarves for the two women. After trudging for a while longer, they found themselves surrounded by a vast expanse of white snow. Were it not for Chen Li's sunglasses, he might have succumbed to snow blindness by now. Damn it, not a single figure in sight. The Dragon Clan truly is insane. Why design the place of inheritance this way? Chun Li fumed. In matters of cultivation, one must not easily impart their knowledge. If an inheritance can be easily obtained, who would ever value it? It is only through facing dire circumstances that one can forge a heart of unyielding resilience and grasp the Dragon Clan's millennia-old legacy. Yao Qingqing remarked, her hands reddened from the cold as she spoke earnestly. You certainly have a lot of rationale. Chen Li couldn't help but regard Yao Qingqing with newfound respect. However, the four of them and one dragon indeed resembled a motley crew on a pilgrimage for knowledge. Regrettably, None of his disciples possessed the extraordinary capabilities of the Monkey King. Otherwise, he could have doubled his cultivation by learning from the Monkey King, even sifting through the refuse of the Buddha himself. Isn't there a person over there? Rimu Yixiang pointed towards a distant shadow and exclaimed. Chun Li employed his right eye's divine sight to zoom in, quickly discerning the truth that it was not a person, but rather a large black chicken. The chicken was enormous, frozen to death, and no longer beautiful. Go Xing, go over and collect its carcass. Chen Li patted Go Xing's dragon behind. In this world, they needed sustenance. Without adequate nutrition, they would not survive the harsh weather. The women, too, were drooling at the sight. They were cultivators, never having imagined a day when they would need to eat, so much so that their storage rings were devoid of rations. Although Chen Li had provisions, he had given all of it to Long Outyin during the second trial. All that remained were some large buns purchased in a mortal town, all filled with chive and egg, resulting in an aroma that lingered even in their flatulence. Upon closer inspection, the large black chicken was indeed substantial, and it even bore a storage ring on its claw. Moreover, it was a late-stage Spirit Lord chicken, impressive indeed. Chun Li marveled at its cultivation and fortune. Having reached the Spirit Lord realm and entering the Dragon Clan's secret domain, perhaps with time, it could leap through the Phoenix Gate and transform into an immortal phoenix. Unfortunately, that day never came, and it was frozen to death. Yao Qingqing inquired, "How do we eat this? I suggest cooking it in the style of braised chicken, but alas, I have no spiritual rice on hand. We'll have to settle for making soup, which will warm us up," Chen Li replied, pulling a large black pot from his storage ring and retrieving a pile of spiritual wood and charcoal, items he never lacked for his frequent barbecues. "Ladies, could you assist in plucking the feathers?" Chen Li glanced at the three women, who were merely standing idle, and felt a surge of frustration. They all wanted a share of the meal, yet none were willing to lend a hand. "We wouldn't know how," they protested. "Master, I don't know either." The three women exchanged glances, shrugging helplessly. "Damn it. Then you can start the fire," Chun Li retorted before proceeding to prepare the large black chicken. Using spiritual energy, he melted a patch of hot water in the snow, then tossed the chicken into it. After about 10 minutes, he gently tugged, and the feathers came off effortlessly. Next came the task of gutting the chicken with his divine dragon cleaver. The blade was so sharp that it swiftly and effectively processed the Spirit Lord chicken. By this time, the water had also heated up, and Chen Li tossed the chicken in, adding ginger, garlic, and various spices to complete the dish. An hour later, the culinary delight of the Dragon Clan's temple was ready to be served. How fragrant! Yao Qingqing inhaled deeply, instantly feeling her appetite awaken. Chen Li felt the same. Indeed, only the finest ingredients could yield the best dishes. And the Spirit Lord chicken was truly extraordinary. "Come, Qinghe, have a leg. This is delicious." Chen Li directly handed a large chicken leg to his beloved disciple, while he himself wasted no time digging in. Rimu Yixiang and Yao Qingqing could scarcely believe their eyes. They had essentially allowed this creature to be plundered, and neither of them had received a chicken leg. "Ah, it's truly delectable," Chun Li exclaimed, savoring the flavors. "Please leave me the claws. I love gnawing on them." After the meal, the group continued their journey, but due to the prolonged delay, they had only traveled for 2 hours before night fell. Reluctantly, they had to sit down and rest. Chen Li, inspired by the Inuit, gathered materials to construct an ice house. Once the small abode was erected, everyone finally took a breath of relief. At last, they had a refuge from the biting winds and snowstorms. Though it remained chilly, they could at least burrow into their makeshift beds and find some sleep. With plenty of chicken soup left, Chen Li set up a small stove, heating it up for another delightful meal. Afterwards, he spread animal skins on the ground, and they all crawled back into bed. Chen Li was in the middle, but this time, he refrained from sleeping in the nude, considering his disciples were present. He had to maintain some semblance of dignity. Chapter 80. Who was touching me? Yao Qingqing chuckled. "What's wrong, sect leader Chen? Why aren't you sleeping naked today?" Hearing this, Rimu Yixiang also began to chuckle. Chun Li could only cough and reply, "It's far too cold. Sleeping naked would likely turn me into a popsicle." No. Meanwhile, Shun Qinghe's face turned crimson, and she dared not speak, feeling both embarrassed and angry that her master had been seen by these two women. How shameless they were. Just as the group bickered and prepared to sleep, Go Sheng suddenly barked loudly at the entrance of the ice house. Chen Li opened the door to investigate, only to find Go Sheng shivering in the snow, evidently feeling the cold as well. Reluctantly, Chun Li had to toil to construct a large ice house for him. Tossing in a few animal skin blankets, as he was about to leave, Go Sheng requested some cigarettes and betel nuts. "For heaven's sake, Are you still going to sleep tonight after eating so much betel nut? Gosheng whined, tugging at Chen Li's pant leg, clearly refusing to let him go without a fight. Chun Li was exasperated and relented, tossing Gosheng 2 bags of betel nuts and cigarettes. Returning to the ice house, Chen Li settled back into his spot, inhaling the delightful aroma wafting through the air, and felt a surge of desire to partake in the meal. However, recalling that Shen Xinghe was also present, he regrettably suppressed the urge. Damn it, this disciple is such a nuisance. As the night wore on, Chun Li suddenly realized a soft little hand was mischievously exploring his body. Whose hand is this? Chun Li Gong desired to inquire, yet the thought of vocalizing it brought forth the certainty that Shen Xinghe would overhear, complicating matters further. Lower, lower. Yes, keep going down, Chun Li whispered, guiding gently. Indeed, with this prompt, the delicate little hands swiftly located the dragon's treasured at this juncture. No further hints were required, as instinct took over. In the enveloping darkness, they proceeded quietly, not a word spoken amongst them. Remarkably, the thrill of secrecy was quite exhilarating. No wonder the allure of clandestine encounters was widely cherished. Such enjoyment is truly beyond comprehension without first-hand experience. However, deriving pleasure solely for oneself is an unethical endeavor. True delight lies in shared gratification. Thus, Chen Li extended his hand as well, and at this point, the other party naturally offered no resistance, instead drawing closer, facilitating Chen Li's actions. What an indulgence! After 2.5 hours, a cigarette was ignited. Chen Li exhaled a smoke ring, feeling quite satisfied. Soon, dawn broke, and wearied, Chen Li was roused by Yao Qingqing's tugging. Why do you look so pale today? Pale? Do you think I look pale? Chen Li retorted, seething. I'll let you see just how pale I am tonight. Yao Qingqing smirked. If you dare. Chen Li, disinterested in banter, rose and exited the ice house. At that moment, Gosheng had yet to rise, presumably still recovering from the previous night's betel nut indulgence. He delivered a swift kick to awaken Gosheng, and the group resumed their journey. As they ascended in altitude, the air grew thinner. Even Rimu Yixiang began to experience oxygen deprivation. However, being a cultivator, she replenished her spirit energy and nearly recovered. Yet, the path grew increasingly treacherous. The snow was too deep for Gosheng to pull even a few of them along. Thus, the group had no choice but to pause for a moment of respite. They were now quite close to the mountain summit, perhaps just over 100 miles remaining. Chen Li estimated the distance and addressed the group. Gosheng can't pull us anymore. From here on, we'll have to walk. Let us have Gosheng wait here for us, suggested Rimu Yixiang, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. Over the past days, Gosheng had carried them for nearly 1,000 kilometers. And now his feet appeared somewhat swollen. It must be this way, Chen Li concurred, not wishing for Gosheng to collapse mid-journey. He fashioned a small ice house for him on the spot, leaving behind some food and betel nuts. Thus, the group bundled up in additional layers and commenced their ascent on foot. It must be said, without Gosheng pulling the cart, their pace slowed significantly. They walked for 2 hours without pause, yet only covered a mere 10 miles. A blizzard approached, and their current position was on a slope, leaving no room to construct an ice house. The group could only press on, hoping to discover a sheltered spot to rest. Finally, after traversing another 3 to 4 miles, they stumbled upon a suitable location. However, this place was already occupied. A camp had been established, and there were quite a number of individuals, around 20, who were all blonde-haired and blue-eyed mages. Chun Li recognized their attire as familiar. Upon closer reflection, their robes resembled those worn by several female mages he encountered outside the sanctuary. Hello there, Chun Li grinned, greeting them. Hi. Nice to meet you. The others enthusiastically returned his greeting. Gesturing for him to join them by the fire, oblivious to the notion of politeness, Chen Li approached them along with the 3 women. The mages were gathered around a large bonfire, each holding a cross. Upon seeing Chen Li, they waved politely in acknowledgement. Chen Li, not wishing to take unfair advantage, brought forth several boxes of beer to share, thus joining them around the fire. On such a frigid day, one ought to indulge in stronger spirits. Yet the system had not provided him with any liquor, leaving him with only icy beer for the moment. Notably, these mages seemed impervious to the cold, as they spoke without exhaling any visible breath, resembling the stillness of the dead. Chun Li thought little of it, reasoning they must hail from a particularly frigid western land, and were perhaps naturally suited to endure the cold. Fellow countrymen, when did you arrive here? Chun Li inquired. A white-bearded mage replied, It has been quite some time. We can no longer ascend the peak and must await divine salvation here. Chun Li chuckled. It seems the divine is rather preoccupied to come to your rescue. The white-bearded mage chuckled in return, but said nothing further. Chun Li suddenly realized that jesting about their faith was inappropriate. So he shifted topics. I am Chun Li, from the Xianyan continent. Fellow countrymen, what is your name? The white-bearded mage responded, Te Pu Lang, from the western continent though. Chun Li offered him a cigarette. Brother Te, do you have ample provisions? Perhaps you could share a bit with a fellow traveler? Te Pu Lang nodded, generously extending a roasted leg of lamb to Chen Li. Without hesitation, Chen Li took a bite. It must be said. The roasted lamb had quite the texture. Despite chewing for what felt like an eternity, he could not seem to break it down. Moreover, once swallowed, it offered no sense of fullness, instead feeling as though he had consumed a block of ice. Just as he took another bite, Chen Li suddenly sensed a chilling aura swirling within his stomach, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he doubled over in pain. This sensation, it felt like an imminent bout of diarrhea. Chapter 81. The Souls of the Sanctuary. Chen Li hastily inquired of Te Pu Lang behind him, where is the restroom? Te Pu Lang gestured, and without further questioning, Chen Li clutched his abdomen and sprinted in the indicated direction. It turned out that in moments of panic, one is prone to errors. The camp, though not particularly large, seemed to stretch endlessly as Chen Li ran without finding the restroom. In desperation, he haphazardly squatted against a wall, finally releasing his distress unabashedly. Just as Chen Li was in the midst of his relief, a piercing cry echoed from within the nearby ice house. The eerie sound startled him, causing him to clench his bowels involuntarily, his skin prickling with goosebumps. How strange. That cry sounded unsettlingly reminiscent of the ghostly wails from the Lan Ruosi temple. Chun Li hastily pulled up his pants and crept closer. The snow house glowed with light, and seated in the center was a golden-haired maiden, weeping softly. Goodness, this girl was astonishingly captivating, and notably well-endowed. Chen Li was taken aback. Truly, Western women possessed a striking allure in terms of their figures compared to their Eastern counterparts. Alas, her thick layers of clothing hindered close inspection. Chun Li pressed himself against the door crack, wide-eyed in observation that as is well known, the unexpected often strikes without warning. Just as Chun Li became engrossed in his observation, his foot slipped unexpectedly, sending him tumbling into the room. The golden-haired maiden, upon witnessing his abrupt entrance, appeared equally bewildered. My apologies. I swear to God, it was unintentional. Please, continue your weeping, Chun Li stammered, hastily rising and retreating. He gently closed the door behind him and bolted. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps before he felt a chilling gust of wind sweep past his ear. A cold hand gripped his neck, yanking him backward with tremendous force. The strength was overwhelming. Chen Li's body was uncontrollably propelled backward, and in the blink of an eye, he was dragged into the ice house. Assessing the strength, this woman must be at least at the late stage of the Spirit Emperor realm. Chen Li was utterly astonished. It was astonishing that someone could wield Spirit Emperor level power on this divine mountain. It is worth noting that he, the destined child, was merely a lowly spirit master without resorting to the system's hidden cards. At that moment, the golden-haired maiden had drawn him close, her face adorned with a smile, her delicate brows arched, and a seductive smile gracing her lips. Regrettably, in that instant, Chen Li lacked the inclination to appreciate her beauty. Fellow countrymen, we are all adventurers seeking treasure in this secret realm. We shall meet again. I suggest you show some mercy. The golden-haired maiden's grip was extraordinarily frigid, akin to an icy lump encased within his garments. With a playful smirk, she queried in flawless Middle-earth dialect, "What is your name?" Chun Li, nervously swallowing, replied. In response, "Beautiful lady, I am Ning Kaichen." Get lost. The golden-haired maiden shot him a disdainful glance and spat. Humph. I am Nia Xiaoqian. Don't think I am unaware of your Middle-earth ghost stories. Tell me the truth, or I shall strangle you. No. Chen Li hastily pleaded. In truth, I am Su Xian, residing in the Jiang in Qian'an County. Please, do not be agitated. I am Chen Li, a rising star in the Xianyun cultivation world. Upon witnessing the fury of the other party, Chen Li hastily laid bare his entire background without reservation. After listening, the golden-haired maiden finally released her grip and sighed deeply. I never anticipated that we have been trapped in this snowy mountain realm for a millennium. Chen Li stretched his neck in astonishment, exclaiming, I can't believe it. You appear to be of a similar age to me. The golden-haired girl shook her head and replied, I am called Sophia. 1,000 years ago, I led the mages of the Holy Court into this dragon tribe's secret realm, hoping to discover the fabled dragon's tear, which would allow us to mend the staff of the archangel and reclaim the papal position that rightfully belonged to me. However, Sophia succinctly recounted her experiences over the past millennium to Chen Li. His brows furrowed as he remarked, "So, you are all souls parasitically inhabiting the temple." "That is one way to put it," Sophia responded. "But if we can find the dragon's tear and restore the archangel's staff, I could bestow upon us new forms through the holy light." Chen Li nodded. "Oh, then why haven't you sought it out? Why remain stranded on this precipice for 1,000 years? Sophia smiled wryly. "We are already deceased. The temple refuses to accept souls seeking the dragon tribe's legacy, thus imprisoning us here for eternity. In all this time, you are the first living person to appear," Chen Li proudly declared. "I relish such candid truths. Ever since I entered this dragon tribe's realm, I've been achieving one first after another. To be honest, I originally came here merely for a vacation, but it seems that an exceptional man shines wherever he goes and cannot easily conceal himself. Isn't that a source of concern?" At his words, Sophia suddenly became very animated, about to say something, when a chilling wail erupted from the courtyard and through the crevice of the ice house door. They could vaguely see an old man in a black mage robe approaching closer. "Trouble. The dark mage, Anthony, is coming." Sophia's already pale face turned even whiter in fright, and she gestured with her eyes for Chun Li to hide quickly. In truth, he needed no prompting. Upon seeing Anthony, Chen Li instinctively sought a hiding place, which happened to be beneath Sophia's skirt. It was said that people from the Western continent were notably hairy, and today he was fortunate enough to witness it firsthand. "Ha, Sophia, I have arrived." With a boisterous laugh, the door was violently shoved open. "Ha, after 1,000 years, I have finally become a dark grand mage. My magical power now far surpasses yours, and today, I shall finish you." Chen Li inwardly cursed the old man for being such a beast. "Don't come any closer," Sophia shouted, desperately wielding magic in resistance. However, it was of little use. With a mere wave of his hand, Anthony effortlessly dispelled her sacred magic, and his large hand swiftly reached out, seizing Sophia by the throat. "Let go of me," Sophia struggled. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not escape. "Let me go, no, please." Her cries only excited Anthony further. "Ha, sweet maiden, scream to your heart's content. Even if you shatter your throat, no one will heed your cries. I have spent 1,000 years cultivating dark magic with my soul, all for the purpose of possessing your body, and today, my wish shall finally come true." From beneath the skirt, Chen Li watched with great interest. The Westerners often engaged in such flamboyant displays, and he could not miss this opportunity for learning. "This is rather dull. I need some props." After saying that, Anthony released his grip on Sophia's throat, conjuring a black rope that materialized in his hand. Chapter 82. A master of play. This old man truly knows how to have fun. "Ha ha ha, Sophia, watch how I thoroughly ravage you." Anthony bound Sophia's hands behind her with the rope, then conjured another rope to hang her from the ice house's beam. He intends to suspend Sophia beneath her skirt. Chen Li was both astonished and filled with rising fury. This old man was truly overstepping his bounds. How could he treat such a beautiful girl with such cruelty? Chen Li could no longer tolerate it. He emerged from beneath Sophia's skirt with a fierce shout. "Release that girl." His voice rang out with power and conviction, encapsulated in 3 simple words. Truly a man. Seeing a stranger boldly emerge from the confines of Sophia's skirt, even the dark mage Anthony was taken aback. "A living person. How did you end up in Sophia's trousers?" "Ha ha. Well, this is splendid. Just what I needed. A spectator." With that, Anthony broke into a wild laugh, and as he pointed, a dark light flickered at his fingertips, shooting a black thread like an arrow towards Chun Li. Chen Li brandished his divine dragon blade, slicing through the thread, and declared, "Wait, I demand a pause." This dark mage, Anthony, was indeed more powerful than Sophia, likely on par with the spirit lords from the Xianyan continent. Unless he could utilize the system to break the temple's constraints, 1,000 Chen Lis would stand no chance against him. Yet, the system could only assist him once, and to waste it before even entering the realm of inheritance would be too regrettable. Therefore, Chen Li resolved to outwit him. Anthony, upon hearing the voice, immediately halted, regarding Chen Li with disdain. "What, do you wish to speak your last words?" Seizing the opportunity, Chen Li decisively bent down, yanked Anthony's trousers down, and then took off running. This maneuver was dubbed the preemptive pantsing technique, learned during childhood skirmishes, allowing one to gain a 3 to 5 second advantage in battle, regardless of the enemy's numbers. Though the tactic was underhanded, it proved effective. "Die, you." Chen Li struck swiftly again, delivering a powerful kick to Anthony's groin. Regrettably, Anthony was a soul entity, and even if struck hard, he did not lose his fighting capabilities. By then, the 3 seconds had elapsed, and Anthony's grotesque face contorted with fury. Despicable land dweller, I swear to Satan that I will capture you alive, feast upon your flesh, and wear your skin. I understand your desire for my heartfelt affection. But alas, my grand black rod does not consent. Chen Li grinned wickedly, and as he spoke, a radiant glow flashed in his hand, revealing the grand black rod. He wielded a blade in one hand and the rod in the other, exuding an air of dominance, despite currently only possessing the cultivation of a spirit master. Humph, you foolish creature, do you think that just because you possess a treasure, you can escape my grasp? You are too naive. I am now a dark grand mage. Killing you will be as effortless as plucking a flower. Though Anthony's expression remained impassive, he felt no fear of Chen Li's two artifacts radiating destructive energy. If they were outside the temple, he might have been cautious of their power, but within the temple, the rules suppressed the cultivation of the living, while he, as a soul, was unaffected by these constraints. To kill Chen Li, he needed only a finger. At that moment, Sophia also summoned her archangel's staff, standing beside Chen Li, ready to lend her strength. Sophia, you vile wretch, shameless harlot, how dare you allow a land dweller to invade your trousers? I can't believe you are still the daughter of the holy court. It seems this pure facade is merely a ruse. Anthony seethed with rage, disgusted by the former goddess before him. Sophia ignored him, simply telling Chen Li, the archangel's staff in my hand is the bane of Anthony's dark magic. I will envelop you in holy light, as long as you can get close to him. The staff can purify his magic, and together we can defeat him. Good idea, but don't you think you're speaking a bit too loudly? Chun Li replied, somewhat exasperated. Anthony overheard Sophia's words and unleashed a massive wave of dark magic, shattering the ice house into fragments and creating distance between himself and Chen Li. How amusing, Sophia. Now, let us see how you intend to purify my dark magic. With his declaration, Anthony began to chant, and the surrounding ice and snow began to ripple like water, soon revealing coffins rising from the snow, lined up in a row. Necromancy. Sophia's expression shifted dramatically. This was a summoning technique for the dead, one of the most abhorrent and detestable dark magics of the Western continent. Chen Li had some knowledge of this art in his memories. It was an otherworldly forbidden technique that could summon the souls of the deceased from the netherworld and resurrect them in corporeal form. It was called Ader summoning. Bang! As the two were lost in their thoughts, the lids of over a dozen coffins could no longer be restrained, crashing down onto the ground. Inside lay a multitude of elders clad in white magical robes. Sophia let out a piercing scream. It is, indeed, the revered popes of history. Anthony, how dare you treat these esteemed popes as mere puppets? God shall not forgive your transgressions. God? Let him go to hell. Even if God himself were to arrive today, I would command him to stand at attention before me. Anthony laughed maniacally as numerous black talismans flew from his palms, each landing upon the foreheads of the popes. Boom! In an instant, the eyes of the pope snapped open, their once lifeless skin quickly regaining the vitality of the living. Necromancy. Who dares to disturb my slumber with such vile dark magic? Where is this place? If not the Western continent? Witnessing the manipulation of the revered popes by Anthony, Sophia gritted her teeth, her face pale as frost. Disinterested in the ramblings of these minor characters, Anthony swiftly erased their consciousness, commanding the now puppet-like popes to attack Chun Li and Sophia directly in his eyes. Apart from Sophia's archangel staff, the two posed no threat to him whatsoever. The elaborate summoning of the former popes was, on one hand, a display of skill, and on the other, a cruel plot to have Sophia perish at the hands of her most respected popes. The notion of a pope slaying a saintess was simply too tantalizing. Quickly, evade. This is the divine light technique of the popes. If struck, your soul shall be ushered into an endless abyss, Sophia urged. Yet, Chen Li remained motionless, allowing the incoming divine attacks to approach him unimpeded. Chapter 83. Here comes the little flying stick in a flurry. Sophia conjured a luminous shield before him to deflect the onslaught. Are you deaf? Why do you not dodge? Chen Li replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Because I am not afraid. Sophia pressed further. And why are you not afraid? Chen Li responded simply. Not afraid is simply not afraid. I see you are courting death. Anthony sneered, directing the popes to continue their assault. Fireball technique. Countless fireballs materialized out of thin air, relentlessly descending upon Chun Li, with no means to evade. And Sophia, preoccupied with her own defenses, she could not spare a hand to assist him. Oh no. Sophia's heart trembled. Even if Chen Li miraculously survived, he would surely be left disfigured. Boom. Just as Chen Li was engulfed by the fireballs, a radiant burst of multicolored light erupted, soaring like a stream into the heavens, dazzling the darkened sky and illuminating it in breathtaking splendor. What is happening? Anthony was left in shock at the sight. Cackling amidst the fireworks, Chen Li's figure slowly emerged, a crooked grin on his face. Radiating divine light, exuding an overwhelming aura that left Anthony gasping for breath. A saint. How is this possible? A saint cannot appear in the Dragon Clan's secret realm. Anthony's face turned ashen, yet he maintained his composure. Shielding himself with the popes, the former popes, in life, were powerful mages comparable to saints of the Central Lands, and though necromancy could only summon a fraction of their former strength, their numbers provided a numerical advantage. Faced with a saint, he believed he still had a fighting chance. With this thought, he began to concoct a secret lethal move. Alas, that was only applicable against an ordinary saint, and Chen Li was anything but ordinary. He was the chosen one, a saint capable of defying fate. Here comes the little flying stick, Chen Li shouted, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Anthony like a specter, delivering a powerful blow to his head. Too fast. Anthony's face changed drastically, hastily commanding one of the popes to block the attack. The pope conjured a shield of light above Anthony's head, while the others hastily began casting spells in a frenzy to assail Chen Li. Chen Li unleashed the barrier of the Ice Heart divine gift. Under Sophia's disbelieving gaze, countless magical attacks were frozen before him, shattering into icy fragments. With a mighty swing, Chen Li's strike, imbued with an unstoppable force, shattered the shield and continued its descent upon Anthony's head. Poof! In the next moment, Anthony's head exploded like a watermelon. Yet, as he was already a wraith, Chen Li did not witness the splattering of blood. Similarly, because he was a wraith, this blow did not claim his life. Panic-stricken, Anthony realized he had no chance of overcoming Chun Li and promptly abandoned the puppet popes, transforming into a wisp of black mist in a desperate bid to flee. Take another chop from my knife, Chen Li pursued, wielding the divine dragon great cleaver, unleashing an unmatched force as a 20-meter wave of blade energy descended, cleaving Anthony in two. This strike was undeniably magnificent, nearly shattering Anthony's very essence. His two fragments of soul, under the pull of a wisp of black mist, began to coalesce once more, albeit noticeably diminished in size. If such an attack were to be repeated 3 or 4 more times, his soul would surely dissipate. Upon this realization, Anthony's complexion turned even paler. Who on earth are you? And how can you disregard the rules of this temple, wielding the power of a saint? Chen Li smirked. Hee, I shall say this only once, remember well. I am Chen Li, the illustrious and charismatic master of the heavenly Transformation Sect atop the mysterious peak of the Central Lands. Incredibly handsome. Anthony's mouth twitched. Although he did not catch every word, the nonchalant demeanor of his opponent exuded an overwhelming confidence. It felt as if a father was looking at his son, easily able to dominate. Could it be that today Anthony would perish in this place? He was unwilling. He roared. After a millennium of cultivation in the temple, he had finally become a dark mage through sheer effort, and he could not allow the beautiful Sophia to die without having battled her. Here comes the little flying stick again, Chun Li bellowed, once more attacking Anthony with the mighty black rod. Poof! Anthony's head was smashed open once again, black mist swirling, and his soul power diminished yet again. Stop! Please, I apologize, spare my life. Anthony knelt in supplication. Chun Li raised the divine dragon great cleaver high. I'm sorry, but forgiveness is a matter for God. My task is to send you to meet him. With that, he brought the divine dragon great cleaver crashing down upon Anthony's head. In this strike, he harnessed the power of the southern Mingsley fire, and as the cleaver descended, blue flames engulfed Anthony's soul. Ah! Anthony's heart-wrenching scream echoed, but even in his final moments, he desperately channeled dark magic, sending a wisp of sinister black mist toward Chen Li. Sophia cried out, quickly, evade, that is the cursed power of Satan. Chen Li heard her but did not budge, still unafraid. A dazzling light flickered upon him, shattering Anthony's final strike. As a dignified saint, how could he fear the curse of a mere mage? Absurd. As the battle concluded, Sophia exhaled in relief. Chun Li's might had astonished her, yet filled her with joy. If it were Chun Li, he would surely be able to locate the dragon's tear within the temple, thus aiding her in repairing the archangel's staff, allowing her to revive once more. At that moment, due to the sky filled with fireworks, Shinshinghe and the others also approached, gazing upon the multitude of Pope corpses scattered about. They were utterly bewildered. Shinshinghe inquired, Master, what transpired here? Why are there so many corpses? Chen Li briefly explained the recent events to them, introducing Sophia in the process. Yao Qingxing was left utterly stunned. Wraiths, are you saying that all these people are wraiths? Seeing her expression of shock, Sophia smiled wryly. Indeed, we have been dead for over a millennium. The reason our souls have not dissipated is thanks to the existence of this temple. which has isolated us from the forces of reincarnation in the greater world. Let us not linger here. Find a place where we can eat and chat. Chun Li was already famished, and after a significant bout of nature's call, he found himself breathless from hunger. Chapter 84. Arrival at the end of the secret realm after a round of conversation. The group gained a general understanding of the ordeals faced by Sophia and her companions. As dusk fell, the compassionate mother of fragrance assured, "Do not worry, Miss Sophia. I will certainly assist you in locating the tears of the dragon." Yao Qingqing echoed, "Indeed, once we find the tears of the dragon, you shall be free to leave this wretched place." However, Sophia remained indifferent to their promises, for in her eyes, only Chen Li could truly aid her. Yet, at that moment, Chun Li was wholly engrossed in roasting buns, appearing utterly unconcerned. Although their acquaintance had been brief, Sophia had already discerned that Chun Li was a man who would not rise without gain. Securing his assistance would likely require her selfless contribution. She would have to wait until nightfall. "Everyone, let us retire for the night." After finishing their meal, Chen Li retrieved some animal skins, laid out his bedding, and promptly lay down. The aftermath of the battle had left him exceedingly weary, almost to the point of exhaustion. In the middle of the night, someone, unwilling to succumb to solitude, stealthily crept into Chun Li's bed. Their touch remarkably cool, it must have been Sophia. Chen Li awoke in alarm. "No." Sophia playfully smacked Chen Li's backside, declaring, "That decision is not yours to make." The following dawn, Chen Li and the others prepared to set out once more. "Miss Sophia, rest assured, I shall take charge of retrieving the tears of the dragon." Chun Li vowed to Sophia. In response, Sophia warmly kissed Chun Li's cheek, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Chun Li." Shin Qinghe and the others blushed, inwardly scolding the woman for her brazen behavior. In broad daylight, how could she engage in such intimate actions with a man? After bidding farewell to Sophia, the group continued their ascent. The source of the world should only be a mere few miles away. The higher they climbed, the harder the snow became, and they quickened their pace. After 2 or 3 hours, they reached the summit of the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. Upon arrival, Chun Li was taken aback to find a dozen cultivators already present. All robust individuals, and surprisingly, one of them was the dark-skinned Ma Aoba. "Oh my, is that not Ma Aoba?" Chun Li exclaimed upon spotting the gleaming-skinned cultivator adorned with a large gold chain. "Master Chun." Ma Aoba shouted with excitement, approaching Chun Li to exchange fist bumps and hearty slaps on the chest. Yao Qingqing stared in disbelief at the sight of Ma Aoba. It seemed he had not only evaded the pursuit of Tian Yan Sect, but had also encountered considerable fortune. "Aoba, how have you fared?" "Quite well, thanks to your invaluable advice, Master Chen. I returned to the grasslands, established my own sect, and now I am a master in my own right. In the grasslands, I am akin to a local emperor." "Is that so?" It appears that Aoba will soon return to Xianyun continent to declare the liberation of the black populace. Indeed, I have practiced diligently to realize the ideal of universal harmony. This has been my lifelong endeavor. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Li inquired, "Aoba, how did you manage to reach here?" Ma Aoba replied, "We ascended alongside these individuals. Among them are skilled climbers with excellent gear. Under their guidance, we easily reached the summit. However, as you can see, it is desolate here. Just snow and stones. We have no idea how to proceed to the place of inheritance." Chen Li remarked, "Typically, to access a place of inheritance, one requires a special incantation, such as 'Come forth, divine dragon' or 'Divine dragon, open the door.'" Ma Aoba found this reasoning sound and promptly walked to the center of the summit, calling out, "Come forth, divine dragon." Yao Qingqing, unable to suppress her laughter, said, "Chun Li, you only know how to deceive the gullible. Who but he would believe such nonsense?" Uninterested in debating with someone devoid of the spirit of anime, Chun Li joined Ma Aoba and shouted in unison, "Come forth, divine dragon." At that moment, everyone atop the peak could no longer contain their amusement. Indeed, where there is a hidden dragon, a phoenix must surely follow. Yet, their laughter was short-lived, for with their chant, the once serene summit was suddenly engulfed by a howling tempest, and the ground beneath them erupted with dazzling lights. Beneath this brilliance, the earth cracked as if it were ice, revealing a deep, dark chasm. Within the shadowy depths, a subterranean palace with black walls and red tiles stood quietly, its towering eaves barely visible above the surface. All present were rendered speechless by this spectacle. A muscular cultivator, slipping unexpectedly, tumbled into the chasm that a scream echoed for several seconds before they heard the sound of a body hitting the ground. Is he dead? The crowd was bewildered. Despite their suppressed cultivation, they should still possess enough strength to survive a fall. A bold cultivator, still confused about the situation, jumped into the chasm, eager to enter the place of inheritance. However, his fate mirrored that of the first cultivator. After another 10 seconds, another thud was heard. Another one down. How bizarre, Chen Li mused. This is truly peculiar. I clearly saw that the daring cultivator utilized a wind control technique when he leaped. Yet he still met his demise. Someone remarked, it is evident that one can only descend relying on their physical strength. The use of spiritual energy for flight is forbidden. Farewell, everyone. I am a professional climber. So I shall descend now. Fortunately, I brought a rope. I can climb down, another said, grinning. It seems it's time for me to reveal my true form. Let me tell you, I am a duck, and I can use my wings to fly down. The cultivators each employed their unique methods. Preparing to enter the place of inheritance, Aoba also readied himself to descend, but Chun Li stopped him. Aoba, hold on. Now is the moment for you to witness the power of science. With that, Chun Li produced a collection of animal skins and wood, crafting a massive glider. Yao Qingqing expressed trepidation. Chun Li, do you really think this will work? Remove the word think. Chun Li scoffed. You may question my character, but you cannot doubt my knowledge. The power of science is beyond your imagination. Shen Xinghe had always had unwavering faith in Chun Li and immediately took a seat on the glider. Ri Xiong and Yao Qingqing exchanged glances before obediently joining her. Hold on tight, everyone. With Chun Li's command, the glider soared like a bird spreading its wings, diving into the vast chasm, gradually descending under the influence of air resistance. My goodness, this person is truly a genius. I can't believe he thought of such a method. Chapter 85. The Dragon and the Chicken. Soon, everyone descended into the place of inheritance, where an enormous divine palace awaited their gaze. With just a glance, Chen Li and the others were profoundly awestruck, almost compelled to worship. The surface of the palace radiated with a kaleidoscope of holy light, dazzling and ethereal, mesmerizing all who beheld it. There can be no mistake. This is indeed the place of inheritance for the Dragon clan. Chen Li proclaimed. Aoba, utterly astonished, asked, a new conundrum arises. Master Chen, how do we gain entry? Chen Li looked at him, exasperated, and said, let us employ some wit, shall we? I have already mentioned that such places of inheritance typically have a special opening incantation. Since we stand before the Dragon Gate, you should shout, Divine Dragon. Open the door. Yes, yes. Aoba quickly apologized and stepped forward to the Dragon Gate, proclaiming, Divine Dragon, open the door. With a creaking sound, the long-sealed Dragon Gate swung open, releasing a wave of ancient energy that nearly blinded the onlookers. Well, would you look at that? It actually worked. Rather than feeling elated at the sight of the Dragon Gate opening, the crowd was instead enveloped in a profound sense of helplessness. Having arrived at the ancient Dragon clan's place of inheritance, were they not all prodigies in their own right? Yet, in the presence of Chun Li, they felt as though they were mere supporting characters in his story. As the great door fully opened, 3 more light gates appeared, named Shanqing, Yuqing, and Taiqing. Initially, they had anticipated that acquiring the inheritance would require fierce competition, but it seemed that was not the case. That I shall enter first. Upon completing his words, the proficient rock-climbing monk stepped directly into the Supreme Clarity Gate. He spoke truthfully. The legacy of the Dragon clan is divided into 3 segments. To acquire any particular inheritance, one merely needs to pass through that portal. There is no need for a life-and-death struggle. Mao Ba bid farewell to Chun Li, saying, Master Chun, I shall enter as well. Chun Li nodded in acknowledgement, with the skilled monk leading the way. The other practitioners, eager not to lag behind, promptly entered the 3 luminous gates. At that moment, only Chun Li and his companions remained undecided about which legacy gate to enter. Without exception, they wished to follow Chun Li, for his methods were diverse, and accompanying him might yield unexpected rewards. Let us proceed, Chen Li declared, having made his choice to enter the Taiqing Gate, and he naturally stepped within. However, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The Taiqing Gate vehemently rejected Chen Li's entry, while Shen Xinghe, who followed closely behind him, was immediately drawn inside upon mere contact. What is happening? Undeterred, Chun Li resolved to enter the Yuqing Gate, but the situation mirrored that at the Taiqing Gate. The luminous portal repelled him fiercely, utterly forbidding his entrance. Imu Yixiang, puzzled by the anomaly, also reached out to touch the gate, only to be swiftly absorbed within. Ultimately, outside the Grand Divine Palace, only Yao Qingxing and Chen Li remained. Chun Li, it seems even the Dragon Clan cannot tolerate your insolence. Yao Qingxing seized the opportunity to mock him. Chun Li was taken aback. Could it be that this place of inheritance rejected the unworthy? If I cannot enter, then so be it. I am not particularly keen on it. Chun Li scoffed, genuinely unperturbed. He possessed a system that would allow him to obtain the same inheritance Xin Qinghe acquired, doubling its benefits without any effort on his part. Indeed, he preferred to remain outside and take a nap, lamenting only the inability to fulfill Sophia's request to seek the tears of the demon dragon. Then I shall enter as well. Understanding the significance of the inheritance, Yao Qingxing ceased her verbal sparring with Chun Li and entered the Supreme Clarity Gate. The dejected Chun Li settled himself outside the Divine Palace, arranging a rocking chair, donning sunglasses, and contentedly humming a tune. In the ancient East, there exists a dragon, known as Huaxia, a group of people in the ancient East, all descendants of the dragon. Not a bad song. A voice suddenly resonated from the distant void, interrupting Chun Li's cheerful singing. Who goes there? The unexpected voice startled Chun Li, who instinctively scanned his surroundings but saw nothing amiss. I am behind you. The deep, calm voice echoed again. Chun Li felt an uncanny familiarity with this voice and turned to find himself astonished. The man behind him wore suspenders, sported a middle-part hairstyle, and held a sphere in his hand. Goodness, it's Brother Cohen. The man in black suspenders raised an eyebrow, a clean smile gracing his face. I am neither Cohen nor Chai Su Cohen. I am the first dragon born of this realm. The ancestral dragon as referred to by your human practitioners. Oh, greetings, ancestral dragon. May I inquire why you are mimicking my brother? The ancestral dragon smirked mischievously. Apologies, I just participated in an audition for a dragon trainee in the upper realm and have yet to restore my true appearance. Chen Li, uninterested in conversing with this impostor, reclined back in his chair. I wish you a swift debut. Now, I intend to sleep, so please take your leave. The ancestral dragon, slightly taken aback by Chen Li's nonchalance, queried, Human, did you not come to this place of inheritance to acquire the legacy of my dragon clan? Why then do you exhibit such indifference? Chen Li retorted irritably, Because I cannot enter, you fool. The ancestral dragon, unfazed by the insult, merely regarded him with an appreciative glint in his eyes. You have guts, little brat. You are the first to dare speak to me, the ancestral dragon, in such a manner. Chen Li, remarkably calm, took a leisurely sip of ice-cold beer. If you have something to discuss, just say it. Please refrain from rambling and interrupting my rest, if you will. The ancestral dragon's lips twitched, caught between laughter and exasperation. You are a descendant of dragons. Naturally. I have come to entrust you with a legacy. Oh, Chun Li perked up, realizing that one could obtain a legacy without entering the Divine Palace. Although the inheritance within the Divine Palace embodies the essence of my dragon clan accumulated over millennia, the reproductive isolation between humans and dragons limits the enhancement such legacies can provide to humans to merely a fraction. However, what I offer you is a force that can help you dominate the entire Xianyun continent. Upon hearing the ancestral dragon's description, Chen Li paused, instinctively responding, You must be joking. It was no wonder he was skeptical. The Xianyun continent was teeming with powerful beings, with hundreds of emperors who had yet to emerge. And venerable sects like Tian Yan Sect that had stood tall for several epochs possessed unfathomable depth. If the ancestral dragon had the capability to dominate the Xianyun continent, why would he sneak away to the upper realm to participate in an audition for dragon trainees? The ancestral dragon sensed Chun Li's thoughts, but simply chuckled. Believe it or not, I possess a candle dragon egg. Do you wish to have it? Chapter 86. The Candle Dragon Egg Candle Dragon? Chen Li was momentarily taken aback. He was not uneducated. The records of Tian Yan Sect detailed that the candle dragon was the deity of Zhongshan and the oldest of dragons. Once matured, it would span 1,000 miles. Its entire body a vibrant red, with a human face and a dragon's form, eternally holding a flame of candlelight in its mouth, capable of annihilating the world. According to legend, it inherently commanded the power of time. When its eyes were open, the sun would shine, and when closed, darkness would descend. A truly formidable being. What a magnificent egg. Chen Li's heart raced at the thought. If it were indeed a candle dragon egg, he yearned to possess it, regardless of whether it could ultimately grow to be as powerful as the legends claimed. Merely having it as a pet to ride would be quite the spectacle. However, considering he already had Dog Sheng as a mount, he hesitated at the thought of being disloyal. Contemplating this, Chun Li produced a cigarette and offered it to the ancestral dragon. "Here, have one," the ancestral dragon declined, saying, "There is no need for smoking. Just tell me if you desire this dragon egg." Chun Li quickly replied, "Of course I want it, but I am curious why you wish to give it to me." "Because I heard your song, and it was truly magnificent. In the past, when your human race emerged, 3 great emperors vanquished our dragon clan, leaving us utterly defeated. I never anticipated that you would willingly identify as a descendant of dragons and even compose melodies in tribute." I am deeply moved. As he spoke, the ancestral dragon raised his hand, revealing a pearl the size of a fist, emanating a gentle, radiant light. "What is this?" Chen Li inquired, intrigued by the luminous orb in the ancestral dragon's palm. "This is the dragon pearl that humanity has long sought. By refining it, you will gain dominion over the power of dragons, effortlessly evolving into an emperor. Then hurry and give it to me." Chun Li, unreserved, took both the candle dragon egg and the dragon pearl. The ancestral dragon smiled, then added solemnly, "Very well. I will now impart the methods for utilizing the dragon pearl and hatching the candle dragon egg. Are you prepared?" Chun Li nodded earnestly. "Let us proceed. Please do not hold back." "Excellent." The ancestral dragon greatly admired Chun Li's decisiveness. Extending his finger, a cascade of divine light began to flow into Chun Li's spirit. In an instant, Chun Li found himself frozen, as if ensnared by a spell, standing motionless. Time stood still at that moment, a relentless buzzing filling his ears, as memories spanning a century, a millennium, even 10,000 years surged into his mind. After an indeterminate duration, perhaps a breath, perhaps an eternity, when he regained consciousness, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and the ancestral dragon had vanished. "Master, what happened to you?" The first face he saw was that of Shen Qinghe, her lovely visage filled with concern. When did you emerge?" Seeing Shen Qinghe, he still felt disoriented, barely processing her presence before the system's voice echoed once more. "Ding! The host's second apprentice has broken through in cultivation." Initiating double enhancement for the host. As the voice faded, a torrent of surging spiritual energy flooded into his body, coursing through his meridians like a mighty river, converging in his dantian. When the spiritual energy settled, he realized his cultivation had ascended to the late spirit saint realm, just a step away from becoming an emperor. Chun Li then noticed that Shen Qinghe's cultivation had also reached the spirit sovereign realm, indicating her substantial gains within the inheritance land. Chun Li inquired, "How much time has passed?" Yao Qingqing, irked, shot back, "How dare you ask? We have been out of the inheritance land for a full 3 days. Aside from the 3 of us and Mao Ba, everyone else has returned." As the sun set, Ri Mui Xiang approached with concern and inquired, "Chen Li Jun, what troubles you? For the past 3 days, we have been unable to rouse you. We feared the worst." Mao Ba added, "Indeed, Chen Fengzhu, when I emerged, I found you clutching a large egg, and several cultivators were poised to act against you. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." Upon hearing about the egg, Chun Li grew anxious, exclaiming, "Yes, the egg. Where is my egg?" Shen Qinghe hurried forward to reassure him. "Master, do not worry. I have secured that large egg. Would you like to consume it now? Consume it? Can it be eaten? Make sure it is kept safely." Chun Li replied, "Yes." Shen Qinghe nodded obediently. At that moment, due to the acquisition of the legacy, the dragon gate had been sealed. Chun Li approached the dragon gate, and with the memories of the divine dragon in his mind, he forcefully pushed it open, to the astonishment of all present. Yao Qingqing gasped, "How is this possible? The dragon gate was closed, yet it has been reopened." Chun Li smiled. "In this world, nothing is impossible. It must be because I was absent." After his display, he addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, although the dragon clan's legacy has been acquired, their treasure vault remains unopened. Follow me as we seize the wealth." The so-called treasure vault of the dragon clan was, in essence, a collection of rare treasures accumulated over time. Akin to how humanity admires beauty, for the dragon clan, their treasures were akin to radiant jewels. Guided by the memories in his mind, Chen Li swiftly arrived at the dragon clan's treasure vault. However, despite being termed a vault, it resembled a small mountain piled high with countless gold, silver, divine stones, and weaponry. There was no proper categorization. It resembled a junkyard, containing all manner of items. The sight of such an abundance of treasures treated carelessly as refuse left the crowd both astonished and enraged. Astonished at the sheer quantity of treasures, and enraged that many had turned into waste due to incompatible properties. Chun Li's objective in this place was the tears of the demon dragon. He held little interest in anything else. As for Mao Ba, he had been a mere errand boy in the Tian Yan Sect, stuffing anything he could find into his storage ring, even rocks. Claiming he would use them to build a house on the prairie, Shen He, skilled in alchemy, teamed up with Yao Ching to gather spiritual herbs, as the herbs here were all at least tens of thousands of years old, with each one being worth a fortune. As for Rimu Xiang, like Mao Ba, she desired everything, likely accustomed to the poverty of this continent, though she was somewhat more refined than Lao He. As she did not collect stones from the roadside, before long, Chun Li located the tears of the demon dragon, while the others also accumulated a wealth of treasures. Had it not been for the limitations of their storage rings, they would have surely continued their haul for 3 days and nights. Let us depart. Chun Li took the lead, and the group reluctantly left the vault. Brother Mao Ba, I intend to remain in the snow mountain for a while longer. Will you leave directly or accompany me? Upon exiting the Dragon Gate, Chen Li asked Mao Ba, Chen Fengzhu, I shall not linger here. This expedition has yielded much for me. I now seek a place to meditate and await the closure of the secret realm. Chapter 87. Return from pilgrimage. Chun Li nodded. Then let us part ways here. May we meet again by chance. The women bid farewell to Mao Ba in turn. Having spent time together, they had grown to admire the dark-skinned fellow, especially after he shared his aspirations, which inspired a sense of reverence within them. The liberation of Lao He is a unique endeavor, one without precedent. May he succeed. When the exhausted group arrived at the campsite where Sophia was resting, night had fallen. Wonderful. Mr. Chen Li, I knew you would acquire the tears of the demon dragon, Sophia exclaimed, overjoyed, for it was fortuitous to encounter Chun Li, who had effortlessly secured the coveted treasure sought by the church for a millennium. To express her gratitude, Sophia decided to offer him a special favor that very night. After a night of recuperation, Sophia commenced her work on repairing the staff of the archangel. Each had their expertise, and as Chun Li could not assist, he bid her farewell. However, as he departed, he deliberately gifted Sophia a communication token, ensuring they could enjoy delightful conversations in the future. After reuniting with Gosheng, the group retraced their steps from the temple. Coincidentally, just as they left the temple, each person found themselves surrounded by a void portal, and before they could comprehend the situation, they were drawn out of the secret realm. At the moment of parting, Rimu Xiang could no longer contain her emotions and called out loudly to Chun Li. Chun Li Jun. That night was, after a whirlwind of sensation, Chun Li and the others returned to the sea region of Wuji Sect. Qing Yi Lao Zu was the first to emerge from the depths, casting a sweeping gaze over the disciples of Tian Yan Sect, his face alight with a smile. After some exploration, it was evident that the visiting disciples had all gained opportunities of varying degrees within the secret realm. The least among them had reached the late stage of Spirit Emperor, poised to ascend to Spirit Sovereign, while Yao Ching had gained even more, radiating an astonishing aura. Qing Yi Lao Zu inquired, Qing, have you obtained the Dragon Clan's secret techniques? Yao Qing did not hold back, replying honestly, yes, it is thanks to Chen Fengzhu. Without him, I might not have had this opportunity. Qing Yi Lao Zu glanced at Chun Li, who still appeared nonchalant, and noted that his aura had not changed, indicating he had merely enjoyed a tour. However, Qing Yi Lao Zu was astonished that Chun Li had somehow managed to earn the admiration of the temperamental Yao Qing. It seemed that during their time in the secret realm, Chen Li had employed his usual charm, indulging in leisurely pursuits. Indeed, it was a skill. A Mirand of the Qi refinement stage could effortlessly gather a following wherever he went. A talent that even the greatest would have to acknowledge. Just as Qing Yi Lao Zu was reflecting on this, the Spirit Saint General Yu from Wuji Sect arrived. I greet Qing Yi Lao Zu. Qing Yi Lao Zu nodded but did not speak. After Yu offered a respectful bow, he warmly embraced Chun Li, saying, Little brother, I have missed you dearly these past 7 days. Do not rush to leave. Let us revel together tonight. Shall we? Revel? Chun Li was tempted, but in the presence of Qing Yi Lao Zu, he found it difficult to agree outright. Noting Chun Li's gaze upon him, Qing Yi Lao Zu snorted. If you wish to go, then go. Why look at me? After all, you merely sleep through your days at Tian Yan Sect. Chun Li retorted, Elder, while it may be true, you need not say such things before so many people. I have a reputation to uphold. Qing Yi Lao Zu scoffed. You should be ashamed. If you cared for your reputation, you wouldn't still be a Qi refinement stage nobody after all these years. At that moment, Wuji Sect also emerged from the sea. The elder regarded Chun Li with a faint smile. Chun Li, you have done well. It is impressive for a Qi refinement stage cultivator to survive until the end in such a perilous secret realm. I must commend you. You flatter me. But truly, within the Dragon Clan's secret realm, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the level of ordinary mortals. My survival to the end was merely luck. Chun Li humbly replied. The elder of Wuji sect nodded in acknowledgement, once again praising Chun Li's character. Qing Yi Lao Zhu, being impatient and disliking idle chatter, turned to the elder of Wuji sect and said, Now that this matter is settled, I shall return with my disciples to Tian Yan Sect. Since you have taken a liking to Chun Li, let him stay and accompany you for a celebratory banquet. Having spoken, Qing Yi Lao Zhu led Yao Qing and the other disciples of Tian Yan Sect away. Meanwhile, the elder of Wuji sect certainly had no intention of holding a celebratory banquet for no reason. After giving General Yu a few instructions, he vanished into the sea. Only then did Jizua dare approach Chun Li to speak. Chen Fengzhu. Huh, your aura seems to have changed. Upon seeing Jizua, Chun Li was startled, having nearly forgotten about her since she had not appeared in the temple at Gati this moment. Her aura had dramatically transformed, indicating she had also gained significant fortune. Indeed, I stumbled upon the tomb of an ancient emperor within the Dragon Clan's secret realm and inadvertently acquired his legacy. Jizua stated calmly. Chun Li nodded. Congratulations. With this, the sect leader can no longer target me. General Yu approached. So, little brother, what say you? Care to join me at Wuji sect for some revelry? Chun Li longed to accept, but, seeing Jizue's eagerness to return, ultimately declined General Yu's invitation. Such was the price of taking shortcuts. With a resigned sigh, Chun Li took out his Tian 20. After the two women boarded, they reluctantly waved goodbye to General Yu. The Tian 20 roared to life, and after a brief journey, they returned to the Tian Yan Sect. Upon landing at the Miao Peak, Chun Li addressed Shen Qinghe. By the way, Qinghe, I forgot to mention that I have taken on a new disciple, a young man with remarkable research ideas. Shen Qinghe was taken aback and soon spotted a young man in white standing atop Miao Peak. Smiling warmly at them, Hello, senior sister Qinghe. My name is Wu Bin. Shen Qinghe quickly responded. Junior brother, greetings. The moment Chun Li laid eyes on Wu Bin, the system's voice rang out. Ding, the host's third disciple has advanced in cultivation. This advancement will double the host's benefits. The voice faded. Pure spiritual energy surged within Chun Li's body, enhancing his aura once more. In a mere moment, his cultivation level reached the realm of half-step emperor. Chun Li looked at Wu Bin with great satisfaction and remarked, You, my boy, have done well. In just over a month, you've cultivated to the spirit sovereign realm, truly deserving of the title of ancient sacred body. It's all thanks to Master's excellent guidance, Wu Bin replied. Chun Li patted his shoulder, saying, The Master leads you to the door. The cultivation is up to you. Once you reach the sage realm, I shall reward you with a great treasure. Chapter 88. The Demon Moon Dynasty. Unsure of Yao Shuang's whereabouts, Chun Li noticed that there had been no news from her for quite some time. Checking the system panel, he saw that Qin Yaoshuang's cultivation had not improved, which was unusual for her. Reflecting on Qin Yaoshuang's identity as the reincarnated demon emperor, Chun Li reluctantly accepted that she might be plotting something. After spending 2 days in the bustling streets of vibrant nightlife, Chun Li returned to Miao Peak. His two disciples were disciplined, continuously practicing while he simply awaited his doubled gains. Bored, he decided to compose poetry and mold some sand sculptures. One day, while Chen Li was engrossed in creating the Ultraman 7 brothers, a radiant beam suddenly descended upon Miao Peak like flowing water. Indeed, it's you. Every time I return to Miao Peak, you are either asleep or sculpting sand. Truly remarkable. The light dissipated to reveal Mu Nantian with a twisted grimace. Chun Li shook the mud off his hands and inquired, Sect Master, what brings you here? It concerns Yao Shuang. Her background is even more complex than I had anticipated. No wonder she chose you as her master. Everything makes sense now, Mu Nantian sighed. Chun Li felt a jolt of alarm. The identity of Qin Yaoshuang had indeed been exposed. Chun Li asked, Sect Master, how much do you know about Qin Yaoshuang? Mu Nantian shook his head, that I'm not entirely sure. However, the elder speculates that Qin Yaoshuang may very well be the Empress of the Demon Moon Dynasty from 1,000 years ago. Regardless of whether she is that Empress or not, she is now part of our Tian Yan Sect, and we will provide her with considerable protection. Yet, her enemies, the One Chi Alliance, are quite formidable, unless absolutely necessary. The elder would prefer not to provoke them. The One Chi Alliance? Chun Li had heard of this group. known to be as powerful as the Tian Yan Sect and the Wuazong. Their influence spanned the Xinyan continent. And in recent years, their reputation soared, absorbing many smaller sects that dared to oppose them. The alliance's methods were notoriously domineering, seemingly aiming for unification of the Xinyan continent. Yunantian cautioned, the Wenqi alliance is currently on the rise. If they discover Yao Shuang's whereabouts, they will undoubtedly send people to hunt her down. Once Yao Shuang returns to the sect, you must advise her to exercise utmost caution. Chun Li replied bluntly, caution, you say? Does our Tian Yan sect fear those scoundrels? Let the elder take action and annihilate them. Mu Nantian was left speechless. You think war is a simple matter? It involves bloodshed. You, in your chi refinement stage, would not set foot on the battlefield. Yet you're getting all worked up. Too weary to engage further with Chun Li's impetuousness, Mu Nantian departed Miao Peak. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the Xinyan continent, deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, lay a paradise for demonic beasts, rarely visited by humans and exceptionally serene. Due to its towering mountains and dense forests, combined with the presence of numerous fierce beasts, this place had become nearly isolated from the world. A veritable forbidden zone. Yet, at this moment, a solitary figure clad in a red robe traversed the eerie forest path. The young girl was delicate, with cloud-like hair and elegantly poised brows, her autumn-like eyes radiating an ethereal charm, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Indeed, it was Qin Yaoshuang, who had departed from the Tian Yan Sect for many days to eye in the dense woods. Countless demonic beasts gazed intently, their eyes ablaze with hunger, as if they would pounce on her at any moment. However, Qin Yaoshuang's expression remained serene, showing no sign of fear. Her steps were measured and unhurried, as though she were simply a traveler savoring the mountainous scenery. After walking for some time, the forest began to thin, and the beasts gradually retreated. When she paused, a human settlement emerged a few dozen meters ahead. The settlement housed a few hundred individuals, all exuding an undeniable aura of coldness and murderous intent, making even the savage beasts wary. Sensing an approach, a gray-haired elder's eyes gleamed as she vanished from her spot, reappearing directly before Qin Yaoshuang. Who are you, and why are you here? The elder scrutinized Qin Yaoshuang, noting her stunning beauty and ethereal aura, reminiscent of a deity, especially the chilling gaze that seemed hauntingly familiar. With a gentle smile, Qin Yaoshuang replied, Hanyue, it has been 1,000 years since we last met. You have aged. At the mention of this name, the elder trembled, disbelief filling her gaze. Only Her Majesty the Empress knows my name. Could it be? Have you successfully reincarnated? Indeed, Qin Yaoshuang did not conceal the truth, tenderly caressing the elder's cheek with a soft sigh. You have suffered so much over the years. Upon confirming her identity, the elder was overwhelmed with joy, immediately calling forth all the members of the tribe. Soon, over 100 elderly figures appeared before Qin Yaoshuang. Despite their age, their presence still radiated formidable power. That we pay our respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Their voices resonated in unison, echoing like a tidal wave. Gazing upon the reborn Empress, they trembled with excitement, for they had awaited this day for 1,000 years. As the Empress's most loyal followers, they had long dreamt of her return, and now that dream had finally come to fruition. As a former maid of the Empress, Hanyue was now brimming with tears. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. At last, our suffering has not been in vain. Qin Yaoshuang grasped her hand tightly. 1,000 years ago, the Demon Moon dynasty had been destroyed by the Wenqi alliance, forcing her to send Hanyue and others to the 10,000 Great Mountains, a place far removed from civilization. She could only imagine the hardships they had endured over that millennium. However, now that she had returned, her loyal followers would regain their former brilliance. That moment, an armored elder stepped forward, addressing her. Your Majesty, you have been reborn. While we have aged, will you still accept us as your subordinates? His question echoed the sentiments of all present. Their loyalty to the Empress had been etched into their very bones. If Qin Yaoshuang were to abandon them, their existence would lose its meaning. Qin Yaoshuang nodded earnestly. Of course, if you do not fail this Empress, I shall not betray your loyalty. Hanyue, looking despondent, remarked, but we are old and feeble. We may no longer be of use to your Majesty's grand ambitions. Qin Yaoshuang smiled reassuringly. Fear not that I have joined the Tian Yan Sect, and my master, Chun Li, possesses divine powers of creation, but if I ask him, he will assuredly restore your youth. Master, The notion of the Empress taking a master surprised everyone. Wait, is your master Chun Li, the leader of Miao Peak from the Tian Yan Sect? Hongyu pondered, recalling Chun Li's name. Indeed, your majesty, it seems we cannot escape his fame. Qin Yaoshuang nodded, somewhat astonished that her master was so well known. Even among her secluded subordinates, Hongyue's expression shifted awkwardly as she chuckled. Your majesty, your master is quite famous. It would be impossible for us not to know. Curious, Qin Yaoshuang asked. What do you mean by that? Though we seldom engage with the outside world, the myriad of beasts dwelling within the 10,000 great mountains occasionally brings back tidings from the mysterious Xinyan continent. Your master, Chen Li, and an individual named Chai Shuquan are perpetually the focal point of these reports. The corners of Qin Yaoshuang's lips curled slightly upward. Indeed, my master possesses an approachable demeanor, and his every gesture attracts the attention of countless admirers. They ask for that Chai Shuquan. He is merely a buffoon. Unworthy of comparison with my master. Not so, your majesty, Hongwei interjected, her face alight with admiration as the Empress spoke of Chen Li. It is said that Chen Li is a once-in-a-millennium and efficacious talent, who spends his days either eating or sleeping. How could you possibly take such a person as your master? Upon hearing this, Qin Yaoshuang immediately countered. Hongyue, do not speak frivolously. My master is simply modest. In truth, his cultivation stands atop the continent. Were it otherwise, how could I sincerely choose to become his disciple? The discourse surrounding Chun Li did not linger for long, with frost in her gaze. Qin Yaoshuang declared, now that I have returned, my first task is to address those traitors who betrayed the Mou dynasty. As her words echoed, a fervent fire ignited in the eyes of her subordinates. Had it not been for the traitors within the Mou dynasty, the cultivators of the Ichi alliance could not have so easily infiltrated the Imperial stronghold. With the Empress's return, this vendetta must be avenged swiftly. Yet Hongyue cautioned, your majesty, having reincarnated and recultivated, you are presently, but at the spirit's sovereign level, while those traitors have cultivated for a millennium. Even if they have not ascended to the rank of emperor, they likely possess the strength of quasi-emperors that we may find ourselves at a disadvantage if we confront them now. Confidently, Qin Yaoshuang responded, fear not. I possess a treasured artifact bestowed by my master. Below the rank of emperor, I am invincible. As her voice fell, the crowd felt a thrill of apprehension. A mere spirit sovereign dared to declare such invincibility beneath the emperor's rank. What astonishing confidence! Truly, she is their empress. We pledge our loyalty to your majesty. The assembly roared in unison, their voices like thunder. Qin Yaoshuang was immensely pleased. The divine light flickered on her wrist as she proclaimed, this is the immortal capture bracelet gifted by my master, which contains its own realm and allows me to manipulate the flow of time at will. I shall draw you into this space, where you may cultivate, while I can stealthily infiltrate the ranks of those traitors. We shall faithfully obey the Empress's command.